Welcome to this enchanting bedtime story session, where we're about to embark on a journey to magical and peaceful places that will soothe your soul and calm your mind. As you settle into a cozy spot, let the gentle sounds of this video wash over you, encouraging your body and mind to unwind from the day's hustle and bustle. In these precious moments of relaxation, remember how important it is to allow yourself the gift of sweet dreams and restful sleep. We are truly grateful that you've chosen to spend your time here with us, embracing the warmth and tranquility that these stories offer. As you listen, let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds filled with wonder and serenity. Here, anything is possible, and your dreams can take flight in the most beautiful ways. Thank you for being here, and may your night be filled with peace and delightful dreams. Story 1. In the quiet village nestled deep within the ancient whispering forest, life continued as it always had. The villagers, with their simple routines and daily chores, rarely thought about the mysteries that lay beyond the towering trees. But for Luna, the forest was a living tapestry of secrets, each leaf and branch a thread in an intricate design that only she could see. The village itself, with its winding cobblestone paths and quaint, thatched-roof cottages, exuded a timeless charm. The cobblestones were worn smooth by countless footsteps, and the cottages, with their weathered wooden beams, seemed to breathe with the stories of generations. The air was often filled with the scent of freshly baked bread, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest, and the distant laughter of children playing echoed like a joyful symphony. Luna, with her curious spirit and keen sense of adventure, often found herself wandering the village, her mind constantly drifting to the wonders of the forest. The villagers, though fond of Luna, sometimes regarded her with a mix of admiration and bewilderment, for she seemed to belong more to the forest than to the village. Luna's home, a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, was a sanctuary filled with the warmth of family and the aroma of herbal remedies concocted by her mother. The walls were adorned with dried herbs and flowers, their fragrances mingling to create a soothing melody of scents. Her mother, with her eyes as deep as the forest pools, was a healer known for her gentle hands and wise words. She often watched Luna with a mixture of awe and concern, her heart heavy with the knowledge that her daughter's path was not one she could fully understand or protect her from. "Luna," her mother would warn in the evening quiet, her voice as soft as the morning dew, "the forest is a wondrous place, but it holds mysteries that even the wisest among us cannot fathom. Be careful, my dear." Yet, despite her mother's gentle cautions, Luna felt an unshakable bond with the forest, as if its roots were entwined with her very soul. One particularly vivid memory of Luna's childhood was the first time she felt the forest's call. She had been gathering herbs with her mother when she suddenly felt a tingling at the back of her neck. The trees seemed to shift, their branches creating a path only she could see. Her mother had noticed her distraction, her brow furrowing with concern, but Luna could not explain the sensation, only that it felt like coming home. As Luna grew, so did her understanding of the forest's language. She learned to decipher the rustling melodies, recognizing them as stories whispered through the gentle breeze. The trees spoke of times long past, of seasons changing and creatures that roamed their shadows. Luna felt a profound connection to these tales, as if she were a part of them, and often wondered if she was born from the forest's very essence. Her growing bond with the forest was not without its challenges. Luna often wrestled with feelings of isolation, torn between the world of the village and the mystical realm she glimpsed through the trees. She found solace in the company of her childhood friend, Alara, a spirited girl with a heart as wild as the wind. Alara understood Luna's affinity for the forest, often joining her on her explorations, her laughter ringing through the trees like a melody. On one warm summer evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Luna sat cross-legged beneath her favorite oak tree. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of cicadas filled the air like a lullaby. It was then she heard a faint, unfamiliar voice carried on the breeze, a voice unlike any she had heard before. It was soft and ethereal, beckoning her to follow. Curiosity, always a spark in Luna's soul, flared brightly. She rose to her feet, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, and followed the enchanting call deeper into the forest. The trees parted before her, their branches swaying in a gentle welcome, as if guiding her along an unseen path. The forest seemed alive with anticipation, each step she took resonating with the promise of discovery. As Luna ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The air shimmered with a golden radiance, and the grass beneath her feet glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, as if the very ground was imbued with the essence of the stars themselves. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent willow tree, its branches cascading like a shimmering waterfall, rustling secrets of the ages. Approaching the willow, Luna felt the ground beneath her feet begin to tremble, and a soft, melodic voice echoed around her. "Welcome, little one, to the heart of the forest. You have been chosen to bear witness to its most ancient secrets." The willow tree seemed to come alive, its branches twisting and weaving until a human-like figure stood before her. Luna gasped in awe as she realized she was in the presence of the spirit guardian of the forest itself, a being of ethereal beauty and ancient wisdom. The spirit's eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the universe within them, reflecting constellations and galaxies in their depths. "Luna," the spirit spoke, its voice resonating with the wisdom of 1,000 years, "your gift has marked you as a protector of this realm. A great darkness is stirring, one that threatens to unravel the delicate balance of nature itself." The spirit then revealed to Luna the existence of a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the spirits of the trees dwelled, unseen by human eyes. It was a place of profound magic and beauty, where the colors of the trees shifted like a kaleidoscope, but also of great peril, for a malevolent force sought to corrupt and control it. In Luna's hands, the spirit placed an acorn, a symbol of life and renewal. "This is no ordinary acorn," the spirit explained. "Within it lies the power to protect the forest and restore balance to the hidden realm. But you must embark on a journey, one that will test your courage and resolve." Luna's heart raced with a mixture of fear and excitement. She knew that accepting this quest would change her life forever, but she also felt a deep sense of responsibility to protect the forests she had always loved. The weight of the tree's trust settled on her shoulders, filling her with both dread and determination. With a trembling hand, she grasped the acorn, and in that moment a surge of energy coursed through her veins, imbuing her with the strength and wisdom of the ancient trees. The world around her seemed to vibrate with newfound clarity, the whispers of the forest more urgent, more alive. The spirit smiled warmly, its form shimmering with a radiant light. "You have embarked on a path that will lead you to discover the true depths of your power and the resilience of your spirit. Trust in the guidance of the trees, and let their whispers be your compass." As the spirit faded away, Luna found herself alone in the clearing, clutching the precious acorn. The silence that followed was comforting, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Thus began Luna's extraordinary journey into the hidden world of the forest spirits. Her path was fraught with challenges and mysteries, each one testing her resolve and forcing her to confront her deepest fears. In the heart of the ancient woods, she encountered fantastical creatures and beings she had never imagined, wise old trants who shared their ancient knowledge, mischievous woodland sprites who delighted in leading her astray, and fearsome guardians who fiercely protected the secrets of the realm. As Luna ventured deeper into the forest, she discovered more about herself and the world around her. Her connection to the forest became not just a gift, but a part of her identity. She learned to sense the emotions of the trees, feeling their joy and sorrow as if they were her own. This empathy was both a blessing and a burden, for with it came the responsibility to act on behalf of the forest's needs. Through it all, Luna forged unbreakable bonds of friendship with the most unlikely of companions. Twig, a feisty young dryad with a penchant for getting into trouble, became her steadfast ally and confidant. With hair like autumn leaves and a mischievous grin, Twig brought laughter to even the darkest days. Together, they unraveled the mysteries of the hidden realm, uncovering dark secrets and facing formidable foes. One of their greatest challenges came in the form of the Shadow Blight, a malignant force that sought to corrupt the very essence of the forest itself. Its presence was a cold darkness that seeped into the roots and branches, threatening to choke the life from the vibrant realm. Luna and Twig joined forces with a motley crew of woodland creatures, each contributing their unique skills and strengths to the battle against this darkness. There was Bramble, a clever fox with a knack for strategy, and Ember, a fierce firebird whose songs could ignite the very air. In a climactic confrontation deep within the twisted roots of an ancient oak, Luna's resolve was tested to its limits. The air was thick with tension, the ground shaking with the fury of the shadow blight. Drawing upon the power of the acorn and the wisdom of the trees, she summoned a blinding light that drove back the shadow blight, restoring balance and harmony to the hidden realm. The light washed over the forest, purging the darkness and leaving the air crisp and clear. As the dust settled, Luna emerged from the battle transformed. No longer was she the naive young girl who had first ventured into the forest. She had grown into a fierce protector, her spirit tempered by the trials she had endured and the friendships she had forged. The forest, once a place of whispers and secrets, now sang with a triumphant harmony, each note a testament to their victory. The spirit guardian appeared before her once more, beaming with pride. "Luna, you have proven yourself worthy of the highest honor, to become the guardian of the hidden realm, safeguarding its secrets and ensuring its eternal balance." With a tear of joy in her eye, Luna accepted this sacred mantle, vowing to always protect the forest she loved and the wondrous hidden world that lay within its embrace. Her heart swelled with gratitude and purpose, the weight of her responsibility now a source of strength. From that day forth, Luna walked among the trees, their whispers guiding her steps and their ancient wisdom flowing through her veins. She was no longer a mere observer of the forest's secrets, but a guardian, a protector, and a friend to all who called the hidden realm their home. The villagers, who once watched her with curiosity, now spoke of her with reverence, their homes warmed by the peace she had brought. And whenever a child ventured too deep into the woods, they would hear the soft, comforting voice of Luna, beckoning them back to safety with a gentle song carried on the breeze. For in the heart of the forest, Luna's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of courage, friendship, and the enduring magic of nature itself. The forest thrived under her watchful gaze, a vibrant sanctuary where the whispers of the past and the promise of the future danced together in harmony. As the seasons turned and years passed, Luna's presence became a legend among the villagers. They spoke of her with admiration, weaving tales of her bravery into the fabric of their stories. Elders would gather children around the fire, recounting Luna's adventures and the lessons she imparted. These tales were not merely stories of magic and wonder, they were reminders of the profound connection between humans and nature, and the responsibility they shared to protect it. On quiet nights, Luna would sit beneath the stars, her heart full of the forest's whispers. She would reflect on her journey, the challenges she faced, and the strength she found within herself. The friendships she forged had taught her that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, light could always prevail. Her bond with Twig, Bramble, Ember, and the myriad creatures of the forest was a testament to the power of unity and the strength found in diversity. The forest, in its infinite wisdom, continued to guide Luna, its secrets unraveling like a never-ending tapestry. Each day brought new discoveries, new challenges, and new wonders to explore. Luna embraced her role as the guardian, her spirit intertwined with the forest's lifeblood. And though the path she walked was fraught with danger, she faced it with unwavering courage, her heart a beacon of hope and resilience. In the heart of the forest, beneath the canopy of ancient trees and the watchful gaze of the spirit guardian, Luna found her place, a place where she belonged, where her soul was in harmony with the world around her. She had become a part of the forest's legacy, her story woven into the very fabric of its being. Together they stood as protectors of the realm, guardians of its secrets, and stewards of its eternal balance. And so the tale of Luna, the girl who spoke to trees, lived on, a story of courage, friendship, and the enduring magic of nature, echoing through the ages as a reminder of the beauty and wonder of the world we share. Yet, Luna's journey did not end there. One crisp autumn, as leaves fell like golden confetti, a new mystery beckoned. A a series of strange occurrences disturbed the harmony of the forest. The waters of the crystal-clear brook that wound through the woods had taken on a peculiar glow, and the birds sang songs in strange, haunting melodies. Luna, ever attuned to the forest's pulse, felt an unusual tension in the air. She consulted the spirit guardian, who appeared more solemn than ever. "Luna, something ancient stirs beneath the roots of the forest," the spirit warned. "A force unlike any we have faced before. It is neither light nor dark, but something in between, a forgotten magic that seeks to awaken." Determined to unravel this new enigma, Luna called upon Twig, Bramble, and Ember, her loyal companions. Together, they embarked on a quest to discover the source of this disturbance. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was thick with enchantment. Along the way, they encountered an enigmatic figure named Solus, a traveler from a distant land who seemed to have an uncanny connection to the forest. Solus, with eyes that shimmered like moonlit pools and a cloak woven from shadows, claimed to be a guardian of forgotten magics, seeking harmony between realms. Solus revealed legends of an ancient tree, the Elder Tree, said to hold the balance of forgotten magics within its roots. If awakened improperly, it could cause chaos, or, if nurtured, bring about a new era of wonder. Luna and her friends realized that their task was to ensure the Elder Tree's awakening was a harmonious one. Their expedition led them to the heart of the forest, a place where time seemed to stand still. The Elder Tree stood before them, its bark etched with runes older than the forest itself. As Luna approached, she felt the acorn in her hand resonate with the tree's ancient energy. With Solus guiding them, they performed a ritual to harmonize the forgotten magic, each step a dance of balance and intention. As the final note of their song echoed through the forest, the Elder Tree awoke, its leaves shimmering with a myriad of colors, casting a gentle light that breathed peace into the woods. The forest celebrated with them, a symphony of life and magic flowing through its veins. The forgotten magic, once a source of potential chaos, now blended seamlessly with the forest's essence, enriching the world with new wonders. Luna, standing beneath the Elder Tree's embrace, felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Her journey had come full circle, her spirit a part of the forest's pulse. She had not only protected the hidden realm, but had also ushered in a new era of magic, where forgotten secrets and new beginnings intertwined. The villagers, now more attuned to the forest's mysteries, embraced this new harmony. They planted seeds of understanding and respect, nurturing the bond between their world and the forest. Luna's story continued to inspire generations, a tale of courage, friendship, and the enduring magic that binds all living things. And so, the Whispering Forest thrived, a testament to the power of unity, the beauty of forgotten magics, and the unwavering spirit of a girl named Luna, whose legacy would forever echo in the rustling leaves and the gentle songs of the trees. Story 2. In the heart of the serene village of Misty Hollow, nestled between whispering willows and fields of wild lavender, there lived a gentle young woman named Marin. Her eyes resembled the sky after a summer rain, a mixture of blue and gray that seemed to shift with the light, capturing the essence of the ever-changing sky above the village. Her smile was a beacon of warmth, brightening even the chilliest days, as if she possessed a piece of the sun itself. Yet, despite her kindness and grace, Marin felt a restlessness deep within her soul, akin to a river yearning to break free from its winding path, its waters seeking a new horizon beyond the familiar banks. The village of Misty Hollow was a place where time seemed to stretch languidly, each day unfolding with the gentle rhythm of life, untouched by the rush of the outside world. The air was perpetually scented with the sweet fragrance of lavender, the floral notes mingling with the earthy undertones of the soil, creating an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the senses. The soft rustle of willow leaves provided a constant melody that accompanied the villagers' daily routines, a soothing symphony that echoed through the streets. The people of Misty Hollow were as warm and welcoming as the landscape itself, their lives intertwined with the natural beauty that surrounded them, their hearts beating in unison with the gentle pulse of the village. Marin often wandered through the emerald woods at the edge of the village, seeking solace among the ancient oaks and the soft chatter of squirrels. The woods were alive with the rich, earthy scent of damp soil, mingling with the faint aroma of wildflowers that danced on the breeze, their petals a riot of colors against the verdant backdrop. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, casting a golden glow on the forest floor, where shadows played like children in a meadow. It was here, one golden afternoon, that she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, glimmering pool hidden beneath a canopy of delicate ferns. The water shimmered like liquid crystal, casting dancing reflections onto the leaves above, as if the stars had fallen from the sky to rest within its depths. As Marin knelt by this enchanting pool, she noticed something extraordinary. The water seemed to pulse with life, a gentle rhythm that mirrored her own heartbeat, resonating with a silent echo of her soul's deepest desires. Entranced, she dipped her fingers into the cool depths and felt a tingling warmth spread up her arm, as if the pool was whispering secrets only she could hear. Secrets that promised answers to questions she had yet to ask. It was as though the pool held the whispers of the ages, a silent witness to the passage of time, and now it was sharing its ancient wisdom with her, drawing her into its mysterious embrace. From that moment, Marin found herself drawn to the pool day after day. She would sit by its edge, sharing her hopes and fears with the water, feeling a strange sense of understanding in return. The pool became a mirror to her soul, reflecting not just her face, but the hidden corners of her heart. Yet, despite the comfort it brought her, Marin's heart still wrestled with unease, like the restless waves of a distant sea, yearning for a shore it could not yet see. One misty morning, as dawn's light painted the sky in soft hues of peach and lavender, Marin was joined by a figure as gentle as the morning breeze. It was Silas, an elder of the village known for his wisdom and kind heart. Silas had spent many years tending to the needs of Misty Hollow's people, and his presence was like the pages of a well-loved book, filled with stories of old. His eyes held the depth of 1,000 sunsets, a tapestry of experiences woven into their depths, and his voice carried the warmth of the hearth fires that had burned in the village for generations, a comforting cadence that spoke of home and history. "Good morning, Marin," Silas greeted with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "I see you found the Pool of Echoes." Marin nodded, feeling the pool's familiar warmth at her fingertips. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice a blend of awe and uncertainty, a melody of wonder and doubt. "Indeed it is," Silas replied, settling onto a nearby log, the wood creaking softly under his weight. "This pool is said to reflect not just our faces, but our very souls. It shows us our truest selves, even those parts we struggle to understand." Marin's eyes widened, and she glanced at Silas, a question forming in her mind, a curiosity sparked by his words. "Why do I feel so drawn to it, yet so unsettled?" Silas chuckled softly, the sound like a gentle brook bubbling over smooth stones. "Change is a curious thing, dear Marin. It beckons us with one hand and pushes us away with the other. But sometimes, change is exactly what we need to grow." With a thoughtful nod, Marin let Silas's words settle over her like a soft blanket, providing comfort against the chill of uncertainty. She returned to the pool each day, and slowly she began to notice subtle shifts in its reflections. At times, she saw herself as she was, but other times, the water revealed a vision of Marin transformed, stronger, more assured, and enveloped in a soft, luminous glow, as if she was bathed in the light of 1,000 stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, Marin noticed a new presence at the pool. A small, silvery fox with eyes as bright as lanterns watched her from the shadows. It was a creature of the woods, yet there was something undeniably magical about it. Its fur glistened under the moonlight, shimmering with an ethereal quality that seemed to be in harmony with the pool's mystical aura, a living embodiment of the forest's enchantment. "Hello there," Marin spoke softly, her voice a gentle thread in the tranquil night, weaving through the silence like a melody. The fox tilted its head, as if understanding her greeting, and took a few tentative steps closer. Its eyes, like twin pools of light, seemed to see through to the very essence of her being, reflecting her soul's journey. Over the following days, the fox became Marin's steadfast companion. It would trot beside her on her walks, its fur brushing against her leg like a whisper of the forest, or sit quietly by the pool as she pondered her reflections. In the fox's presence, Marin felt a sense of peace, as if the little creature carried a piece of the forest's wisdom in its heart, a silent guardian of her emotional landscape. The fox's playful antics and quiet companionship brought a new joy to Marin's days, its presence a reminder of the forest's ever-present embrace. As Marin continued her visits to the Pool of Echoes, she noticed that the fox's coat began to mirror the changing hues of the water, sometimes shimmering with iridescent colors, other times turning a deep, calming blue like the depths of an ocean. She realized that the fox, too, was a reflection of her inner journey, a reminder of the beauty and transformation. It was as if the fox was her spirit guide, leading her through the maze of her own emotions, showing her the way to her true self, a lantern illuminating the path to self-discovery. One day, as autumn leaves danced through the air like golden butterflies, Marin sat by the pool, cradling her newfound understanding. She had come to embrace the changes within her, no longer fearing the unknown. She looked at her reflection, now clear and steady, and saw not just herself, but the possibilities of who she could become, a tapestry of her dreams woven into the fabric of her being. Silas joined her once more, his presence as comforting as the first light of dawn, a gentle reminder of the wisdom that had guided her journey. "You've found your way, Marin," he said, his voice a warm breeze that carried the scent of pine and earth, a melody of understanding. "Yes," Marin replied, her heart light with newfound clarity, a symphony of realization echoing in her soul. "I think I finally understand. Change is not something to resist, but to welcome with open arms." Silas nodded, a proud smile gracing his features, a testament to the journey she had undertaken. "And with that understanding, you've found the magic within yourself." As the seasons cycled and the village of Misty Hollow continued to thrive, Marin's transformation became a tale whispered among the villagers, inspiring others to seek their own paths of growth and discovery. The Pool of Echoes remained a place of wonder, where reflections danced and dreams unfurled like the petals of a morning blossom, a beacon of hope and transformation. One chilly winter night, as snow blanketed the village in a pristine layer of white, Marin found herself sitting by the pool, her breath visible in the crisp air. The fox curled beside her, its warmth a comforting presence amidst the cold. She watched as snowflakes fell gently onto the water's surface, each one creating a ripple that spread across the pool, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Marin closed her eyes, allowing the peace of the moment to seep into her bones. She realized that she no longer felt restless. The river within her had found its way to the sea. She had learned to embrace change, to welcome uncertainty, and to trust in the journey. The village of Misty Hollow, with its whispering willows and fields of wild lavender, had become her haven, a place where she could grow and flourish. And so, Marin's story became woven into the very fabric of Misty Hollow, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to embrace change, find our true selves, and shine with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. As the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Marin's heart was as peaceful as the tranquil pool, and her spirit as free as the playful fox by her side. The tale of Marin and the Pool of Echoes became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a testament to the enduring magic of self-discovery and the boundless beauty of change. In the following spring, as the village awoke to the vibrant colors of blooming wildflowers and the return of migratory birds, Misty Hollow celebrated a festival that honored the harmony between nature and its inhabitants. The villagers gathered in the central square, their laughter mingling with the songs of the forest. Marin, now a symbol of transformation, was invited to speak. Standing before her friends and neighbors, she shared her journey, the lessons learned from the Pool of Echoes, and the companionship of her mystical fox. Her words were like seeds planted in the hearts of those who listened. Each villager found a piece of their own story in Marin's tale, a flicker of hope that encouraged them to seek out their own pools of echoes, whether in the quiet corners of their hearts or in the unexplored paths of their lives. Marin's story became not just a legend of Misty Hollow, but a living guide, inspiring a community to embrace change and discover the hidden depths within themselves. As the festival continued under the star-studded sky, Marin wandered to the edge of the village, the fox by her side. Together, they gazed at the horizon, where the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky. Marin felt a profound peace, a sense of belonging that transcended the physical boundaries of the village. She knew her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever lay ahead with an open heart and a spirit as free as the breeze that whispered through the willows. In the years that followed, Marin became a mentor to the children of Misty Hollow, teaching them the wonders of the natural world and the importance of listening to their inner voices. The Pool of Echoes remained a place of pilgrimage, where seekers of all ages came to reflect and find clarity. The fox, ever the wise companion, became a beloved figure in the village, its presence a reminder of the enchantment that lay within and around them. The story of Marin and the Pool of Echoes continued to be shared, not just in Misty Hollow but beyond its borders, carried by travelers and storytellers to distant lands. It spoke to the universal journey of self-discovery and the courage it takes to embrace the unknown. And through it all, Marin's spirit shone brightly, a beacon of hope and transformation, reminding all who heard her tale that within each of us lies the power to find our true selves and shine with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. One early summer's day, as the village basked in golden sunlight, Marin ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The fox led her with a playful confidence, its tail a silver banner through the trees. The air grew denser with the scent of pine and the whisper of hidden streams. It was in this unexplored part of the forest that Marin discovered a hidden glade filled with ancient stone carvings, each depicting tales of transformation and rebirth. Intrigued, she traced the lines with her fingers, feeling a connection to the past. An old journal, left by a traveler long forgotten, lay at the heart of the glade. Its pages were filled with stories of those who had come to Misty Hollow seeking solace and transformation. As Marin read, she realized that her journey was part of a continuum, a legacy of growth and renewal that spanned generations. The fox watched her, its eyes aglow with understanding, as if it knew that Marin had found another piece of her story. Returning to the village, Marin shared her discovery with Silas, who listened with a knowing smile. "These stories are our heritage," he said, his voice resonating with the wisdom of the ages. "They remind us that we are all connected, each of us a part of a greater narrative." Marin nodded, feeling the weight of history and the lightness of possibility intertwine within her. She understood now that her journey was not just for herself but for the village, for those who would come after, for the legacy of Misty Hollow. She felt a gentle promise in the air, a commitment to nurture the bond between her people and the land that cradled them. As the sun set over the village, casting long shadows that danced in harmony with the evening breeze, Marin stood by the Pool of Echoes. The fox beside her, she felt the comforting presence of Silas and the villagers who had gathered to listen to her tale once more. Her heart swelled with gratitude, a melody of hope and courage that echoed through the trees and into the night. And so, the story of Marin and the Pool of Echoes became a living tapestry of Misty Hollow, a celebration of the courage it takes to embrace change and the beauty that arises from it. It was a story that continued to grow and evolve, just as the village itself did, with each new generation adding their own threads to the weave. Marin's journey was a beacon that lit the way for others, a testament to the enduring magic of self-discovery and the boundless beauty of transformation, an eternal dance of stars reflected in waters that whispered secrets of the past and promises of the future. Story 3. The Lantern Keeper's Secret, an extended tale. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the moon's glow danced upon the forest floor, there lived an old lantern keeper named Alden. His cottage, nestled between ancient oaks and fragrant pines, was a beacon of warmth and light in the otherwise shadow-laden expanse. The air around it was perfumed with the earthy aroma of pine needles and the distant sweetness of wild honeysuckle, creating an inviting allure for weary travelers and curious creatures alike. Inside, the aroma of spiced tea mingled with the comforting crackle of the hearth, creating a haven that wrapped around you like a well-worn quilt. The cottage itself was a living history of the forest, built from wood that had witnessed countless seasons. Its walls were adorned with shelves of curious artifacts, tiny crystal bottles filled with forest essences, feathers from elusive birds, and stones with strange markings etched by time. Each item told a story, a chapter of the woods Alden had come to know so well. The floors creaked with age, singing a melody only Alden seemed to understand. Alden was known far and wide not just for his kindness, but for the enchanted lanterns he crafted. Each lantern held a unique light that seemed to breathe with its own life, casting an ethereal glow that could soothe the most troubled of souls. But there was one lantern, more peculiar than the rest, that hung from a gnarled branch just outside Alden's window. It was said to hold a secret that only the worthy could unveil, a secret that had intrigued the hearts of many but revealed itself to none. One crisp autumn evening, as the amber leaves rustled gently in the breeze, a young girl named Lyra stumbled upon the cottage while wandering through the woods. Her eyes, wide with wonder, reflected the myriad of colors that danced from the lanterns. Alden, with his gentle eyes and a beard as white as the clouds, welcomed her with a smile that felt like coming home. Lyra was a curious spirit, her heart filled with questions and dreams of worlds beyond her own. Her auburn hair was tangled with leaves and twigs from her journey, and her boots were caked with the rich, loamy earth of the forest. She carried with her a small satchel, worn and patched, filled with trinkets she had collected, acorns, smooth stones, and a small book in which she scribbled her thoughts and sketches of the creatures she encountered. "What brings you to this corner of the woods, dear child?" Alden inquired, his voice as soft as the whispering leaves. His eyes, the color of moss, seemed to hold a wisdom born of countless nights spent listening to the forest. Lyra, clutching her satchel close to her chest, replied, "I've been searching for something. Something I can't quite name. The village speaks of a light that guides the lost, and I thought perhaps it might help me find what I seek." Alden nodded, understanding the unspoken questions in her heart. The light you seek must be found within, but perhaps a little magic can help illuminate the path. He led her to the peculiar lantern, its light flickering like 1,000 tiny stars trapped within. As Lyra gazed into its depths, she felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle nudge that spoke of courage and clarity. But the lantern's secret remained elusive, hiding just beyond comprehension. "Stay the night," Alden offered, sensing Lyra's weariness. "Perhaps the morning's light will bring new insights." Grateful, Lyra accepted, and Alden prepared a simple meal of vegetable stew, its savory aroma filling the cozy cottage. As they dined by the fire, Lyra shared stories of her village and the restlessness that had driven her into the woods. Alden listened, his heart touched by her yearning for something more. As they talked, Alden noticed the way Lyra's eyes lit up when she spoke of the stars, and how her voice softened when she described the village's old library, her sanctuary. It was clear to him that Lyra's search was not just for a place, but for a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. When the moon hung high in the sky and the world was hushed in slumber, Lyra lay beneath a quilt stitched with care, her thoughts adrift on the gentle tides of sleep. In her dreams, she found herself in a realm where the forest was alive with magic, a hidden world where every creature and plant had a voice. It was a place of wonder, where the stream sang melodies and the stones whispered ancient tales. The next morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Lyra awoke with a newfound sense of purpose. She thanked Alden for his hospitality and prepared to continue her journey, feeling the pull of the woods beckoning her onward. "Remember," Alden called as she stepped into the morning light, "sometimes the answers we seek are not found in the destination, but in the journey itself." With those words echoing in her heart, Lyra ventured deeper into the whispering woods, guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain. The forest, once a maze of shadows, now felt like a tapestry of opportunities waiting to be explored. She followed trails of wildflowers that seemed to bloom brighter as she passed, and streams that laughed and gurgled with joy. Along her path, she encountered an array of gentle-hearted creatures. A wise old badger, with eyes like polished onyx, shared tales of the forest's history. He spoke of the ancient trees that had stood since time immemorial, and the cycles of life and death that sustained the woods. A pair of mischievous squirrels led her to a hidden glade where sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced like spirits. Each encounter left Lyra with a piece of wisdom, a fragment of understanding that began to weave together a larger picture. Days turned into nights, and Lyra's journey through the woods became a journey of self-discovery. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the leaves and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with uncertainty, grew light with the knowledge that she was part of something greater, a web of life that connected all beings. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Lyra came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. At its center stood a large, ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, yet exuding a powerful, serene presence. Lyra felt drawn to it, as if the tree itself was calling her name. As she approached, she noticed something unusual, a small door carved into the wood, intricately detailed with carvings of leaves and creatures. With a deep breath, Lyra opened the door and stepped inside, finding herself in a chamber filled with the warm, golden light reminiscent of Alden's lanterns. In the center of the room, on a pedestal of roots and vines, sat a small, unassuming lantern. Its light flickered with the same life and warmth she had seen in Alden's cottage, yet there was something different about it, an aura of ancient magic that pulsed with the rhythm of the forest itself. It was then that Lyra understood. This was the heart of the forest, the source of its magic and life. The lantern contained the essence of the woods, a light that connected all living things, binding them in a tapestry of harmony and balance. As she reached out to touch the lantern, a gentle voice filled the chamber, echoing with the wisdom of ages. "You have found the heart of the forest, young traveler. What is it you seek?" Lyra, her heart full of clarity she had not known before, replied, "I seek understanding, a place where I belong." The voice, as tender as a lullaby, responded, "You have always belonged, dear child. The forest is within you, as you are within the forest. The journey you have undertaken is the path to knowing yourself." With those words, the lantern's light grew brighter, enveloping Lyra in its warmth. She felt a deep sense of peace, a connection not just to the forest, but to every soul she had encountered along her journey. It was a bond of friendship, of love and understanding, that transcended the boundaries of the physical world. When the light faded, Lyra found herself back in the clearing, the ancient tree standing silent and watchful. The forest around her hummed with life, as if acknowledging her newfound wisdom. She knew then that the true magic of the lantern was not in revealing secrets, but in illuminating the truth that had always been within her. As Lyra made her way back to Alden's cottage, her heart sang with joy. She understood now that the journey itself was her answer, that each step had brought her closer to the light within her own soul. And when she arrived, Alden greeted her with a knowing smile, as if he had always known the secret the lantern would reveal. "What did you find, dear Lyra?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with warmth. Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I found that I am never truly lost, for the light of the forest is always with me." Alden nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Then you have found what many seek, but few truly understand." And so Lyra stayed with Alden for a time, learning the art of crafting lanterns and sharing the light she had discovered within herself. Together, they filled the whispering woods with lanterns that guided travelers and creatures alike, each one a reminder of the journey and the light that resides within. As the years passed, the story of Lyra and the enchanted lantern became a cherished tale, told by the fireside to children and wanderers. It spoke of a hidden world within the natural environment, a journey that changed the protagonist in profound ways, and the magical light that connected all beings in the tapestry of life. And whenever the forest whispered its secrets to the wind, the story of Lyra and Alden's lanterns lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the light that shines in every heart. In the end, the forest was never just a place, but a world of wonder within each of us, waiting to be discovered, understood, and cherished. And as Lyra learned to listen to its whispers, she found the greatest treasure of all, a sense of belonging, and the knowledge that she was always part of something beautiful and eternal. In this way, the Whispering Woods continued to cradle its secrets, forever nurturing those who dared to seek the Lantern Keeper's light, and forever whispering tales of love, friendship, and the magic of the journey itself. As Lyra's time with Alden drew to a natural close, she began to feel the call of the wider world beyond the Whispering Woods. Her heart yearned to share the wisdom she had gained, and so, with Alden's blessing, she set forth to spread the light of the forest to distant lands. Her journey took her through bustling villages and serene hamlets, where she shared stories of Alden's lanterns, teaching others to listen to the whispers of their own hearts. In each place she visited, Lyra left behind a lantern, an echo of the forest's magic that would guide those seeking their own truths. As the light of these lanterns spread, so too did the story of the Whispering Woods and its gentle keeper, Alden. Years later, when Lyra returned to the forest, she found it unchanged, yet teeming with new life. Alden, now older and more silver-haired, welcomed her back with open arms. Together, they walked through the woods, sharing tales of their adventures and the many lives they had touched. Under the canopy of ancient trees, Lyra and Alden knew that the true secret of the lanterns lay not in their mysterious glow, but in the connections they forged, the hearts they illuminated, and the timeless journey of discovery that each traveler embarked upon. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a sanctuary, a place where the light of understanding and the magic of belonging continued to shine brightly, forever guiding those who dared to seek its secrets. In the heart of the forest, Lyra and Alden's legacy lived on, a testament to the enduring power of a journey well taken, a life well lived, and the eternal light that resides within us all. As Lyra and Alden sat beneath the canopy of stars, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of honeysuckle and pine. It was as if the forest itself was singing a lullaby, a song of life and light, of journeys taken and stories yet to be told. The forest, with its ancient wisdom, watched over them, a guardian of secrets and dreams, forever whispering its tales to those who dared to listen. In the fading light, Lyra noticed a new path winding through the trees, one she had never seen before. It shimmered under the moon's glow, a silver ribbon leading deeper into the heart of the forest. Curiosity stirred within her, awakening a sense of adventure she thought had settled. Perhaps there's more to discover, she mused aloud, her voice barely a whisper against the forest's song. Alden chuckled, a sound like the rustling of leaves. The woods always have more secrets to share. Each journey reveals new stories, new truths. Lyra stood, a spark of determination flickering in her eyes. Then let's see where this path leads. Together they stepped onto the moonlit trail, the forest embracing them with its familiar, comforting presence. As they ventured forth, the night was filled with the symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, each sound a note in the forest's endless melody. Their journey led them to a hidden grove where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches intertwining like the fingers of old friends. In the center, a pool shimmered with starlight, its surface reflecting the constellations above. It was a place of quiet beauty, untouched by time, and Lyra felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her. Alden knelt by the water's edge, his reflection mingling with the stars. "This is the heart of the Whispering Woods," he said softly, reverence lacing his words. "A place where the past and present meet, where dreams and reality intertwine." Lyra joined him, dipping her fingers into the cool water. It felt alive, as if the essence of the forest flowed through it. "It's beautiful," she breathed, feeling the weight of her journey settle into something profound and eternal. Alden nodded, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "This is where the lanterns draw their magic, where the forest's light is born." They sat together, side by side, as the night deepened and the world around them hushed in a gentle embrace. In that sacred space, Lyra felt a connection to the forest that transcended words, a bond forged through the whispers of the leaves, the glow of the lanterns, and the endless journey of discovery. And in that moment, under the vast expanse of the night sky, Lyra realized that the true magic of the forest was not in its secrets, but in the stories it inspired, the lives it touched, and the light it kindled within every heart. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, Lyra and Alden rose, their spirits renewed and their hearts full. They knew that their journey would continue, that the forest had more to share, more to teach. Together, they walked back through the whispering woods, their footsteps echoing with the promise of new adventures and the enduring legacy of the light that guided them. And as they returned to the cottage, their hearts sang with the knowledge that the forest's magic was a part of them, a light that would forever illuminate their path and the paths of those who dared to seek the Lantern Keeper's secret. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, creating a mosaic of gold and green, there lay a world unseen by most. This was a realm where the whisper of the wind carried the secrets of the ages, and where the rustle of leaves spoke in the voices of those who had come before. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrance that seemed to wrap around each creature like a comforting embrace. The forest was alive with the gentle hum of its inhabitants. Tiny creatures, each with their own role, lived in harmony, tending to the balance that had existed since time immemorial. The soundscape was filled with the soft flutter of wings and the gentle rustle of paws on leaves, creating a natural symphony that ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the woods. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, weathered and etched with the stories of the forest, was a testament to the many seasons he had seen. Thistle was the keeper of ancient wisdom, passed down from one generation to the next, and he had a deep understanding of the forest's delicate balance. His eyes, the color of rich mahogany, held the depth of one who had watched the world unfold through countless cycles. As autumn began its gentle embrace, painting the leaves with hues of amber and crimson, the creatures of the forest felt a familiar magic in the air. The crispness of the season was accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional waft of smoke from a distant fire, signaling the shift in the world's rhythm. It was a time of preparation, where every being contributed to the cycle of life that sustained them all. Squirrels gathered acorns, tucking them away in the cool earth, while birds sang farewell songs, preparing for their long journey to warmer lands. The air was filled with their melodies, a bittersweet harmony that spoke of both departure and hope. One morning, as a soft mist hovered above the forest floor and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Thistle noticed something unusual. The brook, which flowed with a melodious gurgle through the heart of the forest, had grown quieter. The water, usually crystal and alive with the dance of sunlight, seemed sluggish and murky. The usual sparkle of the brook had dulled, and the sound of its gentle flow was now a muted whisper, as if the very spirit of the water was burdened by an unseen weight. Concerned, Thistle made his way to the brook, his slow, deliberate steps leaving gentle imprints on the damp earth. As he approached, he could see that the banks were lined with fallen branches and debris, obstructing the flow. This was not the work of any creature in the forest, for all knew the importance of the brook's clear waters. Thistle's heart ached with the realization that something had disrupted the harmony that had been carefully maintained for generations. As Thistle pondered the situation, he was joined by a young fox named Rowan. Rowan, with his fiery coat and bright, curious eyes, was known for his keen sense of adventure and his heart full of kindness. He was a spirited soul, always eager to explore the mysteries of the forest and lend a paw where needed. "Good morning, Thistle," Rowan greeted, his voice as warm as the autumn sun. "What brings you to the brook?" Thistle sighed, the sound like the rustle of old parchment. "The brook is troubled, my dear Rowan," he replied. "Its song is fading, and with it the balance of our home." His voice carried the weight of concern, mingled with the wisdom of someone who had seen many such trials and knew the importance of swift action. Rowan nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. His eyes, usually filled with mischief, were now serious and thoughtful. "What can we do to help?" he asked eagerly, his tail twitching with anticipation. Rowan had always admired Thistle, seeing him as a mentor and friend, and was determined to assist in whatever way he could. Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling like the bark of an ancient oak. We must call upon the wisdom of the forest and the strength of our friendship. Together, we can restore what has been lost. His words were a beacon of hope, a reminder that unity and collaboration could overcome even the most daunting challenges. The two friends set off to gather the creatures of the forest, each offering their unique gifts to aid in the task. The birds, with their sharp eyes, flew high above, scouting for any signs of trouble. They swooped and soared, their keen vision scouring the landscape for anything amiss. The beavers, with their skilled paws, began to clear the debris, creating channels to guide the water. Their determination was palpable, their expertise in architecture an essential asset to the mission. As they worked, the sky above began to change. The clouds, heavy with the promise of rain, gathered in a gentle embrace, their soft gray edges fringed with silver. The air grew cool and sweet, carrying with it the scent of rain-soaked earth and pine. It was as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting to see if its children could rise to the occasion. And then, as if in answer to their efforts, the first drops began to fall. It was a light, rhythmic patter at first, playing a gentle lullaby on the leaves. The rain grew steadily, a cleansing shower that washed away the dust and debris, rejuvenating the forest with each drop. The sound of the rain was a soothing balm, a reminder of nature's cycles and the promise of renewal. The brook, now free of its burden, began to sing once more, its voice a clear, joyful melody that echoed through the trees. The creatures paused in their work, listening to the song of life that had been restored. Their hearts swelled with pride and relief, knowing that their collective efforts had made a difference. With the brook flowing freely again, the balance of the forest was renewed. The rain continued to fall, a gentle benediction that soothed the souls of all who called the forest home. It was as if the forest itself was offering its thanks, draping a shimmering veil of water over its inhabitants, blessing them for their unity and strength. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Thistle and Rowan sat by the brook's edge, their hearts full of gratitude. The vibrant colors of dusk reflected in the water, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to pulse with life. "We did it, Thistle," Rowan said softly, his voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded, his eyes reflecting the twilight glow. "Yes, my dear Rowan. Together, with the wisdom of the ages and the strength of our friendship, we have restored harmony to our home." His voice was tender and filled with the kind of joy that comes from shared success. The forest, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, seemed to sigh in contentment. The creatures settled in for the night, lulled to sleep by the gentle chorus of the brook and the whispering breeze. The sense of peace was palpable, a soothing balm that draped over the land like a silken blanket. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its timeless dance. The stars began to twinkle above, their light a promise of hope and continuity. The forest, in all its natural wonder, dreamed of the seasons yet to come, knowing that its harmony was safe in the hands of those who loved and cared for it. And as the creatures drifted into slumber, the forest whispered its thanks to Thistle and Rowan, its guardians and protectors, who had once again ensured its survival in the tapestry of time. New scene, the gathering of the elders. Before the rain, as the creatures of the forest joined forces to address the brook's plight, Thistle and Rowan decided to consult with the elders of the forest. This was a rare assembly, a gathering of the oldest and wisest beings who held the collective memory of their world. The elders convened in a hidden glade, where the ancient oak trees formed a natural amphitheater, their gnarled branches intertwining above like a cathedral of wood and leaves. As Thistle and Rowan approached, the glade was already filled with an air of solemnity. The elders, a diverse group that included a venerable stag with antlers like twisted ivory, a matriarchal owl whose feathers were as soft and silent as the moonlight, and a sage-like badger with a gaze as deep as the earth itself, were gathered in a circle, their presence lending the space a sense of gravitas and wisdom. Thistle, despite his own age and knowledge, felt a twinge of humility as he addressed them. "Honored elders," he began, his voice steady and respectful. "We come before you seeking guidance. The brook, our lifeblood, is ailing, and we need your wisdom to understand how this imbalance came to pass." The stag, his voice resonant like the rumble of distant thunder, spoke first. There is a disturbance, a ripple in the natural order. It is not merely the debris, but something deeper, a change in the energy that flows through our home. The owl, her eyes glinting with the light of 1,000 stars, added, "It may be the work of forces beyond our understanding, or perhaps a shift in the elements themselves. We must be vigilant and attuned to the whispers of the forest." The badger, thoughtful and deliberate, said, "Unity is our strength. We must all listen, not just with our ears, but with our hearts. The forest speaks in many tongues, and only by joining them can we find the truth." Thistle and Rowan listened intently, their resolve strengthening with each word. The elder's advice was a reminder that the forest was a living entity, a tapestry woven from countless threads of life and energy. Every creature, from the smallest ant to the grandest tree, played a role in maintaining its balance. As the meeting concluded, the elders bestowed a blessing upon Thistle and Rowan, a warm golden light that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the glade, enveloping them in a gentle embrace. "May your journey be guided by wisdom and your hearts remain open to the truth," the stag intoned, his voice echoing through the trees. Deeper exploration, Rowan's internal struggle. As the rain began to fall and the brook's song was restored, Rowan found himself reflecting on the journey that had unfolded. The young fox, often characterized by his playful curiosity and adventurous spirit, felt a new sense of responsibility settle within him. He had always admired Thistle, but this experience had shown him the true weight of stewardship over the forest. Rowan's mind wandered back to his younger days, when he would frolic through the woods with little thought of the consequences. He recalled a time when he had inadvertently disturbed a bird's carefully constructed nest, sending the fragile eggs tumbling to the ground. Though the birds had been understanding, it was a lesson that had stayed with him, a reminder of the delicate balance of their world. Now, as he sat beside Thistle, watching the brook gleam under the moonlight, Rowan understood that he was part of something much greater than himself. The forest was not just his playground, but a living entity that required care and respect. His heart swelled with a newfound determination to protect it, to ensure that its song would continue for generations to come. Thistle, sensing his young friend's introspection, placed a gentle paw on Rowan's shoulder. "You have grown, dear Rowan," he said softly, his voice filled with pride. "The forest needs souls like yours, brave, kind, and willing to learn. Remember, the strength of our home lies in the connections we forge and the love we give." Rowan nodded, his bright eyes shining with resolve. "I promise to do my part, Thistle. Together, we'll keep our forest thriving." His words, simple yet profound, resonated in the night air, a vow to the land he cherished. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Thistle and Rowan sat by the brook, their hearts intertwined with the timeless rhythm of the forest, a rhythm that would continue to echo through the ages, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sleepy village cradled by whispering woods and fields that swayed like dancers in the breeze, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her auburn hair caught the sunlight like a halo, casting a warm glow as she roamed the cobblestone paths. The laughter that spilled from her lips was as infectious as the aroma of fresh bread wafting from the village bakery, where warm loaves beckoned with promises of comfort. Each day, Lila explored with her faithful companion, a fluffy cat named Whiskers. His emerald eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom, reflecting the dappled light filtering through the trees. Whiskers had an uncanny ability to sense adventure before it even began, often leading Lila to hidden corners of their quaint world that others overlooked. One could often find Lila, with her curious spirit, standing beneath the vast expanse of sky, marveling at the ever-changing tapestry of clouds. Her world was one of vibrant colors and gentle sounds, where the wind whispered secrets and the rustling leaves shared tales of old. Her curiosity was as boundless as the sky, her heart as warm as the sun. These traits endeared her to the villagers, who saw in her a reflection of the youthful spirit they cherished, a spirit that kindled memories of their own youthful adventures. Her love for adventure was matched only by her kindness, a quality that made even the most reclusive villagers open their doors to her. She would often spend afternoons listening to the tales of the elders, stories steeped in lore and mystery, which only fueled her desire to explore the world further. The elders in turn cherished these moments, as Lila's youthful enthusiasm breathed new life into tales that had been told for generations. The village itself was a tapestry of colors and textures, with cobblestone paths weaving between cottages with roofs covered in moss, like green velvet cushions. The scent of lavender and rosemary from the gardens mingled with the earthy aroma of the nearby woods, creating a fragrance that was uniquely their own, a signature of this land that lingered in the air like a gentle lullaby. The villagers spoke in soft, melodic tones, their conversations punctuated by the gentle ringing of bells that marked the passing of time. The village bell tower stood tall, its bronze bell a witness to countless sunrises and sunsets, chiming every hour to remind villagers of the time's gentle flow, its resonance a comforting presence in their lives. One golden morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the rooftops with a soft amber glow, Lila awoke to the chorus of birdsong that heralded the start of a new day. The world was wrapped in a gentle hush, the kind that promised secrets waiting to be uncovered. She decided to wander down a path she had never taken before, her heart thrumming with anticipation. The path, carpeted with fallen leaves that crunched underfoot like whispers of the past, led her to the edge of the village, where an old, forgotten well stood. It was covered in moss, a tapestry of green that told tales of time long past, and memories etched into the stones by the hands of those who had come before. As she peered into its depths, a glint of light caught her eye, like a star trapped in the shadows. Her heart fluttered with the thrill of discovery as she reached down, her fingertips brushing against cool stone until they closed around a small, ornate key. It was a delicate thing, its surface etched with mysterious symbols that shimmered in the sunlight like a promise. Lila felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips as she held the key, as if it were whispering a secret only she could understand. Whiskers, with his keen instincts, purred and nudged her gently, his whiskers twitching with excitement, as if urging her to follow where the key might lead. Their journey began through the enchanting woods, where every leaf seemed to sing a song of its own, a symphony of rustling whispers and the gentle murmurs of life unseen. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, the kind of scent that lingered in the soul long after the moment had passed. The path wound deeper into the forest, where ancient trees stood like gentle giants watching over the land, their branches intertwined like the fingers of old friends sharing secrets in the quietude of the forest. As Lila walked, she noticed the key growing warmer in her hand, guiding her like a compass toward something wonderful. Along the way, Lila and Whiskers met a wise old owl perched upon a twisted oak branch. With eyes like polished amber that seemed to see into the very heart of the world, the owl hooted softly, "Ah, a seeker of secrets, I see. What you hold is not just any key, but the key of whimsy. It unlocks the heart of the forest, revealing the magic that lies within." Lila's eyes widened with wonder, her breath catching in her throat. Her voice, when she found it, was a melody of excitement and awe. "What must I do?" she asked, feeling the weight of the owl's gaze, as if he were measuring her very soul. The owl fluffed his feathers thoughtfully, each movement deliberate and wise. "You must find the hidden door that the key will open. It lies beyond the grove where the sunflowers never sleep." He pointed his wing to a sun-dappled path that seemed to glow with its own light, a promise of wonders yet unseen. As Lila and Whiskers continued their journey, the forest began to reveal its hidden wonders. They came across a babbling brook, its waters sparkling like liquid sapphires under the dappled sunlight. Lila paused to dip her fingers into the cool stream, feeling the gentle flow of water over her skin, a reminder of nature's ceaseless rhythms. Whiskers, ever curious, pawed at the water, sending ripples across its surface that danced like tiny stars. Deeper into the woods, they encountered a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, blues as deep as the ocean, reds as vibrant as the setting sun, and yellows as bright as the midday light. The air was alive with the hum of bees and the flutter of butterflies, each creature contributing to the symphony of life that surrounded them. Lila felt a sense of peace envelop her, a momentary pause in their quest that allowed her to appreciate the beauty of the world around her. Thanking the owl with a smile that felt like sunshine, Lila and Whiskers continued their journey. The woods whispered secrets as they passed, tales of yore and dreams yet to be dreamt. Lila felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she were part of a much larger story unfolding beneath the canopy of leaves. Every step felt like a new chapter written in the book of her life, each moment a page turned in anticipation. As they reached the grove, the sunflowers stood tall and vibrant, their faces always turned toward the sun, even as it began to dip below the horizon. The golden petals seemed to hold the warmth of the sun within them, a beacon of light in the dusky air. In the midst of the sunflowers stood a door unlike any Lila had seen before, woven from the branches of the forest itself and adorned with vines of silver and gold that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. With a gentle turn of the key, the door creaked open, revealing a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. Fireflies danced like twinkling stars, their light weaving patterns in the air that spoke of magic and wonder. The air was filled with the soft hum of crickets serenading the night, a lullaby that wrapped around Lila like a warm embrace. In the center of the glade stood a pedestal made of smooth stone, worn by the passage of time. Upon it rested an old weathered book, its pages yellowed with age and filled with the scent of history. Lila approached it with a sense of reverence, feeling the weight of countless stories and dreams within its pages. The book seemed to pulse with life, as if eager to share its secrets. As she opened the book, a gentle voice filled the air, speaking not to her ears, but to her heart. It told tales of the magic that lay hidden in the everyday, of friendships that bridged worlds, and of wisdom that was born from kindness and understanding. Each story wove a tapestry of wonder, a reminder of the beauty that existed in every corner of the world. In that moment, Lila understood that the true magic of the Key of Whimsy was not just in opening doors, but in opening her heart to the wonders that surrounded her. She realized that the journey itself had been the true discovery, teaching her that wisdom often comes from seeing the world through eyes filled with wonder. Her heart swelled with gratitude, a feeling that warmed her from the inside out, like a fire on a cold winter's night. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila closed the book and returned it to its place. As she and Whiskers made their way back through the forest, the path seemed to glow brighter, a silver thread leading them home. The trees whispered a gentle farewell, their leaves rustling with promises of future adventures. When they returned to the village, the stars had begun their nightly dance across the sky, a tapestry of light against the velvet darkness. Lila knew that though the adventure had ended, the magic of what she had learned would remain with her always, a treasure more precious than gold. Upon her return, Lila shared her adventure with the villagers, whose eyes widened with wonder and whose hearts filled with the longing for their own journeys. Inspired by Lila's tale, the villagers began to explore the world around them, discovering hidden glens and long-forgotten trails that whispered secrets of their own. Lila had become a beacon of curiosity, reminding everyone that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. And so, nestled in her cozy bed with Whiskers by her side, his purring a soothing lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep. She dreamed of the endless possibilities that awaited with each new day, her heart forever open to the enchantment of the world around her. In her dreams, she saw the world not just as it was, but as it could be, filled with magic, wonder, and endless adventures waiting to unfold. As she slept, the villagers felt the ripple of her journey, their dreams weaving stories of their own, adventures born from the spark Lila had ignited. The village, once sleeping, now thrummed with the energy of discovery, a place where stories lived in the wind and dreams took flight with the dawn. Lila's journey had become a legend, one that would be told for generations, a reminder that the heart of the world beats strongest in those who dare to seek the hidden wonders of life. But this was not the end of Lila's adventures. As the seasons turned and the leaves painted the village in hues of amber and gold, Lila found herself standing once more at the edge of the woods. The villagers had begun to leave small tokens of gratitude at the well where Lila had found the Key of Whimsy, believing that it was a place of magic and mystery. Leela felt a pull toward the forest, a whisper calling her to explore the paths that lay beyond the known. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist clung to the earth like a silken veil, Lila and Whiskers returned to the well. She found a new key nestled among the tokens, its surface marked with symbols that danced in the early light. This key was different. Its weight was heavier, its promise more profound. Lila felt the stirrings of a new adventure, the thrill of the unknown coursing through her veins. The villagers watched as Lila set off once more, their hearts filled with pride and a touch of longing. They knew that Lila's spirit of adventure had awakened something within them, a reminder that life was meant to be lived with open hearts and curious minds. As Lila disappeared into the embrace of the woods, the village hummed with stories of her new journey, each tale a thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. And so, with Whiskers by her side, Lila ventured into the heart of the world, guided by the light of the setting sun and the promise of endless wonders waiting to be discovered. Her journey was far from over, for the world was vast and full of magic, and Lila knew that each step she took would lead her to places where dreams danced on the edge of reality, where the heart of the world beat in time with her own. Story 6, titled The Whispering Leaves. In the gentle embrace of a sleepy vale nestled between two forgiving hills, the village of Elderglen lay swathed in the hues of twilight. The air was thick with the heady scent of honeysuckle and earth, as if the very ground exhaled a sigh of contentment with each passing breeze. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to linger, where the sun hung low in the sky, casting long, lazy shadows over cobblestone paths that twisted like ancient roots through the heart of the village. At the edge of Elderglen, where the tidy cottages gave way to wild, sprawling woods, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes like polished amber that gleamed with the light of 1,000 untold stories. His days were spent exploring every nook and cranny of the forest that bordered his home, each day uncovering new secrets and hidden wonders. Finn's best friend was a gentle doe named Luna, who moved through the forest with a grace that seemed almost ethereal. She was a creature of the wood, her coat as soft as the velvet of dusk, her eyes reflecting the depths of the night sky. Luna and Finn shared a bond that transcended words, a friendship born of trust and shared adventures amidst the whispering leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost of the season began to lace the edges of leaves with a delicate filigree of silver, Finn and Luna set out on their usual wanderings. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling foliage and the distant call of a wood thrush, a symphony of life that accompanied their every step. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Finn's gaze caught a glimmer of something peculiar nestled among the roots of a great oak. It was a small, intricately carved box, its surface adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the light. The box was unlike anything Finn had ever seen, and as he knelt to pick it up, he felt a strange warmth emanating from its surface, as if it was alive with a quiet magic. Luna watched with her large, knowing eyes as Finn slowly opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a single golden leaf, shimmering with an inner luminescence. As Finn gently touched the leaf, a soft voice filled the air around them, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Seek the heart of the forest, where the old magic dwells," the voice intoned, its words weaving through the trees like a gentle breeze. "There you shall find the truth of your journey." Finn and Luna exchanged a glance, the thrill of discovery sparking between them. The forest was vast and ancient, a place where the past and present intertwined in the shadows of towering trees. Together they set off deeper into the woods, following paths that wound like rivers through a sea of emerald leaves. As they journeyed, the forest revealed its secrets to them. They passed through groves where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, where sunlight danced in kaleidoscopic patterns on the forest floor. They crossed babbling brooks that sang songs of distant places, their waters crystal clear and cold against Finn's fingers. Everywhere they went, Luna moved beside him, her presence a constant comfort in the ever-deepening mystery. Days turned into nights and back into days, the journey stretching on as the forest seemed to draw them ever further into its heart. Finn felt a change within himself, a growing awareness of the world around him, as if the forest was teaching him its language through the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky deepened to a velvety indigo, they came upon a clearing unlike any they had seen before. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching high into the sky like a living cathedral. The air around it was charged with a palpable energy, a sensation that hummed through Finn's veins. As they approached, the golden leaf in Finn's pocket began to glow softly, its light mingling with the gentle luminescence that seemed to emanate from the tree itself. Finn felt a pull, an invitation to step closer, and he did so with Luna by his side. The whispering voice returned, clearer and more resonant than before. Within this tree lies the heart of the forest, a place where magic and life are one. Here you will find what you seek. Finn hesitated for a moment, the weight of the journey and the mystery it held pressing upon him. But Luna nudged him gently, her eyes filled with encouragement and trust. Taking a deep breath, Finn reached out and touched the tree's bark, feeling the pulse of life thrumming beneath his fingertips. In an instant, the world around him shifted. The clearing dissolved into a swirling tapestry of light and color, a kaleidoscope of images and emotions that danced before his eyes. Finn felt himself being carried along, swept up in a tide of memories and dreams, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of the forest. He saw the village of Elderglen as it had been long ago, a place untouched by time, where the people lived in harmony with the land and each other. He saw the forest in all its glory, a living entity that breathed and grew, its roots entwined with the very essence of the earth. And he saw himself, a small part of this great and wondrous whole, connected to everything around him in ways he had never imagined. As the vision faded, Finn found himself standing once more in the clearing, the ancient tree before him, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. He felt different, changed in some profound way, as if he had been given a glimpse into the very soul of the world. The whispering voice spoke once more, its tone warm and filled with a quiet wisdom. "You have seen the truth of your journey, young one. The forest is your ally, its magic a part of who you are. Remember this, and you will never be alone." Finn nodded, understanding now the gift that had been given to him. The forest was not just a place, but a living presence, a friend and guide that would walk with him through all the days of his life. And with this knowledge, he felt a deep sense of peace settle over him, like the gentle embrace of the evening mist. As they made their way back through the forest, Finn and Luna walked side by side, their hearts light with the joy of discovery. The path home wound through the trees, the air filled with the sweet scent of pine and the soft murmur of leaves. Finn knew that the journey had changed him, that he carried within him a part of the forest's magic, a secret shared between kindred spirits. When they finally emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglen lay before them, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The world was as it had always been, yet Finn saw it now with new eyes, each detail vibrant and alive with possibility. Returning to his cottage, Finn placed the carved box with its golden leaf on the windowsill, a reminder of the journey he had taken and the lessons he had learned. As he settled into bed that night, Luna curled up at his feet. He felt a deep contentment, a sense of belonging that wrapped around him like a warm, familiar blanket. And as sleep gently claimed him, Finn dreamed of the forest, of whispering leaves, and the magic that lay hidden within their depths. He dreamed of the journey still to come, of the adventures that awaited him in the days and years ahead, and of the friendship that would guide him through it all. For in the heart of the forest, Finn had found not just a mystery to solve, but a place of wonder and belonging, a hidden world that existed both within and beyond the natural world. It was a place where magic was real, where friendship transcended all boundaries, and where the whispering leaves sang the songs of the earth, carrying with them the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. And so, as the night deepened and the stars cast their gentle glow upon the world, Finn dreamed on, his heart full of the whispering leaves and the magic they held, forever a part of the wild, wondrous tapestry of life. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young raccoon named Rusty. This particular woodland was no ordinary place, for it was imbued with an enchanting magic that could only be sensed by those with pure hearts. Rusty, with his inquisitive eyes and boundless curiosity, had always felt drawn to the forest's mystic allure. He spent countless hours exploring its winding paths, marveling at the towering trees that seemed to whisper secrets in the gentle breeze. One crisp autumn morning, as Rusty scampered along a familiar trail, something caught his eye, a glimmer of light peeking through the undergrowth. Intrigued, he carefully parted the ferns and gasped in wonder. Nestled amidst the roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar object, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. As Rusty reached out to touch it, a warm sensation enveloped his paw, and the object began to glow brighter. In that moment, a voice as soft as the forest breeze echoed in his mind. "Rusty, you have been chosen to embark on a journey like no other." The startled raccoon jumped back, his heart racing. "Who's there?" he squeaked, looking around frantically. The voice continued, "I am the guardian of the forest, and this object you have discovered is the luminous acorn, a powerful talisman that will guide you through a hidden realm." Rusty couldn't believe his ears. A hidden realm? Within the forest he knew so well? "But why me?" he asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The guardian's voice grew solemn. "An ancient darkness threatens to consume this enchanted woodland, and only one with a pure heart and unwavering courage can save us." Rusty felt a heavy weight settle upon his small shoulders. He had always been drawn to adventure, but could he truly shoulder such a tremendous responsibility? Before he could voice his doubts, the guardian spoke once more. "Fear not, young one. You will not face this challenge alone. The luminous acorn will guide you, and you will find allies in the most unexpected of places." With a deep breath, Rusty steeled his resolve. He would embark on this journey, no matter how daunting it seemed. Grasping the luminous acorn in his paw, he felt a surge of warmth and determination coursing through him. The world around him began to shift and blur, and suddenly, Rusty found himself standing in a world unlike anything he had ever seen. The trees were made of shimmering crystal, their branches adorned with glittering leaves that seemed to dance on an invisible breeze. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. Rusty's jaw dropped in awe as he gazed upon this hidden realm, a place of breathtaking beauty and ancient magic. Clutching the luminous acorn tightly, he set forth on his quest, determined to unravel the mysteries that lay ahead. As he ventured deeper into the crystalline forest, Rusty encountered a myriad of wondrous creatures. Tiny pixies flitting from flower to flower, their wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake, majestic unicorns grazing in a meadow of shimmering grass, and wise old owls perched atop towering spires of quartz, their eyes glowing with ancient knowledge. With each new encounter, Rusty felt his sense of purpose growing stronger. He learned of the darkness that threatened to consume this enchanted realm, a malevolent force that sought to extinguish the very magic that gave life to the forest. As he delved deeper into the mysteries, Rusty found himself forming unlikely friendships with the inhabitants of this hidden world. There was Willow, a brave and spirited pixie who pledged to be his guide, and Zephyr, a majestic unicorn whose wisdom belied his youthful appearance. Together they faced countless challenges, navigating treacherous crystal caverns, outwitting cunning tricksters, and unraveling riddles that guarded ancient secrets. Through it all, the bond between Rusty and his newfound friends grew stronger, forged in the fires of adversity and trust. Just when it seemed that all hope was lost, a glimmer of light shone through the darkness. The luminous acorn pulsed with a brilliant radiance, revealing a path forward, a path that would lead them to the heart of the hidden realm, where the source of the ancient darkness lay. With bated breath, they pressed on, their determination fueled by the knowledge that failure was not an option. The fate of this enchanted world rested squarely on their shoulders. At last, they stood before a towering obsidian spire, its inky surface seeming to absorb all light. Rusty felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed upon the foreboding structure, but he knew there was no turning back. Summoning every ounce of courage he possessed, Rusty raised the luminous acorn high, and its radiant glow pierced through the darkness. In that moment, a thunderous rumble shook the ground, and the spire began to crumble, revealing a sinister figure at its core. the embodiment of the ancient darkness, a twisted and malevolent entity, lashed out with tendrils of shadow, seeking to extinguish the light that threatened its very existence. But Rusty and his friends stood firm, their bond forged in friendship and unwavering resolve. In a blinding flash of light, the luminous acorn unleashed its full power, shattering the darkness and banishing the malevolent force from the hidden realm forever. The crystalline forest pulsed with renewed vitality, its magic restored to its former glory. As the dust settled, Rusty found himself back in the familiar embrace of the ancient woodland, the luminous acorn clutched tightly in his paw. He had emerged from his journey changed, his heart filled with the lessons he had learned and the unbreakable bonds of friendship he had forged. From that day forward, Rusty became a guardian of the forest, ensuring that the magic he had witnessed would endure for generations to come. And whenever he gazed upon the luminous acorn, he was reminded of the remarkable journey that had forever altered the course of his life, and the true power of courage, friendship, and unwavering determination. Story 8. In the heart of an emerald forest, nestled amongst the ancient oaks and whispering pines, lay the quaint village of Glenwood. The cobblestone paths wound their way through cottages with thatched roofs, each surrounded by lush gardens where wildflowers danced to the tune of the gentle breeze. The air was perpetually scented with the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle and fresh earth, creating an idyllic sanctuary away from the bustling world. In one such cottage, at the edge of the village, lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was also known for her reluctance to embrace change. She cherished the familiar rhythms of life in Glenwood, the morning chorus of birds, the soft rustle of leaves, and the comforting glow of the hearth on chilly evenings. But beneath the surface of her contentment lay a quiet yearning, a whisper of something more that she couldn't quite grasp. Ila's days were filled with tending to her garden, weaving tapestries of vibrant colors, and sharing stories with her neighbors. Her closest friend, an elderly woman named Marin, often joined her by the fireside. Marin had eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of many years, and a laugh that could chase away the darkest clouds. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Marin visited Isla with a twinkle in her eye. "There's magic in the air tonight, dear Isla," she said, her voice as warm as the fire crackling in the hearth. Isla smiled, though she felt a pang of uncertainty. "Magic," she echoed, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her apron. "Indeed," Marin replied, leaning closer as if sharing a secret. "The forest is alive with it. It's a rare night when change whispers through the leaves. Perhaps it's time for you to step beyond the familiar paths you know so well." Ila's heart fluttered at the thought, a mix of excitement and fear. The idea of venturing into the unknown was daunting, yet Marin's words stirred something within her, a spark of curiosity that had long been dormant. That night, as the moon cast its silver glow over the village, Isla lay awake, listening to the symphony of the night. The gentle hoot of an owl, the soft rustle of leaves, and the distant croak of frogs all seemed to call her name. With a deep breath, she made a decision that would change her life forever. The following morning, as dawn's golden fingers reached across the sky, Isla set out toward the heart of the forest. The path was familiar at first, lined with the cheerful faces of daisies and the delicate lace of ferns. But soon the way grew wilder, the trees standing taller and closer together, their branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a mosaic of dappled light and shadow. As Isla ventured deeper, she felt the magic Marin had spoken of. The air shimmered with it, carrying a melody that resonated within her. It was as if the forest itself was alive, its ancient wisdom whispering secrets to those willing to listen. After walking for some time, Isla came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an enormous oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the heavens, its roots entwined in a dance of strength and grace. And there, resting against the tree, was a small, ornate mirror framed in silver leaves. Drawn to it, Isla approached with reverence. As she gazed into the mirror, she saw not only her reflection, but also the flicker of something more. Images of dreams unspoken, of paths not yet taken. The mirror seemed to reflect her innermost desires, those she had hidden even from herself. At that moment, The air shimmered, and a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves, spoke from the depths of the forest. "Isla," it whispered, "do you see the beauty within you? The courage to change is already yours. Embrace it, and you shall find your true self." Isla's heart swelled with a mixture of wonder and resolve. She realized that change was not something to fear, but a journey to embrace. The magic of the forest mirrored her inner growth, showing her that transformation was a natural part of life's cycle. With newfound clarity, Isla returned to Glenwood, her steps lighter and her spirit emboldened. She shared her experience with Marin, who listened with a knowing smile. "You've found your path, dear Isla," she said, her words a gentle embrace. "Remember, true magic is not in what we see, but in what we believe." As the seasons turned, Isla embraced change with an open heart. She ventured beyond the village, exploring the world and weaving tales of her adventures into her tapestries. Her garden flourished with new blooms, vibrant and varied, each a testament to her journey of growth. And so, in the heart of Glenwood, amidst the whispering trees and wildflowers, Isla discovered the beauty of personal transformation. With each step she took, she learned that change was not an end but a beginning, a magical journey where the heart and spirit could truly soar. And as the village settled into the peaceful embrace of night, the gentle voice of the forest continued to sing its song, a reminder that magic and growth are always within reach for those who dare to seek them. Story 9. In the heart of an ancient forest, where emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind and streams sang soft lullabies to the stones, there lived a community of creatures who were seldom seen by human eyes. This forest was a tapestry of life, woven with the threads of nature and magic, where the boundary between the two was as thin as a spider's silk spun in moonlight. The forest was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. The wise owls whose eyes held the knowledge of centuries, foxes that danced under the silver moon, and rabbits that could disappear into the shadows with a flick of their tails. Among them lived a gentle creature named Brindle, a small, furry being with eyes the color of autumn leaves and a heart as warm as the sunlit earth. Brindle was known among the forest folk for his kindness and his ability to listen to the forest's song, a melody that only the most attuned could hear. His days were spent tending to the needs of his friends, whether it was helping the squirrels gather nuts for the coming winter or guiding lost birds back to their nests. One crisp morning, as the first frost kissed the edges of the forest and painted the world in sparkling white, Brindle noticed something unusual. The air, usually filled with the chatter of creatures and the rustle of leaves, was eerily silent. The forest felt still, as if holding its breath. Brindle's heart fluttered with concern as he made his way to the heart of the forest, where a grand oak stood, its branches stretching towards the heavens like a guardian of the woods. Here, beneath the sheltering arms of the oak, gathered the wise council of the forest. Eldrick the owl, whose feathers were the color of storm clouds, Sylvie the fox, whose fur shimmered like liquid flame, and Marin the tortoise, whose shell bore the patterns of ancient maps. Eldrick, Sylvie, Marin, Brindle greeted them with a respectful nod. "Have you noticed the silence that has fallen upon our home?" Eldrick blinked slowly, his golden eyes thoughtful. "Aye, young Brindle, we have felt it. The balance of our forest is disturbed." Sylvie nodded, her eyes flickering with the light of the fire she so resembled. "The seasons are shifting in strange ways. The winter comes too early, and the spring hesitates at its threshold." Marin, whose age granted her a patient wisdom, spoke in her measured way. "There is an imbalance in the magic that binds our forest. We must discover its source and restore the harmony." Brindle, feeling the weight of their concern, offered, "I will journey to the ancient glade where the seasons meet. Perhaps there the whispers of the wind can guide us." With the council's blessing, Brindle set off into the heart of the forest, his small feet crunching over frost-touched leaves. The air was crisp, nipping at his nose and ears, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant promise of snow. As he traveled deeper into the forest, the world around him seemed to change. The sunlight filtered through the trees, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced on the forest floor. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs tentative and questioning. Finally, Brindle arrived at the ancient glade. This was a sacred place where the four seasons met, each taking its turn to bless the forest with its unique gifts. Here, the air was thick with magic, shimmering like heat waves on a summer's day. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, each representing a season. The green stone of spring, the sunstone of summer, the amber stone of autumn, and the crystalline stone of winter. Brindle approached them with reverence, his heart open to their silent stories. He placed his paw gently on the winter stone, feeling its cold surface beneath his touch. A chill ran through him, not of cold, but of understanding. The stone whispered of a disruption, a shift in the balance of the seasons. The winter had arrived too early, eager and impatient, disrupting the delicate dance of time. Brindle closed his eyes, allowing the whispers of the stones to fill his mind. He saw images of the forest in harmony, the slow unfolding of spring blossoms, the vibrant energy of summer, the quiet rest of autumn, and the serene blanket of winter. Each season played its part, a melody that was now discordant. With a deep breath, Brindle opened his eyes, determination shining within them. He knew what must be done. He would need to speak with the spirit of the north wind, a capricious being who guided the coming of winter. The journey to the north wind's domain was not an easy one, but Brindle was undeterred. He followed the path through the forest, where the trees grew sparse and the land rose gently towards the mountains. Here, the air was thin and sharp, and the world seemed to hold its breath. At last, he reached the summit, where the north wind danced. It swirled around him, a presence felt more than seen, its voice like the howling of wolves and the rustle of dry leaves. "Why have you come, little one?" The wind's voice echoed, curious and ancient. Brindle stood firm, his voice clear despite the chill that surrounded him. "Great wind, I seek your wisdom. The balance of the forest has been disturbed, and winter has come before its time." The wind paused, as if considering his words, then replied with a sigh that ruffled Brindle's fur. "Indeed, I have been restless and eager. The dance of the seasons is a delicate one, and I may have stepped too quickly." "Can the dance be restored?" Brindle asked, hope lighting his eyes. "Yes," the wind murmured, "but it requires the cooperation of all who dwell in this forest. The creatures must remember the wisdom of balance, to act as one in harmony with the land." With gratitude in his heart, Brindle thanked the north wind and began his journey back to the forest. As he descended, the air grew warmer, and the scent of damp earth filled his senses, a promise of the spring that awaited its turn. Back at the Grand Oak, Brindle shared what he had learned with the council. Together, they called upon the creatures of the forest, gathering them in a great assembly beneath the starlit sky. Eldrick spoke first, his voice resonant with authority. "We have lived in this forest for generations, guided by the wisdom of balance. It is time we remind ourselves of this truth." Sylvie added, her eyes bright and earnest, "We must each play our part, respecting the rhythm of the seasons and the life they nurture." Marin, with her gentle calm, concluded, "Together, we can restore the harmony that has been disrupted. Let us move forward with understanding and care." Inspired by the council's wisdom, the creatures of the forest pledged to work together, to live in harmony with the land and each other. They promised to honor the dance of the seasons, to listen to the whispers of the wind, and to cherish the ancient magic that bound them. And so, under the watchful eye of the old oak, the forest began to heal. The silence that had once filled the air was replaced by the gentle hum of life, the songs of birds and the rustle of leaves. The seasons resumed their sacred dance, each taking its turn to grace the forest with its gifts. Winter retreated, allowing spring to unfurl its blossoms, painting the forest floor with a carpet of wildflowers. Summer followed, draping the world in warmth and light. Autumn arrived with its rich tapestry of colors, and at last winter returned, serene and patient. Brindle watched as the forest thrived, his heart swelling with peace and pride. He knew that the harmony they had restored was fragile, a treasure to be guarded with care and love. And as the stars twinkled above, he settled into the soft earth, surrounded by the gentle song of the forest, a song of balance and unity, a lullaby for all who called this ancient place home. Story 10. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Mira. Mira had always been fascinated by the tales of the enchanted glade, a mystical place rumored to be filled with wonders beyond imagination. Her grandmother often spoke of it during their evenings by the fireplace, her voice weaving stories that danced in the flickering light. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves, and the sky was painted with hues of amber and gold, Mira felt a pull in her heart, a yearning to discover the secrets of the enchanted glade for herself. With a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and her grandmother's woven shawl, she set off toward the forest's edge, where shadows whispered secrets in the rustle of the trees. As Mira entered the forest, she was immediately embraced by the cool, that invigorating scent of pine and earth. Sunlight trickled through the canopy above, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Her footsteps were soft, cushioned by a carpet of moss that seemed to welcome her with every step. Birds chirped merrily in the branches, their songs a cheerful melody that accompanied her journey. The path twisted and turned, leading Mira deeper into the heart of the forest. Just as the stories had foretold, she came upon a meadow where the air shimmered with a peculiar light. The grass here was a vibrant emerald, and delicate flowers dotted the landscape, their petals glowing with an ethereal luminescence. In the center of the meadow stood a tall, ancient tree, its bark etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As Mira approached the tree, she was greeted by a soft, lilting voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said, emanating from a small, squirrel-like creature perched on a low branch. Its fur was a dazzling silver, and its eyes twinkled like stars. "I am Nibbins, the guardian of the glade. Few have ventured this far with a heart as pure as yours." Mira smiled warmly at Nibbins, her curiosity piqued. "I've come to see the wonders of the glade," she replied, her voice filled with wonder and excitement. Nibbins nodded, a glint of mischief in its eyes. "Then you must first solve the riddle of the glade," it chirped, hopping down to Mira's shoulder. "For only those who possess both courage and wisdom may walk among the wonders." Intrigued and undeterred, Mira nodded. "What is your riddle, dear Nibbins?" she asked. With a flick of its bushy tail, Nibbins recited the riddle. "I am not seen, but I am felt. In the silence I am heard. I am the courage to begin, and the strength in every word." Mira pondered the riddle, her mind tracing the paths of thought like the winding trails of the forest. After a moment, she spoke softly. "Is it hope?" Nibbin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Indeed, it is hope," it chirped, and with a wave of its tiny paw, a hidden path unfurled before them, leading deeper into the glade. As Mira and Nibbins continued their journey, they encountered a series of whimsical creatures. There were the Lumina, tiny winged beings that glowed with the light of 1,000 sunsets, who danced in the air, leaving trails of shimmering stardust. There were the Murmurs, gentle creatures that resembled floating wisps of cloud, whose soft hums filled the air with music that resonated with the heart's deepest desires. Each encounter brought Mira joy and wonder, and she found her heart swelling with a newfound courage. The creatures of the glade, in their gentle and playful ways, taught her that true bravery wasn't the absence of fear, but the presence of hope and the willingness to explore the unknown. Finally, as the sun began its descent and the sky was painted with the colors of twilight, Mira reached the heart of the enchanted glade. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient towering trees, was a serene pond. Its waters were clear as crystal, reflecting the heavens above and the wonders of the glade within. Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection smiling back at her with a warmth she had not noticed before. Nibbins hopped down to sit beside her, its silver fur glowing in the twilight. "You have seen the wonders of the glade, dear Mira," Nibbins said, its voice a gentle melody. "And you have learned that the greatest wonders lie not in the world around us, but within our own hearts." As Mira gazed into the pond, she realized the truth of Nibbins' words. The enchanted glade had shown her that courage was not a destination, but a journey she had embarked upon with each step she took into the unknown. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit kindled by the magic of the glade, Mira knew it was time to return home. Nibbins escorted her back to the edge of the forest, where the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "Thank you, Nibbins, for guiding me," Mira said, wrapping her grandmother's shawl around her shoulders as the cool night air enveloped her. Nibbins gave a joyful chirp, its eyes shining with affection. The glade shall always welcome you, Mira. Remember, you carry its magic within you, wherever you go. With a final wave, Mira bid farewell to the enchanted glade, her heart brimming with the courage of exploration and the warmth of new friendships. As she made her way back to her village, her steps light and her spirit bright, she knew that the journey into the unknown had changed her forever. And so, beneath the silvery glow of the moon, Mira returned to her cozy home, where her grandmother waited by the fireplace, eager to hear tales of her adventure. As Mira spoke of the wonders and wisdom she had discovered, the warmth of the fire wrapped around them both, and the night embraced them in its gentle lullaby. And thus, Mira's heartwarming adventure into the enchanted glade came to a close, leaving behind a tale of courage and wonder that would be told by many firesides for generations to come. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a land where the clouds were as fluffy as cotton candy and the rivers shimmered with the colors of the rainbow, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. Tucked away amidst rolling emerald hills and fields that danced with wildflowers, Whimsy Hollow was a place where laughter floated through the air like bubbles, and every day promised a new adventure. In this delightful village lived a collection of quirky characters, each with their own peculiar charm. There was Pip, the pixie with a penchant for puns and a pair of wings that sparkled like morning dew. Pip's best friend was Tilly, a talking tortoise who wore a tiny top hat and loved to tell tales as slow and steady as her gait. Then there was Gwendolyn, the gregarious goose who had a knack for knitting and a mysterious ability to change the color of her feathers with every season. One sunny afternoon, as the sun draped the village in its golden glow, a most curious event unfolded. Pip and Tilly were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering toadstools, while Gwendolyn sat by the brook, knitting a scarf that shifted colors from blue to green with every row. Suddenly, a peculiar breeze swept through the hollow, bringing with it the scent of cinnamon and a hint of magic. From this breeze emerged a glittering scroll, which fluttered down to land at Gwendolyn's webbed feet. With a curious honk, she picked it up and unfurled it with her beak. The scroll, written in swirling golden script, was an invitation to participate in the Great Whimsy Puzzle, a magical challenge that promised a reward of unimaginable delight. Intrigued, Gwendolyn called out to Pip and Tilly, who scampered over, eyes wide with excitement. Together, they read the scroll, which detailed a series of whimsical tasks they must complete to solve the puzzle. The first task was to find the hidden keys that could unlock the enchanted whimsy chest, a fabled chest said to hold the secret to endless joy and laughter. The trio set off at once, their hearts alight with the thrill of adventure. The first clue led them to the Giggle Grove, a forest where the trees giggled with every breeze. As they tiptoed through the grove, Pip's wings shimmered with excitement, casting tiny rainbows on the forest floor. It was here that they found the first key, nestled in the hollow of a tree that laughed so heartily it shook its leaves. With the first key in hand, they moved on to the second clue, which pointed them toward the whispering waterfalls. These were no ordinary waterfalls. They sang sweet melodies that could only be heard when one listened with an open heart. Tilly, with her keen sense of hearing, was the first to detect the faint song that led them to the second key, hidden beneath a cascade of musical notes. The third and final clue was perhaps the most puzzling of all. It directed them to the Field of Dreams, a meadow where the flowers bloomed only when the moon was full. As night fell, the trio found themselves surrounded by luminescent blossoms, their soft glow creating a symphony of colors in the dark. It was here, under the silvery moonlight, that Gwendolyn's feathers shimmered in a dazzling array of hues, revealing the third key hidden among the petals. With all three keys in hand, Pip, Tilly, and Gwendolyn returned to the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where the enchanted whimsy chest awaited them. They inserted the keys into the ornate locks, each click resonating with anticipation. As the lid creaked open, a burst of twinkling lights filled the air, and from the chest emerged a cloud of laughter, a sound so infectious it set the whole village chuckling. But that was not all. The chest also revealed a magical map leading to the hidden corners of Whimsy Hollow, where new adventures and friendships awaited. The villagers, drawn by the merriment, gathered around, eager to embark on these new journeys together. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter echoing in their ears, Pip, Tilly, Gwendolyn, and all the villagers of Whimsy Hollow found themselves wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the promise of endless wonder. As they settled down under the starlit sky, the gentle rustle of the breeze whispered a lullaby, and the magical land of Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful, dream-filled slumber. Story 12. In a distant corner of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar little planet known as Luminara. This world was renowned for its gentle rivers of glowing mist and forests of crystalline trees that sang soft melodies in the evening breeze. It was here that a young girl named Lyra called home, with hair that shimmered like moonlight and eyes as deep as the universe itself. Lyra was a gatherer, tasked with collecting the luminescent dew that clung to the leaves each morning. Her days were filled with the soft symphony of the forest, where the leaves whispered secrets only she could hear. Despite her serene surroundings, Lyra often felt a pang of loneliness, like a solitary note in a grand orchestra. One day, as she wandered deeper into the forest than ever before, Lyra stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small round creature with skin that glowed a gentle turquoise, nestled among the roots of a great crystal tree. It had eyes like twin suns, bright and curious, and when it saw Lyra, it emitted a soft hum, somewhere between a purr and a gentle melody. "Hello," Lyra whispered, kneeling down to get a closer look. "I've never seen anyone like you before." The creature, who belonged to a distant planet called Glimmersphere, tilted its head and regarded Lyra with an expression of equal curiosity and trepidation. In its world, it was known as a lumini, a being made of light and harmony, capable of understanding the emotions of those around it. Lyra reached out slowly, her hand hovering just above the lumini's glowing form. "Are you lost?" she asked gently. The lumini responded with a soft trill, a sound that resonated through the crystalline canopy, sending shimmers of light dancing over Lyra's skin. Despite the vast difference in their worlds, an unspoken bond began to form between them. Lyra decided to call the lumini Glim, for its skin glimmered like the first morning dew on a sunny day. Together, Lyra and Glim explored the forest, sharing stories in their own unique way. Lyra would speak of her dreams, and the lumini would respond with melodies that mirrored her emotions. It was a friendship that transcended words, built on empathy and understanding. Yet, misunderstandings were inevitable. One day, while Lyra was busy collecting dew, she noticed Glim hovering anxiously near the edge of the forest, its glow dimmer than usual. Thinking it might be frightened, she tried to coax it back with gentle words and gestures. But Glim remained, its gaze fixed on the distant horizon. It wasn't until Lyra looked closely that she understood. Glim was homesick. The longing in its eyes was a mirror of her own, a reflection of the loneliness she sometimes felt despite the beauty around her. Determined to help her friend, Lyra devised a plan. She remembered tales of a celestial beacon that appeared on rare nights, a bridge of starlight that connected Luminara to other worlds. It was said to be found atop the tallest peak in the forest, where the night sky touched the earth. The journey was fraught with challenges. As they climbed, the air grew thin and cold, and the path was steep and winding. But together they faced each hardship with courage. When Lyra stumbled, Glim was there, its glow providing warmth and light. When Glim faltered, Lyra would sing softly, her voice a soothing balm that eased its fears. At long last, they reached the summit. There, under a sky awash with stars, Lyra and Glim waited for the celestial beacon to appear. As the minutes stretched into hours, Lyra's eyelids grew heavy, and she leaned against the lumini, drawing comfort from its gentle warmth. Just as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the sky above them shimmered with a brilliant cascade of light, a bridge of stars that seemed to pulse with life. Glim's eyes widened with joy, its glow intensifying to a radiant blaze. Lyra knew what this meant. It was time for Glim to return home. Her heart ached at the thought of parting, but she smiled bravely, knowing that true friendship meant understanding and letting go when the time was right. The lumini nuzzled against her cheek, a soft hum vibrating through the air. In that moment, Lyra felt a warmth that chased away all traces of loneliness, a gift of friendship that she would carry with her always. With a final trill that echoed like a song of gratitude, Glim floated towards the bridge of light, its form merging with the stars until it was just a distant twinkle in the vast expanse. Lyra watched until the sky was clear and the sun began to rise, painting the world in hues of gold and pink. Though she felt a pang of sadness, it was overshadowed by a newfound sense of peace. She had not lost a friend, but gained a connection that spanned the stars. And so, Lyra returned to her life as a gatherer, her heart aglow with the light of a friendship that had taught her the true meaning of companionship. In the gentle rustle of the leaves and the soft murmur of the forest, she heard echoes of Glim's song, a reminder that love and understanding could bridge even the greatest of distances. And as the stars twinkled in the sky each night, Lyra knew that somewhere, among the vast tapestry of the universe, her friend was watching over her, just as she watched over the Lumini's memory in the sanctuary of her heart. In this way, the girl from Luminara and the Lumini from Glimmersphere discovered the timeless truth, that friendship was a light that could illuminate even the darkest corners of the universe, a bond unbroken by time or space. And in that understanding, they found comfort, knowing they were never truly alone. Story 13. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and the emerald embrace of ancient woods, there lived a young woman named Morel. Her home, a small cottage draped in ivy and morning glories, sat on the edge of the forest. Each morning, the golden fingers of dawn would stretch through her window, painting her room with warmth and light. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded her, Morel felt a profound restlessness stirring within her heart. Change was not something Morel welcomed easily. The village, with its cobblestone paths and the gentle murmur of the river weaving through its center, had been her haven for as long as she could remember. The familiar faces of neighbors, the predictable rhythm of the seasons, and the comforting rituals of daily life provided her a sense of security. But a whisper of something more called to her, a quiet, persistent yearning for transformation that she neither understood nor knew how to embrace. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves turned to fiery hues and danced like flickering flames in the breeze, Morel decided to take a walk into the forest. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the forest seemed to hum with a life of its own. She wandered deeper than she ever had before, guided by an unspoken promise of discovery. As she strolled, the path beneath her feet began to change. The soft earth gave way to a carpet of vibrant moss, and the trees around her seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering secrets only the wind could carry. It was then that she stumbled upon a glade, a hidden sanctuary bathed in the soft, dappled light of the afternoon sun. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk as wide as a small cottage, and its bark etched with patterns that spoke of centuries gone by. Curiosity piqued, Morel approached the tree, feeling an inexplicable pull. As she touched the bark, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, traveling up her arm and into her heart. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she felt an unfamiliar yet comforting presence enfold her, a presence that seemed to whisper of magic and potential. Opening her eyes, Morel found herself not alone. Beside her stood a figure, delicate and ethereal, with eyes like pools of starlight and hair that shimmered like spun silver. This was Lysandra, a guardian of the forest and a keeper of its ancient magic. Lysandra smiled, her voice a melody that wrapped around Morel like a soft quilt. Change can be daunting, dear Morel, but it is also the seed from which growth blooms, Lysandra said, her words as soothing as the gentle rustle of leaves. The forest has watched you, seen your heart's quiet longing. It is here to guide you, should you choose to embrace its gifts. Morel listened, her heart swelling with both fear and excitement. She had always admired the forest for its serenity, but now she saw it as a place of transformation, a place where the old could become new, if only one had the courage to step forward. Over the following days, Morel returned to the glade, her visits becoming a cherished ritual. With each visit, Lysandra shared stories of the forest's creatures and the magic that lay within each leaf and stone. Slowly, Morel's fear of change began to dissolve, replaced by a growing sense of wonder and possibility. The forest, with its ever-changing tapestry of life, became Morel's teacher. She learned from the industrious bees, who adapted their paths with the shifting seasons and the resilient flowers that blossomed even in the most unexpected places. Each lesson was a gentle reminder that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as part of the natural ebb and flow of life. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with strokes of rose and gold, Morel found herself standing once more before the ancient tree. Lysandra appeared, her presence now as familiar and comforting as an old friend. "You have learned well, Morel," Lysandra said, her voice a soft breeze in the cooling air. "The magic of the forest has awakened within you. It is time for your transformation." With a nod of understanding, Morel closed her eyes and let the warmth of the tree flow through her once more. She felt herself change, not in form but in spirit. Roots of understanding and branches of wisdom grew within her, and her heart bloomed with a newfound strength and acceptance. When she opened her eyes, Morel felt lighter, as if she had shed an invisible weight. She thanked Lysandra and the forest for their guidance, knowing that she was now ready to embrace whatever changes life might bring. As she walked back to her village, the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, and the cool night air carried the scent of promises yet to be fulfilled. Morel felt a deep peace settle within her, a tranquility that came from knowing she was part of something greater, something eternally beautiful and ever-changing. From that day forward, Morel lived with a heart open to the wonders of the world around her. She welcomed change as an old friend, finding beauty in the unexpected and joy in the journey of transformation. Her story became one of growth and magic, a testament to the power of embracing life's inevitable changes with courage and grace. And in the village, nestled between the hills and the forest, Morel's tale was shared by the fireside, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the potential for magical transformation, if only we dare to reach out and touch the ancient tree. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle folds of rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Mari. Her home was a cozy cottage with a thatched roof, its walls filled with the warmth of firelight and the scent of freshly baked bread. Mari lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who taught her the art of listening, to the wind, to the rustling leaves, and to the stories that the stars told each night. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun bathed the village in its soft glow, Mari decided to explore the attic of their cottage. It was a place she seldom ventured, as it was filled with the relics of her grandmother's long and storied life. Dust motes danced in the beams of sunlight that filtered through the small window, and the air was thick with the scent of old wood and forgotten memories. As she rummaged through the boxes and trunks, her fingers brushed against something smooth and cool. She carefully pulled out a small, ornate mirror, its frame intricately carved with delicate vines and flowers. The glass was cloudy with age, but it seemed to hum with a gentle, unspoken energy. Intrigued, Mari polished the mirror with her sleeve until the glass cleared, revealing not just her reflection, but something wondrous. In the mirror's depths, she saw a world of vibrant colors and soft, shimmering light, a place where the ordinary was transformed into the extraordinary. "Look closer," a gentle voice whispered from the mirror. Startled, Mari nearly dropped it, but her curiosity overpowered her surprise. She peered deeper, and the world within the mirror seemed to invite her in, promising secrets and adventures untold. "Do not be afraid," the voice continued, soothing and warm. "This mirror holds the secrets of the heart. It can show you the unseen, but only if you are willing to journey with an open mind and a kind spirit." Mari's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She glanced around the attic, filled with a sense of wonder and possibility. With a deep breath, she decided to embark on the journey the mirror offered. The world within the mirror unfolded before her like a gentle dream. She found herself in a lush, verdant forest where the leaves whispered ancient songs. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the soft, mossy ground. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Mari began to walk, her footsteps light and curious. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered her first helper, a small silver fox with eyes as bright as stars. The fox greeted her with a respectful nod, its bushy tail flicking in the air. Welcome, traveler, the fox said, its voice melodic and wise. I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's secrets. I will guide you, but remember, the path you seek can only be revealed by the wisdom of your heart. Mari nodded, feeling a sense of comfort in Lyra's presence. Together they journeyed through the forest, discovering hidden groves and sparkling streams. Everywhere they went, the forest seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and gentle melodies. Their path led them to a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of an old friend. Beneath the tree sat an elderly rabbit, its fur as soft and white as the first snowfall. The rabbit's eyes twinkled with kindness and knowledge. "Ah, young Mari," the rabbit said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "I am Eldrin, the guardian of the heart's wisdom. To continue your journey, you must face a challenge, not of strength, but of understanding." Mari listened intently, her heart open and willing. Eldrin explained that the mirror's magic required her to see beyond what was visible, to understand the true essence of things. Her challenge was to discern the hidden connection between the elements of the forest, the trees, the streams, the creatures, and the world she knew. With Lyra by her side, Mari pondered the task. She observed the way the leaves danced with the wind, how the water flowed with grace and purpose, and how each creature played its part in a delicate symphony of life. Slowly, it dawned on her that everything was interconnected, each element reliant on the others to create harmony and balance. To understand the heart's wisdom, Mari realized, is to see the beauty in unity, to cherish the bonds that tie us to one another and to the world. Eldrin smiled, his eyes filled with pride and warmth. "You have seen truly, young one. The greatest magic lies not in what we possess, but in the connections we nurture." With her newfound understanding, Mari felt the mirror's magic envelop her like a gentle embrace. The world within shimmered and shifted, revealing a path that led back to her own village, but with a renewed perspective and a heart full of wonder. As Mari returned home, she carried with her the lessons of the mirror, the fox, and the rabbit. She understood now that her world was filled with its own kind of magic, woven from the threads of friendship, love, and the wisdom of those who came before her. Settling by the hearth with her grandmother, Mari shared her adventure, her eyes shining with the light of discovery. And as the fire crackled and the stars began their nightly dance, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, knowing that her heart's journey had only just begun. Story 15. In a secluded corner of the world, where the canopy of towering oaks intertwined with sky-high pines, there lay a forest that whispered secrets of ages long past. This was the Sylvan Glade, a realm shrouded in mist and mystery, where sunlight filtered through leaves in soft, golden patches, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the earthy richness of moss. Here, in this timeless grove, the natural creatures lived in harmonious balance, each playing a part in the symphony of the forest's life. The creatures were not mere animals, but beings imbued with a spark of magic, their lives intricately tied to the rhythms of the earth and sky. Our story begins at the heart of this enchanted forest, where a gentle brook meandered through the underbrush, its waters clear and cool, whispering tales of its journey from distant mountains. Beside this brook lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle was known throughout the Sylvan Glade for his calm demeanor and deep understanding of the forest's many layers. One crisp morning, as autumn began to weave its tapestry of crimson and gold through the leaves, Thistle awoke to find a commotion near the edge of his tranquil brook. A family of squirrels, led by the sprightly Hazel, was chattering anxiously in the branches above. "Thistle!" called Hazel, her bushy tail flicking with urgency. "The weather has been strange, the winds speak of change, and the trees are uneasy." Thistle, with his shell dappled in sunlight, nodded sagely. "The winds carry messages from afar," he said in his slow, soothing voice. "But fear not, for the forest has seen many changes and will endure." As the forest creatures gathered, a graceful doe named Lyra joined them. Her eyes were soft and warm, reflecting the dappled light. "I have heard the whispers of the leaves," she said gently. "There is magic stirring in the soil and air, a shift in the seasons that feels different." Thistle pondered this and decided it was time to seek the counsel of the oldest seer in the forest, a venerable owl named Solen. Solon nested high in the ancient oak whose roots ran deep into the earth, as if holding the secrets of the world. With the help of his friends, Thistle made his way to the towering oak. The forest was alive with the sounds of life, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the distant call of a woodpecker, the rustling whispers of the wind weaving through branches. As they reached the oak, Solon descended from his perch, his feathers a tapestry of moonlight and shadow. "Ah, Thistle," he hooted softly, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The air is indeed charged with a magic not felt in many cycles. What can we do to ensure the harmony of our home?" Thistle inquired, his eyes filled with concern and wisdom. Solon blinked slowly, his amber eyes like pools of ancient knowledge. "The balance of the forest depends upon the respect and care of all its inhabitants. We must remember the old ways and work together. Each creature, whether large or small, has a role to play in the tapestry of life." With Solon's words resonating in their hearts, the creatures of the forest set about their tasks. The squirrels, nimble and quick, gathered acorns and seeds, planting them in the earth to ensure future growth. The birds, with their keen eyes, kept watch over the skies, alerting their friends to any changes in the weather. Even the smallest insects took part, aerating the soil and ensuring the health of the undergrowth. As the days passed, the forest began to hum with a renewed sense of purpose and unity. The colors of autumn deepened, painting the world in hues of amber and scarlet, while a gentle breeze carried the scent of change and hope. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and rose, Thistle gathered his friends by the brook. "We have all played our part in nurturing the balance of our home," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "Together we have embraced the change and found strength in our unity." Under the canopy of stars, the creatures of the sylvan glade basked in the serenity they had helped to cultivate. The forest, with all its magic and mystery, thrummed with a peaceful energy, a testament to the wisdom passed down through generations and the enduring power of friendship and harmony. And so, the ancient forest continued its eternal cycle, a place where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth echoed the timeless truth that all things are connected, each playing its part in the grand symphony of life. In the heart of the sylvan glade, the gentle creatures found solace and strength, knowing that as long as they cherished their home and each other, the magic of their world would endure. Story 16. Once, in the gentle, rolling hills of a land where the moonlight danced like silver ribbons on the grass, there was a small village nestled in the embrace of ancient, whispering forests. In this village lived a young and curious soul named Lena. Lena had a heart as warm as freshly baked bread and a mind that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 twinkling stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lena sat by the edge of the village, her eyes drawn beyond the familiar boundaries to the mysterious forest that lay in the distance. Its towering trees stood like sentinels, their leaves rustling secrets known only to the wind. The villagers often spoke of the enchanted glade, a place hidden deep within the forest where the air shimmered with magic and the earth hummed with ancient melodies. It was said that those who ventured into the glade returned with tales of wonder and enchantment, their hearts brimming with newfound courage and joy. On this particular evening, guided by a pull she couldn't quite explain, Lena decided it was time to discover the glade for herself. She wrapped herself in a cloak of soft, comforting wool, its fabric infused with the scent of lavender and chamomile, and set off into the twilight. As Lena stepped beneath the canopy of the forest, the air grew cooler, carrying with it the earthy fragrance of moss and pine. The path was soft underfoot, a carpet of fallen leaves that whispered secrets of the forest with each step she took. Fireflies flickered around her, their lights twinkling like tiny stars come down to guide her way. As she ventured deeper, Lena encountered her first magical friend, a gentle, luminescent creature known as a moon moth. Its wings glowed with an iridescent light, casting a soothing glow in the dim forest. The moon moth fluttered around her, weaving patterns of light that danced with the rhythm of the night. "Welcome, brave explorer," the moon moth whispered, its voice as soft as a breeze. "The glade awaits those with a heart full of wonder." Lena smiled, her heart swelling with warmth and courage. She continued on her journey, her path now accompanied by the soft glow of the moon moth. As she walked, the forest began to change around her. The trees grew taller, their branches arching overhead to form a cathedral of emerald and gold. The air was filled with a gentle symphony, the rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the bubbling laughter of a hidden brook. Soon, Lena came upon a brook that sparkled under the moonlight, its waters clear as crystal. Sitting by the brook was a small creature with fur as white as snow and eyes as bright as summer skies, a whispering hare. It was known for its ability to share ancient wisdom through its gentle songs. "Sing me a song of courage, dear hare," Lena requested, kneeling by the water's edge. The hare nodded and began to hum a melody that wrapped around Lena like a comforting embrace. The song spoke of bravery found in the quiet moments, of strength born from kindness and curiosity. Revitalized by the song, Lena thanked the whispering hare and continued her journey. The path now seemed to glow with an inner light, guiding her ever closer to the heart of the enchanted glade. Finally, Lena stepped into a clearing where the moonlight poured down like liquid silver, illuminating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Flowers of every imaginable color bloomed in abundance, their petals glistening with dew. The air was alive with the gentle hum of magic, a melody that resonated with the very core of Lena's being. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches stretching high into the sky. Lena approached the tree, feeling its warmth and wisdom envelop her like a treasured friend. With a gentle touch, she placed her hand upon the bark, and the tree responded with a soft, melodic hum. In that moment, Lena understood the true magic of the glade. It was a place where the heart's deepest wishes and dreams found voice and form, where courage was nurtured and friendships bloomed like the most vibrant of flowers. As the night wore on, Lena sat beneath the tree, her heart full of peace and wonder. The moon moth and whispering hare joined her, their presence a comforting reminder of the friendships she had forged on her journey. When the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in shades of gold and pink, Lena knew it was time to return to her village. She rose, feeling the gentle pull of the glade urging her forward, her heart aglow with the courage and joy she had discovered within its magical embrace. As she made her way back through the forest, Lena carried with her the melody of the whispering hare's song and the gentle glow of the moon moth's light. She knew that whenever she felt the need for courage or a reminder of the wonders of the world, the enchanted glade would be waiting, its magic ever present and its beauty eternal. And so, with a heart full of adventure and a spirit bright as the morning sun, Lena returned to her village, ready to share her tales of wonder and to inspire others to seek out their own enchanted glades, wherever they may find them. In this way, Lena's journey became a gentle reminder to all who heard it, a reminder that courage is often found in the most unexpected places, and that the world is full of magic waiting to be discovered by those who dare to explore with open hearts. And as the village settled into the evening's embrace, the story of Lena's adventure would be shared by the fireside, spreading warmth and inspiration throughout the land. Story 17. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering winds carried secrets of old, a small village nestled quietly against the foot of the mountains. This village, known to its inhabitants as Willowbrook, was a place where time seemed to move at its own leisurely pace. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, tending to their gardens and orchards, and sharing stories by the fireside as the stars twinkled above like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. In this village lived a young boy named Finn, known for his gentle spirit and insatiable curiosity. Finn was often found wandering the forest trails, his feet crunching softly over fallen leaves as he listened to the chatter of the birds and the rustle of the underbrush. He had a special fondness for the towering willow tree that stood proudly at the center of the village square, its branches swaying gracefully in the breeze. The villagers whispered that the willow was as old as the mountains themselves, and it held a magic that protected Willowbrook. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of the sun peeked over the horizon, Finn set out on one of his exploratory rambles. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and earth. He made his way through the forest, following a path lined with ferns and wildflowers. It was a path he had walked many times, yet each journey felt new, filled with the promise of discovery. This day, however, was unlike any other. As Finn wandered deeper into the woods, he stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. It was a hidden grove, surrounded by a ring of ancient oaks whose leaves formed a canopy overhead, dappling the ground with patches of sunlight. In the center of the grove lay a small pond, its surface mirroring the sky above. Curious, Finn approached the water's edge. As he gazed into the pond, he noticed something peculiar. Beneath the surface, nestled among the smooth stones, was a small, shimmering object. It caught the light and sent ripples of color dancing across the pond. Intrigued, Finn reached in and gently retrieved the object. It was a pendant, shaped like a teardrop and encased in silver filigree, with a deep blue stone at its center that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. As Finn held the pendant in his palm, he felt a warmth spread through his fingers, and a soft whisper echoed in his mind. It was a voice, gentle and melodic, speaking words he could not quite understand. Yet, there was a sense of comfort and familiarity in the tones, as if the pendant was trying to communicate. Finn slipped the pendant into his pocket, deciding to show it to his grandmother, who was known for her wisdom and knowledge of the forest. As he made his way back to the village, he couldn't shake the feeling that the pendant was somehow connected to the willow tree at the village's heart. His grandmother, a kind woman with eyes like twinkling stars and hair as white as snow, listened patiently as Finn recounted his discovery. She held the pendant delicately, turning it over in her hands with a thoughtful expression. "This is no ordinary trinket, my dear," she said, her voice soft and soothing. "This pendant is a relic of the old magic connected to the very essence of our village. It is said that the willow tree holds the spirit of the forest, and this pendant must have been its keeper." Finn's eyes widened with wonder. "What should I do with it, Grandma?" he asked, feeling a sense of responsibility settle over him. His grandmother smiled, her gaze warm and reassuring. "You must return it to the willow tree, Finn. The tree will know what to do. But be careful, for the journey is not without its challenges. You will learn much along the way, about yourself and the world around you." With his grandmother's words echoing in his mind, Finn set out the next morning at first light. The village was still wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, and a gentle mist hung over the fields like a silken veil. As Finn approached the willow tree, he felt a surge of anticipation and a quiet determination. Standing before the ancient tree, he could feel the pendant grow warm in his pocket, as if urging him on. With a deep breath, he gently placed the pendant at the base of the tree, nestling it among the gnarled roots. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a soft glow began to emanate from the pendant, spreading to the roots and up into the branches of the willow. The tree seemed to awaken, its leaves rustling with a sound like distant laughter. Finn watched in awe as the tree's bark began to shift and change, revealing a hidden door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a path that led deep into the heart of the tree. Finn hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside, drawn by an irresistible sense of wonder. Inside the tree, the air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of moss and earth. The path was lit by soft, golden light that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. As Finn walked, he felt as though he were walking through a memory, a place where time and reality intertwined. The path led him to a chamber at the tree's center, where a figure waited. It was an old man, with a long beard and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. He wore robes of deep green, and in his hand he held a staff carved from a single branch of the willow. "Welcome, young Finn," the man said, his voice deep and resonant. "I am the keeper of the willow, and you have done well to return the pendant. It is a gift of great power, one that connects our world to the realm of the spirits." Finn listened, captivated by the man's words. "What must I do next?" he asked, eager to fulfill his role in this unfolding story. The keeper smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "You must journey to the heart of the forest where the old magic still lingers. There, you will find the answers you seek and the path to your true self." With these words, the keeper handed Finn a small pouch filled with herbs and a map inscribed on a leaf. "Take these, for they will guide you on your journey. And remember, the magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Finn thanked the keeper and with renewed determination set out on his journey. The path through the forest was both familiar and new, filled with the sounds and sights of a world teeming with life. He followed the map, consulting it often, and found that it led him through hidden glades and across bubbling brooks, each step taking him deeper into the heart of the forest. Along the way, Finn encountered creatures he had only heard of in stories. A family of foxes watched him with curious eyes from the underbrush, their fiery coats blending with the autumn leaves. A great owl swooped silently overhead, its wings casting shadows on the forest floor. Each encounter filled Finn with a sense of wonder and connection, as if the world itself were guiding him on his path. As night fell, Finn found a sheltered spot beneath a canopy of stars, where he rested and ate the simple provisions he had brought. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, a symphony of crickets and the distant calls of owls. Finn wrapped himself in his cloak, feeling the warmth of the pendant against his chest, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The days passed in a gentle rhythm, each one bringing new discoveries and challenges. Finn learned to read the signs of the forest, to understand the whispers of the wind and the language of the trees. He found that the pendant seemed to guide him, its warmth leading him to places of beauty and wonder. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, Finn came upon a glade filled with wildflowers. In its center stood a single stone, worn smooth by time and covered in ancient runes. As he approached, he felt the pendant grow warm, and a soft hum filled the air. Intrigued, Finn placed his hand on the stone. The runes glowed with a soft light, and a vision unfolded before his eyes. He saw the forest as it once was, a land of magic and wonder, where creatures of myth and legend roamed freely. He saw the willow tree, young and vibrant, its branches reaching towards the sky in joyous celebration. As the vision faded, Finn felt a profound sense of connection to the land and its history. He understood, in that moment, that the forest was not just a place, but a living, breathing entity, one that held the memories and dreams of all who had come before. With renewed purpose, Finn continued his journey, the path leading him ever deeper into the forest. He felt a growing sense of anticipation, as if he were on the brink of a great discovery. Finally, after many days of travel, Finn arrived at the heart of the forest. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches woven together in a tapestry of green and gold. In the center of this sacred grove was a pool, its waters as clear as glass and reflecting the sky above. As Finn approached the pool, he felt the pendant grow warm once more. He knelt by the water's edge and gazed into its depths. There he saw a reflection not of himself, but of a world filled with light and magic. It was a world where the lines between reality and imagination blurred, where anything was possible. In that moment, Finn understood the true nature of his journey. It was not about finding a hidden world or uncovering a mystery, but about discovering the magic within himself. The pendant had guided him, but the true power lay in his own heart, in the courage and kindness he had shown along the way. With this realization, Finn felt a great peace settle over him. He knew that he had found his place in the world, a place where he could be himself and follow his dreams. As the sun set, casting the forest in a golden glow, Finn made his way back to Willowbrook. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, as he carried with him the knowledge of the magic that lay within. When he returned to the village, he was greeted with warmth and celebration. The villagers gathered around, eager to hear of his adventures and the wonders he had seen. Finn shared his story, his words weaving a tapestry of light and color that filled the hearts of all who listened. And so, life in Willowbrook continued, the village thriving in the gentle embrace of the forest. Finn grew up to be a wise and kind-hearted young man, always ready to share his tales and help those in need. The pendant remained with him, a reminder of the journey that had shaped his life. In the years that followed, the forest continued to whisper its secrets, and the willow tree stood watch over the village, its branches swaying in a dance of eternal grace. And though the world changed and time moved on, the spirit of the forest lived on, in the hearts of all who called Willowbrook home. As the stars twinkled above and the fire crackled gently in the hearth, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of the world and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 18. In a quiet village nestled amongst whispering pines and gentle hills, there was a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always found solace in the familiar rhythms of her life, the soft rustle of the morning breeze through the trees, the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the local bakery, and the cheerful greetings from neighbors as they went about their day. Yet beneath this tranquil exterior, Lyra felt a stirring, a longing for something she could not quite name. The village, with its cobblestone paths and houses clad in ivy, was a place where stories of olden times were as much a part of daily life as the sun and moon. Among these tales, one spoke of the enchanted grove, a mystical place deep within the forest where those seeking transformation might find what they needed. The grove was said to be a place of magic, where the air shimmered with possibility and the very earth hummed with ancient wisdom. Lyra had heard these stories since she was a child, but had never ventured beyond the familiar boundaries of her village. Change, she thought, was a daunting creature, unpredictable and wild. Yet the longing persisted, whispering to her like a forgotten melody. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and crimson, Lyra made up her mind. She would seek the enchanted grove. With a heart full of both trepidation and hope, she set out on the forest path, the golden sun filtering through the canopy above, casting playful shadows at her feet. As she walked deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded into a serene silence, broken only by the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. Lyra paused to drink in her surroundings, the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves filling her senses, grounding her in the moment. It was not long before she encountered the first of her companions on this journey, a small, wise owl perched upon a branch. Its eyes, like twin pools of amber, regarded her with a knowing gaze. "I see you seek the grove," the owl hooted softly. "Remember, young one, that transformation is as much about letting go as it is about becoming." With a nod of gratitude, Lyra continued, her heart a little lighter, the owl's words echoing in her mind. As the path wound further into the depths of the forest, she met other creatures. A gentle deer with eyes like the deep forest pools, and a playful squirrel that seemed to laugh with the rustling leaves. Each offered her words of wisdom, reflections on change and the courage to embrace it. The sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, when Lyra finally arrived at the enchanted grove. It was a place like no other, where the trees stood tall and wise, their branches woven with strands of silver mist that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The air was alive with a soft, melodious hum, and the ground beneath her feet was a carpet of soft moss, cool and welcoming. In the heart of the grove stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward as if in eternal embrace. Lyra approached it, her heart filled with a curious blend of fear and anticipation. As she touched the bark, a warmth spread through her, and in that moment she felt a profound connection to the world around her, to the earth beneath her feet, the sky above, and the life that thrummed within her own veins. It was here, in this sacred space, that Lyra understood the nature of her longing. It was not just for change, but for the courage to embrace her true self, to shed the fears that had kept her bound to the familiar. She closed her eyes, breathing in the grove's magic, and with each breath she let go of the old stories that no longer served her. When she opened her eyes, she found that the grove had shifted subtly, the trees now whispering in gentle tones, the mist swirling in graceful arcs. Lyra felt lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The grove had mirrored her inner transformation, and she knew she was ready to return to the village, to her life, but with a new perspective, a deeper understanding of herself. As she retraced her steps back through the forest, the companions she had met earlier reappeared, each offering a nod or a joyful chirp, as if acknowledging her journey and its significance. Lyra felt a deep sense of gratitude for their guidance and support. When she finally emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The familiar sights and sounds greeted her, yet everything seemed subtly changed, vibrant and full of potential. Lyra smiled, her heart brimming with peace and a quiet joy. She had discovered not only the magic of the grove, but the magic within herself. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lyra returned home, carrying with her the lessons of the enchanted grove, the wisdom of letting go, the strength in embracing change, and the beauty of personal discovery. The village, with its winding paths and warm, welcoming lights, felt like a new beginning, a place where she could grow and thrive, guided by the gentle wisdom of her own heart. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, Lyra knew that while the path of transformation is never truly complete, each step taken with courage and love brings one closer to the truest self, where magic and life meet in harmony. Story 19. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle melodies and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, lay the quaint village of Willowmere. This village was a true haven, where cottages were nestled among flowering meadows and cobblestone paths wound their way through fields of lavender. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that called the woods home, sharing stories and laughter under the starlit skies. Among the villagers was a young girl named Mabel, known for her curious heart and twinkling eyes that seemed to catch the light like drops of dew. Mabel had a knack for noticing the little things, like the way the morning sun painted the leaves with golden hues, or how the brook babbled secrets to those who listened closely. Her days were filled with adventures alongside her loyal companion, a tiny fox named Whiskers, whose fur was as soft as the fluffiest cloud. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost dusted the world in shimmering silver, Mabel awoke to find something peculiar. Overnight, the village square had been adorned with mysterious symbols drawn delicately in the frost upon the ground. They were shapes and patterns that seemed to dance and shift with the rising sun, leaving the villagers both puzzled and enchanted. The villagers gathered, their breath rising like small clouds in the chilly air as they pondered the source of these frosty glyphs. Some speculated that playful fairies were at work, while others believed it to be the mischief of woodland sprites. Mabel, however, felt a gentle tug of curiosity and a whisper of adventure that urged her to uncover the truth. With Whiskers trotting beside her, Mabel decided to visit the wisest creature in Willowmere, the great owl named Solara. Solara's home was high up in an ancient oak whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. As Mabel approached, she admired the way the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the forest floor. "Ah, Mabel," Solara hooted warmly as she fluttered down to a lower branch, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What brings you to my part of the woods?" Mabel explained the strange frost patterns, her voice a mixture of excitement and wonder. Solara listened intently, her feathers rustling softly like autumn leaves. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Solara spoke. "The language of frost is an ancient one," she began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is said that when the world grows quiet, the frost listens to the dreams of the earth and whispers them back in patterns for those with eyes to see." Mabel nodded, her mind alight with possibilities. "But who listens to the frost's whispers?" she asked, her curiosity unwavering. Solara chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustle of pages in a book. "There is a creature that dances on the edge of dreams and reality, known as the Frost Weaver. It is said to be a guardian of secrets and a friend to those who seek the truth with an open heart." With this newfound knowledge, Mabel thanked Solara and set off to find the elusive Frost Weaver. She wandered deeper into the woods, where the air was crisp and the trees stood tall like silent sentinels. Whiskers scampered beside her, his small paws leaving tiny imprints in the frost. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the forest, Mabel stumbled upon a glen hidden away from the world. In the center of the glen, a figure moved gracefully, weaving patterns in the frost with elegant, sweeping motions. The Frost Weaver was a creature of ethereal beauty, its form shimmering like moonlight on a winter's night. Mabel watched in awe as the Frost Weaver danced, its movements creating intricate designs that glittered with an otherworldly light. Gathering her courage, Mabel stepped forward and called out softly, "Hello, Frost Weaver. I have come to learn the story your patterns tell." The Frost Weaver paused, turning to face Mabel with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. "Greetings, young one. It replied in a voice as gentle as a winter breeze. "You have the heart of a seeker." Mabel smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her, despite the chilly air. "The village is curious about the symbols you leave behind," she explained. "We wish to understand their meaning." The frost weaver nodded, its expression kind and knowing. Each pattern is a reflection of the dreams and hopes that whisper through the forest. They are stories waiting to be discovered, if one listens with care. With this, the frost weaver extended a hand, inviting Mabel to join in its dance. Together, they moved through the glen, Mabel's heart light and her spirit free. As they danced, the patterns unfolded beneath them, revealing tales of courage, friendship, and the simple joys of life. As dusk began to cloak the world in its velvety embrace, the frost weaver shared one final secret with Mabel. The beauty of these patterns lies not in their mystery, but in the connections they create. Remember, Mabel, that the world is woven together by the threads of kindness and understanding. With a grateful heart, Mabel returned to the village, where the villagers eagerly awaited her news. She shared the story of the frost weaver and the lessons it had imparted, and together they marveled at the wisdom hidden in the frosty designs. From that day on, the village of Willowmere embraced the gentle magic of the frost weaver's patterns, letting them inspire tales of unity and wonder. And each morning, as the sun rose to greet a new day, Mabel would smile at the frost-kissed ground, knowing that the world was a tapestry of dreams, woven with love and care. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars twinkled overhead, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that sometimes the greatest mysteries are the ones that bring us together. And so, nestled in their cozy homes, the villagers drifted off to sleep, their dreams as gentle as the whispering woods that surrounded them. Story 20. In the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and an ancient forest, there was a cobblestone street lined with charming cottages. Each house bore its own character, with ivy creeping up the walls and flower boxes bursting with color. At the heart of the village stood a small shop, known affectionately by the townsfolk as the Curiosity Corner. The shop was run by an elderly woman named Matilda, whose eyes twinkled like stars whenever she spoke of the treasures within. The Curiosity Corner was filled with peculiar objects, each with a story waiting to be told. Shelves sagged under the weight of dusty tomes, sparkling vials, and trinkets of every shape and size. But among all these wonders, one object remained a mystery even to Matilda: a small, unassuming brass key, tarnished by time. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was known for her curious nature and her knack for asking the most intriguing questions. She was drawn to the Curiosity Corner like a moth to a flame, her eyes wide with anticipation of the discoveries awaiting her. As Clara meandered through the aisles, her gaze fell upon the brass key, glinting softly in the dappled sunlight streaming through the window. It was nestled in a velvet-lined box, seemingly ordinary yet oddly captivating. Clara picked up the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. "Ah, the key," Matilda murmured, appearing beside Clara as if conjured by her thoughts. "That key holds a story, although I do not know its ending. Would you like to find out where it leads?" Clara nodded eagerly, her imagination already spinning tales of secret doors and hidden worlds. Matilda smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners, and handed Clara the key. "Follow your heart, my dear, and the key will guide you." With the brass key tucked safely in her pocket, Clara set off through the village, her mind buzzing with possibilities. The autumn breeze rustled the leaves overhead, whispering secrets of its own as she walked. As Clara strolled past the familiar sights of Willowbrook, she wondered what door the key might open. Her journey led her to the edge of the village, where the path wound into the ancient forest. The trees stood tall and wise, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the golden sunlight into a warm tapestry of light and shadow. Clara stepped onto the forest path, feeling a sense of wonder and anticipation. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Clara encountered her first helper, a small, sprightly squirrel named Pip. Pip had a coat of auburn fur and eyes as bright as polished chestnuts. He chattered cheerfully, bounding from branch to branch until he landed gracefully at Clara's feet. "Hello, Pip," Clara greeted, recognizing him from her past adventures in the forest. "I'm on a quest to find the door this key unlocks. Would you like to join me?" Pip twitched his tail in agreement, his enthusiasm infectious. Together, they continued along the winding trail, the forest alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird song. The path led them to a serene glade, where sunlight pooled like liquid gold on the forest floor. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled with age and wisdom. Clara approached the tree and for the first time noticed a small door intricately carved into the bark. The door was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and blossoms, a masterpiece of nature's artistry. Clara's heart quickened with excitement as she retrieved the brass key from her pocket. With a gentle twist, the key turned smoothly in the lock. The door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a cozy, hidden chamber within the heart of the oak. Inside, the chamber was bathed in a soft amber glow. Shelves carved into the wood were lined with curious objects, an hourglass filled with shimmering sand, a collection of feathers from fantastical birds, and a mirror that reflected not just images, but the essence of one's heart. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a book bound in rich leather, its pages edged with gold. Clara approached the book, sensing its significance. As she opened it, the pages began to fill with words, writing themselves in elegant script. The book told the story of the forest, of its guardians, and the magic that flowed through its roots and branches. It spoke of the balance between nature and the village, a delicate harmony maintained through understanding and respect. As Clara read, she realized the true purpose of her journey. The key was not just to a physical door, but to an understanding of the world around her. It was a reminder of the importance of listening to the whispers of the forest, of cherishing the bonds between the village and nature. With newfound wisdom, Clara closed the book and returned it to its place on the pedestal. She left the chamber, the door closing gently behind her. Pip scampered up to her, his eyes full of curiosity and admiration. "Thank you for your company, Pip," Clara said, giving him a gentle pat. "I've learned that the greatest treasures are not always the ones we can hold, but those we can feel and understand." Together, they made their way back to Willowbrook, the forest path now familiar and welcoming. As they emerged from the trees, the village greeted them with the comforting scent of wood smoke and the distant laughter of children at play. Clara returned to the curiosity corner, where Matilda awaited her with a knowing smile. Clara placed the brass key back in its velvet-lined box, its purpose fulfilled. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Matilda asked, her voice warm and soothing. "Yes," Clara replied, her heart full of gratitude, and so much more. As evening descended upon Willowbrook, Clara made her way home, her mind still alight with the wonders of the day. The key had opened a door to a world of understanding, and in doing so had changed her forever. In the cozy glow of her own fireplace, Clara settled into bed, her heart at peace. The gentle rustling of the leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep, carrying with them the whispers of the forest and the promise of dreams filled with magic and discovery. Story 21. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled within the gentle embrace of rolling hills and whispering streams, lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were filled with the familiar sights and sounds of her beloved home, where the aroma of fresh-baked bread mingled with the soft rustling of leaves in the golden afternoon sun. One late autumn morning, as the crisp air carried the scent of apples and wood smoke, Leora found herself wandering the winding paths of the village market. Her eyes caught the glint of something curious at a small, unassuming stall. It was a pendant, delicate and shimmering, forged from silver and adorned with a stone of deep azure. The vendor, an elderly woman with eyes as bright as the morning dew, noticed Leora's interest and beckoned her closer. "This," the woman said, her voice as gentle as a lullaby, "is a relic from a time long past, crafted by the hands of your ancestors. It holds the stories of your kin, those who walked these lands long before you." Intrigued, Leora took the pendant into her hands. As her fingers traced the intricate patterns etched into the metal, she felt a warmth spread through her, a sensation both unfamiliar and comforting. The vendor smiled, her gaze steady and wise. "Your heritage is rich, my dear, and this is a key to understanding it." That evening, Leora sat by her window, the pendant resting upon her palm, catching the moon's tender light. As she pondered the old woman's words, a soft voice seemed to whisper from within the stone, urging her to explore the legacy hidden in her blood. The following day, with the pendant tucked safely against her chest, Leora embarked on a journey to uncover the tales of her forebears. Her first stop was the village library, a sanctuary of knowledge where the scent of parchment and ink enveloped her like a warm embrace. Among the dusty tomes and scrolls, she discovered records of her ancestors, renowned for their wisdom and their deep connection to the land. Each story she read was like a thread, weaving together a tapestry of courage, kindness, and resilience. Her ancestors had been healers and storytellers, guardians of the natural world who understood the language of the earth and the secrets it held. They had crafted tools and artifacts imbued with magic, symbols of their bond with the universe. Leora's heart swelled with pride, and she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the voices of her past were singing a lullaby, guiding her home. With each page she turned, she uncovered lessons of harmony and friendship, tales of challenges overcome not by force, but by wisdom and understanding. One legend spoke of a sacred grove, a place where her ancestors would gather to celebrate the cycles of the seasons, sharing stories and songs under the canopy of ancient trees. The grove was said to hold a special kind of magic, one that would reveal itself to those who approached with an open heart. Determined to see this place of wonder, Leora set off through the forest, the path winding through a tapestry of amber and jade leaves. The air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing accompaniment to her thoughts. As she walked, she felt the presence of her ancestors beside her, their whispers blending with the rustling leaves. The pendant grew warm against her skin, a beacon guiding her toward her destination. When Leora finally arrived at the grove, she was greeted by a sight that took her breath away. The trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches intertwined to form a living cathedral. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In the center of the grove lay a stone altar, adorned with carvings that mirrored those on her pendant. Leora approached with reverence, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Kneeling before the altar, she placed the pendant upon it and closed her eyes. In the silence, she felt a profound peace wash over her, as if the very essence of the grove was embracing her. The pendant shimmered, and she heard the voices of her ancestors, clear and harmonious, sharing their wisdom and love. They spoke of the importance of understanding one's roots, of cherishing the bonds that connect us to those who came before. They reminded her of the strength found in unity, the power of kindness, and the beauty of living in harmony with the world. As their voices faded, Leora opened her eyes, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and clarity. The pendant, now cool to the touch, seemed to glow with a gentle light, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the legacy she would carry forward. With a heart full of newfound understanding, Leora made her way back to Willowbrook. The village welcomed her with open arms, its familiar sights and sounds now infused with a deeper meaning. She had discovered not just her past, but her place within it, a connection that would guide her through all her days. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their gentle dance across the sky, Leora sat by her window once more, the pendant resting against her heart. She knew that the stories of her ancestors would live on in her, a legacy of love and wisdom as enduring as the earth beneath her feet. In the quiet of the night, with the world wrapped in the soft embrace of dreams, Leora smiled, content in the knowledge that she had found her way home. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a quiet child, with eyes that sparkled like morning dew and a heart full of curiosity about the world around her. One crisp autumn day, Lily was out exploring the woods near her home when she stumbled upon an old, weathered book lying half-buried in the fallen leaves. Intrigued, she brushed away the debris and opened the tome, revealing pages filled with intricate illustrations and strange symbols she had never seen before. As Lily ran her fingers over the aged parchment, something remarkable happened. The symbols began to glow with a soft, golden light. Suddenly, the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, and Lily found herself transported to a realm she could scarcely believe. She stood in a clearing surrounded by towering trees with bark that shimmered like silver, their leaves a kaleidoscope of colors she had never witnessed before. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooms that danced on an invisible breeze, and in the distance she could hear the gentle trickle of a stream. Lily was so awestruck that she barely noticed the tiny figure approaching her until a small voice piped up, "Greetings, young one. Welcome to the enchanted realm." She looked down to see a diminutive creature with gossamer wings and a kindly face etched with wisdom beyond its years. "I am Zephyr, a pixie guide," the little being continued. "That book you found is a sacred tome, a gateway to our world for those with pure hearts and open minds." Zephyr explained that the enchanted realm was a place of magic and wonder, where the elements themselves held incredible power. However, a dark force had been slowly draining the realm of its energy, and the pixies needed Lily's help to restore the balance. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Lily agreed to embark on this extraordinary quest. Zephyr introduced her to two more pixie companions, the brave and adventurous Thistle and the gentle, nurturing Willow, who would accompany her on her journey. Their first task was to seek out the ancient oak tree, a mighty guardian of the forest whose roots ran deep into the heart of the enchanted realm. But the path was overgrown and treacherous, and Lily soon found herself facing a seemingly impassable thicket of thorns. Just as she was about to turn back in defeat, Willow reminded her, "The key is not to force your way through, but to find the spaces in between." With those words, Lily took a deep breath and looked at the thicket with new eyes. She noticed the tiny gaps and openings, and carefully wove her way through, the thorns parting gently before her. At last they reached the oak tree, a towering behemoth whose branches seemed to stretch up to the very heavens. As Lily approached its massive trunk, she felt a sense of peace and reverence wash over her. The tree spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Welcome, young one. You have proven yourself worthy by showing patience and wisdom. The dark force that plagues our realm is a manifestation of anger and fear, but you have demonstrated the true power of kindness and understanding." With those words, the oak tree bestowed upon Lily a most extraordinary gift, the ability to communicate with and command the very elements themselves. Lily marveled as the air swirled around her, carrying the scent of wildflowers, and the earth beneath her feet seemed to hum with ancient energy. Empowered by this new connection to the natural world, Lily and her pixie friends set out to confront the dark force head-on. They faced many challenges along the way, from raging storms to treacherous cliffs, but Lily called upon the wisdom she had learned, to move with patience, to find the spaces in between, and to meet anger with compassion. Finally, they arrived at the source of the darkness, a twisted, thorny mass that pulsed with malevolent energy. But instead of striking out against it with force, Lily reached out with her newfound powers, wrapping the mass in gentle breezes and coaxing it to unfurl. Within the tangled depths, they discovered a small, frightened creature, its anger and fear fueling the darkness that had nearly consumed the enchanted realm. With infinite kindness, Lily soothed the creature's fears, and as it calmed, the darkness melted away, replaced by a warm, radiant light. The enchanted realm was restored to its former glory, the elements dancing in harmony once more. Lily had not only saved this wondrous place, but had undergone a journey of her own, learning the true power of compassion, patience, and understanding. As she prepared to return home, Zephyr, Thistle, and Willow bid her a fond farewell, their eyes shining with gratitude. "You have proven that the greatest magic of all lies not in spells or incantations, but in the warmth of an open heart," Zephyr said. From that day on, Lily carried the enchanted realm within her, its lessons of kindness and wisdom guiding her through all the adventures life had in store. And whenever she felt lost or afraid, she need only open the ancient tome and let its magic fill her soul once more. Story 23. In the heart of the ancient Eldergrove forest, where the air is perpetually laced with the scent of pine and damp earth, the natural world thrived in a delicate symphony. Here, the towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the forest floor was a tapestry of emerald moss and golden leaves, a cradle for the myriad creatures that called it home. The forest was a realm unto itself, a place where the line between the real and the magical was as thin as a spider's web. In this verdant haven lived a community of creatures, each with its own role in maintaining the harmony of the woods. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were the color of moonlight and whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Orin was known as the keeper of seasons, a title passed down through generations of his kind. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves blazed with hues of crimson and gold, Orin perched upon his favorite oak, its limbs gnarled and strong. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves, and a cool breeze carried the scent of ripened berries and distant rain. Orin spread his wings, feeling the wind's gentle embrace, and called a meeting of the forest council. Gathering beneath the oak, the forest dwellers assembled. Sylvie the squirrel, her fur as red as the autumn leaves, Marin the badger, whose stripes were as bold as the night sky, and a myriad of others, each bringing their own unique gifts to the forest. As they settled into a comfortable silence, Orin spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "My friends," he began, "the time has come for the great balance to be renewed. As the seasons change, so must we ensure that our home remains in harmony." The creatures nodded in understanding. The great balance was an ancient tradition, a time when the forest inhabitants came together to prepare for the changing seasons, ensuring that the needs of all were met. Sylvie scampered onto a branch, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Orin, how do we keep the balance this year? The summer was long and dry, and the river runs lower than it should." Orin blinked thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to the river, a silver ribbon winding through the forest. "This year, we must be more vigilant. We must share our resources and help one another prepare for the coming winter. Nature guides us if we listen." And so, the creatures set about their tasks with quiet determination. Sylvie, nimble and quick, gathered acorns and nuts, storing them safely in the hollow of an ancient tree. Marin, with his powerful claws, dug burrows deep and snug, offering warmth and shelter to those in need. Meanwhile, the birds spread the seeds of autumn berries, ensuring new growth come spring. As the days shortened and the nights grew longer, the forest seemed to glow with an ethereal light. The first frost clung to the leaves like a delicate lace, and the air was rich with the promise of snow. The creatures worked in harmony, each one contributing to the great balance, their efforts guided by Orin's gentle wisdom. One evening, as the stars glittered like diamonds against the velvet sky, a new visitor arrived in the forest. She was a fox, her fur a soft blend of russet and cream, her eyes bright and curious. Her name was Lyra, and she had traveled far, driven by a whisper of an ancient tale she had heard as a cub. The creatures welcomed Lyra warmly, sharing their food and stories by the light of the moon. Lyra listened, her heart warmed by the camaraderie and kindness she found in the forest. She was eager to learn how the great balance was maintained, and pledged to help in any way she could. As the first snowflakes began to fall, Lyra proved herself a valuable member of the forest community. With her keen sense of smell, she helped locate hidden caches of food, ensuring that none would go hungry as winter's grip tightened. Each day the forest grew quieter, the snow muffling the sounds and wrapping the world in a hushed peace. The river, now iced over, sparkled in the pale sunlight, and the trees stood tall and bare against the winter sky. One night, as the auroras danced in ribbons of green and blue above the forest, Orin gathered the creatures once more. "We have done well, my friends," he said, his voice carrying a note of warmth and pride. "The great balance is strong, thanks to each of you." As the creatures nodded in agreement, Orin continued, "Let us remember that harmony is a gift we give to one another. It is in our unity that we find strength." And so the wisdom of the forest was passed down, woven into the very fabric of their lives. The creatures knew that the great balance was not just a task, but a way of life, a promise to nurture and protect one another through the ebb and flow of the seasons. As winter deepened, the forest became a wonderland of stillness and light. The creatures drew closer together, sharing warmth and stories, their breath mingling in the frosty air. Lyra, snug in a den with her new friends, felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. The wisdom of the forest had taken root in her heart, and she knew she would carry it with her, no matter where her path might lead. For in the quiet of the elder grove, she had discovered that true magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the simple, profound connection between all living things. And so, under the watchful gaze of Orin, keeper of seasons, the forest slumbered through the winter, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony and hope. As the winds sang their lullaby and the snowflakes whispered secrets, the creatures dreamed of spring, when the cycle would begin anew, and the great balance would once more guide their lives. In this ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and love. Story 24. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a shimmering silver river, there lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and kind heart, though she often found herself feeling out of place, as if she was a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit into the picture of her own life. Anwen's days were filled with the comforting routine of tending to her small garden and watching over her grandmother's old cottage. The cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, had a way of whispering secrets of the past, stories of love and laughter that seemed to dance in the crackling fire on cool evenings. Yet despite the warmth of her surroundings, Anwen felt a growing restlessness within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. She yearned for change, but the thought of stepping beyond the familiar boundaries of her village filled her with trepidation. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to fall, Anwen decided to wander beyond her usual path. As she strolled through the woodland, the air was filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and the soft rustle of creatures hidden in the underbrush. The forest seemed alive with possibilities, each step a quiet invitation to explore the unknown. It was during this walk that Anwen stumbled upon an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise elder. Beneath the tree, she noticed something unusual, a small, shimmering door embedded within the trunk, barely visible unless the sunlight hit it just right. Curiosity tugged at Anwen's heart, urging her to open the door. Inside, she found a narrow staircase spiraling downward into the depths of the earth. Without quite knowing why, Anwen took a deep breath and descended into the darkness, each step echoing softly around her. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a cavern illuminated by a gentle, ethereal glow. In the center of the cavern stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface reflecting the soft light in 1,000 different hues. It was here that Anwen met the first of several magical beings who would guide her on her journey of self-discovery. The first was a water nymph named Lyra, whose voice was as soothing as the babbling brook that fed the pool. Lyra's eyes sparkled with a wisdom that belied her youthful appearance. "Welcome, Anwen," she said, her voice a melody that wrapped around Anwen like a warm blanket. "You have taken the first step towards embracing change." Anwen listened intently as Lyra spoke of the transformations that awaited her, each one a reflection of her inner growth. Lyra encouraged Anwen to embrace the unknown, to trust in the journey ahead, even when the path seemed uncertain. As the days passed, Anwen returned to the magical cavern many times. Each visit brought new encounters and lessons. She met Elwyn, a gentle woodland spirit who taught her about the interconnectedness of all living things, showing her how every choice she made rippled outwards, affecting the world around her. Then there was Thalion, an ancient owl with feathers like the night sky, who shared stories of his own journeys and transformations. Thalion's stories were filled with warmth and humor, and they reminded Anwen that change, though challenging, was also an opportunity for growth and discovery. With each new lesson, Anwen felt herself slowly transforming, much like the forest around her. She began to see the beauty in change, appreciating the subtle shifts in the seasons and the way life continuously renewed itself. Her heart, once heavy with uncertainty, grew lighter as she learned to trust in the flow of life. The magic of the cavern seemed to seep into her soul, awakening a deep sense of peace and acceptance. Anwen discovered strengths she never knew she had, courage, resilience, and a quiet confidence that blossomed like wildflowers after a spring rain. One particularly crisp evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Anwen stood at the edge of the pool, her reflection shimmering back at her. She realized she had become part of the magic, her own transformation mirroring the changes she had witnessed in the forest. With newfound clarity, she understood that change was not something to fear, but to embrace. It was a dance of life, a continuous unfolding of the self, and she was ready to step into it with an open heart. Buoyed by the wisdom of her magical friends, Anwen returned to the village, her soul alight with the knowledge she had gained. She saw her home with fresh eyes, appreciating the familiar sights and sounds that had once seemed so ordinary. Anwen shared her experiences with the villagers, guiding them as she had been guided, helping them to see the beauty in change and the strength in vulnerability. Her story became a beacon of hope and inspiration, a reminder that personal growth was a journey worth undertaking. And so Anwen's life became a tapestry woven with magic and wisdom, each thread a testament to her courage and the friendships that had guided her. In embracing change, she had found her place, not only in the village, but within her own heart. As the years rolled by, Anwen continued to grow and transform, her spirit as vibrant as the forest that had once called her to adventure. And though the journey was never without its challenges, Anwen faced each one with grace and the gentle assurance that she was exactly where she was meant to be. In the end, Anwen's story was not just about change, but about the profound beauty of discovering oneself, a journey that, like the seasons, was ever evolving and endlessly enchanting. Story 25. In the gentle embrace of a sleepy village nestled between whispering woods and a shimmering lake, there lay a secret known only to a few. This village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was home to stories as old as the stones themselves, stories that danced on the lips of the wind and lingered in the folds of the hills. No tale was more cherished than that of the enchanted locket, a magical object said to grant the heart's truest desire to those who held it with pure intent. This locket, intricately carved and glistening with an ethereal glow, was hidden deep within the heart of the enchanted forest. Many had searched for it, lured by the promise of wishes fulfilled, but only those with the sincerest of hearts could ever hope to find it. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Maeve, with eyes the color of the lake at dawn and hair that tumbled like autumn leaves. Maeve was a dreamer, her heart full of wonder and her mind a canvas of endless possibilities. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who often spoke of the locket and its magic, weaving tales that wrapped around Maeve like a cozy blanket. One blustery evening, as the village prepared for winter's embrace, Maeve sat by the hearth, the fire crackling merrily at her feet. Her grandmother, nestled in her favorite armchair, began the familiar tale of the locket once more. The room was filled with the rich aroma of cinnamon and apples, and the warmth of the fire painted shadows that danced along the walls. "You see, dear Maeve," her grandmother's voice was soft, like the gentle rustle of leaves. "The locket chooses its seeker. It senses the purity of one's heart and the truth of one's wish. It is not enough to simply desire. One must be worthy." Maeve leaned in closer, her eyes wide with curiosity. "But Grandma, has anyone ever found it?" Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like tinkling bells. "Ah, that is part of the mystery. Some say it was last seen by the woodcutter's son many moons ago. Others whisper that it vanished with the mist one morning. But what truly matters is the journey it inspires." Maeve felt a stir deep within her chest, a longing to find this locket not for wishes, but for the adventure it promised. That night, as the moon cast its silver glow across the village, Maeve lay in bed, the idea taking root in her heart. The next morning, the first snow had fallen, blanketing the village in a soft white hush. Maeve's excitement was as bright as the winter sun. She donned her warmest cloak, wrapped a scarf snugly around her neck, and set off toward the enchanted forest, her breath visible in the crisp air. The forest was a world unto itself, its trees standing like ancient sentinels, their branches intertwined in a lacework against the sky. The snow crunched beneath Maeve's boots as she followed a path that wound like a ribbon through the trees. The air was alive with the scent of pine and the distant call of a songbird, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the forest. As Maeve journeyed further, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as white as the snow. Its eyes, bright and knowing, seemed to beckon her forward. Maeve smiled, feeling a kinship with this woodland guide, and followed it deeper into the trees. The forest grew denser, the path more winding, until they reached a clearing bathed in sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. It was here that Maeve paused, her heart fluttering with a sense of anticipation. She closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and whispered her wish into the wind. She wished not for riches or power, but for a heart that would always find joy in the smallest of wonders. As her words faded into the silence, the fox nudged her gently. Maeve opened her eyes to find the fox's gaze fixed on a hollow at the base of the oak. Nestled within was the locket, glowing softly, as if in answer to her wish. With trembling hands, Maeve picked up the locket, its warmth spreading through her fingers and into her heart. She felt a sense of peace, a connection to something greater than herself. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the world around her suspended in a moment of perfect stillness. Maeve knew then that the locket's magic was not in granting wishes, but in revealing the truth that lay within one's heart. It was the journey, the friendships forged, and the wisdom gained that were the true treasures. As she turned to leave, the fox trotted beside her, a silent promise of companionship. Together, they made their way back through the forest, Maeve's heart light with the knowledge that she had found something far more precious than she had ever imagined. The village welcomed her return with open arms, the warmth of home a balm against the chill of the evening air. As Maeve recounted her adventure by the fire, her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride. And so, in the cozy glow of the hearth, Maeve learned that the greatest magic of all was the love and laughter shared with those who journeyed beside her. The enchanted locket was a reminder that true happiness comes not from wishes granted, but from the beauty of the world and the kindness we carry in our hearts. As the fire crackled and the snow fell softly outside, Maeve drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the whisper of leaves and the promise of many more adventures to come. Story 26. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and wise, there lay a hidden world known to only a few. This was a realm where the soft hum of nature sang in harmony with the magic that thrived beneath its emerald canopy. The woods were a sanctuary for creatures of all kinds, from the smallest of mice to the grandest of owls, and it was here that our tale begins. Deep within these woods there was a small, quaint cottage nestled against the foot of a great oak tree. The cottage belonged to an old storyteller named Eamon. His hair was as white as freshly fallen snow, and his eyes held the twinkle of countless tales yet to be told. Every evening, Eamon would sit by his fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows upon the walls, and weave stories that drifted through the woods like a gentle breeze. One misty morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the treetops, a peculiar guest arrived at Eamon's doorstep. It was a young girl named Brianni, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and whose heart was as open as the fields in spring. She had come from the village beyond the woods, drawn by tales of the magical world that lay hidden within. "Good morning, Eamon," Brianni greeted with a smile that could chase away the coldest of winters. "I have heard of the wonders that lie within these woods, and I've come to see them for myself." Eamon, with a warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes, nodded. "Ah, Brianni, the Whispering Woods are indeed full of wonders. But remember, the magic here is not to be taken lightly. It reveals itself only to those with an open heart and a kind spirit." With a nod of understanding, Brianni embarked on her journey, leaving behind the familiar paths and venturing deeper into the woods. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor. As she walked, the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant songs of birds accompanied her, a symphony of nature's own making. Brianni soon came upon a narrow path that seemed to shimmer in the light. Intrigued, she followed it until she reached a clearing where an ancient stone stood, inscribed with runes that glowed faintly. Atop the stone sat a small, delicate object, a locket, its silver surface etched with the image of a crescent moon. Curiosity piqued. Brianni picked up the locket, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. As she opened it, a soft glow enveloped her, revealing scenes of distant lands and forgotten times. But more than just images, the locket whispered secrets of the woods, tales of friendship and courage, and the promise of adventures yet to come. Brianni felt a change within her, a spark of magic that resonated with her very being. It was as if the locket had chosen her, gifting her with the ability to see the world in a way she never had before. With newfound wonder, she continued her journey, eager to discover what lay ahead. As the day wore on, Brianni encountered many creatures of the woods, each more fantastical than the last. There were the tinkertail squirrels, with their bushy tails and mischievous eyes, who guided her through the winding paths. Then there was the owl of Eldergrove, who shared stories from the time when the woods were young, its voice deep and resonant like the echo of a distant drum. But as enchanting as these encounters were, it was an unexpected friendship that truly touched Brianni's heart. In a secluded grove, she found a fox trapped by a tangle of silken threads. The fox's fur was a fiery red, and its eyes glistened with a plea for help. Without hesitation, Brianni approached, speaking softly to calm the frightened creature. "Fear not, little one," she whispered, gently freeing the fox from its bindings. "You are safe now." The fox looked up at her, gratitude shining in its eyes. It nuzzled against her hand, a silent promise of loyalty and friendship. From that moment on, the fox became her companion, guiding her through the hidden paths of the woods and teaching her the language of the forest. Together, they discovered a hidden world beyond the ordinary, where the streams sang songs of forgotten times and the wind carried the laughter of ancient spirits. Brianni learned to speak with the trees, understanding their wisdom and stories, and the fox showed her the secrets of the earth, where magic thrived in every leaf and stone. As days turned into weeks, Brianni and the fox explored every corner of the Whispering Woods. They visited the Crystal Lake, where the water shimmered like 1,000 diamonds under the moonlight, and the Meadow of Echoes, where their laughter was mirrored by the whispers of the past. But their journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the woods, Brianni and the fox stumbled upon a part of the forest where the shadows seemed darker, the air heavier. It was a place where the magic had turned, twisted by an ancient sorrow. In the heart of this darkened grove stood a tree unlike any other. Its branches were gnarled and bare, and its bark was as black as the deepest night. It was the Tree of Sorrow, a monument to a forgotten tale of loss and longing. Brianni felt a pang of sadness as she approached the tree, the air around her thick with melancholy. The locket at her neck grew warm, and she knew that this was a mystery that needed to be unraveled, a story that needed to be told. With the fox by her side, Brianni listened to the whispers of the tree, understanding the pain that had taken root. It was a tale of a friendship lost, a bond broken by misunderstanding and fear. The tree wept for its companion, a spirit of the woods who had vanished long ago, leaving behind only echoes of their joy. Brianni's heart ached for the tree, its sorrow resonating with her own spirit. She realized that healing the tree would require more than magic. It needed understanding, compassion, and a rekindling of the lost friendship. Determined to mend what was broken, Brianni called upon the creatures of the forest, seeking their help to find the lost spirit. The tinkertail squirrels, the owl of Eldergrove, and even the streams and winds lent their voices to the search, each eager to restore harmony to their beloved woods. Days passed, and the forest hummed with anticipation, the creatures working together with a unity that warmed Brianni's heart. Then, one starry night, as the moon bathed the woods in silver light, the fox led Brianni to a secluded glade where a gentle glow emanated from the shadows. There, amidst the moonlit flowers, stood the spirit of the woods, its form ethereal and shimmering like mist in the dawn. It gazed at Brianni with eyes full of ancient wisdom and a hint of sorrow. "Why have you come, child of the earth?" the spirit asked, its voice like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "I have come to mend a broken bond," Brianni replied, her voice steady and kind. "The Tree of Sorrow weeps for you, longing for the friendship it lost long ago. I wish to help you find your way back to each other." The spirit regarded her with a gentle smile, a warmth spreading across its features. It takes great courage and a pure heart to seek such a task. You have shown both, and for that I am grateful. With Brioni's guidance, the spirit returned to the Tree of Sorrow, their reunion a symphony of joy and healing that resonated through the woods. The tree's bark softened, its branches blossoming with flowers that glowed in the moonlight, a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. As the forest celebrated the renewal of an ancient bond, Brioni felt a profound change within herself. She had embarked on this journey seeking wonder, but she found something far more precious, the realization that true magic lay in the connections we forge, the empathy we share, and the love we give. With her heart full of gratitude and wonder, Brioni returned to Eamon's cottage, the fox trotting beside her. She shared her tale with the old storyteller, who listened with a smile, his eyes twinkling with the warmth of a hearth on a winter's night. "You have learned well, Brioni," Eamon said as he stoked the fire, the flames casting a cozy glow in the room. "The woods have taught you their greatest secret, that magic is not in the objects we find or the powers we wield, but in the bonds we nurture and the kindness we show." As Brioni settled by the fire, her heart content and her spirit aglow, she knew that her journey had only just begun. The Whispering Woods held many more tales waiting to be told, and she was ready to listen, to learn, and to share their magic with the world. And so, with the gentle crackle of the fire and the soft murmur of the woods as her lullaby, Brioni drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world she had come to love. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun always set with a golden glow and the moonlight danced like silver on the leaves, there was a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods. This village was called Willowbrook, named after the gentle brook that wound its way through the heart of the town, singing soft, bubbling tunes as it flowed. The villagers of Willowbrook lived in cozy, thatched-roof cottages with gardens overflowing with vibrant flowers and lush, green herbs. Every evening, the air was filled with the scent of lavender and chamomile, drifting from the teacups of those who settled on their porches to watch the stars twinkle above. In this peaceful village lived a young girl with wide, curious eyes and a kind heart. Her name was Leela, and she had a knack for noticing things others might overlook. Lila's best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who perched in the grand oak tree at the edge of the village. Oliver had feathers as soft as down, and eyes that gleamed with the wisdom of ages. One morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, something peculiar began to happen in Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to find their gardens in disarray. Flowers that usually stood tall and proud were drooping, and the once clear brook had turned a strange shade of milky white. A gentle hum, almost like the whisper of a distant song, echoed through the air. Concerned, the villagers gathered in the town square, murmuring about the odd occurrences. Lila, with Oliver perched on her shoulder, listened carefully. She could feel the worry in the air, like the gentle tremor of a butterfly's wings. "I wonder what could be causing this," Lila pondered aloud, stroking Oliver's soft feathers. The wise owl blinked slowly, his eyes thoughtful. "Perhaps it's time we investigate," Oliver suggested in his deep, soothing voice. "Sometimes the smallest clues can solve the greatest mysteries." With a nod of determination, Lila set off, Oliver guiding her with a gentle flutter of wings. They started at the brook, its usually crystal-clear waters now clouded and mysterious. Lila knelt by the water's edge, her fingers brushing its surface. The humming grew louder, resonating in her bones like a forgotten lullaby. "There's something magical here," Oliver observed, tilting his head. "We must look closer." Guided by his wisdom, Lila peered into the brook, noticing tiny glimmers beneath the surface. With care, she scooped a handful of water, revealing a cluster of shimmering, pearlescent stones. They vibrated softly, the source of the mysterious hum. "These stones are not of our world," Oliver murmured, his gaze fixed on them. "They must have been carried here by the currents of magic." Lila nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. "But how did they end up in our brook?" The two friends decided to follow the brook upstream, where it twisted and turned through the whispering woods. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight trickled through the canopy, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. After a while, they came upon a small clearing where a gentle breeze seemed to play. At the center stood an ancient stone circle, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dappled light. In the middle of the circle, a pool of water shimmered, surrounded by flowers of every color imaginable. "This must be the source," Oliver said, his voice barely above a whisper. "A magical spring, hidden away for centuries." Lila stepped closer, feeling the gentle pull of magic in the air. The stones in her hand resonated with the ones at the spring, their hum now a harmonious melody. "But why now?" Lila wondered. "Why has this magic awakened?" As if in answer, a soft rustle came from the edge of the clearing. Out stepped a graceful creature, its form delicate and ethereal, like moonlight woven into a being. It was a water sprite, eyes like deep pools reflecting the sky. "Greetings, kind-hearted ones," the sprite spoke, her voice like the tinkling of chimes. "I am Lyra, guardian of this spring. I have long watched over this place, ensuring its magic remains hidden and safe." Lila and Oliver bowed respectfully. "We are honored to meet you, Lyra," Leela said. "But our village is troubled by the stones that have drifted into our brook. Can you help us understand?" Lyra nodded, her gaze gentle and understanding. "The magic of this spring is ancient, a remnant of a time when our worlds were closely entwined. The stones you found are keys to that magic. Recently, a shift in the balance has occurred, allowing them to escape their bounds." Lila listened intently, her heart warmed by Lyra's sincerity. "How can we restore the balance and bring peace back to our village?" "The stones must be returned to the spring," Lyra explained. "Their energy will blend with the waters once more, sealing the magic safely within these woods." With Oliver's help, Lila carefully placed the stones back into the spring. As they sank beneath the surface, the water glowed softly, and the hum transformed into a soothing lullaby that spread through the clearing like a gentle breeze. "Thank you," Lyra said, a smile gracing her lips. "Your kindness and wisdom have preserved the harmony of our worlds." Lila felt a warmth blossom in her heart, a deep sense of connection with the magical world around her. "We are grateful for your guidance, Lyra," she replied. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the brook's waters were once again clear, and the flowers in the gardens stood tall and vibrant. The villagers, seeing Lila and Oliver return, gathered to hear the tale of the magical spring and the guardian who watched over it. That evening, as stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the village of Willowbrook felt a renewed sense of wonder. Lila, seated on her porch with Oliver by her side, sipped her chamomile tea, the mysteries of the day settling into a gentle memory. And so, in the land where the moonlight danced and magic whispered through the trees, the villagers of Willowbrook embraced the beauty of their world, knowing that with kindness and wisdom, even the strangest mysteries could be solved. With a heart full of peace, Lila closed her eyes, drifting into a gentle sleep, the comforting hum of the magical spring echoing softly in her dreams. And as the village slumbered under the watchful gaze of the stars, all was well in Willowbrook, where magic and harmony lived side by side. Story 28. In a far-off corner of the galaxy, where stardust danced like shimmering fireflies and nebulas painted the sky in swirls of lavender and gold, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Lumina. Lumina was renowned for its luminous crystal forests that sang soft, melodious tunes whenever the gentle breezes passed through them. It was here that our story begins, with a curious being named Leora from the planet of Aetheris. Leora was a radiant creature, her skin aglow with a soft, iridescent shimmer. She had eyes like pools of liquid light, and her voice was a gentle hum that echoed the soothing sounds of her home planet's ethereal winds. Etherians were known for their wisdom and serenity, often seeking peace in the harmony of their universe. However, Leora was different. She harbored a deep yearning for adventure beyond her crystalline world. Her journey brought her to Lumina, a planet teeming with life and light. It was here that she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, furry creature entangled amidst the roots of a crystal tree. The creature was a flibber, native to the nearby planet of Thrin. Flibbers were round, fluffy beings with large, expressive eyes and a penchant for mischief. This particular flibber, named Quibble, had fur as blue as the evening sky, and a tendency to get tangled in all sorts of predicaments. As Leora approached, Quibble chattered nervously, his tiny paws flailing in an attempt to free himself. His language was a series of high-pitched squeaks and chirps, entirely different from the melodic tones of Aetherus. Misunderstanding the flibber's distress, Leora paused, uncertain of how to help without causing further alarm. With a deep breath, Leora decided to hum a soothing tune, a melody of her homeland that spoke of calm and understanding. To her surprise, Quibble's frantic movements slowed, his bright eyes focusing on her with newfound curiosity. Realizing that communication was possible through the universal language of kindness, Leora gently reached forward, untangling the roots from Quibble's fur. Once free, Quibble bounced in circles around Leora, chirping excitedly in what she assumed was gratitude. Despite their different languages, a bond began to form. Leora extended her hand, and to her delight, Quibble hopped onto her palm, nuzzling against her shimmering skin. Together, the unlikely pair set off to explore Lumina's wonders. They wandered through the glowing forests, where the crystals cast a warm, welcoming light, and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant songs of luminescent birds. As they traveled, Quibble would point out hidden nooks and crannies, revealing treasures only his keen flibber eyes could see. Their journey was not without its challenges. One afternoon, as they wandered too close to the edge of the misty chasm, a deep, swirling ravine known for its unpredictable fogs, an unexpected gust of wind swept through, separating the duo. Leora found herself enveloped in the thick mist, unable to see or hear Quibble's chirps. Panic threatened to rise within her, but she remembered the lesson she had learned when first meeting Quibble: patience and calm. She closed her eyes and focused on the melody of her heart, letting it guide her through the fog. As she moved slowly and steadily, she began to hum the same soothing tune she had used to calm Quibble. From within the fog, she soon heard a familiar chirp, followed by the soft thud of tiny feet on the ground. Quibble emerged from the mist, bounding toward her with joy. Relieved, Leora scooped him up, and together they danced in the clearing mist, grateful for the reunion. Through shared challenges and moments of misunderstanding, Leora and Quibble forged a friendship that transcended language and species. They learned to communicate through gestures, shared experiences, and the music of their hearts. Leora discovered that true adventure lay not just in exploring new worlds, but in the bonds formed along the way. Quibble, in turn, found a companion who valued his unique perspective and humor. As the sun set over Lumina, casting vibrant hues across the sky, Leora and Quibble rested beneath a canopy of shimmering crystals. The gentle breeze carried the forest song around them, and the stars began to twinkle above, like tiny beacons of hope and wonder. In that serene moment, they realized that friendship was not bound by words or appearances, but by the understanding and support shared between two souls, no matter how different. As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the universe seemed just a little bit smaller and infinitely more beautiful, for they had discovered the true meaning of companionship amidst the stars. Story 29. In the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient trees swayed like gentle giants and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers, lay the quaint little village of Willowbrook. It was a place where magic thrummed quietly beneath the surface, woven into the fabric of everyday life. Here lanterns glowed with a soft golden light, and cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through fields where fireflies danced at dusk. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers of Willowbrook gathered around the great oak in the center of town. It was said that this oak was the oldest tree in the forest, its roots stretching deep into the earth, whispering secrets of forgotten times. Hanging from its branches were countless little bells that chimed gently in the breeze, creating a melody as soothing as a lullaby. One particular evening, as the villagers settled on the soft grass with their cups of warm spiced cider, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. The stars, usually twinkling brightly in the clear night sky, seemed to be dimming, one by one, until only the faintest glimmers remained. A hushed murmur swept through the crowd, and all eyes turned to the wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch of the great oak. This was no ordinary owl, for she was known as Lumina, the keeper of the forest's wisdom. Her feathers shimmered with a silvery sheen, and her eyes held the depth of 1,000 stories. Lumina blinked slowly, considering the unusual occurrence, before speaking in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It seems the stars have decided to play a game with us," she began, her words weaving a sense of calmness around the villagers. "They have hidden their light, and it is up to us to discover why." Among the villagers sat a young girl named Sylvie, known for her curiosity and gentle heart. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, framed a face that was often lit with a thoughtful smile. Sylvie loved puzzles and mysteries, and the challenge of restoring the star's light filled her with quiet determination. "I'll help," Sylvie offered, her voice steady and kind. "Perhaps there's a clue somewhere in the forest." Lumina nodded approvingly, her eyes twinkling with encouragement. "Remember, Sylvie, the forest is full of friends who may guide you. Trust in what you see and hear." With a small lantern in hand, its light casting a warm glow around her, Sylvie set off into the forest. The path ahead was lined with ferns that brushed against her ankles like soft whispers. As she walked, she listened closely to the sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the occasional hoot of an owl hidden in the canopy above. Soon, Sylvie arrived at the crystal brook, a stream whose waters sparkled like diamonds under the moonlight. There she met her first guide, a water nymph named Leora. Leora's hair flowed like liquid silver, and her laughter was like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Sylvie, dear one," Leora greeted, her voice as fluid as the stream. "I've noticed the stars dimming too. Perhaps they are hiding because they feel forgotten." Sylvie pondered this, her brow furrowing lightly. "But how could we make them feel remembered?" Leora smiled, her eyes shimmering with kindness. "Sometimes a simple song can remind others of their importance." Thanking Leora, Sylvie continued along the brook, humming a melody that echoed the songs her grandmother used to sing. Her heart felt lighter with each note, and she hoped the stars would hear her tune. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Sylvie came upon a clearing where the fireflies gathered in swirling patterns, their lights flickering like tiny lanterns. In the midst of this dance stood an elderly tortoise named Garrick, known for his wisdom and patience. "Ah, Sylvie," Garrick rumbled in a voice as deep as the forest floor. "The stars are merely shy tonight, awaiting a gentle reminder of their place in our hearts." Sylvie kneeled beside Garrick, her hand resting on his ancient shell. Leora suggested a song. "Do you think it's enough?" Garrick nodded slowly, his eyes soft with understanding. "A song is a start, but perhaps they also need to see the joy they bring us." With this new insight, Sylvie returned to the village, where the villagers were gathered once more, waiting with hopeful eyes. She shared her journey and the wisdom of her forest friends. Together, they decided to hold a celebration, a night of songs and stories, laughter and light. Under the great oak, the villagers sang songs of old, their voices weaving a tapestry of love and gratitude. They danced beneath the bells, their joy echoing through the night. And as they celebrated, Sylvie noticed the first star flicker back to life, its light as bright as a beacon of hope. One by one, the stars returned, their brilliance renewed by the warmth and appreciation of the villagers. The sky, once dim, now sparkled with 1,000 tiny suns, each one a reminder of the bond between the earth and the heavens. As the celebration wound down and the villagers began to drift homeward, Sylvie sat beneath the great oak, her heart full of contentment. Lumina fluttered down beside her, the old owl's eyes glowing with pride. "Well done, Sylvie," Lumina praised gently. "You reminded us all of the power of connection and the simple joys that light our lives." Sylvie smiled, her eyes reflecting the starry sky above. "It was the forest that taught me, and the friends who helped." With a final, soft hoot, Lumina took to the skies, her silhouette a dark shadow against the moonlit horizon. Sylvie watched her go, knowing that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered and mysteries yet to be solved. And as she finally closed her eyes, the sound of the whispering woods lulling her to sleep, Sylvie knew that the stars would always shine brightly, not just in the sky, but in the hearts of all who remembered to cherish them. Story 30, The Whispering Woods, a tale of discovery and friendship. In the heart of a vast and ancient woodland, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang gentle lullabies, There lay a hidden realm known only to those with the patience to listen and the courage to seek. This was the Whispering Woods, a place of enchantment and mystery, where a gentle breeze carried the scents of wildflowers and moss, and shafts of sunlight danced through the dense canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. Our story begins with a young boy named Finn, whose curious nature often led him beyond the well-trodden paths that crisscrossed the forest near his village. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure, Finn was known among the villagers for his boundless energy and unyielding sense of wonder. One crisp, cool morning, as the first tendrils of dawn crept over the horizon, Finn set out on one of his many explorations. The air was alive with the calls of birds greeting the new day, and the ground beneath his feet was soft with dew. Clad in his favorite woolen sweater which his grandmother had knitted for him, he felt a comforting warmth against the morning chill. As Finn wandered deeper into the woods, he spotted something unusual. Nestled between the roots of an ancient oak was a delicate, shimmering object. It was a feather, unlike any he had ever seen, glowing with an iridescent light that shifted with every angle. Intrigued, Finn reached out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed its surface, he felt a gentle warmth spread through his hand, as if the feather were alive with a kind of quiet magic. With the feather tucked safely into his satchel, Finn continued his journey, unaware that he was being watched. High above, in the canopy of leaves, a pair of luminous eyes followed his every move. They belonged to a creature of legend known as the moon owl, whose plumage was as silvery as a moonlit night. The moon owl was the guardian of the Whispering Woods, a protector of its secrets and keeper of its ancient magic. As the sun climbed higher, Finn found himself in a part of the forest he had never seen before. The trees here were taller, their trunks gnarled with age, and the air was filled with a sweet, earthy fragrance. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a melody that seemed to invite him further into this hidden world. Suddenly, Finn heard a soft giggle, like the tinkling of tiny bells. He turned to see a small figure peeking from behind a tree. It was a sprite, no taller than a squirrel, with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed spiderwebs. Her name was Lyra, and she had lived in the Whispering Woods for as long as she could remember. "Hello, Finn," Lyra chirped, her voice as light as the breeze. "I've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, for he had never met a sprite before, let alone one that knew his name. "You know me?" he asked, eyes wide with astonishment. Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "The forest knows all who walk its paths, and you, dear Finn, have been chosen." "Chosen?" Finn repeated, feeling a mix of excitement and bewilderment. "Yes," Lyra replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "The feather you found belongs to the moon owl, the guardian of these woods. It has guided you here to where you are needed." Finn glanced at the feather in his satchel, feeling its gentle warmth once more. "What must I do?" he asked, a sense of purpose kindling within him. "The Whispering Woods is in trouble," Lyra explained, her voice growing solemn. "A shadow has fallen over the heart of the forest, and its magic is fading. We need your help to restore it." Finn felt a surge of determination. "I'll do whatever I can." Together, they set off deeper into the forest, where the trees grew closer and the light was dimmed by their thick canopy. As they walked, Lyra explained that the shadow was a mysterious force, draining the life from the woods. It had begun with the wilting of the wildflowers and the silencing of the birds' songs, and now threatened every creature that called the forest home. As they ventured further, the air grew cooler and the shadows lengthened. Finn could feel the tension in the forest, as if it were holding its breath. They reached a clearing where the ground was bare and lifeless. The trees surrounding it twisted and darkened. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay the source of the shadow, a dark, swirling orb that pulsed with an eerie light. "This is it," Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible above the wind. "This is what we must stop." Finn approached the orb, feeling its coldness even from a distance. He could see reflections within its depths, images of the forest as it once was, vibrant and full of life. He knew he had to act, but how? The answer came from above, as the moon owl descended silently from the trees, landing gracefully beside him. Her eyes, wise and ancient, met Finn's, and he understood what needed to be done. The feather, still warm in his satchel, was the key. With trembling hands, Finn drew the feather and held it toward the orb. As he did, the feather began to glow, its light growing ever brighter. The warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of calm and strength. He felt the presence of the forest around him, the spirits of the trees, the whisper of leaves, and the songs of creatures unseen. The orb shuddered, its darkness receding in the face of the feather's light. Slowly it began to dissolve, its shadows unraveling like mist in the morning sun. The ground beneath them trembled, and a soft golden light spread outward from the pedestal, restoring life to the barren clearing. The trees straightened, their leaves unfurling in brilliant greens. Flowers bloomed where none had been moments before, their colors vibrant against the grass. The air was filled with the sound of birds returning, their songs a joyous symphony. Finn lowered the feather, now cool in his hands, and breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow was gone, and the forest was alive once more. Lyra danced around him, her wings a blur of joy. "You did it, Finn! You saved the Whispering Woods!" The moon owl nodded, her gaze full of gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice echoing like the rustle of leaves. "You have restored the balance and brought light back to our world." Finn smiled, feeling a warmth that came not from magic, but from the simple knowledge that he had made a difference. He had discovered a hidden realm, faced a great challenge, and forged an unexpected friendship. And in doing so, he had changed, not just the forest, but himself. As the sun began to set, casting the woods in a soft glow, Finn knew it was time to return home. Lyra flitted by his side, promising that the Whispering Woods would always welcome him. With the moon owl watching over him, Finn retraced his steps, the path now familiar and full of life. As he emerged from the heart of the forest, he glanced back, feeling a connection to this magical place that would stay with him forever. And so, with the warmth of the setting sun upon his face and the whisper of the woods in his heart, Finn made his way home, knowing that sometimes the greatest adventures begin with a simple walk in the forest. Story 31. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets of old, there lay a hidden glen known only to the creatures of the wild. This glen was a realm of serenity and magic, a place where the natural world thrived in perfect harmony. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, while a gentle brook sang as it meandered through the mossy undergrowth. In this enchanted place lived a wise old turtle named Thistle. His shell was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and his eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. Thistle was revered by all for his gentle spirit and his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms. He shared his home with a host of creatures, each playing their part in the delicate balance of the ecosystem. As dawn broke and the forest awoke to the chorus of birdsong, a young deer named Leora emerged from the thicket. Her coat was the color of autumn leaves, and she moved with an elegance that belied her youth. Leora was curious about the world beyond the glen, and often visited Thistle to hear tales of the forest's wonders. One crisp morning, Leora approached Thistle with a question that had been lingering in her heart. "Thistle," she began, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "why does the forest change with the seasons? And how does it remain in harmony despite these changes?" Thistle chuckled warmly, the sound like the gentle babble of the brook. "Ah, my dear Leora," he replied, "the forest is a tapestry woven by the hands of time. Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, and it is through the acceptance of these cycles that harmony is maintained." As Thistle spoke, the forest around them seemed to lean in, as if eager to listen to the tale he would share. "Let me tell you of the magic that ties our world to the seasons," he said. Long ago, when the world was young, the forest was visited by the spirit of the seasons. This spirit, a shimmering presence of light and color, bestowed upon the forest its ever-changing beauty. The spirit of the seasons, as Thistle recounted, was a guardian of balance, ensuring that no one season would dominate the land. In spring, Thistle explained, the spirit awakens the earth, coaxing buds from their slumber and painting the world in gentle greens and pastels. The air is sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the forest hums with the promise of new life. As Thistle spoke of spring, Leora closed her eyes, imagining the fragrant blossoms and the warm sun on her back. She could almost hear the soft buzz of bees as they danced from flower to flower. Summer, Thistle continued, is a time of abundance and growth. The spirit bathes the forest in golden light, and the trees stretch their limbs toward the sky. The air is thick with the sounds of life, chirping crickets, the distant call of the owl, and the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Leora imagined herself in the heart of summer, feeling the sun's warmth seep into her skin and the cool shade of the trees providing refuge from the midday heat. In autumn, Thistle's voice took on a softer, more reflective tone. The spirit adorns the forest in fiery hues of red and gold. The air turns crisp and the leaves fall like whispers, creating a carpet of color on the forest floor. It is a time of preparation, of gathering and storing. Leora could see it in her mind's eye, the vibrant dance of leaves as they drifted to the ground, the quiet anticipation in the air as creatures prepared for the coming cold. And winter, Thistle concluded, is a time of rest and reflection. The forest is cloaked in a blanket of snow, and the world is hushed, as if holding its breath. The spirit ensures that this time of stillness is respected, allowing the earth to heal and renew itself. Leora shivered slightly at the thought of winter's chill, but she also felt a sense of peace at the idea of the forest slumbering, gathering strength for the return of spring. The magic of the seasons, Thistle said gently, is a reminder that change is a natural part of life. By embracing these changes, we find balance and harmony, and so it is with our forest. Each creature, each plant, has a role to play in this cycle. Leora nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. The forest was a living, breathing entity, its harmony reliant on the contributions of all its inhabitants. She realized that her own place in this world was a part of the greater whole, and that by living in tune with the seasons, she could help maintain the balance. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Leora thanked Thistle for his wisdom. She felt a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper connection to the forest that she called home. The following days brought a flurry of activity as the creatures of the glen prepared for the changing season. Leora, with newfound understanding, joined in the efforts, helping to gather food and strengthen shelters. She felt the spirit of the forest in every rustling leaf and every babbling brook, a gentle reminder of the magic that sustained their world. And so, as the seasons turned and the forest continued its timeless dance, the creatures of the glen lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the enduring magic of the natural world. The lessons of balance and change were passed down through generations, ensuring that the forest would remain a sanctuary of peace and beauty for all who called it home. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures flourished, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of life. And in this enchanted place, the spirit of the seasons watched over them all, a gentle guardian of the harmony that bound them together. Story 32. In the heart of the evergreen woods, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the streams sang lullabies to the earth, there was a small village named Windmere. The village was nestled between rolling hills and shimmering lakes, where the air was always crisp and filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Leora, known for her kind spirit and insatiable curiosity about the world around her. Leora had hair as dark as the midnight sky and eyes that sparkled like the clearest of streams. She often spent her days exploring the woods, her faithful companion, a gentle fox named Finn, always by her side. Finn had a coat of fiery orange with a tail that danced like a flame, and he possessed a wisdom far beyond his years. Together they knew every hidden path, every secret nook, and every creature that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves had turned shades of gold and crimson, Leora set off on her usual wanderings. The forest seemed alive with the rustling of leaves and the soft calls of birds. As she walked along a familiar path, she noticed something unusual. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a small, ornate box covered in intricate carvings of leaves and stars. It seemed to pulse with a gentle, warm glow. Curious, Leora knelt down and gently lifted the box, cradling it in her hands. It was surprisingly light, as if it were made of nothing more than the whispers of dreams. She glanced at Finn, who cocked his head to one side, his eyes full of understanding and encouragement. With a deep breath, she opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate silver key, its surface etched with symbols that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. As she held it, a sensation of warmth and comfort washed over her, as though the key held a secret that was meant just for her. "What do you think it opens, Finn?" Leora whispered, her voice filled with wonder. Finn sniffed the air, then nudged her hand gently with his nose. There was a sense of adventure in his bright eyes, as if urging her to find out. Determined to uncover the mystery of the key, Leora decided to visit the oldest member of Windmere, an elderly woman named Melis. Melis was known for her knowledge of the forest and its secrets, and her home was a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that bloomed with every imaginable flower. As Leora approached the cottage, the scent of lavender and thyme enveloped her like a warm hug. Melis was sitting on a wooden bench, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of moonlight. Her eyes, wise and kind, twinkled with a youthful spirit as she greeted Leora. "Ah, Leora, what brings you to my humble garden on this fine day?" Melis asked, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Leora held out the key, the sunlight catching its intricate designs. "I found this in the forest, and I was wondering if you might know what it opens." Melis took the key, turning it over in her hands with great care. Her eyes widened slightly, and a smile played on her lips. "This, my dear, is a very special key indeed. It is said to open the door to the hidden grove, a place where the forest's deepest magic resides." Leora's heart leapt with excitement. She had heard tales of the hidden grove, a legendary place said to be a sanctuary for creatures of myth and wonder. It was a place where the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical world blurred, where anything was possible. "But how do I find the door?" Leora asked, her voice tinged with anticipation. Melis handed the key back to her, her eyes filled with a gentle wisdom. "Follow your heart, Leora. The forest will guide you when the time is right. Trust in your bond with it, and you will find your way." With renewed determination, Leora thanked Melis and set off with Finn back into the forest. The trees seemed to sway with a rhythm that matched the beating of her heart, and the path unfurled before her like a ribbon of destiny. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of amber and rose, Leora felt a gentle tug in her chest, a pull that guided her deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the forest softened to a tranquil hush. Finally, she arrived at a clearing surrounded by towering oaks and shimmering birches. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its presence both mysterious and inviting. Leora knew in her heart that this was the door the key was meant to open. With Finn by her side, she approached the archway and placed the silver key into the lock. There was a soft click, and the air shimmered with a gentle hum, as if the forest were holding its breath. The space within the archway rippled like water, revealing a passage into the hidden grove. Hand in hand with Finn, Leora stepped through the archway. The world around her transformed into a realm of wonder and enchantment. The trees were taller, their leaves glistening like emeralds in the soft light that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. Flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. In the distance, she could see creatures she had only read about in stories, a unicorn with a mane of silver, a family of fairies flitting among the blossoms, and a majestic phoenix perched atop a branch, its feathers aflame with vibrant hues. Leora's heart soared with joy and awe. She felt a deep sense of peace and belonging in this magical realm, as if she had found a part of herself she never knew was missing. Finn, too, seemed at home, his eyes wide with wonder as he took in the sights and sounds of the hidden grove. As they wandered through this enchanted world, Leora and Finn encountered a group of creatures gathered beneath the boughs of a great willow tree. There were elves with hair like spun gold, a wise old owl with eyes like twin moons, and a gentle giant whose laughter rumbled like distant thunder. One of the elves, a graceful being with eyes the color of the ocean, stepped forward and greeted Leora with a warm smile. "Welcome, travelers, to the Hidden Grove. We are the guardians of this sacred place, and we have awaited your arrival." Leora felt a tingle of anticipation. "But why me? she asked, her voice a gentle whisper. The owl, his voice deep and melodic, spoke next. You possess a heart pure and true, a spirit that seeks understanding and kindness. It is your friendship with the forest and its creatures that has opened the way to our world. The giant nodded, his smile broad and welcoming. Here you will learn the secrets of the forest and the magic that binds us all. But it is not only for you to learn, you have much to teach us as well. And so, Leora and Finn spent their days in the hidden grove, learning the ancient songs of the trees, the dances of the stars, and the whispers of the wind. They discovered that the magic of the forest was a living, breathing thing, woven into the fabric of every leaf and stone. As the days turned to weeks, Leora found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. She learned to listen with her heart, to see the beauty in the smallest of things, and to understand the delicate balance of the world around her. Finn, too, thrived in this world of wonder, his bond with Leora deepening with every shared adventure. But as much as Leora loved the hidden grove, she knew that she could not stay forever. There were people in Windmere who needed her, and she felt a growing desire to share the magic and wisdom she had discovered with the world outside. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight danced through the trees, Leora approached the guardians to bid them farewell. The elf, the owl, and the giant gathered around her, their expressions full of understanding and warmth. You have grown, Leora, in ways that will forever change you, the elf said softly. Take the magic of the grove with you, and let it guide you in all that you do. The owl fluffed his feathers, his eyes twinkling. Remember, child, that the magic of the forest is always within you. Trust in it, and you will find your way. The giant placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, his voice a gentle rumble. You are always welcome here, Leora. The door will open for you whenever your heart desires. With tears of gratitude and joy, Leora hugged each of the guardians, feeling the warmth of their friendship envelop her like a comforting embrace. Finn by her side, she walked back to the stone archway, the path aglow with the light of the hidden grove. As she stepped through the archway, she felt a soft breeze caress her cheek, as if the forest itself were bidding her farewell. Back in the familiar woods of Windmere, Leora paused to take in the beauty of the world around her. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. She knew that the magic of the hidden grove would always be a part of her, and she felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. With Finn trotting happily by her side, Leora made her way back to the village. She was greeted with smiles and warm embraces, and she shared her tales of the hidden grove with all who would listen. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Leora became a cherished storyteller in Windmere, her tales weaving a tapestry of wonder and wisdom that inspired all who heard them. She taught the children to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see the magic in the world around them, and to cherish the bonds of friendship that connected them to each other and to the earth. And so, the magic of the hidden grove lived on through Leora, a gentle reminder that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness that dwelled within every heart. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, Leora would often sit by the fire, Finn curled up beside her, and gaze into the flames. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the forest would always guide her with its timeless wisdom. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, and the air was filled with the soft hum of the forest, she would close her eyes and feel the gentle touch of the hidden grove, a place of eternal magic and friendship that would forever be a part of her soul. Story 33. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like diamond dust against the inky blackness, there lived a young Arvanian named Zyla. Arvanians were a curious species, with shimmering aquamarine skin and luminous eyes that could see into the depths of the cosmos itself. Zyla's insatiable thirst for knowledge often led her on daring adventures across the endless expanse of space. On one such expedition, her spacecraft crash-landed on a remote, uncharted planet teeming with alien life forms. As she picked herself up from the wreckage, a towering figure loomed before her, a Grelonian, one of the gentle, lumbering giants native to this world. Despite his fearsome appearance, with rough, bark-like skin and piercing yellow eyes, the Grelonian's demeanor was surprisingly gentle. Trembling with fear, Zyla tried to communicate, but her words fell on deaf ears. The Grelonian, whose name was Morug, could not comprehend her alien language. Misunderstandings quickly escalated, and Zyla found herself fleeing deeper into the unfamiliar wilderness, her heart racing with panic. As the twin moons rose high in the indigo sky, casting an ethereal glow over the twisted alien foliage, Zyla realized she was hopelessly lost. Exhausted and disheartened, she slumped against the gnarled trunk of a massive glowing tree and let the warm, bioluminescent tears roll down her cheeks. Suddenly, a familiar hulking figure emerged from the shadows, Morug the Grelonian. Zyla tensed, preparing to flee once more, but the gentle giant held out a massive, weathered hand, offering her a strange, pulsating fruit. Hesitantly, Zyla accepted the gift, and as she bit into the succulent flesh, a wave of understanding washed over her. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and she could suddenly perceive the world through Morug's eyes, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, rich textures, and haunting melodies that had been hidden from her senses before. In that moment, a profound connection was forged between the two unlikely companions, transcending the barriers of language and species. Zyla realized that despite their vast differences, they both shared a deep reverence for life and an insatiable curiosity about the mysteries of the universe. Over the following days, Morug became Zyla's guide and protector, leading her through the treacherous terrain and introducing her to the wonders of his world. In turn, Zyla shared her knowledge of the stars and the secrets of interstellar travel, weaving tales of distant galaxies and civilizations beyond Morug's wildest imaginings. Together, they faced countless challenges, raging storms that tore at the very fabric of reality, colossal beasts that lurked in the shadows, and mind-bending puzzles that tested the limits of their intellect. But through it all, their bond only grew stronger, fortified by a shared sense of wonder and an unshakable trust in one another. When the time came for Zyla to return to her home planet, parting ways with Morug was one of the most difficult moments of her life. As she prepared to board her repaired spacecraft, the gentle giant placed a massive, weathered hand on her shoulder, and in that moment, no words were needed. In Morug's eyes, Zyla saw a depth of emotion that transcended mere speech, gratitude, affection, and a bittersweet understanding that their paths, though diverging, would forever be intertwined by the bonds of true friendship. As Zyla's spacecraft soared into the endless expanse of the cosmos, she knew that her journey had been about more than just exploring new worlds. It had been a voyage of self-discovery, one that had taught her the true meaning of friendship and the beauty that can blossom when two souls, no matter how disparate, connect on a profound level. And though light years might separate them, Zyla knew that the memory of her time with Morug would forever burn as brightly as the stars themselves, a beacon of hope and understanding in an infinite universe full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Story 34 title, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills of a quaint village, lay a forest known only to those who dared to wander beyond the well-trodden paths. The villagers called it the Whispering Grove, a name passed down through generations, whispered in hushed tones by the flickering fireside on long winter nights. It was said that the trees possessed a soul of their own, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind. In this village lived a young girl named Sylvie, whose heart was as gentle as the softest breeze. She had a pair of curious eyes that seemed to hold the golden light of autumn afternoons within them. Sylvie loved the forest more than any place in the world. She found solace in its verdant embrace, where the world seemed to pause and breathe with her. Sylvie's best friend was a kind-hearted boy named Finn, whose laughter was as bright as the morning sun. Together, they would explore the edges of the Whispering Grove, weaving tales of adventure and mystery, imagining the hidden worlds that lay just beyond the shadows. The villagers often warned them of the forest's enchantments, but their youthful spirits were undeterred. One cool, crisp morning, as the first tendrils of mist curled through the trees, Sylvie and Finn decided to venture deeper into the forest than ever before. Their hearts thrummed with a mix of trepidation and excitement, the air alive with the scent of pine and earth. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot as they walked hand in hand. As they delved further, an unusual sight caught their attention, a glimmering pool of water nestled in a sun-dappled clearing. The pool seemed untouched by time, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the sky with a clarity that seemed otherworldly. But it was not the pool itself that captured their imagination. It was the small, ornate bottle half submerged in its depths. The bottle was unlike anything they had ever seen, its glass etched with delicate patterns that shimmered in the light. Without a word, Sylvie reached into the cool water and retrieved it. As she held it aloft, the bottle felt warm in her hands, as if infused with some ancient magic. "Do you think it's enchanted?" Finn asked, his voice tinged with awe. "I don't know," Sylvie replied, her eyes wide with wonder, "but it feels special." Curiosity piqued, they decided to open the bottle. As the cork came free, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light that danced across their faces. From the bottle emerged a tiny shimmering creature, no larger than a sparrow. It had delicate wings that sparkled like dew-kissed petals, and its voice was a melody of whispers and laughter. "Thank you, kind ones," the creature said, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Ori, a spirit of the grove. For centuries I have been trapped, waiting for souls as pure as yours to set me free." Sylvie and Finn exchanged astonished glances. "What happened to you?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Long ago, a shadow fell upon the grove," Ori explained, her voice tinged with sorrow. "A darkness that sought to claim the magic of this place for itself. I was imprisoned to protect the heart of the forest, the source of its magic." Sylvie felt a pang of sadness for the little spirit. "Is the shadow still here?" she asked. "It lingers," Ori replied, her wings fluttering gently. "But with your help, we can dispel it and restore the grove to its former glory." Though apprehensive, the children were resolute. They knew they could not turn away from a friend in need, especially when the forest they cherished was at stake. Together, they vowed to help Ori banish the shadow. Guided by the spirit, they journeyed deeper into the grove, the trees standing tall and watchful, their branches whispering encouragement. The path grew narrow and twisted, leading them to the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with anticipation. At the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and strong. Beneath its boughs lay a dark, swirling mist, a manifestation of the shadow Ori had spoken of. The mist pulsed with a malevolent energy, casting an eerie glow upon the forest floor. "This is where the heart of the grove lies," Ori said, her voice steady. "We must drive the shadow away and awaken the magic that sleeps within." Sylvie and Finn held each other's gaze, drawing strength from their friendship. They knew that together they could face any darkness. With Ori's guidance, they began to chant a melody of light and hope, their voices weaving a tapestry of sound that resonated through the grove. As their song filled the air, the shadow writhed and twisted, its form growing unstable. The ancient oak shuddered, its leaves rustling in a symphony of defiance. The grove itself seemed to awaken, its magic stirring in response to the children's courage. Slowly, the darkness began to recede, the mist unraveling like a dissipating storm. With each note, the light grew stronger, until at last the shadow was banished, leaving only a gentle hush in its wake. The grove sighed with relief, its magic restored. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and fresh rain, a testament to the grove's newfound vitality. Ori fluttered around the children, her joy a radiant light that enveloped them in warmth. "You have done it," Ori exclaimed, her voice filled with gratitude. "The grove is saved, and its magic will flourish once more." Sylvie and Finn beamed, their hearts swelling with pride. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, their bond stronger than ever. As a token of her gratitude, Ori presented them with a single iridescent feather, a symbol of the grove's enchantment. "May this remind you of the magic that lies within you both," she said. With the feather in hand, the children bid farewell to their new friend, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had made a difference. As they made their way back through the forest, the trees whispered their thanks, their leaves rustling in a gentle chorus of appreciation. When they emerged from the grove, the village seemed brighter, the sun casting a warm glow upon the rooftops. The villagers greeted them with smiles, sensing the change in the air, though they knew not its source. Sylvie and Finn shared a knowing glance, their secrets safe within their hearts. They had ventured into the depths of the Whispering Grove and discovered a hidden world of magic and friendship. And though the shadows had been vanquished, the lessons they had learned would stay with them forever. From that day forward, they cherished the grove and its wonders, visiting often to listen to the trees' whispered tales and to feel the magic that lingered in the air. They knew that as long as they held the grove in their hearts, they would always have a place of wonder and enchantment to call their own. And so, as the sun set behind the hills and the sky turned to twilight, Sylvie and Finn sat side by side, the feather between them, their friendship as enduring and magical as the grove itself. The world was a little brighter, a little more wondrous, and they knew that whatever adventures lay ahead, they would face them together, hand in hand, beneath the watchful gaze of the Whispering Grove. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled in the verdant heart of a tranquil forest, there was a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was surrounded by towering trees whose branches formed a protective canopy, filtering sunlight into gentle beams that danced upon the forest floor. The air was always sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the sound of a babbling brook could be heard as it meandered through the village, singing a soothing melody that lulled the villagers to sleep each night. In this village lived a young girl named Leela. Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and kind heart, traits that endeared her to the villagers, who often found her exploring the woods, befriending the creatures that lived there. Her closest companion was a wise old owl named Whistle, whose feathers shimmered with the colors of twilight. Whistle had always been there, watching over Lila since she was a baby, and the two shared a bond that transcended words. Every evening, as dusk painted the skies in hues of lavender and rose, Lila and Whistle would sit by the edge of the brook, where Lila would recount the day's adventures. Whistle, with his keen eyes and ancient wisdom, would listen intently, occasionally offering advice or sharing stories of the forest's past. One day, as Lila wandered deeper into the forest than ever before, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small, weathered door set into the trunk of an enormous oak tree. Intrigued, Lila approached the door, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings of swirls and stars that adorned its surface. She felt a strange tingling in her fingertips, a warmth that seemed to pulse from the door itself. "Whistle," Lila called softly, her voice a whisper on the wind. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Whistle fluttered down from a nearby branch, his eyes wide with recognition and surprise. "Ah, the Door of Echoes," he hooted softly. "It's been many a year since anyone has laid eyes upon it." "The Door of Echoes?" Lila echoed, her curiosity piqued. "What is it?" "It is said to lead to a hidden world, a place where the echoes of the past live on," Whistle explained, his voice filled with awe. "A world where time dances differently, and stories long forgotten find their voice once more." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. "Can we open it, Whistle? Can we see what's inside?" Whistle nodded, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of caution and excitement. "If you truly wish to, but remember, Leela, the journey may change you in ways you cannot yet foresee." With a deep breath, Leela reached for the door's handle. As her fingers closed around it, a gentle hum resonated through the air, and the door swung open to reveal a shimmering passageway of light. Together, Lila and Whistle stepped through, leaving the familiar world of Willowbrook behind. As they crossed the threshold, the air around them shimmered and shifted, and they found themselves in a land unlike any they had ever seen. The sky above was a tapestry of stars, each one twinkling more brightly than Lila had ever imagined. The ground beneath her feet was soft, like walking on a bed of moss, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming night flowers. In this magical realm, the trees glowed with an inner light, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. As Lila and Whistle ventured further, they came across a clearing where a gathering of creatures, some familiar, others fantastical, had assembled. There were foxes with bushy tails dipped in gold, rabbits with ears that shimmered like moonlight, and even a family of deer whose antlers sparkled like crystal. "Welcome, young traveler," said a voice as soft as a sigh. It was a fox, her eyes as bright as the morning sun. "We have been expecting you." "Expecting me?" Lila asked, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes," replied the fox with a nod. "You are the one who will help us solve the mystery that has unsettled our world." Lila glanced at Whistle, who gave an encouraging nod. "What mystery?" she inquired. "Our world is sustained by the echoes of time," explained the fox. "These echoes are the memories and stories of all who have lived and loved, but something has disturbed them, causing shadows to creep across our land. We fear that if the echoes are lost, our world will wither away." Moved by the plight of these gentle creatures, Lila agreed to help. "How can we restore the echoes?" she asked. "You must venture to the heart of echoes, a sacred grove where the echoes are strongest," the fox replied. "There, you will find a mirror that reflects the truth of one's heart. It will guide you to the source of the disturbance." With a sense of purpose, Lila and Whistle set off on their journey. As they traveled through the enchanted landscape, they encountered many wonders. Rivers that sang in harmony with the wind, fields of flowers that danced to an unheard melody, and ancient trees that whispered stories of old. As they drew closer to the heart of echoes, the air grew thicker with an ethereal energy. The path became more challenging, with thorns and shadows threatening to deter them. But Lila's determination burned bright, and Whistle's wisdom guided them safely through. Finally, they reached the sacred grove. In its center stood a mirror framed in vines and flowers, its surface smooth and still. Lila stepped forward, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes full of wonder and resolve. "Remember, Lila," Whistle advised softly, "the mirror will show you the truth, but it is up to you to understand it." Lila nodded and approached the mirror, her heart steady. As she gazed into its depths, the surface rippled, revealing scenes of her past. Moments of joy, of laughter shared with friends and family, and even times of sadness and doubt. But as the images faded, a new scene unfolded, a vision of a shadowy figure weaving a web of darkness across the land. The figure's face was hidden, but Lila could sense its sorrow and loneliness, emotions that resonated deeply within her. "Who are you?" Lila whispered, her voice echoing through the grove. To her surprise, the figure turned, revealing eyes filled with longing and regret. "I am the keeper of lost echoes," it replied, its voice a whisper of wind. "Once, I was the guardian of memories, but I became lost in my own sadness, and my echoes turned to shadows." Lila's heart ached with empathy. "Can we help you find your way back?" The keeper hesitated, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "I do not know if it is possible," it admitted, "but your kindness and courage have already begun to mend the rift within me." With a gentle smile, Lila extended her hand. "Then let us try together." Drawing strength from Lila's compassion, the keeper reached out, its shadowy hand merging with hers. A warm light enveloped them, and the shadows began to dissolve, replaced by a chorus of echoes that sang of hope and renewal. As the grove filled with light and sound, Lila felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The keeper's form solidified, its features emerging in a radiant glow, a guardian reborn, no longer lost to darkness. "Thank you," the keeper said, its voice now strong and clear. "You have restored the balance and given me a second chance." With a nod of gratitude, Lila and Whistle bid farewell to the keeper and the magical world of echoes. As they retraced their steps, the landscape around them shimmered with newfound life, the echoes of the past harmonizing with the present. When they finally returned to Willowbrook, the sun was rising, casting a golden glow over the village. Lila felt changed, her heart lighter, and her mind filled with the wisdom she had gained. From that day forward, Lila and Whistle continued their adventures, guided by the lessons they had learned. They knew that even the smallest acts of kindness could mend the deepest wounds, and that the echoes of love and friendship would always light the way. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the brook sang its lullaby, Lila drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the world beyond the door of echoes, and the warmth of the friendships she had forged along the way. In the heart of the forest, the door remained, a silent guardian to a world of magic and memories, waiting patiently for the next adventurer whose heart was open to its mysteries. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the moonlight painted silver patterns on the forest floor, there lived a peculiar assembly of friends. Each member of this merry group possessed a unique charm that made them quite extraordinary. First, there was Pippin the Pixie, whose wings shimmered like the morning dew on a sunlit leaf. Pippin had a knack for making even the grumpiest of creatures burst into fits of giggles with just a twinkle in his eye and a tickle of his tiny, feather-light fingers. Then there was Fizzle the fox, known for his bushy tail that sparkled as if dusted with stardust. Fizzle could always be counted on to find the hidden path through the densest part of the woods, his nose always leading them toward the scent of adventure and occasional mischievous delight. Next came Luna the owl, with feathers that bore the warm colors of a sunset and eyes like two wise golden moons. Luna was the thinker of the group, her head full of ancient stories and clever tricks, always ready with a riddle or a song to guide them through a quandary. Finally, there was Bumbles the bear, whose heart was as vast and warm as his furry embrace. Bumbles had an uncanny ability to turn any situation into a cozy affair, often producing honeyed snacks and blankets from seemingly nowhere, much to the delight of his friends. One bright and breezy afternoon, as the group gathered near the glistening brook that babbled its own cheerful tune, they noticed something peculiar. The brook, usually clear and sparkling, had turned a curious shade of lavender. Its bubbles, which usually burst into soft whispers, now sang in a melody that was both enchanting and puzzling. "It seems our brook has decided to change its tune," Luna observed, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "And its color," added Pippin, dipping his tiny toes into the lavender water and giggling as the bubbles tickled his feet. Fizzle sniffed the air, his nose twitching. "I smell a mystery, and it smells like blueberries?" Bumbles lifted his head from a patch of wildflowers, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Perhaps it's the work of the brook spirits. They do love a bit of whimsy now and then." But as they watched, the brook's song grew louder and more insistent, as if calling out for help. It was clear that this was no ordinary whimsy. Something magical was amiss, and it needed their attention. Determined to set things right, the friends set off along the brook, following its winding path through the forest. As they traveled, the trees swayed in rhythm with the brook's melody, and the woodland creatures peeked out from their homes, curious about the strange happenings. Their journey led them to the heart of the whispering woods, where they found a small glade bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center stood a magnificent ancient tree with branches that reached up to the heavens and roots that delved deep into the earth. And there, nestled among its gnarled roots, was a small, shimmering portal, swirling with colors of the rainbow. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. "The Tree of Echoes? I've heard tales of it. They say it holds the echoes of long-forgotten songs and whispers. Perhaps the brook's new melody is one of its echoes, seeking to be heard." Pippin fluttered closer to the portal, his eyes wide with wonder. "Maybe the echo got lost on its way and mixed up with the brook." Fizzle nodded, his tail flicking with excitement. "We need to guide it back to the tree. But how?" Bumbles, ever the gentle giant, pondered aloud. "What if we sing to it? Perhaps our voices can help it find its way home." And so, with a sense of adventure and camaraderie, the friends joined together in song. Pippin's voice was high and light, like the breeze through the leaves. Luna's was deep and melodious, carrying the wisdom of the ages. Fizzle's voice was playful and bright, full of laughter and joy, while Bumble's rich, warm tones wrapped around them all like a cozy blanket. As they sang, the portal began to shimmer and pulse in time with their melody. The brook's lavender hue slowly faded, and the bubbles danced in jubilant harmony, swirling around the roots of the Tree of Echoes. Just as the last note of their song faded into the air, the portal burst into a kaleidoscope of colors, releasing a gentle, shimmering mist that floated up into the branches of the tree. The brook returned to its usual clear self, the melody now a soft, contented hum. With the echo returned to its rightful home, the glade filled with a sense of peace and gratitude. The friends sat together beneath the Tree of Echoes, basking in the warm glow of their success. Pippin giggled, his wings fluttering with delight. "That was the most fun I've ever had with a mystery." Fizzle grinned, his tail wagging with satisfaction. "And I got to smell blueberries without a single pie in sight." Luna smiled, her eyes reflecting the gentle light of the glade. "We did well today, my friends. Sometimes, all it takes is a little song to set things right." Bumbles gave a contented sigh, wrapping his arms around his friends in a big, bear hug. and a little friendship too. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the friends lingered a while longer, sharing stories and laughter. The whispering woods echoed with their joy, a gentle lullaby carrying them into the night. And so, with happy hearts and dreams full of wonder, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the magic of friendship was always just a song away. Story 37. In the vast reaches of the galaxy, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet curtain of space, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Luminara. Its surface was a tapestry of luminous flora and gentle rivers that glowed under the soft caress of its twin moons. Luminara was a place of peace and harmony, where the native lumens, ethereal beings of light, flourished in their serene existence. One such lumen, named Lyra, had a curious soul that longed to explore beyond the gentle glow of her homeland. Her luminescent form, a soft blend of silvery hues, danced with excitement as she gazed at the stars that seemed to whisper secrets of distant worlds. Not far away, across the galactic expanse, lay the rugged, windswept planet of Brakthar. It was a place of towering crags and swirling sandstorms, where the Braktharians, sturdy beings of rock and earth, endured their harsh environment with resilience. Among them was Torin, a young Braktharian, whose heart was as solid as the granite of his homeland, but yearned for companionship and understanding that seemed elusive in his world of stone. Fate, however, had woven a thread that would bring these two unlikely souls together. One day, as Lyra's spirit of adventure led her to venture beyond Luminara's comforting glow, she found herself caught in an astral current, a swirling ribbon of space energy that whisked her away from her familiar skies. Her journey ended with a gentle thud on the rugged terrain of Brakthar, her luminous form dimmed by the shock. Torin, who was exploring the crags near his village, stumbled upon the shimmering visitor. At first, he was wary, for he had never seen a being like Lyra before. Her light was foreign to the earthy tones of his world, and he approached with caution, his rocky exterior shielding the curiosity that flickered within. Lyra, though disoriented, sensed no threat from Torin. Her soft voice, like the tinkling of wind chimes, reached out to him. "I mean no harm. I'm lost and far from home." Torin's initial apprehension melted at the sincerity in her voice. "I'm Torin," he rumbled gently, his voice like the deep echo of a cavern. "You're far from any place I've known." Despite their differences, a tentative understanding began to form between them. Lyra's glow slowly returned, casting a comforting light that softened the stark landscape. Torin, in turn, shared tales of Brakthar, his words painting images of the rugged beauty he called home. Their companionship blossomed as they embarked on a journey to help Lyra find her way back to Luminara. Along the way, they faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship. Misunderstandings arose, as Lyra's ethereal nature and Torin's grounded instincts sometimes clashed. One afternoon, as they traversed a canyon, a fierce sandstorm descended with little warning. Lyra, accustomed to the gentle breezes of Luminara, struggled against the biting winds. Torin, however, stood firm, his sturdy form shielding her from the storm's fury. In that moment, Lyra realized the strength that lay in Torin's nature, a strength that was not just physical, but deeply rooted in his spirit. After the storm passed, Lyra expressed her gratitude, her light brighter with warmth. "Thank you, Torin. I see now that strength comes in many forms." Torin, touched by her words, nodded, "And I am learning that light can guide even in the darkest places." Their journey continued, and with each step, their bond grew. They discovered that despite their differences, they shared a profound understanding of what it meant to be alone and to seek connection. They found solace in their companionship, a shared laughter that echoed through the canyons, and a silent support that was as steady as the ground beneath them. As they neared the astral current that would take Lyra home, a sense of bittersweet anticipation filled the air. They stood together at the edge of a luminous rift, a swirling gateway of stars and light. "This is it," Lyra said softly, her heart heavy with the thought of parting from her newfound friend. Torin's rocky exterior seemed to soften, his voice a gentle rumble. "I will miss your light, Lyra. You have shown me that friendship can bridge even the greatest of distances." Lyra, her glow shimmering with emotion, hugged Torin, her light wrapping around him like a warm embrace. "And you have taught me that strength is found not just in oneself, but in the bonds we share. With a final, lingering look, Lyra stepped into the astral current, her form becoming one with the swirling lights. Torin watched until her glow was a distant twinkle, a new star in the vast sky above. Though miles and worlds apart, Lyra and Torin remained connected by a friendship that transcended space and form. Their journey had taught them that true companionship was not bound by differences, but enriched by them. And in their hearts, they held the comforting truth that they would always be friends. Their spirits intertwined like the stars that danced in the night sky. And so, under the soft glow of twin moons or the steadfast gaze of distant stars, Lyra and Torin found peace in knowing that their bond was a light that would never fade, a beacon of friendship that would guide them through the vast, endless expanse of the galaxy. Story 38. In the serene expanse of the galaxy known as the Elysian Spiral, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on a velvet sky, there lay a small, unassuming planet called Erodes. Its lush, emerald forests and sparkling azure lakes were home to the gentle Orolans, a species known for their deep empathy and nurturing spirit. The Orolans, with their shimmering, silvery skin and eyes that changed color with their emotions, lived in harmony with the land, tending to the flora and fauna with care and reverence. One quiet evening, as the twin moons rose in tandem, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a peculiar event occurred. A small, battered spacecraft, like a wounded bird, came tumbling through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of stardust in its wake. It crash-landed in the heart of the forest, sending the creatures of the woods scurrying in alarm. The Orolans, curious and concerned, gathered at a safe distance, their eyes flickering a soft green of cautious intrigue. From the wreckage emerged a traveler, unlike any they had seen before. He was a Rigelian from the distant planet of Zephyra, a race renowned for their mechanical prowess and stoic demeanor. His skin was a deep cobalt blue, adorned with intricate patterns that glowed faintly in the dim light. He stood tall and proud, though his expression was one of uncertainty and fatigue. The Orolans approached slowly, their leader, a wise elder named Leora, stepping forward with an air of calm assurance. She greeted the traveler with a gentle smile, her eyes a welcoming shade of amber. "Welcome to Erodes, traveler," she said, her voice a soothing melody in the cool evening air. The Rigelian, though wary, nodded in acknowledgement, introducing himself as Kale. Despite the initial barrier of language and culture, the Orolans extended their hospitality to Kale, offering him refuge and assistance in repairing his damaged vessel. The days that followed were filled with both challenges and discoveries. Kale, used to the bustling, technology-driven world of Zephyra, found the Orolan way of life perplexing. Their reliance on intuition and emotional connection was foreign to him, and misunderstandings were frequent. One afternoon, as Kale worked tirelessly on his spacecraft, he grew frustrated with the seemingly unending repairs. His temper flared, and he snapped at the Orolan who had been assisting him, a young and eager friend named Aaron. The Orolan's eyes flickered a deep blue of hurt, and he retreated into the forest, leaving Kale alone with his thoughts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of deep indigo, Leora approached Kale with quiet understanding. She spoke of the Orolan belief in the power of empathy and connection, how they viewed misunderstandings as opportunities for growth rather than conflict. Her words resonated with Kale, and he realized the importance of seeing beyond his own perspective. The next morning, Kale sought out Aaron, finding him by the lakeside, where the water reflected the sky's morning blush. With sincerity, he apologized, expressing his gratitude for Aaron's patience and assistance. Aaron's eyes brightened to a warm yellow of forgiveness, and they sat by the water's edge, sharing stories of their homes and dreams. As the days turned into weeks, Kale and the Orolans faced numerous challenges together. The forest, a living entity in itself, occasionally presented them with obstacles. Sudden storms, treacherous terrain, and elusive creatures that required careful negotiation. Through these trials, Kale discovered the strength in unity and the beauty in diverse perspectives. One stormy night, as rain lashed against the canopy and thunder rumbled like a distant drum, Kale and the Orolans huddled in the safety of the community hall. The warmth of the hearth enveloped them, and Leora shared tales of ancient Orolan heroes, their bravery and wisdom woven into the fabric of their history. Kale, listening intently, felt a sense of belonging he had never experienced before. With time, the spacecraft was restored, its engines humming with renewed vigor. Yet, as Kale prepared to leave, he found himself reluctant to part from his newfound friends. The bonds forged through shared challenges and heartfelt conversations were not easily severed. On the day of his departure, the Orlons gathered to bid farewell, their eyes a kaleidoscope of emotions. Aaron, standing beside Leora, presented Kale with a small, intricately carved pendant, a token of friendship and a reminder of his time on Erodes. As Kale ascended into the starry expanse, he looked back at the verdant world below, his heart filled with gratitude and a newfound understanding of what it meant to connect with others. The lessons of empathy, patience, and friendship would remain with him, guiding him through the vast, uncharted journeys ahead. And so, in the whispering winds of the Elysian spiral, the tale of Kale and the Orlons became a cherished memory, a testament to the power of unlikely companions, discovering the true meaning of friendship amidst the stars. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a land where the sky was painted with swirls of candy-colored clouds and the hills rolled like soft cushions underfoot, there was a quaint little village named Jollywisk. Jollywisk was a place where laughter rippled through the air like a gentle breeze, and every cobblestone street sang a tune when you walked upon it. The villagers were a merry bunch, each with their own peculiar charm. Among them was Tilly Tinker, a delightful tinker with a wild shock of auburn hair that seemed to have a mind of its own. Tilly had a knack for creating whimsical contraptions that whirred and clicked in the most entertaining ways. Her favorite invention was the giggle gadget, a small pocket-sized device that let out a peal of laughter whenever someone was feeling blue. Living next door to Tilly was Jasper Jinglebottom, a sprightly fellow with a twinkle in his eye and shoes that never quite stopped tap dancing. Jasper was the village storyteller, known for his talent to weave tales that could make the stars themselves twinkle a little brighter. He carried with him a feathered quill that was said to be enchanted, for whenever Jasper wrote a story, the words would shimmer and dance off the page. One sunny morning, as the villagers were going about their daily routines of baking skyberry pies and painting the town's rainbow fences, a peculiar thing happened. The ever-bustling fountain at the heart of Jollywisk, a grand, sparkling creation that bubbled with creamy soda, suddenly stopped flowing. The villagers gathered around, curious and concerned, for the fountain was not just a source of refreshing drinks, but also the heart of the village's mirth. Tilly, with her insatiable curiosity, leaned closer to inspect the fountain. "It seems there's something blocking the flow," she mused, peering into the fountain's depths. Jasper, always eager for an adventure, clapped his hands in excitement. "Ah, a mystery! Perhaps a story is waiting to unfold," he said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Determined to solve the puzzle, Tilly and Jasper decided to enlist the help of their dear friend, Marigold Moonbeam, an enchanting florist whose garden was the talk of Jollywisk. Marigold's flowers weren't just beautiful, they were imbued with a gentle magic that could soothe and heal. When the trio arrived at Marigold's garden, they found her singing to her roses, which swayed gently in time with her melody. "Good day, Marigold," called Tilly. "We have a curious conundrum on our hands." Marigold, her golden hair glinting in the sunlight, turned with a welcoming smile. "Oh, how delightful! I do love a good puzzle. What seems to be the matter?" After explaining the situation, the three friends decided to investigate the fountain together. As they approached, Jasper's quill began to twitch in his pocket, as if sensing a story waiting to be written. They all peered inside the fountain and were surprised to find a tiny, mischievous creature wedged in the spout, a sprinkle sprite known for its penchant for collecting glittery things. The sprinkle sprite, with its shimmering wings and a coat that sparkled like 1,000 tiny diamonds, looked up at them with wide, innocent eyes. "Oh dear, I seem to have gotten myself stuck," it squeaked, its voice like the tinkle of distant bells. Tilly, ever resourceful, pulled out a small collapsible ladder she had invented. "Hold on, little one, we'll have you out in a jiffy," she reassured. With careful hands, she and Marigold gently freed the sprite, who fluttered its wings gratefully. Thank you," chimed the sprite, flitting about in a joyful dance. I was just collecting some sparkling dew for my collection and got in a bit of a pickle. Jasper, always quick with a kind word, chuckled. No harm done, my glittering friend. But tell us, why did you need so much sparkling dew? The sprinkle sprite, now perched on Marigold's shoulder, explained that it had been trying to create a rainbow prism to cheer up the sky, which had been rather dull of late. The friends exchanged amused glances, understanding the sprite's good intentions. With the mystery solved and the fountain flowing once more, the villagers gathered to celebrate. Tilly whipped up a batch of her famous skyberry tarts, while Jasper spun a delightful tale about their adventure, the words leaping into the air like fireflies. Marigold decorated the village square with her most radiant blooms, the colors casting a kaleidoscope of light across the cobblestones. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, the village of Jollywisk was filled with laughter and joy. The sprinkle sprite, grateful for the help, sprinkled a bit of its magic dust over the village, ensuring that the fountains would never run dry again. And so, in the heart of Jollywisk, where laughter was as plentiful as the stars in the sky, Tilly, Jasper, Marigold, and their new friend the Sprinkle Sprite watched as the village settled into peaceful, happy dreams. The sky, now adorned with the most brilliant rainbow prism, twinkled down at them, a gentle reminder that sometimes all it takes is a little creativity and friendship to solve the most whimsical of problems. And with that, the story of the day came to a gentle close, leaving a warm glow in the hearts of all who heard it. Story 40, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Light. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and an endless sea of trees, there lived a young girl named Leora. Her village, though simple, was a tapestry of life and laughter, woven with the gentle hum of crickets and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. Leora loved her home, but her heart was restless, yearning for adventure beyond the familiar paths worn by countless footsteps before hers. The tales of her elder, a wise woman with eyes like stormy skies, often spoke of the Whispering Woods, a forest just beyond the village, cloaked in mystery and magic. It was said that the forest was alive, its trees murmuring secrets to those who dared to listen. But more intriguing to Leora was the legend of the Lantern of Light, an ancient artifact hidden deep within the woods, capable of granting unimaginable wisdom and the power to heal any sorrow. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the fragrance of fallen leaves and the sky was painted in hues of gold and amber, Leora decided it was time to seek her own story within the Whispering Woods. With a small satchel of provisions and a heart full of hope, she bid farewell to her family, who watched her departure with a mix of pride and apprehension. As Leora stepped into the forest, the world transformed around her. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting intricate patterns on the forest floor, and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of a hidden brook. She walked with a sense of wonder, feeling as if the trees leaned closer to whisper their ancient secrets, encouraging her journey. Days passed, and Leora ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the whispered stories of the forest. She encountered creatures that filled her heart with joy, a family of deer grazing in a sunlit glade, a wise old owl perched high in the branches, and a mischievous squirrel that seemed to follow her with curious eyes. Each encounter felt like a small blessing, a reminder that she was not alone in her quest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the shadows stretched long and thin, Leora found herself at the edge of a glistening pond. The water mirrored the dusky sky, turning the surface into a canvas of stars. It was here that she met Finn, a young boy with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. "Are you lost?" Finn asked, appearing beside her as if he had stepped out of the very air. Startled but intrigued, Leora replied, "No, I'm searching for the Lantern of Light. Have you heard of it?" Finn chuckled softly, a sound like leaves rustling in the breeze. "Everyone has heard of it, but few have seen it. The forest is full of mysteries, and not all are meant to be solved." Despite his words, or perhaps because of them, Leora felt an unspoken bond form between them. Finn's presence was comforting, like the warmth of a campfire on a chilly night. He offered to accompany her, and together they continued the journey, navigating the forest's secrets. As they traveled, Finn shared stories of the forest's hidden wonders, a waterfall that sang in the moonlight, a grove where the trees danced in the wind, and a meadow where time seemed to stand still. Leora listened with rapt attention, her imagination painting vivid pictures with each tale. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a mighty oak, Finn told Leora of his own quest. "I seek the lantern, too," he confessed, his voice tinged with longing. "Not for myself, but for my village. We were struck by a great storm, and many are without homes. I hope the lantern's light can guide us to rebuild." Leora was moved by his selflessness. In that moment, she realized their quests were intertwined, bound by a common thread of hope and kindness. Together, they resolved to find the lantern, not just for themselves, but for all those who needed its light. Their journey was not without challenges. The forest, though beautiful, was also a place of trials. They faced sudden storms that turned paths into rivers, encountered deep ravines that required careful navigation, and at times the very trees seemed to shift, altering their course. But through it all, Leora and Finn supported each other, their friendship growing stronger with each obstacle. One night, as they huddled by a flickering fire, Finn shared a story of an ancient tree hidden deep within the forest, its heart aglow with the lantern's light. "It is said that only those pure of heart can find it," he mused, his face illuminated by the warm glow. The next morning, as dawn painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, they set out with renewed determination. Days turned into weeks, and just when they began to wonder if the lantern was nothing more than a myth, they stumbled upon a clearing. In the center stood an ancient tree, its branches reaching toward the heavens, its bark shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As they approached, the air hummed with a gentle energy, and the tree seemed to pulse with life. In its heart, nestled among the roots, was the lantern of light. It was a simple artifact, a vessel of glass and silver, yet it radiated a warmth that filled them with peace and understanding. Leora and Finn stood in awe, their hearts full of gratitude. As they reached out to touch the lantern, it shimmered brightly, and a voice, soft as a whisper, filled the air. "The light is not mine to grant. It is within you, in your kindness and courage, your friendship and love. Carry it with you, and it will guide you." With newfound wisdom, Leora and Finn returned to their villages, their hearts aglow with the lantern's light. They shared their stories, and the villages thrived, rebuilt not only with timber and stone, but with hope and unity. The forest, with its whispered secrets and hidden wonders, remained a place of magic and mystery, a testament to the power of friendship and the light within us all. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the world in its gentle embrace, the tale of Leora and Finn became another whisper in the woods, a story to inspire those who dared to listen and believe. In the comfort of their homes beneath the warmth of quilts and the soft glow of candlelight, children drifted to sleep, dreaming of adventures and the magic of the whispering woods, where light and love always found their way. Story 41. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars twinkled like diamonds on a velvet canvas, two unlikely companions found themselves on an extraordinary journey of friendship. On the planet Zelion, a world of towering crystal spires and shimmering lakes, lived Zara, a young Zelian with emerald-hued skin and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her kind were known for their deep connection to nature and their innate ability to communicate with the flora and fauna around them. Meanwhile, on the distant planet Metron, a world of sleek metallic cities and advanced technology, dwelt Rio, an android with a synthetic body but a heart that yearned for understanding. His people valued logic and efficiency above all else, and emotions were often seen as a weakness. Their paths crossed when a cosmic storm swept Rio's spacecraft off course, forcing him to make an emergency landing on Zelion. As he emerged from the smoking wreckage, Zara approached cautiously, her eyes wide with wonder at the sight of this strange mechanical being. At first, their interactions were marked by misunderstandings and mistrust. Zara found Rio's cold, calculated demeanor unsettling, while Rio struggled to comprehend the Zelians' deep reverence for nature and their seemingly irrational ways. But as they embarked on a journey to find a way for Rio to repair his ship and return home, the seeds of friendship began to take root. Together they faced challenges that tested their resolve and forced them to rely on each other's strengths. In the dense emerald forests of Zelion, Zara taught Ryo to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the birds, opening his synthetic mind to the wonders of the natural world. In turn, Ryo used his analytical skills to navigate treacherous terrain and solve complex puzzles that hindered their progress. As they shared stories around the warm glow of a campfire, they began to understand each other's perspectives. Zara learned to appreciate the logic and precision that guided Ryo's actions, while Ryo discovered the beauty in Zara's connection to the living world around her. Their bond deepened when they encountered a raging river, swollen by heavy rains. Without hesitation, Zara used her innate abilities to communicate with the water, calming its turbulent flow and allowing them to cross safely. Ryo, in awe of her abilities, realized that there was more to the universe than mere data and equations. In the final stretch of their journey, they faced a daunting challenge, a treacherous mountain pass guarded by fierce territorial creatures. With Zara's guidance, they learned to move in harmony with the creatures, respecting their domain and avoiding conflict. And when one of the creatures was injured, Ryo used his technical expertise to fashion a splint, earning the gratitude and respect of the once hostile creatures. As they finally reached the crash site, Ryo's ship repaired and ready for takeoff, the two companions found themselves reluctant to part ways. In that moment, they realized that their friendship had transcended their differences, forged through shared experiences and a newfound appreciation for each other's worlds. With a heavy heart, Zara wished Ryo a safe journey home, entrusting him with a seedling from the sacred Zelia tree, a symbol of their bond and a promise to meet again someday. As Ryo's ship disappeared into the starry expanse, he knew that his life had been forever changed by his unlikely friend. He carried with him not only the precious seedling, but also a deeper understanding of the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcends physical forms and spans the vastness of the cosmos itself. And somewhere, among the twinkling stars, two souls from different worlds remained forever entwined, their bond a shining example of how even the most unlikely of companions can find strength, wisdom, and joy in embracing their differences and celebrating the beauty of unity amidst diversity. Story 42. Once upon a time, in the vast reaches of the cosmos where stars whispered secrets from one galaxy to another, there existed a small, twinkling planet named Luminara. Luminara was renowned for its shimmering crystal lakes and lush floating gardens that danced gently in the soft golden light of its twin suns. It was here that the Luminites lived, a gentle, ethereal species known for their luminescent skin that glowed softly in harmony with their emotions. On a particularly serene evening, when the twin suns dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A silver comet-like spacecraft from a distant world descended gracefully through the atmosphere, casting a brilliant trail across the twilight. From within emerged a traveler, a curious being named Zephyr from the planet Ardoria, known for its windy plains and towering stone cliffs. Zephyr, with his rugged, stone-like exterior and a heart as warm as the breezes of his homeland, had embarked on a journey to learn about the universe and its myriad wonders. As he stepped onto the soft, mossy surface of Luminara, Zephyr's heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. He had heard tales of the Luminites, but seeing them in their radiant beauty was a marvel beyond his imagination. Not long after his arrival, Zephyr encountered a young Luminite named Aura, whose skin glowed with a welcoming golden hue. Aura, curious and adventurous, had always longed to meet beings from other worlds. She approached Zephyr with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling like the crystal lakes of her home. "Welcome to Luminara," Aura greeted, her voice as soothing as the gentle rustle of the floating gardens. "I am Aura. What brings you to our world?" Zephyr, feeling slightly out of place yet eager to connect, replied, "I am Zephyr, a traveler from Ardoria. I come seeking friendship and knowledge." Their initial meeting, although warm, was marked by small misunderstandings. Zephyr, accustomed to the brisk winds of Ardoria, misjudged the gentleness of Luminara's breezes, causing him to stumble awkwardly as he tried to walk on the lighter surface. Aura, unfamiliar with the sturdy Ardorian way of communication, sometimes struggled to interpret Zephyr's more direct expressions. Despite these differences, a bond began to form between them. Aura, with her quick wit and kindness, showed Zephyr the wonders of Luminara, the floating gardens that sang when touched by the wind, and the crystal lakes that mirrored the stars so perfectly it felt as though one could walk among them. Zephyr, in turn, shared tales of Ardoria, of its vast skies, and the music of the winds that carried stories from one village to another. One day, as they explored the ancient Luminite ruins, a place where the walls glowed softly with the history of the planet, Zephyr and Aura stumbled upon an old legend. It spoke of a hidden garden, said to bloom only once in 1,000 years, where the flowers sang the most beautiful melodies known to the universe. Intrigued and inspired, they decided to search for this mythical place. Their journey was not without challenges. As they ventured deeper into the heart of Luminara, they faced storms of luminescent rain that could confuse even the most seasoned traveler. During one such storm, when the skies were lit with dazzling flashes and the air hummed with energy, Zephyr felt lost and overwhelmed. His sturdy Ardorian form, so used to the solid ground, struggled against the shifting lights and sounds. Sensing his distress, Aura reached out, her touch gentle and reassuring. "Remember, Zephyr," she whispered softly, "we are not alone. Together, we can find our way." In that moment, Zephyr realized the true strength of their friendship. Despite the differences in their worlds and ways, Aura's steady presence was a beacon of hope and understanding. He nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude, and together they navigated the storm, finding shelter beneath a canopy of glowing leaves. As they rested, Zephyr shared his own wisdom. "In Ardoria," he began, "we listen to the wind to guide us. Perhaps here we must listen to the light." Aura smiled, her skin glowing with a warm, appreciative hue. "Yes, Zephyr, we listen to the light." Guided by this newfound understanding, they continued their journey, their hearts in harmony with the world around them. They learned to see through each other's eyes, to feel with each other's hearts, and in doing so, discovered the true essence of their friendship. Finally, after many days of travel, they arrived at a secluded glen. The air was filled with a sweet, melodious hum, and the flowers, delicate and shimmering, danced in the gentle breeze. It was the hidden garden of legend, a place of unimaginable beauty and peace. Standing side by side, Zephyr and Aura listened to the symphony of the flowers, their hearts full of joy and wonder. In that sacred space, they realized the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends worlds, a connection that embraces differences and transforms them into strengths. As the twin suns rose once more, casting a golden light over the garden, Zephyr and Aura knew their adventure had only just begun. With hearts intertwined and spirits lifted, they returned to the world, ready to share the beauty and wisdom they had discovered. And so, beneath the vast, starry skies of Luminara, two unlikely companions from distant worlds found a lasting friendship, a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the shared journey of discovery. Story 43. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, where stars flickered like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there was a small, bustling marketplace floating amid the asteroids. Known as the Celestial Bazaar, this place was a haven for travelers from all corners of the cosmos, where merchants from 100 planets peddled their wares under the glow of distant suns. The air was filled with the mingling scents of exotic spices and the hum of alien music, creating an atmosphere both vibrant and strangely serene. Among the throngs of interstellar visitors was a young trader named Nilo, hailing from the lush, forested planet of Verdantia. Nilo's people were known for their deep connection with nature, and his skin held the gentle green hue of his homeland, his eyes sparkling like dew-dropped leaves. He roamed the market with wide-eyed wonder, looking to trade his collection of bioluminescent crystals, which glowed softly in the dim light, casting ethereal colors that danced over the stalls. On the other side of the bazaar, another traveler, Zira, was making her way through the crowds. Zira was from the arid, sun-baked world of Sirocco, a planet of endless deserts and towering sand dunes. Her skin was a deep, sun-kissed bronze, her hair flowing like liquid gold. She possessed an aura of quiet strength and resilience, traits honed by the harsh winds of her homeland. In her arms, she carried intricate artifacts sculpted from the rare desert glass of Sirocco, each piece capturing the fiery essence of her planet. Their paths crossed as Nilo, distracted by the sights and sounds, accidentally bumped into Zira, causing a cascade of colorful crystals to spill from his pouch. They scattered across the ground, mingling with the shards of Zira's glass sculptures that had slipped from her grasp. For a tense moment, they both knelt to retrieve their treasures. Neither speaking, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. "I'm sorry," Nilo finally said, his voice earnest and apologetic. "I should have been more careful." Zira nodded, a slight smile curving her lips. "It's all right. The bazaar can be overwhelming. I should have been watching where I was going too." Together, they gathered the scattered items, their hands occasionally brushing against one another's. As they worked, Nilo noticed the intricate patterns in Zira's glass, while Zira admired the gentle glow of Nilo's crystals. Realizing the unique beauty in each other's crafts, they began to talk, sharing stories of their worlds and cultures. Despite their initial misunderstanding, an unspoken bond began to form as they explored the bazaar side by side. They discovered a mutual fascination with the art and innovation displayed throughout the market, and their conversations flowed like a gentle stream, washing away the barriers of their different backgrounds. As the day turned into night, the celestial bazaar transformed into a spectacle of lights and colors, with stalls illuminated by lanterns and stars alike. Nilo and Zira found themselves drawn to a quiet corner where an old storyteller regaled a small audience with tales of ancient cosmic wonders. They listened, enraptured by the storyteller's soothing voice, their hearts warmed by the shared experience. As the story ended, the two new friends sat in reflective silence, gazing at the stars above. "It's amazing," Nilo said softly, "how stories can connect us, even when we're from such different worlds." Zira nodded, her eyes shining with understanding. "Sometimes it's the differences that make the connection stronger. We learn, we grow, and we become better for it." Their newfound friendship was soon tested when a sudden commotion erupted nearby. A young child from a distant planet had wandered away from her parents and was lost in the maze of stalls. Her cries, small and frightened, reached their ears amidst the murmur of the crowd. Without hesitation, Nilo and Zira sprang into action. Using their complementary skills, they worked together to find the child. Nilo, with his keen sense of nature, picked up on the faint energy trail left by the child's footsteps, while Zira, with her sharp desert instincts, navigated the crowded paths with ease. After a short but intense search, they found the child huddled near a vendor selling sweet confections. Zira knelt beside the little one, offering a comforting smile, while Nilo gently took her hand, his touch calming and reassuring. Together, they guided her back to her grateful parents, who thanked them profusely for their kindness. As the family reunited, Nilo and Zira exchanged glances filled with mutual respect and admiration. Through their shared challenge, their bond had deepened, grounded in the understanding and trust they had nurtured. The night wore on, and the bazaar began to wind down, the stalls closing as traders and visitors retreated to their quarters. Nilo and Zira bid each other farewell, promising to meet again, their friendship a testament to the beauty of diversity and the strength found in unity. As they parted ways, Nilo looked back at his new friend, his heart full of gratitude for the unexpected connection they had forged. In the vastness of the galaxy, where countless stars shone with their own unique light, he realized that friendships, too, could blaze brightly, illuminating the path forward in the most wondrous ways. And so, under the canopy of 1,000 shimmering stars, Nilo and Zira's hearts remained connected, bound by the simple yet profound truth they had discovered, that true friendship transcends all boundaries, bringing warmth and light to even the darkest corners of the universe. Story 44. In a forest where the whispers of time danced with the rustling leaves, there nestled a realm untouched by the modern world. This was a place where sunbeams wove golden tapestries through the canopy, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aromas of moss and damp earth. Here, life unfolded in a harmonious symphony, orchestrated by the ancient spirits of nature. At the heart of this forest, a grand oak stood, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise, ancient fingers. This oak was known as the Keeper of Seasons, for it bore witness to the ceaseless cycle of life that ebbed and flowed with each turning year. Beneath its sprawling boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered, sharing in the wisdom of the ages. On one cool, mist-laden morning, as autumn whispered its arrival with a crisp breeze, a gathering of forest dwellers assembled at the roots of the great oak. Among them was Luna, a gentle and inquisitive fox with fur as soft and red as autumn leaves. By her side was Bramble, a clever badger with a coat the color of rich, dark soil. Together they were known for their curiosity and love for the stories passed down by the forest elders. As the creatures settled into the cool embrace of the morning, a faint shimmer danced upon the dewdrops that clung to the grass. It was the arrival of Glimmer, the sprite of seasons, who flitted gracefully through the morning air, her wings shimmering with the hues of 1,000 sunsets. With a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, she began to speak. In this forest, the magic of the seasons is woven into the very fabric of our lives, Glimmer began, her voice carrying like a gentle breeze. Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us the importance of balance and harmony. Luna and Bramble listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. They understood that the changing of the seasons was not merely a shift in weather, but a profound dance of life itself. As Glimmer spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. In spring, the world awakens from its slumber, Glimmer continued, her wings casting a warm glow. The streams babble with newfound energy, and the flowers unfurl their petals to greet the sun. It is a time of renewal and hope. Luna could almost feel the soft spring breeze against her fur, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. She imagined the world bursting into color, vibrant and alive. And then comes summer. Glimmer's voice was like the sunlit ripples on a pond. The days grow long and warm, inviting all creatures to revel in the abundance of life. It is a time of growth and celebration. Bramble remembered the heady scent of summer nights, filled with the symphony of crickets and the glow of fireflies dancing in the dusk. As the leaves turn golden and the air grows crisp, autumn arrives. Glimmer's tone was a gentle rustle, like the falling leaves. It is a season of reflection and preparation, when we gather the harvest and share in the bounty of the earth. Luna and Bramble exchanged a glance, both feeling the serenity of the forest as it prepared for the slumber of winter. And finally, winter blankets the forest in silence. Glimmer's voice was a soft whisper like the falling snow. Beneath the snow, life rests, waiting patiently for the return of spring. It is a time of rest and wisdom. The creatures gathered around the great oak nodded in understanding, for they knew that the forest's magic lay in its balance, its ability to embrace each season with grace and acceptance. As Glimmer finished her tale, Luna and Bramble felt a deeper connection to their home. They realized that the wisdom of the forest was not just in the stories of the past, but in the ever-present rhythm of nature itself. With a gentle flutter, Glimmer alighted upon a leaf, her presence a gentle reminder of the harmony that surrounded them. "Remember, dear friends," she said, her voice a gentle caress, "the magic of the forest lies in its balance. It is up to us, the caretakers of this land, to ensure that harmony is maintained." The creatures nodded, their hearts filled with a newfound sense of purpose. They understood that the wisdom of the forest was a gift to be cherished and shared, passed down through the generations like a precious heirloom. As the sun began to rise higher in the sky, casting warm rays through the trees, Luna and Bramble felt a sense of peace wash over them. They knew that the forest would continue to thrive, its magic woven into the tapestry of life itself. With a gentle rustle of leaves, the gathering began to disperse, each creature carrying with them the wisdom of the seasons. Luna and Bramble lingered for a moment longer, their hearts full of gratitude for the magic and harmony that surrounded them. And as they turned to leave, the great oak whispered a soft farewell, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. "Remember," it seemed to say, "the magic of the forest is in its balance, and its wisdom is a treasure to be cherished." With that, Luna and Bramble made their way back into the heart of the forest, their spirits alight with the knowledge that they were part of something much greater than themselves, a timeless dance of life, love, and harmony in the enchanted forest they called home. Story 45. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and moonbeams danced through the leaves, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. This village was known for its warm hearths, friendly folk, and a peculiar phenomenon that had recently begun to perplex its inhabitants. Each morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the sleepy cottages, the villagers would find their shoes missing. By nightfall, however, the shoes would mysteriously reappear, polished to a shine that sparkled like the stars above. At the edge of the village, nestled in a cozy nook beneath the protective boughs of a wise old oak, lived a young girl named Maisie. Maisie was as curious as the brook that babbled past her home, and as kind-hearted as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. She loved nothing more than to explore the wonders of the Whispering Wood, often accompanied by her loyal companion, a small wise owl named Hobble. One fine morning, as the golden sun began its ascent, Maisie awoke to find her own shoes missing. Determined to solve the mystery that had enveloped Willowbrook, she donned her favorite cloak, a deep shade of emerald that matched her inquisitive eyes, and set off with Hobble perched on her shoulder. The path through the Whispering Wood was a tapestry of vibrant wildflowers and fragrant herbs, their scents weaving a soothing melody that wrapped around Maisie and Hobble like a comforting blanket. As they walked, the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot was occasionally accompanied by the distant call of a nightingale or the rustle of a squirrel gathering acorns. "Where do you think the shoes wander off to, Hobble?" Maisie mused, her voice soft as the morning mist. Hobble, with his eyes as sharp as ever, hooted thoughtfully. Perhaps they seek a secret adventure of their own, led by some unseen magic. As they ventured deeper into the wood, the air grew sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the path wound its way to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient stone circle, rumored to be a place of enchantment and mystery. Maisie paused, her heart alight with a mix of wonder and anticipation. It was here that they met the first of their newfound friends, a gentle fox named Finn, whose fur gleamed like copper under the sun. Finn was known for his cleverness and keen sense of observation, traits that had earned him the trust and respect of all who dwelt in the Whispering Wood. "Good day to you, Maisie," Finn greeted with a nod, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "I see you, too, are pondering the mystery of the wandering shoes." "Indeed I am," Maisie replied with a smile. "Have you any thoughts on where they might go?" Finn sat back on his haunches, considering her question. "I have noticed the imprint of tiny footprints leading away from the village each morning, but they vanish like whispers in the breeze beyond this very clearing." Maisie knelt to inspect the ground, her fingers brushing over the soft earth. "Perhaps there's more than meets the eye," she suggested, her voice a gentle ripple in the quiet glade. Hobble fluttered down to join her, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. "The answer may lie in the shadows that dance between the stones," he hooted softly. With newfound resolve, Maisie, Hobble, and Finn began to explore the ancient stone circle, their senses attuned to the subtle shifts in the air. The stones, worn smooth by time, seemed to hum with an energy that was both ancient and alive. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long golden shadows, Maisie noticed a faint shimmer at the edge of her vision, a flicker of light that danced across the surface of one of the stones. She leaned closer, her breath catching in her throat as she realized what she saw. Tiny, intricate carvings that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Hobble, perched on her shoulder, hooted in quiet wonder. "These markings, they speak of a hidden realm, a place where dreams and reality intertwine." Finn's ears perked up at the revelation. Could it be that the shoes are drawn to this realm, seeking a purpose known only to them? Maisie traced the carvings with her fingertips, a sense of calm washing over her. Perhaps the shoes are guided by a magic that seeks to restore something lost, something forgotten. With the last light of day warming their backs, the trio sat in contemplation, the clearing enveloped in a peaceful hush. It was then that a soft, melodious voice drifted through the air, like the gentle chiming of distant bells. "Welcome, dear friends," the voice sang, and from the shadows emerged a graceful figure, a creature of light and air, her presence as soothing as the moonlit tides. It was Leah, the guardian of the stone circle, a being of ancient wisdom and gentle power. Maisie, Finn, and Hobble gazed at her in awe, their hearts filled with a quiet reverence. "We seek to understand the mystery of the wandering shoes," Maisie said, her voice as soft as the evening breeze. Leah smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars beginning to peek through the twilight sky. The shoes find their way to this circle because they are drawn to the magic of renewal and hope. Each night they come here to be polished and restored, a symbol of the village's unity and the harmony of the whispering wood. Maisie nodded, understanding dawning like the first light of dawn. And they return to remind us of the magic that resides in all things, seen and unseen. Leah nodded, her presence as calming as a lullaby. Indeed, dear child, the shoes carry with them the whispers of dreams and the promise of new beginnings. With their questions answered and hearts lightened, Maisie, Hobble, and Finn thanked Leah, their spirits aglow with gratitude and understanding. As they made their way back to Willowbrook, the path seemed to hum with a gentle song, the trees swaying in rhythm to a melody only they could hear. That night, as the village settled into peaceful slumber, Maisie lay in her bed, the stars winking through her window like old friends. Her shoes, now gleaming with an otherworldly light, rested by her bedside, a reminder of the day's adventure and the magic that dwelled in the heart of the whispering wood. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a mind at ease, Maisie drifted into a dream-filled sleep, knowing that in the morning, the village would awaken to a world where mystery and magic intertwined, and where the gentle wisdom of the whispering wood awaited those who dared to listen. Story 46. In a snug little village nestled between rolling hills and evergreen forests, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her home was made of honey-colored stone, with a roof thatched in golden straw and windows that twinkled like stars under the night sky. Amara's days were filled with the gentle hum of life in the village, where the air smelled of freshly baked bread and the laughter of children echoed through the cobbled streets. The village was known for its charm and its peculiarities, for it was brushed with a whisper of magic. Here, flowers glowed softly in the moonlight, and the river sang sweet melodies to those who cared to listen. Yet, recently, something unusual had begun to stir. Every morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens rearranged as if a mischievous wind had swept through. The roses danced in spirals, the daisies formed star shapes, and the tulips lined up in rainbow hues, as if nature itself had taken up painting. Curious and intrigued, Amara decided to uncover the mystery behind the nightly transformations. She was a clever girl, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, and a heart as warm as the hearth fires that burned in the village homes. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed pink and purple, Amara set out with a lantern in hand to solve the riddle of the enchanted gardens. Walking down the winding path that led to the forest, she was joined by her dear friend Finn, a gentle-hearted boy with a knack for solving puzzles. Together, they ventured into the woods, where the air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl, creating a symphony of nature's whispers. As they walked, a soft glow caught their attention. It was Willow, the wise old owl who perched in the ancient oak tree at the forest's heart. Her feathers shimmered like silver moonbeams, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. "Good evening, young ones," Willow hooted gently. "What brings you into the forest at this hour?" Amara and Finn explained the mystery of the gardens, and Willow listened intently, her head tilted in thought. "Ah, the work of the Night River sprites, no doubt," she mused. "They are known for their love of art and beauty, and it seems they have taken a liking to your village." Intrigued, Amara asked, "How can we meet these sprites and speak with them?" Willow spread her wings and beckoned them to follow. "The sprites are shy creatures, but they gather at the Night River when the moon is full. Tonight is such a night. Come, I shall guide you." Under Willow's watchful gaze, Amara and Finn followed the path that glowed with luminescent mushrooms and twinkling fireflies. The forest seemed to embrace them, its branches forming a gentle canopy above. Soon they reached the Night River, where the water shimmered like liquid silver under the moon's tender gaze. There, dancing on the river's surface, were the Night River sprites. Their forms were delicate and ethereal, like drops of dew woven into intricate shapes. They moved gracefully, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Amara stepped forward, her voice soft and respectful. "Oh, Night River sprites, we have come to admire your work and ask why you have chosen our village for your art." The sprites paused, their eyes sparkling like tiny stars. One, more daring than the others, floated closer and spoke in a voice as light as the breeze. "We mean no harm, dear child. Your village is a canvas that calls to us, with its vibrant life and the kindness of its people. We wish only to bring joy and wonder." Finn, ever thoughtful, nodded. "Your art is beautiful, but perhaps it startles those who do not understand its origin. Might you let us share your story with the villagers, so they too might appreciate your gifts?" The sprites conferred among themselves, their whispers like the rustling of leaves. Finally, they agreed, nodding in unison. "Tell your people of our joy, and we shall continue to beautify your gardens with care and love." Amara and Finn thanked the sprites, their hearts light with the promise of understanding. As they turned to leave, the sprites gifted them with a small vial of shimmering stardust, as a token of friendship and magic. Returning to the village with the first light of dawn, Amara and Finn shared their adventure with the villagers. As Willow had suggested, they spoke of the sprites' intentions and the beauty they wished to share. The villagers, curious and open-hearted, embraced the tale and welcomed the knightly artistry with delight. From that day on, the village and the Night River sprites lived in harmony. The gardens continued to transform, each morning revealing a new masterpiece. Amara and Finn became the village's storytellers, weaving tales of mystery and magic by the fireside, as the villagers listened with eyes wide in wonder. And so, in the village nestled between hills and forest, a gentle bond was formed, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, bringing peace and enchantment to all who called it home. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the story of the Night River sprites became a cherished legend, whispered from generation to generation, a reminder of the beauty found in understanding and the magic born of friendship. Story 47. In the quaint village of Misty Hollow, nestled between verdant hills and shadowed by the towering, whispering woods, there was a peculiar shop known only to those with hearts open to wonder. The sign above the door read, "The Wishing Well," and the shop was filled with trinkets and baubles that sparkled like stars captured in glass. Some said the very air inside shimmered with the magic of dreams unspoken. The shopkeeper, a gentle soul named Mr. Thistlewood, was known for his kind eyes and a voice that sounded like soft autumn leaves rustling in a breeze. He had a knack for finding the perfect item for each visitor, though no one knew exactly how he did so. The villagers often whispered that he had a touch of magic himself. One rainy afternoon, when the clouds hung low and the world seemed wrapped in a misty blanket, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara had spent most of her days exploring the fields and woods surrounding Misty Hollow, her heart filled with the wonders of nature. Yet she always felt there was something more waiting just beyond her reach. Clara was not like the other children in the village. She had an insatiable curiosity and a sense of adventure that could not be quenched by the ordinary. Her eyes, a deep shade of green, sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. As Clara stepped into the wishing well, the door chimed softly, announcing her presence. The shop was warm and inviting, with shelves lined with objects of every conceivable kind. The air was scented with a hint of cinnamon and the earthy aroma of aged wood. Clara felt as if she had walked into a place where time itself had paused to take a breath. Mr. Thistlewood looked up from behind the counter, his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. "Ah, Clara," he greeted her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "What brings you here on such a dreary day?" "I'm not sure," Clara replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I just felt drawn here." Mr. Thistlewood nodded knowingly and gestured for her to explore. "Take your time, my dear. Sometimes the heart knows before the mind understands." Clara wandered through the shop, her fingers brushing against delicate fabrics and cool metal. Her gaze was drawn to a small, intricately carved wooden box tucked away on a high shelf. She reached up on her tiptoes, carefully bringing it down to examine it closer. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance across the surface, and as Clara traced them with her finger, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from within. She opened the lid and found a single, shimmering feather resting inside. It was unlike any feather she had ever seen, its colors shifting from deep indigo to a vibrant gold as it caught the light. "That," Mr. Thistlewood said, appearing beside her, "is a feather from the fabled Aurora Phoenix. It's said to hold the power to reveal hidden paths and truths that cannot be seen by the eye alone." Clara's eyes widened in wonder. "A hidden path?" she echoed, her mind racing with possibilities. Mr. Thistlewood nodded. "Yes, but remember, the path it reveals will be one that you need to follow, not simply one you desire." Clara pondered his words, feeling a flutter of excitement and a tinge of apprehension. "May I borrow it?" she asked hesitantly. Mr. Thistlewood smiled warmly. "Of course, my dear. Take it with you. Perhaps it will guide you to what you seek." Clara carefully tucked the feather into her pocket, feeling its warmth spread through her. She thanked Mr. Thistlewood and stepped back out into the rain, the feather's glow a comforting presence against the gray sky. As she walked through the village, the world seemed different somehow. The rain was gentle, like a lullaby, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming wildflowers. Clara felt the feather's warmth guiding her along the winding path that led to the whispering woods. The woods were a place of mystery, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. Clara had always felt a connection to the woods, but today they seemed to beckon her with a new urgency. She followed the path through the trees, the feathers light a beacon in the deepening gloom. The woods were alive with the sound of raindrops pattering against leaves, the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush, and the gentle sigh of the wind weaving through the branches. Clara walked for what seemed like hours, her heart steady and sure, until she reached a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky. At its base was a small, shimmering pool that mirrored the sky above. She knelt beside the pool, her reflection rippling across the surface. As she gazed into the water, the feather in her pocket began to glow with a soft golden light. The water shimmered, and Clara saw images forming beneath its surface. She saw herself standing at the edge of a vast, hidden world, a place where the trees sang and the stars danced. She saw friends she had not yet met and adventures that awaited her. She saw herself growing and changing, her heart full of wisdom and kindness. The vision faded, and Clara was left with a sense of peace and purpose. The path she sought was not one she could see with her eyes, but one she could feel with her heart. It was a path of understanding, of friendship, and of discovering the strength within herself. Clara stood, the feather's glow a gentle reminder of the journey that lay ahead. She knew she would return to Misty Hollow, to share her experiences and the lessons she had learned. But for now, she was content to explore the hidden paths of the whispering woods, her heart open to the wonders of the world around her. As she turned to leave the clearing, she felt a sense of gratitude for Mr. Thistlewood and the small, magical shop that had set her on this journey. She knew she would return to thank him, to share her stories, and to pass on the wisdom she had gained. For Clara, the journey was just beginning, but she carried with her the warmth of the Aurora Phoenix feather and the knowledge that the hidden paths of the world were open to those who dared to dream. And so, with a heart full of hope and wonder, she stepped forward, ready to embrace the mysteries that awaited her. Back in Misty Hollow, the village continued its gentle dance with time. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a world washed clean and glistening with promise. The villagers went about their day, unaware of the quiet magic that had unfolded in their midst. Clara's absence was noted by a few, but they knew her adventurous spirit often led her to wander. Her return, however, would bring tales of enchantment and discovery that would be shared around the hearths and in the fields, inspiring others to seek their own hidden paths. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Clara settled beneath the ancient oak tree. The whispering woods were alive with the sounds of twilight, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the distant call of a nightingale, creating a melody that lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, the hidden world opened before her, a tapestry of colors and sounds that wove together the stories of those who had walked its paths before. She danced among the stars, her laughter mingling with the echoes of those who had discovered the magic of the woods. When she awoke, the world was bathed in the soft light of dawn. The feather lay beside her, its glow subdued but ever present, a a reminder of the journey that lay ahead. Clara rose, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She made her way back to the village, her steps light and swift as she traced the path through the woods. The morning air was crisp and clear, carrying with it the promise of a new day and the adventures it held. As Clara approached the village, she was greeted by the familiar sights and sounds that marked her home. The clatter of pots in the kitchens, the laughter of children at play, and the gentle murmur of conversation filled the air, weaving together the fabric of life in Misty Hollow. She paused at the edge of the village, her gaze lingering on the distant hills and the shimmering horizon beyond. The world was vast and full of mysteries, but she knew that she would always find her way back to the place she called home. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit eager for the journey ahead, Clara stepped forward, ready to embrace the hidden paths and the stories they carried. She knew that wherever her journey led, she would carry with her the warmth and magic of the Aurora Phoenix feather, a beacon to guide her on her way. And so, as the sun rose high in the sky, Clara returned to Misty Hollow, her heart alight with the promise of new adventures and the hidden paths that awaited her. For she had discovered a world of wonder and magic, a place where dreams and reality danced together in harmony, and she knew that she was forever a part of its story. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their curiosity piqued by the glow in her eyes and the tales she had to share. Around the hearths and in the fields, Clara's stories came to life, inspiring others to seek their own hidden paths and to listen for the whispered secrets of the world around them. As the days turned to weeks and the seasons changed, Misty Hollow remained a place of gentle magic, a village where the ordinary and the extraordinary existed side by side. Clara's adventures became woven into the fabric of its history, a testament to the power of curiosity and the beauty of the hidden paths that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. For Clara, the journey was never truly over. She continued to explore the wonders of the world, guided by the gentle glow of the Aurora Phoenix feather and the wisdom she had gained. Her heart remained open to the mysteries of the universe, and her spirit soared with the knowledge that the hidden paths were always there, waiting to be discovered. And so, as the sun set over Misty Hollow, casting a warm glow over the village, Clara stood at the edge of the whispering woods, her heart full of hope and wonder. She knew that the hidden paths of the world were open to those who dared to dream, and she was ready to embrace the journey that lay ahead. With a final glance back at the village she called home, Clara stepped forward, her heart alight with the promise of new adventures and the hidden paths that awaited her. For she had discovered a world of wonder and magic, a place where dreams and reality danced together in harmony, and she knew that she was forever a part of its story. Story 48 title, The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, there was a legend of a hidden world, accessible only to those with the purest of hearts. This world, known as the Whispering Grove, was said to lie within the depths of the great woodland, where ancient trees whispered secrets to the wind and shadows danced beneath the moonlight. Among the villagers was a young girl named Marigold, known for her insatiable curiosity and kind heart. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, framed a face that wore an expression of wonder, as if each day was a new adventure waiting to unfold. Marigold lived with her grandmother, Elder Maeve, who was a well-respected storyteller and keeper of Willowbrook's lore. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, Marigold sat by the fireplace, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. Elder Maeve, wrapped in a patchwork quilt, began her tale of the Whispering Grove, a place she claimed to have visited in her youth. They say, Elder Maeve's voice was a gentle melody, that within the grove lies the Tree of Echoes, an ancient tree that grants a single wish to those who prove worthy. But beware, child, for the path is fraught with trials, and only the bravest may enter. Marigold's heart fluttered with excitement and a sprinkle of apprehension. She longed to see the mysterious world her grandmother spoke of, to hear the whispers of the trees, and perhaps, if she were fortunate, to glimpse the Tree of Echoes. The following morning, a soft mist clung to the earth as Marigold set off into the great woodland, her small satchel filled with provisions and a heart full of hope. The forest was alive with the sound of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, a symphony that guided her deeper into the unknown. As Marigold ventured further, the trees grew taller, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered sunlight into shards of gold. She paused to admire the delicate dance of light and shadow, feeling as if she had stepped into a realm where time itself moved differently. Along the way, Marigold encountered a myriad of woodland creatures. There was Thistle, a wise old hare with fur as silver as moonlight, who offered guidance and companionship. Then came Bramble, a mischievous squirrel with a penchant for riddles, whose laughter was as infectious as it was comforting. "Welcome, young traveler," Thistle greeted with a twinkle in his eye. "The Whispering Grove is near, but you must heed the whispers and follow where they lead." With each step, Marigold listened intently to the soft murmur of the woods, allowing the whispers to guide her. As she walked, she noticed how the forest seemed to breathe around her, the air humming with a melody only she could hear. The journey was not without its challenges. There were times when the path seemed to vanish, leaving Marigold to rely on her instincts and the wisdom of her newfound friends. Thistle taught her to trust in herself, while Bramble's riddles encouraged her to see things from new perspectives. As dusk approached, casting the world in a gentle twilight, Marigold found herself at the edge of a clearing. There, in the center, stood the Tree of Echoes. Its trunk was gnarled and ancient, its branches stretching towards the heavens as if yearning for the stars. The tree's bark shimmered with an ethereal glow, each groove and knot a testament to the passage of time. Marigold approached reverently, her heart filled with awe and a hint of trepidation. "Speak your wish." The tree's voice was a gentle breeze, caressing her senses. "And remember, the true gift lies not in what you wish for, but in what you learn from the journey." Marigold closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling like leaves in the wind. She thought of her village, of her grandmother, and of the lessons she had learned on her journey. Then, with a calm heart and a clear mind, she whispered her wish. As the words left her lips, the air around her shimmered with a soft light. A sense of peace enveloped her, as if the very essence of the forest had embraced her spirit. When she opened her eyes, the grove seemed unchanged, yet she felt different, as if a new understanding had taken root within her. Marigold realized that the journey itself had been her true reward, each challenge and companion a stepping stone to self-discovery. With gratitude and a heart full of contentment, Marigold bade farewell to the grove and her forest friends, her steps light and sure as she made her way back to Willowbrook. As she emerged from the woods, the village lay bathed in the golden light of dawn. Elder Maeve awaited her, a knowing smile on her lips and pride in her eyes. Marigold ran to her grandmother, embracing her with newfound wisdom and love. From that day forward, Marigold shared her tale with the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and hope. She spoke not only of the mysterious grove and the Tree of Echoes, but of the friendships that had guided her and the courage that had grown within her heart. The legend of the Whispering Grove continued to inspire generations, a beacon of adventure and growth for those who dared to listen to the whispers of the world around them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the gentle embrace of the forest, Marigold's story became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, a reminder that the true magic of life lies in the journey we take and the hearts we touch along the way. Story 49. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a glen hidden from prying eyes. The air here was thick with the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold, and the soft rustle of leaves played a symphony as the wind moved through the branches. In this serene place lived a community of creatures, each with a role in the delicate balance of their world. There was Hazel, the wise old tortoise whose shell bore the stories of many seasons. Her eyes, deep and knowing, held the glimmer of 1,000 sunrises. Nearby, in the shade of an ancient oak, lived Bramble, the gentle deer whose antlers seemed to brush the sky. His quiet grace and patient wisdom guided those around him. Above them, nestled in the crook of a tree, was Wren, a bird whose voice could charm the grumpiest of clouds into parting, revealing blue skies. Her song was the first to greet the dawn and the last to bid the sun farewell. And there, by the bubbling brook that wove its way through the glen, was Ripple, the playful otter whose laughter was a melody of water on stones. The forest was a place where magic and nature intertwined, and each season brought its own enchantment. Spring arrived with a chorus of blossoms, each petal infused with the joy of rebirth. Summer followed, draping the forest in a cloak of emerald, its magic woven into the very air, alive with the hum of bees and the soft buzz of dragonflies. Autumn came in a blaze of gold and crimson, the leaves whispering secrets to the earth as they fell. Winter, though cold, brought a gentle hush, the forest wrapped in a blanket of snow, sparkling under the moonlight like a field of diamonds. One day, as the forest lay in the embrace of autumn, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. The wind carried a strange song, a melody that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the forest. It was a song of change, of balance teetering on the edge. The creatures of the forest gathered, their hearts stirred by the call. Hazel, with her slow and deliberate steps, made her way to the center of the glen. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom. "We have lived in harmony for generations, guided by the rhythms of nature," she said, her eyes meeting each creature's gaze. "But something stirs, a shift that threatens this balance." Bramble, his antlers catching the light, nodded solemnly. "The wind speaks of a disturbance. The seasons feel unsettled, as if they are struggling to find their place." Wren fluttered down, her wings a blur of motion, landing lightly on Bramble's antlers. "I've heard the song too," she chirped, her voice a blend of concern and curiosity. "It carries a message, but its meaning is elusive." Ripple, ever the optimist, splashed in the brooks in droplets of water shimmering through the air. "Perhaps it is a new kind of magic," he suggested, his eyes bright with wonder. Hazel considered this, her thoughts moving with the measured pace of her steps. "Magic, yes, but not one we understand. We must seek the wisdom of the elder tree." The elder tree stood at the heart of the forest, its roots entwined with the very essence of the land. It was said to be as old as the forest itself, its branches reaching high into the sky, a bridge between earth and stars. As the creatures approached, the tree seemed to stir, its leaves rustling in a voice like wind through reeds. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," the elder tree intoned, its voice deep and resonant, echoing through the glen. "You have felt the shift, the imbalance that echoes through the seasons." Hazel stepped forward, her shell gleaming with the light of the setting sun. "We seek your guidance, elder tree. The forest whispers of change, and we fear for the harmony we hold dear." The elder tree's branches swayed gently, as if considering the weight of the words. "The seasons have indeed shifted," it said, its tone thoughtful. "A shadow has crept into the cycle, its tendrils reaching for the heart of our world. It is a magic born of neglect, of a world forgetting its roots." Bramble's eyes widened, his heart heavy with the tree's words. "What can we do to restore the balance?" The elder tree's leaves shimmered, catching the light of the dying day. "The answer lies in remembrance. You must journey to the four corners of the forest, to the very edges where the seasons are born. There you will find the essence of each season. Gather them and bring them home, and the balance will be restored." The creatures nodded, determination in their hearts. They understood the task was not just for them, but for the generations that would follow. Under the guidance of Hazel, they set off, each taking a path that resonated with their spirit. Wren, light as a feather, flew north where spring wept its first tears of rain. She found the essence in the form of a single, delicate blossom, its colors vibrant against the gray sky. With a song of joy, she cradled it in her beak and turned back toward home. Ripple, swift and sure, swam to the east where summer held its court. There he found the essence in a dewdrop, balanced on a sunlit leaf, its warmth a promise of golden days. He wrapped it in a leaf, his heart alight with the glow of summer's gentle magic. Bramble's journey took him west, to the heart of autumn's embrace. He discovered the essence in a fallen leaf, its veins a map of the forest's wisdom. Carefully he carried it back, the whisper of the wind guiding his steps. Lastly, Hazel made her way south, where winter's breath was cold and clear. She found the essence in a flake of snow, caught on the tip of her nose, a crystal of purest white. With the care of one who knows the weight of time, she carried it home. As the creatures returned to the glen, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange. They gathered around the base of the elder tree, each offering the essence they had found. The elder tree's roots seemed to pulse with life, and a gentle glow enveloped the glen. The essences rose, swirling together in a dance of light and color, weaving a tapestry of seasons. The air hummed with magic, the balance restored. "Thank you, dear guardians," the elder tree whispered, its voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "You have reminded the world of its roots, of the harmony that binds us all." The creatures watched as the light faded, replaced by the soft glow of moonlight. The glen was peaceful once more, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. As they settled into their nests and burrows, a sense of calm washed over them, the forest cradling them in its embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the ancient forest sighed a gentle lullaby, a promise that as long as there were those who listened to the whispers of the trees, balance would always be found. And with that soothing thought, the creatures drifted into dreams, knowing they were part of something timeless and beautiful. Story 50. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees whispered secrets to the sky, and sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of nature. This was no ordinary forest. It was a realm where magic and reality danced together, creating a world of wonder and harmony. The forest was home to a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers shimmered like silver moonlight. Orin had seen many seasons pass and knew the lore of the land better than any creature. His eyes were like pools of amber, reflecting the wisdom of generations. He watched over the forest from his perch high in the ancient oak, always vigilant, always listening. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost dusted the leaves with sparkling crystals, Orin noticed something amiss. The usually vibrant colors of the forest seemed muted, and a gentle silence had settled over the trees, as if nature itself was holding its breath. The vibrant chatter of the birds was subdued, and the squirrels, normally bustling about collecting acorns, moved with an unusual sluggishness. Orin decided it was time to gather the council of forest creatures to discuss this curious change. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor, the creatures assembled in a clearing carpeted with soft moss and surrounded by towering ferns. Among them was Faye, a gentle fox with a coat that glowed like the setting sun. Her eyes twinkled with intelligence and curiosity. Beside her sat Bramble, the badger, whose robust frame and black and white stripes gave him an air of quiet strength. The rabbits, led by the sprightly Thistle, formed a semicircle near a patch of wildflowers, their ears perked attentively. Orin spread his wings, and the creatures fell silent, eager to hear his thoughts. "Friends," the owl began, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Our forest is changing. The balance we hold dear is shifting, and we must discover why." The creatures exchanged worried glances, for they knew the harmony of the forest was delicate, a tapestry woven with care and respect for generations. It was then that Faye, her nose twitching with determination, spoke up. "Perhaps the source of this disturbance lies in the heart of the forest, in the glade where the seasons meet." The glade was a place of wonder, where spring, summer, autumn, and winter coexisted in perfect harmony, each corner basking in its own eternal season. It was said that the glade held the spirit of the forest, a magical force that kept nature in balance. As the council agreed to investigate, the sun set completely, and the forest was bathed in the soft glow of the moon. The journey to the glade would not be an easy one, but the creatures were united in purpose. Together, they embarked on their quest, their path illuminated by the gentle light of fireflies flitting among the trees. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingling with the sweet aroma of late-blooming honeysuckle. As they traveled deeper into the forest, they encountered streams that babbled with laughter, and meadows that swayed with the tender caress of the night breeze. Each step seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest itself. Finally, after a journey filled with quiet determination and shared stories, the group reached the glade. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the boundaries of the seasons blurred into one another in a symphony of color and life. One corner of the glade was alive with the blossoms and new growth of spring, while another basked in the warmth of summer, filled with the heady fragrance of wild roses. Autumn leaves fluttered gently in another quarter, their reds and golds vivid against the deep blue sky, while the last corner lay under a blanket of pristine snow, sparkling in the moonlight like a field of diamonds. But something was not right. In the center of the glade, where the four corners met, there was a disturbance, a swirling mist that seemed to siphon the colors and vitality from its surroundings. The mist pulsed with a mysterious energy, crackling like distant thunder. Orin, with a wisdom born of ages, recognized the phenomenon immediately. "This is the breath of seasons," he explained, his voice a gentle echo in the hush of the glade. "It is a rare occurrence, a meeting of forces that can either restore balance or unravel it, depending on how it is approached." Bramble, with his practical nature, stepped forward. "How do we ensure it restores balance?" he asked, his voice steady as the earth beneath them. "The breath of seasons must be embraced with harmony," Orin replied. "It requires an offering of unity, a symbol of our commitment to the balance of nature." The creatures pondered this, and it was Thistle, the smallest of them all, who suggested the answer. Perhaps the offering should be something from each season, a token of their unique gifts. The group nodded in agreement, and they set about gathering their offerings. Faye brought forth a delicate blossom from the spring corner, its petals soft and fragrant. Bramble, with his strong paws, unearthed a smooth stone warmed by the summer sun. From the autumn corner, Thistle collected a perfect golden leaf, and from the winter realm, Orin retrieved a shard of ice that glimmered with captured starlight. Together, they placed the offerings at the heart of the glade, where the mist swirled with increasing intensity. As each token was laid down, the mist absorbed them, the colors returning to the glade with a gentle sigh of relief. The air hummed with a harmonious energy, and the forest seemed to breathe anew, its balance restored. The creatures watched in awe as the glade transformed around them, the seasons embracing one another in a dance of life and renewal. The vibrant chatter of birds returned, the squirrels resumed their busy foraging, and the trees whispered their ancient songs once more. With the balance restored, the creatures returned to their homes, their hearts light with the knowledge that their friendship and unity had preserved the magic of their world. Orin, perched once more in his oak, watched over the forest with a serene wisdom, knowing that the cycle of seasons would continue to unfold in harmony. And so, in the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived in peace, their lives a testament to the power of unity and the gentle wisdom of nature. And each night, as the stars twinkled above and the moon cast its silver glow, the forest sang a lullaby of tranquility, a promise that the world would always hold its beauty, as long as its creatures cherished it with open hearts. Story 51. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest, where the towering trees swayed like ancient guardians, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. Nestled between the emerald canopies and the bubbling brook that laughed its way through the mossy stones, Willowbrook was a haven of warmth and peace. The village was home to kind-hearted folks who shared their lives with the enchanting creatures of the forest. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, a peculiar thing began to happen. The village's beloved lanterns, which lined the cobblestone streets and cast a golden glow over the homes, began to flicker and fade. In their place, tiny silvery lights danced in the air, twinkling like stars come to earth. The villagers, bundled in cozy scarves and knitted sweaters, gathered in the village square, their breath visible in the cool night air. Murmurs of curiosity and gentle laughter filled the space as children reached out to catch the little lights, only to have them flit just out of reach. At the heart of the crowd stood old Merrick, the village's wise and gentle elder. With a long, flowing beard and eyes that twinkled with the wisdom of many years, Merrick was known for his stories of the forest and its magic. He raised a hand, signaling for quiet, and the villagers fell silent, their eyes turning to him in anticipation. "These lights," Merrick began, his voice as smooth and deep as a lullaby, are the whispers of the forest, come to share a secret with us. But what might their message be? The villagers exchanged curious glances, and a young girl named Lila, with hair the color of a fox's coat and eyes like gleaming chestnuts, stepped forward. Lila was known for her keen sense of wonder and her knack for solving puzzles, often spending her days exploring the nooks and crannies of Willowbrook. Perhaps the forest needs our help, Lila suggested, her voice a soft melody against the cool night. If we follow the lights, they might lead us to what's amiss. The villagers nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued, and a small group, led by Lila and Merrick, set off into the gentle embrace of the forest, guided by the silvery glow. The path was lined with fallen leaves that crunched underfoot, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As they ventured deeper, the lights grew brighter, casting an ethereal glow upon the towering trees. Lila noticed something unusual, a soft, rhythmic humming, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. She paused, tilting her head to listen more closely. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Merrick nodded, his face thoughtful. "It is the song of the whispering willow," he said, pointing to a large, ancient tree that stood at the center of a small clearing. Its branches swayed gently, as if in time with the melody. The group approached the tree with reverent steps, and as they drew near, the lights gathered around its base, swirling in a gentle dance. Lila knelt beside the tree, placing her hand on its rough bark. To her surprise, the tree began to speak, its voice a soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you for coming," the tree sighed, its voice filled with warmth. "I am the guardian of this forest, and I have watched over it for many centuries, but of late I have grown weary, and my strength is fading." The villagers listened intently, their hearts moved by the tree's gentle plea. Lila, ever perceptive, asked, "Is there a way we can help you regain your strength?" The tree's branches rustled in a slow, thoughtful manner. "There is a way," it replied. "Deep within the forest grows a flower known as the moon blossom. Its petals hold the magic of renewal. If you can bring it to me, I will be restored." Without hesitation, Lila and her companions set off, guided by the shimmering lights that danced ahead, leading them deeper into the forest. The path became narrower, the trees more closely huddled, as if whispering secrets to one another. Yet the silvery lights remained a constant, comforting presence, illuminating their way. As they journeyed, the air grew cooler, and the sounds of nocturnal creatures filled the night. They passed by a family of owls, their eyes wide and wise, who nodded in understanding. A family of foxes, their coats glistening in the moonlight, trotted alongside them for a while, offering silent companionship. Finally, they reached a secluded grove, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the grove stood the moon blossom, its petals glistening like drops of liquid silver. It was a breathtaking sight, and Lila approached it with gentle reverence, carefully picking the flower as if handling the most delicate of treasures. With their prize in hand, the group retraced their steps, the journey back feeling shorter, buoyed by the promise of renewal they carried. Upon returning to the whispering willow, they placed the moon blossom at its roots. The silvery lights gathered close, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, as if the forest itself was breathing a sigh of relief. The tree's voice, now stronger and filled with gratitude, resonated through the clearing. "Thank you, dear friends. You have given me new life, and in return, I shall continue to watch over all who dwell within this forest." As the villagers made their way home, the silvery lights slowly faded, leaving behind the warm glow of the village lanterns, now burning brightly once more. Lila and Merrick led the way, their hearts light with the knowledge that together they had answered the call of the forest. Back in Willowbrook, the villagers gathered once more in the square, sharing stories of their adventure, the warmth of friendship and unity wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. And as the night deepened, the village settled into peaceful slumber, the gentle hum of the whispering willow, a soothing lullaby in the distance. In the days that followed, the villagers of Willowbrook carried with them the lesson of the whispering willow, that through kindness, observation, and cooperation, even the most mysterious of occurrences could be unraveled and resolved. And though the silvery lights did not return, the bond between the village and the forest remained, a testament to the magic that thrived in harmony and understanding. And so, nestled in the embrace of the forest, Willowbrook continued to be a beacon of warmth and wonder, where the gentle echoes of adventure and magic lingered in the crisp morning air, and where every sunset promised the whisper of another story waiting to unfold. Story 52. Once upon a starry night, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a soft breeze whispered through the emerald canopy, carrying the scent of pine and earth. This was no ordinary woodland, for it harbored secrets as old as the towering oak sentinels that stood guard over its enchanted glades. At the base of a colossal willow, whose branches trailed in the crystal waters of a babbling brook, a gathering was taking place. Tiny flickerings of light danced among the ferns, heralding the arrival of the forest's most extraordinary residents. These were the sprites, winged guardians of nature's equilibrium, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance that allowed all living things to thrive in harmony. From hollow trunks and mossy burrows, they emerged, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. The eldest among them, a wizened sprite named Aurelia, took her place upon a toadstool throne. Her voice, soft as the patter of raindrops, commanded reverence. "My little ones, the cycle turns once more. The summer solstice draws near, and with it, the magic of renewal." A hushed murmur rippled through the assembly as Aurelia recounted the ancient tale handed down through countless generations. Long ago, when the world was young, our ancestors forged a sacred pact with the forces of nature. In exchange for our unwavering stewardship, we were blessed with the gift of elemental magic, tied to the rhythms of the seasons. Aurelia's words painted vivid pictures in the minds of her kin, transporting them to a time when the forest's primordial boughs stretched towards an endless azure sky. On the longest day of the year, when the sun's golden rays reach their zenith, the veil between our realm and the ethereal plains grows thin. It is then that we must gather at the heart tree and reaffirm our bond with the earth, lest the balance be disrupted and chaos reign supreme. As the tale drew to a close, the sprites gazed upward, their luminous eyes reflecting the twinkling canopy above. They knew their sacred duty well, for the forest was more than just their home. It was a living, breathing entity that depended on their vigilance. In the days that followed, preparations began for the solstice ritual. Deep within the woodland's heart, an ancient oak stood tall, its gnarled roots intertwining with the very essence of the land. This was the heart tree, a living embodiment of the forest spirit, and the site of the most sacred rites. As the summer solstice drew near, the forest seemed to hum with anticipation. Fireflies danced among the ferns, their bioluminescent bodies casting a warm, ethereal glow. Dew-kissed petals unfurled to greet the first rays of dawn, and the air was thick with the heady fragrance of wildflowers in bloom. At last, the longest day arrived, and the sprites gathered beneath the heart tree's sprawling canopy. Aurelia took her place at the foot of the ancient oak, her tiny hands tracing the intricate whorls and grooves that adorned its bark. "Let the rites commence," she intoned, her voice carrying on the warm breeze. In a dazzling display of elemental magic, the sprites wove their enchantments, calling upon the forces of nature to bless and renew the land. Vibrant auroras of emerald and amber danced across the forest floor, pulsing in time with the heartbeat of the earth. As the sun reached its zenith, the heart tree seemed to awaken, its branches stirring as if roused from a deep slumber. A hushed silence fell over the woodland as the ancient oak extended its leafy boughs, embracing the sprites in a verdant canopy. In that breathless moment, a surge of primal energy rippled through the forest, resonating with every living thing. The sprites felt the earth's power course through their beings, replenishing and fortifying the bond they shared with the natural world. As the solstice sun began its descent, the ritual drew to a close, and the sprites dispersed to their sylvan duties, their hearts full of renewed reverence for the delicate tapestry of life they tended. Deep within the forest's emerald depths, the cycles of nature continued, eternal and ever-changing. The sprites would forever stand vigil, guardians of the ancient pact, ensuring that the harmonious balance between all living things endured for generations to come. For in this enchanted realm, where the veil between worlds grew thin, the wisdom of ages past echoed through the whispering leaves, reminding all who would listen that true magic resided in the breathtaking beauty of the natural world. Story 53. In the star-studded depths of the Andromeda cluster, where nebulous clouds danced like ethereal scarves, there existed a small, unassuming moon named Luminara. Bathed in a gentle silver glow, it was a place where time seemed to slow, and the universe's whispered secrets could be heard on the soft, rustling winds. This moon was home to the Lumari, a peaceful, luminescent species known for their glowing skin and serene wisdom. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons of Luminara began their celestial waltz across the velvet sky, a peculiar event unfolded. A spacecraft of unfamiliar design descended from the inky heavens, landing with a gentle thud amidst the moon's crystalline fields. From within emerged a solitary figure, a Harkon named Zephyr, hailing from the storm-lashed planet of Tempestus. The Harkons were known for their robust, swirling patterns of azure and indigo that adorned their skin, a testament to their resilience against Tempestus's relentless gales. Zephyr, with his broad shoulders and curious eyes, had ventured across the stars seeking knowledge and understanding of the cosmos. Yet as he stood on this peaceful moon, he felt an uncharacteristic unease. He had heard tales of the Lumari's legendary hospitality, but the silence that greeted him was unnerving. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, his boots crunching softly against the crystalline ground, leaving trails of muted blue light in his wake. Watching from a distance was Lumina, a curious and kind-hearted Lumari with eyes like twin galaxies. She had observed Zephyr's arrival with a mixture of caution and intrigue. The Lumari had never encountered a Harkan before, and while their natural inclination was to welcome all travelers, Zephyr's formidable appearance and the tales of Tempestus's fierce inhabitants filled her with hesitation. As Zephyr made his way toward the nearest settlement, his path was unexpectedly blocked by a shimmering barrier of light. Startled, he stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest. It was then that Lumina appeared, her form glowing softly against the moonlit landscape. "Please, do not be alarmed," she spoke, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We mean no harm, but we must ensure our safety." Zephyr, still catching his breath, nodded, understanding their caution. "I seek only knowledge and friendship," he replied, his voice resonating with sincerity. Lumina studied him closely, her initial wariness softening into curiosity. "Then perhaps we can help each other," she suggested, her glow pulsing gently with warmth. And so an unlikely companionship began, one born of caution but nurtured by a mutual quest for understanding. As Lumina guided Zephyr through her moon's wonders, she shared the tales and traditions of her people, her words painting vivid images of Luminara's history and culture. Zephyr, in turn, spoke of Tempestus, of its wild beauty, and the strength required to live amidst its storms. Despite their differences, they found common ground in their shared appreciation for the stars and the stories they held. Yet, misunderstandings were inevitable. One afternoon, as Zephyr attempted to replicate a Lumari dance he had witnessed, his clumsy movements caused a delicate crystalline sculpture to shatter. Mortified, he feared he had betrayed the trust he had worked so hard to build. To his surprise, Lumina merely laughed, a sound like tinkling chimes. "It is only a thing," she reassured him, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "What matters is the spirit in which it was done." This gentle forgiveness taught Zephyr a valuable lesson about humility and grace, further deepening the bond between them. As the days turned into weeks, Zephyr and Lumina faced a challenge that would test their newfound friendship. A rare cosmic event threatened to disrupt Luminara's delicate ecosystem. A solar flare of unprecedented magnitude was predicted to strike, risking the moon's fragile balance. Together, they devised a plan, combining Zephyr's technical expertise with Lumina's intimate knowledge of her world. They worked tirelessly, side by side, weaving a protective shield of light and energy around the moon. Through their collaboration, they discovered the true strength of unity and trust. When the solar flare finally arrived, it danced harmlessly across the shimmering barrier, painting the night sky with breathtaking auroras. The Lumari rejoiced, their songs of gratitude echoing across the moonlit fields. Zephyr stood among them, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging he had never known. In the aftermath, as the moon resumed its tranquil rhythm, Zephyr prepared to continue his journey across the stars. Yet as he bid farewell to Lumina, he carried with him the warmth of her friendship, a light that would guide him through the vast unknown. "Remember, Zephyr," Lumina whispered, her glow softly embracing him. "No matter where you go, you are never truly alone." And so, with a heart full of newfound wisdom and joy, Zephyr embarked on his next adventure, forever changed by the simple, profound truth he had discovered on the gentle moon of Luminara, that the bonds of friendship, born of understanding and shared challenges, were among the universe's greatest treasures. Story 54. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons through fields of lavender, there stood a little antique shop at the corner of Maple Lane. The shop was a treasure trove of forgotten wonders, each item whispering stories from the past. It was here, beneath the gentle glow of an autumn afternoon, that a young girl named Clara made a discovery that would forever change her world. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sky just after a rainstorm, and a heart open to all the mysteries life had to offer. On this particular day, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, she wandered into the shop, the bell above the door chiming a soft, welcoming melody. The shop was a labyrinth of time-worn shelves, each overflowing with trinkets and relics. Clara's fingers danced over delicate porcelain teacups and polished brass compasses, their surfaces cool and smooth. Her gaze was drawn to a peculiar box tucked away on a dusty shelf. It was a small wooden chest, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to move and shift like the branches of a willow tree swaying in the wind. With a gentle tug on the latch, Clara opened the chest to reveal a delicate silver locket. It was unassuming at first glance, yet as Clara held it in her hands, she felt a strange warmth emanating from its surface, as if it pulsed with a gentle heartbeat of its own. Intrigued, Clara slipped the locket around her neck. Instantly, she felt a soft, comforting presence, like a warm embrace from an old friend. As she gazed into the tiny mirror set within the locket, an image began to form, not of her own reflection, but of places far beyond her village, places she could scarcely imagine. With each day that passed, Clara found herself yearning to discover the secrets of the locket. She began to notice small signs, subtle hints that the world was not as ordinary as it seemed. Leaves rustled in patterns that whispered messages, and shadows danced joyfully in the moonlight, as if sharing secrets with the stars. One crisp morning, as the dew sparkled on the grass like scattered diamonds, Clara set out on a journey beyond the familiar borders of Willowbrook. The locket, warm against her heart, guided her steps along a path she had never traveled before, through sun-dappled forests and across babbling brooks that sang of ancient tales. As Clara journeyed deeper into the heart of the land, she encountered a cast of charming characters who became her companions. There was Finn, a wise old hare with fur as soft as the clouds and eyes that twinkled with mischief and wisdom. He hopped alongside Clara, offering riddles and stories that teased her mind and stirred her spirit. Then there was Merryweather, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for collecting acorns and secrets alike. Her laughter was a melody that danced through the trees, and her nimble paws guided Clara through the woodland maze with the ease of a gentle breeze. Together, they journeyed to the edge of a mystical glen, where a shimmering pond lay cradled in a circle of ancient oaks. The air here was infused with a peace that wrapped around Clara like a soft cloak, and the surface of the water mirrored the sky, catching the light of 1,000 stars even in daylight. It was here that Clara met the challenge she had been destined to face. As she knelt beside the pond, an ethereal voice rose from its depths, a voice that was at once familiar and mysterious. It spoke of an ancient magic, forgotten by time, that could only be awakened by the pure of heart. The voice revealed that the locket Clara wore was a vessel of this magic, a link between the world she knew and the wonders that lay beyond. To unlock its full potential, Clara must solve a puzzle that required not strength, but understanding and kindness. The puzzle was a simple, yet profound question. What is the greatest gift one can give? Clara pondered this, the words echoing in her mind like a gentle breeze. She thought of her friends, their laughter, their wisdom, and the joy they brought into her life. She thought of the village of Willowbrook, with its warm hearths and open doors, and the love that bound its people together. And then, with a heart full of clarity, Clara whispered her answer to the water. The greatest gift is love, freely given and shared. As the words left her lips, the pond shimmered with a brilliance that rivaled the sun, and a gentle ripple spread across its surface. The locket around Clara's neck began to glow, a soft light that enveloped her in warmth and peace. In that moment, Clara understood the true power of the locket. It was not merely a magical artifact, but a reminder of the love and connections that wove through her life, a testament to the strength found in friendship and kindness. With her heart aglow, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever touched by the journey she had undertaken. She carried with her the lessons of the locket, cherishing the friendships and wisdom she had gained along the way. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the seasons danced their eternal waltz, Clara shared her story with the village, spreading the light of her adventure to all who would listen. The locket remained a cherished keepsake, a symbol of the magic found not in distant lands, but in the gentle embrace of love and the warmth of a kind heart. In the cozy little village of Willowbrook, where the stars shone like scattered jewels in the velvet night, Clara found her place, surrounded by friends and family, where love was the greatest magic of all. And as she nestled beneath her quilt each night, the locket's soft glow a beacon of comfort, she knew that her heart had truly found its home. Story 55. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of mist-covered mountains, a soft, golden light filtered through the morning mist. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and wildflowers, mingling with the gentle babble of a nearby brook. This was a village where stories were woven into the very fabric of daily life, whispered from one generation to the next like a beloved lullaby. In this serene place, a young woman named Leora lived with her grandmother, Elda, in a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden brimming with lavender and daisies. Leora was a curious soul, her heart always yearning for something just beyond her reach, a whisper of a story untold. She would often sit by the fire, her fingers tracing the intricate carvings on the hearth, wondering about the generations that had gathered around it before her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Elda called Leora to her side. Her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many years, and her voice was the gentle rustle of leaves in the autumn breeze. "Come, my dear," she said. "It is time you learned about the legacy of our family." Leora's heart fluttered with anticipation as Elda led her to an old wooden chest, its surface etched with symbols of the moon and stars. With a creak, the lid opened, revealing a collection of artifacts wrapped in soft, worn cloth. There were shimmering stones of deep blue and green, a silver locket shaped like a crescent moon, and a small, leather-bound book. "These," Elda began, "are the treasures of our ancestors. They hold the stories and the magic of our lineage." Leora gently picked up the locket, feeling its cool surface against her skin, and opened it to reveal an intricately painted miniature of a serene landscape, a forest bathed in moonlight, with a single ancient tree at its center. "This tree," Elda continued, "is the heart of our family's legacy. It is said to be as old as the mountains themselves, a source of wisdom and strength. Our ancestors believed it connected them to the spirits of the earth and the sky." Leora listened, captivated by the tale, her imagination painting vivid pictures of the moonlit forest and the ancient tree. She felt a tug at her heart, a connection to something far greater than herself. "The locket is a guide," Elda explained. "When the time is right, it will lead you to the tree, and there you will learn the true nature of your heritage." As the days turned into weeks, Leora carried the locket with her, feeling its subtle warmth against her chest. She spent her days tending the garden and listening to the stories of the village elders, always with the image of the moonlit forest in her mind. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun began to rise, casting a golden glow over the village, Leora felt a gentle pull from the locket. It was as if it were whispering to her, urging her to follow its call. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for discovery, she set off on a journey into the mountains, guided by an unseen hand. The path led her through a dense forest, where the leaves danced in the breeze and the air was filled with the songs of birds. She followed the winding trail, her footsteps light, and her heart open to the enchantment of the world around her. As she walked, the forest began to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their branches weaving together to form a canopy that shimmered with silver light. Finally, she emerged into a clearing, and there stood the ancient tree, its roots entwined with the earth, its branches reaching for the sky. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging. She placed her hand on its gnarled bark, feeling a pulse of energy that resonated through her entire being. In that moment, she understood the legacy of her ancestors, their strength, their wisdom, and their connection to the earth. The lessons of the past flowed into her, teaching her the importance of harmony with nature, the power of kindness, and the strength found in unity. She realized that these were the gifts her ancestors had passed down, gifts she now carried in her heart to share with the world. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the mountains, Leora returned to the village with a newfound sense of purpose. She shared her journey with Elda, her voice filled with gratitude and wonder. Together, they sat by the fire, the warmth of the flames mirroring the warmth in their hearts. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled above, Leora felt a deep peace settle within her. She knew that she was part of something timeless and beautiful, a tapestry woven with love and wisdom. And as she drifted into a gentle sleep, she dreamed of the moonlit forest and the ancient tree, knowing that she would always carry their legacy within her. And so, the story of Leora and her journey into the heart of her heritage became another cherished tale in the village, whispered by the fireside and carried on the breeze, a reminder of the magic that lives within us all. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from centuries past, there existed a realm untouched by the heavy hand of time. Here the trees stood tall, their branches woven together like a cathedral ceiling, casting dappled sunlight onto the forest floor. The air was filled with the gentle hum of life, a symphony orchestrated by the creatures who called this place home. In this enchanted forest, where the line between reality and magic blurred with the shifting shadows, lived a wise old tortoise named Mossback. His shell, mottled green and brown with patches of lichen, was like a canvas painted by the seasons themselves. Mossback had seen many springs come and go, each one bringing new life and stories to the forest. His eyes, deep and knowing, were often seen peering from beneath the sheltering ferns as he moved, albeit slowly, through his beloved home. Mossback was not alone. The forest was alive with the bustling of its inhabitants, the industrious squirrels, their bushy tails flicking as they gathered nuts, the melodious warbling of birds whose songs filled the canopy from dawn till dusk, and the playful foxes, whose russet coats flashed like fire among the greenery. But perhaps most magical of all were the Lumalites, tiny, glowing creatures that danced through the air, leaving trails of shimmering light in their wake. It was said that the Lumalites were the spirits of the forest, guardians of its ancient secrets. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves were a riot of red and gold, a gentle rain began to fall. The raindrops tapped softly against Mossback's shell as he ambled towards the clearing where the great oak stood. This tree, ancient and wise, was the heart of the forest, its branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. Beneath its mighty boughs, the creatures of the forest often gathered to share news and stories. Today, however, a murmur of concern rippled through the gathering. The rain, though gentle now, had begun to fall more frequently, and the river that wound its way through the forest was swelling beyond its banks. Mossback listened intently as a young deer spoke, her voice tinged with worry. "The river is rising," she said, her eyes wide. "If it continues, it may flood our homes." The creatures turned their eyes to Mossback, for he was known for his wisdom and his ability to see what others could not. The old tortoise closed his eyes, letting the rhythm of the rain guide his thoughts. He remembered tales from his youth, stories of a time when the balance of the forest had been threatened by similar floods. "The forest," Mossback began, his voice a soft rumble, "is like a great tapestry, each thread intricately woven with another. When one part is disturbed, the whole is affected. We must listen to the forest and what it tells us." As the rain continued to patter gently, a Lumalite descended, its glow warm and inviting. It hovered before Mossback, its light pulsing in time with the old tortoise's words. "The Lumalites," he continued, are the forest's heart. They will guide us. Inspired by Mossback's words, the creatures decided to work together. The squirrels, nimble and quick, gathered twigs and leaves to create small barriers along the riverbank. The birds flew to the highest branches, their songs carrying messages across the forest. Even the foxes, usually mischievous, lent their cunning to devise ways to divert the rising water. Under the guidance of the Lumalites, whose luminescent trails seemed to dance with purpose, the creatures of the forest worked tirelessly. And slowly, the river's course began to change, its waters redirected to nourish the forest's thirsty roots. The rain, once a source of fear, now became a gentle blessing, feeding the land and renewing life. As the days passed and the forest began to dry, the creatures gathered once more beneath the great oak. The air was filled with a sense of accomplishment and harmony. Mossback, his shell glistening with dew, looked around at his friends, feeling a deep sense of pride. "The forest has taught us," he said, "that harmony is not maintained by the strength of one, but by the unity of many. We are all part of this great tapestry, each of us a thread that, when woven together, creates something beautiful." With the balance restored, the Lumalites danced joyfully through the trees, their glow illuminating the path home for each creature. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight, Mossback settled into his nest of leaves, content in the knowledge that the wisdom of the forest would endure, passed down through generations to come. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, peace reigned once more, watched over by the gentle glow of the Lumalites and the steadfast wisdom of an old tortoise named Mossback. Story 57. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, lay the quaint village of Lumendale. This village was known for its cobblestone paths, lined with glowing lanterns that flickered with a warm golden light, casting gentle shadows that swayed like lullabies in the night. The air was always fragrant with the scent of blooming night jasmine, and the sound of a nearby babbling brook added a soothing music to the evening air. One cool autumn evening, as the villagers gathered around the communal bonfire to share tales and laughter, a peculiar occurrence began to unfold. The lanterns that had always shone so steadily started to flicker erratically, their once constant glow now sputtering like a candle caught in the wind. Whispers of concern passed through the crowd, as such a thing had never happened before in Lumendale. At the edge of the gathering, sitting quietly on a smooth log, was a young girl named Seraphina. With her long hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with curiosity, she was known throughout the village for her keen sense of observation and her knack for solving puzzles. As she watched the lanterns flicker, a thoughtful expression crossed her face. She decided that this mystery needed unraveling, for she sensed that the strange behavior of the lights was more than mere happenstance. The next morning, with the sun casting its gentle warmth over the village, Seraphina set out to investigate. She walked the cobblestone paths, taking note of every detail, from the way the leaves rustled in the breeze to the pattern of dew on the grass. Her journey led her to the edge of the forest, where she found her dear friend, Oliver the owl, perched upon a low branch. Oliver was a wise creature, with feathers as soft as down and eyes that held the wisdom of many moons. "Good morning, Oliver," Seraphina greeted, her voice as light as the morning mist. "Have you noticed anything unusual about the lanterns lately?" Oliver blinked slowly, considering her question. "Indeed, I have," he replied in his gentle, melodious hoot. "The light within seems to dim and surge as if caught in a dance it cannot control." Seraphina pondered this for a moment, then asked, "Do you think it could be the work of magic, perhaps something within the forest?" Oliver nodded sagely. "There is a whisper in the wind," he said, "of a playful trickster spirit, the Flickerkin, who delights in meddling with light and shadows." Intrigued by this revelation, Seraphina thanked Oliver and ventured deeper into the woods, following the soft whispers of the trees and the gentle guidance of the morning breeze. The deeper she went, the more vivid the colors of the forest became, as if she were walking into a painting. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a tapestry of light and shadow on the forest floor. As she walked, Seraphina noticed something peculiar: tiny footprints, no larger than her thumb, leading towards a secluded glade. Her heart fluttered with excitement, for she felt she was close to uncovering the mystery. She followed the footprints until she reached the glade, where she found a small, ethereal creature hopping about with a mischievous grin. The creature was indeed a flickerkin, with skin that shimmered like moonlight on water and eyes that twinkled with impish delight. It paused in its dance, eyeing Seraphina with curiosity. "Hello there," Seraphina greeted warmly, kneeling down to its level. "Are you the one playing with our village lanterns?" The flickerkin giggled, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Oh, just a bit of fun," it admitted, hopping from foot to foot. "The lights, they call to me, and I cannot resist their song." Seraphina smiled gently, understanding the creature's playful nature. "We love our lanterns, for they bring us light and comfort," she explained. "Perhaps you could join us in the village and share your joy without causing such a stir?" The flickerkin considered her offer, its eyes softening. "A dance with your lights without disruption?" it mused. "I would like that very much." With a nod of agreement, Seraphina and the flickerkin returned to Lumendale. That evening, as the villagers gathered once more around the bonfire, they were delighted to see the lanterns glow with a new vibrancy, their light weaving in gentle, swirling patterns that mesmerized all who watched. The flickerkin danced among them, its presence a soft whisper of magic that added an enchanting charm to the night. As the villagers marveled at the beauty of the lights, Seraphina stood beside Oliver, feeling a deep sense of peace. She had solved the mystery not through force, but through understanding and kindness, finding a way to bring joy and harmony to all. In Lumendale, the bond between the villagers and the magical creatures of the forest grew stronger, and the nights became even more wondrous than before. With the mystery resolved and the village aglow with warmth and light, Seraphina knew that Lumendale would always be a place where friendship and wisdom shone brighter than any lantern. As the night deepened, she whispered a quiet goodnight to the forest, feeling the gentle embrace of the whispering woods as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come. Story 58. In the heart of the whispering woodlands, where the trees swayed like gentle dancers beneath an indigo sky, there lay the quaint village of Mirthvale. The village was nestled in a valley, surrounded by hills that wore blankets of mist each morning and shimmered under the moonlight at night. The air was always sweet with the perfume of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees could be heard as they busily hopped from blossom to blossom. One peculiar autumn evening, as the golden leaves twirled gracefully to the ground, the villagers of Mirthvale noticed something unusual. The glow of their beloved lanterns, which lined the cobblestone paths and hung from every home, had begun to flicker in the night like wavering stars. This wouldn't have been so odd, if not for the fact that the lanterns were enchanted and had never faltered before. Worried murmurs spread through the village, their voices weaving a tapestry of concern that reached the ears of young Finn, a sharp-eyed boy with a heart as warm as the sun. Finn had always been fascinated by the lanterns, crafted by the wise and elderly Lumina, the village's lightkeeper. He admired how their glow seemed to tell stories of old, and how they never went dark, even in the fiercest of storms. Determined to uncover the cause of this mystery, Finn decided to visit Lumina, whose cottage was tucked away at the edge of the village, nestled against the backdrop of the woodland. The path to her home was lined with mushrooms that glowed faintly, their luminescence a gentle guide. Upon reaching Lumina's ivy-clad door, Finn knocked softly. The door creaked open, revealing a room that was a kaleidoscope of colors and light. Crystals hung from the ceiling, casting rainbows across the walls, and shelves brimmed with curious trinkets and ancient tomes. Lumina, with her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, greeted Finn with a warm smile. "Ah, young Finn," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you here under the watchful gaze of the moon?" Finn explained the mysterious flickering of the lanterns, his voice a blend of curiosity and concern. Lumina listened intently, her wise eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "It seems we have a riddle to solve," she murmured, her fingers tapping rhythmically on an old wooden table. After a moment of contemplation, Lumina led Finn to the back of her cottage, where an aged chest sat covered in dust. Inside lay an assortment of tools and scrolls, relics of her early days as a light keeper. She retrieved a delicate golden ring with intricate engravings, a tool known for revealing hidden truths. "Let us see what the light whispers to us," Lumina said, slipping the ring onto her finger. She gestured for Finn to follow her to the heart of the village. As they walked, the trees seemed to lean in, eager to listen to their conversation. In the village square, the largest lantern stood, a beacon of hope and history. Lumina held the ring aloft, and as she did, a soft, melodic hum resonated from within the lantern. The engravings on the ring began to glow, and an image materialized in the air before them, a vision of a small, playful spirit, its form like that of a mischievous gust of wind. "Ah! A wisp!" Lumina exclaimed softly, her eyes twinkling with understanding. These tiny spirits are known to be drawn to light and warmth, sometimes playing without realizing the trouble they cause. Finn watched the vision with fascination. The wisp appeared to be chasing its own reflection within the lantern's glass, its movements causing the light to flicker with its playful antics. "What can we do to help it find its way home?" Finn asked, his voice a gentle whisper so as not to startle the spirit. Lumina smiled at his kindness. "Wisps are drawn to the sound of music," she explained. "If we play a melody just for it, we might guide it back to the meadow where it belongs." With a plan in mind, Finn hurried to gather his friends, all of whom were skilled with their instruments. As the moon bathed Mirthvale in its soft glow, the village square filled with the tender notes of a flute, the gentle strum of a harp, and the rhythmic beat of a drum. The music flowed like a river, inviting and warm. The wisp, entranced by the melody, danced joyfully in the air, its light twinkling like a star. Slowly it began to drift away from the lanterns, drawn towards the meadow beyond the village where other wisps awaited. The villagers watched in awe, their hearts lightened by the sight. As the final notes of the song faded into the night, the lanterns steadied, their glow once again bright and unwavering. The villagers cheered softly, their village returned to its peaceful state. Lumina placed a gentle hand on Finn's shoulder. "Thank you, dear Finn," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "Your kindness and quick thinking have brought balance back to our village." Finn beamed, the glow of the lanterns reflecting in his eyes. He realized that sometimes the smallest of creatures needed the most understanding, and that with friendship and a gentle heart, even the strangest of mysteries could be solved. As the villagers returned to their homes, the village of Mirthvale nestled back into the embrace of the night, the lanterns now a steady, comforting glow. And as Finn lay in his bed, the sound of the forest's lullaby drifting through his window, he fell asleep knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter, thanks to the light of friendship and the magic of music. Story 59. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy stretched like an emerald quilt over the land, there lay a hidden world brimming with life and magic. Here, sunlight filtered through leaves, casting dapples of gold upon the forest floor, where every creature, from the tiniest ant to the wise old owl, lived in harmony. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with a role as vital as the next. Among them was a gentle deer named Leora, whose coat shimmered like autumn leaves in the morning sun. Leora had a secret. She could hear the whispers of the wind, a gift passed down through generations of her kind. The wind carried messages from the ancient trees, guardians of the forest's secrets. One crisp morning, as the first frost kissed the earth and the air was laced with the scent of pine and damp earth, Leora felt a new murmur in the breeze. It spoke of imbalance, a whisper of concern about the forest's harmony. The seasons were shifting, growing harsher, and the once gentle rains now came with a torrent that threatened to wash away the homes of smaller creatures. Worried, Leora sought the counsel of the forest's oldest tree, the grandfather oak, whose gnarled roots ran deep and branches stretched wide. Its bark was a tapestry of time, etched with the wisdom of ages. As she approached, the leaves rustled softly, and the mighty oak spoke in a voice deep and resonant as the earth itself. "Dear Leora," the oak began, its voice like the rumble of distant thunder, "our forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have grown restless, and we must restore harmony before the next turn of the moon." Leora listened intently, the chill of the ground creeping up her legs as she stood beneath the oak's comforting shade. "What must we do?" she asked. her voice as soft as the moss that blanketed the forest floor. "The answer lies with the sky guardians," the oak replied, referring to the wise and elusive creatures who dwelt in the highest branches and watched over the weather. "Seek their guidance, for they can teach us how to coax the seasons back into their gentle rhythm." With a nod of determination, Leora set off on her journey, her hooves making little sound on the leaf-strewn path. Along her way, she encountered a jovial squirrel named Pip, who chattered cheerfully as he gathered acorns. "Where are you off to in such a hurry, Leora?" Pip asked, his eyes twinkling like stars in the night sky. "I must speak with the sky guardians," Leora explained, a hint of worry in her voice. "The forest is out of balance, and we need their wisdom." Pip, always eager for adventure, decided to accompany Leora. Together, they climbed higher and higher, through branches that creaked like old doors and leaves that whispered secrets in the wind. As they ascended, the air grew cooler, and the scents of the forest floor gave way to the crisp, clean smell of the sky. At last, they reached the realm of the sky guardians, a place where clouds drifted lazily, and the sun painted the sky with hues of orange and pink. There, they met Zephyr, a wise old bird with feathers as white as freshly fallen snow. Zephyr listened to their tale, her eyes kind and knowing. "The seasons have simply forgotten their dance," Zephyr said, her voice melodious as a spring breeze. "We must remind them of their ancient rhythm. You, Leora, with your gift from the wind, can lead them back into harmony." With the guidance of Zephyr and the sky guardians, Leora learned to weave the wind's whisper into a song of balance. As she sang, the winds carried her melody throughout the forest, gentle yet firm, coaxing the seasons back into their age-old waltz. Slowly, the rain softened, and the sun returned to warm the earth with its golden touch. The forest, once again in harmony, thrummed with life as creatures returned to their peaceful routines. Leora and Pip descended from the treetops, their hearts light with the knowledge that balance was restored. As they reached the forest floor, the grandfather oak rustled its leaves in approval, a silent thank you carried on the breeze. Under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the forest thrived once more, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle guidance of nature's stewards. And as the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds across the night sky, Leora settled into the soft moss, her heart at peace, knowing the forest would remain a haven for generations to come. 60. Once upon a time, in the heart of a whimsical forest known as Mulberry Glade, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams giggled with every ripple, there lived a peculiar group of friends in a delightful village called Tiddlewink Hollow. This charming village was nestled beneath a canopy of twinkling stardust leaves that shimmered even in the daylight, casting a magical glow over everything below. The first of these friends was a sprightly squirrel named Twizzle, who was known for his bushy tail that seemed to have a life of its own, often curling into shapes of hearts and stars as if drawing pictures in the air. Twizzle had a knack for finding the most delicious acorns, which he shared generously with everyone in the hollow. Next was a wise old tortoise called Jasper, who wore a pair of tiny speckles perched on the end of his snout. Though he moved as slow as the shadows creeping across the glade, his mind was as sharp as a diamond. Jasper loved riddles and always had a new one ready to challenge the minds of his friends. Then there was Pippa, a cheerful, chubby little hedgehog who always wore a polka-dotted scarf. Pippa had an extraordinary talent for baking the most scrumptious berry pies, their sweet scent wafting through the village and bringing smiles to every creature's face. Last but certainly not least was Fiddle, a mischievous but lovable raccoon with a fondness for shiny objects. He was never without his trusty tinkling satchel, which he filled with all sorts of twinkling trinkets he found during his adventures. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like diamonds on the grass, the friends gathered at the center of Tiddlewink Hollow around the ancient wishing well, a place of enchantment where the villagers often came to share stories and dreams. Today, however, something peculiar caught their attention. The water in the well, usually as clear as crystal, had turned a bright, shimmering pink. Twizzle, ever curious, peered over the edge, his tail twirling into question marks. "Well, that's odd," he chirped. "I don't remember seeing pink water before." Jasper adjusted his spectacles and pondered, Perhaps it's a magical problem that requires a touch of our combined creativity. Pippa, excited by the thought of a new adventure, twirled her scarf with glee. Oh, let's find out. Maybe it's an invitation to a grand picnic. Fiddle, his eyes gleaming with excitement, suggested. Or maybe there's treasure at the bottom of the well. And so, with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, the friends decided to investigate. They formed a plan to lower themselves into the well, using a sturdy basket tied to a rope, a task that required teamwork and a bit of courage. As they descended into the well, the walls seemed to glow with a soft luminescence, casting a warm, rosy light around them. The air was filled with the scent of fresh raspberries and a light, tinkling music that made their hearts feel light and joyful. At the bottom, they found something truly wondrous. A tiny, sparkling creature with wings that glimmered like 1,000 rainbows was fluttering about, looking rather distressed. It was a pixie named Glimmer, and she had accidentally spilled her magical potion into the well while trying to concoct a special brew for the upcoming Star Festival. "Oh dear," sighed Glimmer, her voice as delicate as a breeze. "Without the potion, I can't create the star lanterns that light up the festival. The village will be so disappointed." Twizzle, always the optimist, piped up, "Don't worry, Glimmer. We can help you make a new potion." With Jasper's knowledge of herbs and plants, Pippa's understanding of flavors, and Fiddle's collection of shimmering baubles, they set to work. Twizzle, with his nimble paws, gathered ingredients from the surrounding forests, guided by Jasper's wise directions. Pippa mixed them with the utmost care, adding a sprinkle of her secret ingredient, love. As they worked, Fiddle entertained them with stories of his past adventures, causing peals of laughter to echo through the well. Glimmer, feeling hopeful and inspired by her new friend's enthusiasm, added a sprinkle of pixie dust, which danced in the air like fireflies. Finally, the potion was ready. It glowed with a gentle, opalescent light and bubbled happily in its little cauldron. Glimmer thanked the friends with a twirl of joy and promised to create the most beautiful star lanterns anyone had ever seen. As they climbed back up the well, the friends felt a sense of accomplishment and joy. They had turned a problem into an opportunity for creativity and camaraderie. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Star Festival began. The sky was soon alight with countless star lanterns, each one a testament to the power of friendship and teamwork. The villagers danced and sang under the twinkling lights, their hearts filled with happiness and gratitude. And so, in the magical heart of Mulberry Glade, the friends of Tiddlewink Hollow learned that even the most unexpected problems could lead to wondrous adventures, especially when faced together with open hearts and helping hands. As the night wore on and the festival came to a serene close, the friends sat together beneath the stardust leaves, their spirits as bright as the lanterns above. And with that, they drifted into the sweetest of dreams, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the gentle glow of magic. Story 61, title, The Whispering Locket. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between lush emerald hills and the gentle curve of a sparkling azure lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees drifting through the air. The village was a place where every breeze seemed to carry a melody, and every shadow hid a secret waiting to be discovered. Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and her deep connection with the world around her. She had a particular fondness for collecting small, peculiar stones and leaves, each one tucked into her pockets like tiny treasures. Her grandmother, a wise woman with hair like silver moonlight, often told her stories of the hidden magic in the natural world. These tales were Lila's favorites, sparking her imagination and filling her dreams with wonders. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in shades of gold and crimson, Lila set out on one of her exploratory walks. The air was cool and smelled of earth and fallen leaves, a comforting aroma that wrapped around her like a familiar shawl. Her path led her to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place both revered and feared by the villagers for its ancient secrets and enchanted air. Today, however, Lila felt a gentle pull towards the woods, as if an unseen hand were guiding her steps. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering softly in a language only they understood. She wandered deeper into the forest, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, each step echoing with the promise of discovery. It was there, in a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found something extraordinary. Nestled amongst the roots of an old oak tree was a locket, its surface glinting in the fading light. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, crafted from a metal that seemed to shift colors with every turn. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, swirling like the winds themselves. As she reached out to pick it up, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if the locket recognized her touch. She opened it carefully, revealing a tiny mirror inside. The reflection shimmered, and to her astonishment, it was not her own face staring back at her, but a figure draped in robes of mist and shadow. "Hello, Lila," the figure spoke, its voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods. This locket is a bridge to a world hidden from ordinary eyes, a world where nature's secrets are alive and breathing, but its magic is fading and it needs your help." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Embark on a journey," the guardian replied, "into the heart of the forest, where the magic is strongest. There, you will find the source of the locket's power. Restore it, and you will preserve the balance between our worlds." With a nod of determination, Lila slipped the locket around her neck, feeling its gentle pulse against her chest. She understood the weight of the task before her, yet a sense of purpose filled her with courage. Her journey began at dawn, the first light of day casting a soft glow over the forest. The path was winding and mysterious, each turn unveiling new wonders. She walked through groves where the trees sang in harmony, their branches swaying to an unseen rhythm. She crossed streams that gleamed like liquid diamonds, their waters whispering secrets of ages past. Along the way, she met a curious fox with eyes as bright as the morning sun. He watched her with keen interest, his bushy tail twitching in time with his thoughts. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. "I'm on a quest," Lila replied, "to restore the magic of this locket." The fox grinned, a gleam of adventure in his gaze. "Then I shall accompany you. Two sets of eyes see more than one, after all." Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, their friendship blossoming with each shared laugh and whispered secret. The forest was alive with wonders, from the glowing fungi that illuminated their path at night to the gentle giants of the forest, the ancient trees that spoke in deep, resonant tones. As they traveled, Lila learned to listen to the forest, truly listen. She heard the song of the wind through the leaves, the chatter of squirrels arguing over acorns, and the soft sighs of the earth beneath her feet. The world seemed to open up to her, revealing layers of life and magic she had never noticed before. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, a place where time seemed to stand still. There, in a clearing surrounded by towering trees, stood a pool of water as clear as crystal. The surface was so still that it reflected the sky like a mirror, and in its depths, a gentle light pulsed with the rhythm of a heartbeat. "This is the source," the fox whispered, his voice reverent in the sacred space. Lila approached the pool, feeling the warmth of the locket intensify. She knelt beside the water, her reflection merging with the light below. Taking a deep breath, she dipped the locket into the pool. The water rippled outward, and a soft hum filled the air, resonating through the forest like a symphony of life. As the locket absorbed the light, it began to glow with a brilliant radiance, pulsating in time with the heartbeat of the forest. Lila felt a wave of warmth and understanding wash over her, as if the forest itself were embracing her. She realized that the locket was not just a magical object, but a symbol of the connection between worlds, a reminder of the harmony that existed between nature and humanity. With the locket restored, Lila and the fox made their way back through the forest, their journey now enriched with the wisdom they had gained. They returned to the village as the sun set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. The villagers greeted them with smiles and curiosity, eager to hear the tale of their adventure. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the locket resting gently on her chest, she reflected on the journey. She had learned the true magic of the world lay not in grand gestures, but in the simple, everyday wonders that surrounded her. She had discovered the strength that came from friendship and the power of listening with both her ears and her heart. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the locket glowed softly, a reminder of the bond she had forged with the forest and the magic that now lived within her. And though she knew that challenges would come, she faced them with the knowledge that she was never truly alone. In the quiet of the night, the forest sang a lullaby, its melody wrapping around the village like a gentle embrace. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the guardian watched over them all, content in the knowledge that the balance had been restored and the magic would endure for generations to come. The end. Story 62. In the heart of the ancient fernwood forest, where the air shimmered with secrets and sunlight danced in golden ribbons through the canopy, there was a world hidden from the eyes of most. Here, the creatures of the forest lived in a delicate balance, each playing a part in the grand symphony of nature. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Galdor, whose shell bore the marks of many years, and whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons. Galdor lived by the edge of a serene crystal-clear pond that mirrored the sky's changing moods. The pond was surrounded by lush ferns and tall, whispering pines, their needles glistening with dew in the early morning light. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and pine resin, a soothing balm to any weary soul who happened upon this hidden haven. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed in a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. In spring, the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming wildflowers, and the forest floor was a vibrant carpet of green. Summer brought with it the gentle hum of bees and the warm embrace of sunlight filtering through the leaves. Autumn painted the forest in hues of amber and crimson, the crisp air carrying the rustle of falling leaves. Winter wrapped the world in a hushed blanket of snow, the silence broken only by the distant call of an owl. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the scent of wood smoke drifted through the trees, Galdor noticed a change in the forest's rhythm. The birds' songs seemed quieter, and the wind's whispers carried a note of unease. Seeking to understand the source of this disturbance, Galdor decided to visit his dear friend, Luna, the wise red fox, who lived beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Luna's den was warm and inviting, adorned with soft mosses and delicate feathers. A gentle breeze carried the scent of ripe berries and fallen leaves through the entrance, creating a sense of peace and comfort. As Galdor approached, Luna emerged, her amber eyes reflecting the concern mirrored in his own. "Dear Galdor," Luna greeted, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I have felt the forest's unease as well. There is something amiss, something that disrupts the harmony we hold so dear." Together, they decided to consult the Great Council of the Forest, a gathering of the oldest and wisest creatures who met beneath the boughs of the ancient heart tree. The heart tree stood at the center of the forest, its trunk vast and its branches sprawling like an arboreal cathedral. Its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting all that lived within its reach. As Galdor and Luna arrived at the heart tree, they were greeted by a chorus of gentle voices. Among those gathered were Eldon, the venerable stag whose antlers bore the weight of many winters, and Silva, the owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes as deep as the night sky. "Eldon, Silva," Galdor began, bowing his head in respect. "We come seeking your guidance. The forest is troubled, and we must understand why." Eldon nodded, his eyes wise and knowing. "The balance has been disrupted," he said, his voice deep and resonant like the rumble of distant thunder. "The seasons, once steady in their dance, have faltered. We must find the cause and restore harmony." Silva, perched gracefully on a low branch, added, "The answer lies with the whispering winds. They carry the memories of the forest, the stories of those who came before us. We must listen to their tales." With the council's guidance, Galdor and Luna set out on their quest. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, guided by the soft murmur of the whispering winds. The air grew cooler, carrying with it the scent of frost and the promise of winter. Their journey led them to a hidden glade where the winds danced around an ancient stone circle. The stones, weathered and covered in lichen, whispered with voices as old as time. Galdor and Luna sat quietly, listening with open hearts. "We are the echoes of the past," the winds sang, their voices a gentle caress. "Once, The forest was in perfect harmony, each season following the next in a seamless tapestry. But now a shadow has fallen, a disturbance that must be set right. Luna, her ears pricked in attention, asked, "What is this shadow, and how can we dispel it?" The wind sighed, a sound like leaves rustling in a summer breeze. It is the forgetting of old ways, the loss of stories passed down through generations. The creatures of the forest have grown apart, their connections frayed by time. Galdor, his heart heavy with understanding, nodded slowly. "We must bring the stories back to life, remind the forest of its song." With newfound determination, Galdor and Luna returned to the heart tree, their minds filled with the wisdom of the whispering winds. They knew their task was to rekindle the bonds between the creatures of the forest, to weave together the threads of their shared history. Over the coming days, Galdor and Luna traveled throughout the forest, sharing tales and songs with all who would listen. They spoke of the time when the river ran clear and strong, when the trees stood tall and proud, when each creature had a role in the dance of life. As the stories spread, so too did the sense of unity. The birds began to sing with renewed vigor, their melodies weaving through the branches. The deer moved with grace and purpose, their hooves a gentle drumbeat on the forest floor. The very air seemed to hum with the rhythm of the forest, a harmony restored. When winter finally arrived, it was with a gentle touch, the snowflakes drifting softly to the ground like whispered promises. The forest, once troubled, now thrived, its creatures bound together by the stories of their ancestors. And in the heart of it all, Galdor and Luna sat beneath the heart tree, their spirits warmed by the knowledge that the balance had been restored. As the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky, they knew that the forest would continue to thrive, its harmony preserved through the seasons and beyond. The wisdom of the whispering winds would never be forgotten, for it was passed down from one generation to the next, a legacy of love and understanding. And so under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, its heart beating in time with the world around it. Story 63. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Mira. Her home was a cozy cottage with a thatched roof, where the mornings were greeted by the songs of birds and the evenings were serenaded by the gentle rustle of leaves. Mira had always lived here with her grandmother, a wise and gentle soul who filled their home with warmth and stories from the past. The village was known for its vibrant tapestry of traditions that seemed to dance in the air like the autumn leaves. Each family held a piece of history, a thread in the rich fabric of their shared heritage. Mira's grandmother often spoke of an ancient legacy, one that was said to be hidden in the heart of the forest, an heirloom that had belonged to their ancestors. One crisp morning, as the sun began to paint the sky with hues of gold and pink, Mira's grandmother handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was old, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with stories untold. Inside lay a delicate silver pendant, its center holding a deep blue stone that gleamed like the twilight sky. "This pendant has been passed down through generations," grandmother whispered, her voice like a soft breeze. "It holds the essence of who we are. It is time for you to discover its story and find your place within it." Mira's heart fluttered with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. With the pendant nestled safely around her neck, she set forth on a journey into the forest, a realm where time seemed to slow and the air was filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. The trees stood tall, their branches arching above like a protective canopy, guiding her deeper into the woods. As Mira walked, the forest whispered secrets of the past, the leaves murmuring tales of old. She followed a winding path that led to a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its bark gnarled and wise, and beneath its boughs lay a circle of stones, worn smooth by the passage of time. Mira felt a gentle pull, as if the pendant around her neck was guiding her. She knelt by the stones, tracing her fingers over their cool surface. Suddenly, the pendant began to glow softly, casting a serene light over the clearing. In that moment, Mira understood. The forest was her family's keeper, the stones were its heart, and the pendant was the key to unlocking its stories. As the light enveloped her, Mira closed her eyes and listened, She heard the voices of her ancestors, each one sharing their wisdom and dreams. They spoke of courage and kindness, of the strength found in unity, and the beauty in embracing one's roots. Mira felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she was finally home within herself. When she opened her eyes, the clearing seemed to shimmer with magic. The pendant's glow had faded, but its warmth lingered in her heart. Mira knew she had found the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, not just in the pendant, but in the understanding of her place within the continuum of her family's history. With a newfound peace, Mira made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the village as she emerged from the woods. Her grandmother awaited her on the porch, her eyes twinkling with love and understanding. As Mira recounted her journey, they sat together, enveloped in the soft embrace of twilight. The air was filled with the scent of evening blooms and the distant melody of a lullaby carried by the wind. Mira knew that her journey had only just begun, but she carried with her the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. And so, under the gentle watch of the stars, Mira and her grandmother shared stories late into the night, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the village settling into slumber. The pendant lay warm against Mira's chest, a symbol of her heritage and the love that bound them all. In that moment, Mira understood that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of old, but a living, breathing thread that connected her to her family, her village, and the world around her. It was a story she would carry with her, a legacy of love and belonging that would light her path, wherever it might lead. And with that comforting thought, Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest and the timeless embrace of her ancestors. Story 64. Title: The Whispering Grove. On the edge of the sleepy village of Bramblewick, where the last cobblestone path met the untamed wilds of the Whispering Woods, there lived a peculiar young girl named Lila. She possessed a rare gift, one that made her special in the most extraordinary way. Lila could understand the language of nature. The rustling leaves, the babbling brooks, and the gentle sighs of the wind were as clear to her as a neighbor's greeting. Lila's hair was the color of autumn leaves, a cascade of fiery reds and soft golds, framing a face perpetually lit with curiosity. Her eyes, a deep emerald, mirrored the very woods she adored. Each day after her chores, she would slip into her scuffed boots, wrap herself in a cloak of mossy green, and wander into the woods, her heart open to its whispers. The Whispering Woods were said to be enchanted by the village elders, a realm where time sometimes danced to a different tune, and where secrets lay hidden beneath every root and stone. Lila's favorite spot was the grove, a small clearing encircled by ancient oaks whose branches wove overhead like a protective canopy. In the center stood a stone well, its surface etched with symbols that glowed faintly under the moonlight. This well was the heart of the woods, the source of its magical hum. One late afternoon, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Lila approached the grove. The woods were alive with the chatter of creatures settling in for the night, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As she neared the well, she noticed something unusual, a soft, silvery light emanating from its depths, unlike anything she had seen before. Curiosity piqued. Lila leaned over the well, her breath fogging in the cool evening air. She heard a melody, faint and melodious, as if the stone itself sang. It was a song of longing and hope, and as she listened, the light grew brighter, forming into a shape, a delicate, shimmering orb that floated up to rest just above her palm. Startled yet mesmerized, Lila cupped her hands around the orb. It pulsed warmly, and she felt a connection, a gentle tug at the edges of her consciousness. The woods around her seemed to lean in, trees swaying slightly as if bowing to the orb's presence. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the orb, soft and kind. "Greetings, Lila," it said, its tone as comforting as a lullaby. "I am the heart of the woods, keeper of its secrets and stories. You have been chosen to embark on a journey, one that will test your courage and kindness." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The orb twinkled, casting sparkles of light around the grove. "A journey beyond the veil of the known, into the hidden world that lies beneath the roots of these ancient trees. There, A mystery unfolds, a mystery that can only be resolved by one who listens as you do. Lila nodded, her resolve steadying. I will go, she declared, feeling a surge of determination. She had always felt a deep kinship with the woods, and now she was being called to protect it. The orb dimmed slightly, as if nodding in approval. You will need a guide, it said, and from the shadows emerged a creature Lila had never seen before. A fox, but unlike any ordinary fox. Its fur shimmered like starlight, and its eyes, a striking silver, held a wisdom that belied its playful appearance. This is Thistle, the orb introduced. He will accompany you on your journey. Thistle dipped his head, and Lila felt a bond form instantly. She knew without a doubt that this fox was more than a guide. He was a friend. As the orb faded, Lila felt a gentle nudge at her side. Thistle looked up at her expectantly, urging her to follow him. Together, they stepped beyond the grove, leaving the familiar behind and venturing into the heart of the whispering woods. The path they took was unlike any Lila had traversed before. The trees seemed to move aside for them, forming a corridor of green where fireflies danced, their glow illuminating the way. The air was cooler here, carrying with it a fragrance of wildflowers and damp earth. As they walked, Thistle spoke, his voice a gentle murmur in the quiet woods. The hidden world is a place of beauty and peril. It mirrors our own, yet is filled with enchantment and wonder. But there is a shadow that has crept in, a darkness that threatens the balance. Lila listened intently, her mind racing with possibilities. What kind of darkness? She asked, her fingers brushing the soft leaves beside her. A forgotten spirit, Thistle replied, his gaze thoughtful. Once a guardian of these woods, it has become lost in its own despair, its sorrow seeping into the land. It is said that only a heart pure of intent can reach it, to remind it of its purpose. They continued in silence, the path winding deeper into the woods. As night fell, the world around them transformed. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting ghostly shadows that danced with the wind. The woods sang a different song now, a lullaby that lulled the world to sleep. Eventually, they reached a place where the trees parted, revealing an underground cavern. The entrance was hidden behind a curtain of ivy, and as Lila pushed it aside, she felt a rush of cool air, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and mystery. Inside, the cavern was vast, its walls sparkling with crystals that refracted the light into a kaleidoscope of colors. In the center lay a pool, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the cavern's shimmering beauty. Lila approached the pool, her reflection staring back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She felt Thistle's presence at her side, a reassuring comfort in the ethereal space. This is where your journey truly begins, the fox whispered. The spirit resides within these waters, waiting for one who can see beyond the surface. Taking a deep breath, Lila knelt by the pool. She reached out, her fingers grazing the water, sending ripples across its surface. As the ripples spread, the reflection changed, revealing a world beneath, a world teeming with life and light. Lila felt herself drawn in, her senses enveloped by the pool's magic. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to be guided by the song of the woods, by the whispers she had always known. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a place unlike any other. It was a forest, yet not the one she knew. The trees here were taller, their leaves a vibrant blue, and the ground was covered in soft moss that glowed gently underfoot. And there, in the center of this hidden world, stood the spirit. It was a creature of ethereal beauty, its form shifting like mist, with eyes that mirrored the stars. Lila approached cautiously, her heart filled with compassion. I have come to help, she said softly, her voice carrying through the stillness. The spirit turned, its gaze meeting hers. In its eyes, Lila saw the weight of ages, the sorrow of forgotten memories. Yet she also saw hope, a glimmer of light beneath the shadows. You hear the whispers, the spirit said, its voice like a breeze through the leaves. You understand the language of this place. Lila nodded. I do. The woods have always spoken to me. They told me of your plight, of the darkness that has taken hold. The spirit sighed, a sound like the rustling of distant leaves. I was once a guardian bound to this land, but in my loneliness I lost my way, and the darkness grew. Lila stepped closer, her heart aching for the spirit's pain. You are not alone, she said gently. You have the woods, and now you have me. Together we can restore the balance. The spirit studied her, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. "You would do this for me, a stranger?" Lila smiled, her resolve unwavering. "We are not strangers. We are part of this world, connected by the same whispers, the same songs. Let me help you find your way back." With her words, a warmth spread through the hidden world, the trees swaying as if in agreement. The spirit's form solidified, its eyes softening with gratitude. "You have reminded me of my purpose," it said, its voice filled with wonder, "of the beauty in connection, in friendship. Thank you, Lila." As the spirit spoke, the darkness that had lingered began to dissipate, replaced by a gentle light that filled the hidden world. The trees shimmered, their leaves singing a song of renewal, and the ground beneath Lila's feet felt alive with promise. In that moment, Lila realized that the journey had changed her too. She had come to understand the true power of listening, of empathy, and the strength found in unity. With the spirit by her side, she returned to Thistle, who awaited her at the edge of the pool. Together, they watched as the hidden world merged with their own, the boundary between them dissolving like morning mist. As they stepped back into the whispering woods, the sun began to rise, its light painting the world in hues of gold and rose. The woods were alive with the songs of birds, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, and the promise of a new day. Lila felt the warmth of the sun on her face, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the friends she had found along the way. She knew that the whispers of the woods would always be with her, guiding her, just as she would always be there for them. And so, with Thistle at her side and the spirit watching over them, Lila returned to Bramblewick. She knew that her adventures were far from over, that the world held many more mysteries and wonders to explore. But for now, as she lay in her bed, her heart full of peace and contentment, she listened to the gentle lullaby of the woods, letting it carry her into a dream-filled sleep. And in her dreams, the whispers of the woods sang of friendship and courage, of journeys taken and lessons learned, of a world connected by the threads of kindness and understanding. Story 65. Once, in the heart of an ancient forest where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could hear, there was a small village named Stillwater. Nestled beside a gentle stream, this village was known for its peaceful nights and the comforting glow of fireflies that danced in the twilight. The villagers lived simple lives, woven with threads of kindness and warmth. Among them was a young girl named Anwen. With her chestnut hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, she was beloved by all. Anwen had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as open as the sky. Her days were filled with exploring the woods, befriending the creatures that called it home. She had a special bond with the forest, speaking to the trees and listening to the tales carried by the breeze. Her favorite place was a secluded glade, where an ancient oak stood, its branches stretching wide like a guardian of the forest. Beneath this oak, Anwen often sat, dreaming and wondering about the world beyond her village. One day, as the sun dipped low, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, Anwen discovered something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of the ancient oak was a small, shimmering stone. It was unlike anything she had seen before, glowing softly with a light that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. Intrigued, Anwen picked it up, feeling a strange warmth seep into her fingers. The stone seemed to hum with quiet energy, and as she held it, she felt a peculiar connection to the forest deepen. That night, as Anwen sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, she couldn't shake the feeling that the stone was special. Its gentle glow illuminated the room, casting shadows that danced like old friends on the walls. Her grandmother, wise with years and stories, noticed the stone and smiled knowingly. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice smooth as honey. "You found a heartstone. They say it holds the spirit of the forest. It chooses its keeper with care." Anwen's eyes widened. "What does it do, grandmother?" Her grandmother chuckled softly. "That, my child, is for you to discover. The heartstone bonds with those who cherish the forest, revealing its secrets and wonders." As Anwen lay in bed that night, the soft glow of the heartstone beside her, she wondered what adventures awaited. The stone seemed to pulse gently, as if encouraging her dreams to soar. In the days that followed, Anwen noticed something magical. When she held the heartstone, she could hear the thoughts of the trees, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the brook. The forest came alive in ways she had never imagined. With this newfound ability, Anwen became a guardian of the forest, helping the villagers understand and protect the delicate balance of nature. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Anwen set off deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured. Guided by the Heartstone's gentle pull, she discovered a hidden path, overgrown with ivy and wildflowers. It led her to a secret world, a place where the forest's magic was more potent than anywhere else. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the light danced through the leaves in a playful symphony of colors. Anwen felt a profound sense of peace, as if she had stepped into a realm where time flowed differently, where the worries of the world faded like morning mist. In this hidden world, Anwen met creatures she had only heard of in bedtime stories. Fairies with wings like stained glass, unicorns with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, and a wise old owl that spoke in riddles. They welcomed her with open hearts, recognizing the bond she shared with the forest. As Anwen spent more time in this enchanted place, she learned that the Heartstone was a key, unlocking the magic that lay hidden within the ordinary. It taught her to see the beauty in every leaf, the wonder in every raindrop. The forest became her teacher, guiding her with gentle lessons about life and the interconnectedness of all things. But not all was well in Stillwater. One evening, as the village gathered to celebrate the harvest moon, a stranger arrived. He was a tall man, with sharp features and eyes that glittered like shards of ice. He introduced himself as Soren, a traveler with tales of distant lands. Though his stories were captivating, there was something unsettling about him, something that set Anwen's Heartstone on edge. Soren spoke of a world beyond the forest, a place of wonders and riches. His words were like honey, sweet and tempting, and many villagers found themselves drawn to his tales. But Anwen sensed a shadow in his voice, a hunger that lurked beneath his charming facade. One night, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns, Anwen followed Soren into the forest. Guided by the Heartstone's soft glow, she kept her distance, listening to his whispered conversations with the shadows. To her horror, she discovered his true intentions. Soren sought to exploit the forest's magic, to bend it to his will and take its wonders for himself. Panicked, Anwen returned to the village, her heart pounding like a drum. She knew she had to act, to protect the forest and the hidden world she had come to love. Gathering her courage, she shared her discovery with the villagers, urging them to stand with her against Soren's dark intentions. At first, the villagers were hesitant, their hearts swayed by Soren's honeyed words. But Anwen spoke from her heart, her voice steady and filled with the wisdom of the forest. She reminded them of the simple joys they had always cherished, the harmony they shared with nature. Slowly, her words took root, and the villagers rallied around her, their faith in her unwavering. Together, they devised a plan to protect the forest. With the Heartstone's guidance, Anwen and her friends set traps to confuse and mislead Soren, leading him deeper into the labyrinth of the forest, where the magic was strongest. The fairies and woodland creatures joined in, creating illusions and diversions to keep Soren occupied. For days, Soren wandered the forest, growing more frustrated with each passing moment. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and boundless magic, proved too much for him. Finally, realizing he had been outwitted, Soren left Stillwater, his heart filled with bitterness and defeat. Peace returned to the village, and the forest thrived once more. Anwen's bravery and the villagers' unity had saved their home, and the Heartstone glowed brighter than ever, a symbol of the bond between them and the forest. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued her role as the forest's guardian, her heart open to the lessons it shared. The hidden world remained a sanctuary, a place of wonder and magic, where she and her friends would often gather, celebrating the beauty of life and the power of friendship. Through her adventures, Anwen learned that true magic lay not in the Heartstone, but in the connections we nurture, the kindness we share, and the courage we find within ourselves. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oak, Anwen lived her life with a heart as bright as the stars above, forever guided by the gentle wisdom of the forest. And every night, as the village settled into slumber, the glow of the Heartstone would gently fade, leaving behind a warmth that lingered in the hearts of all who called Stillwater home. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious child, always captivated by the stories her grandmother would spin about the wonders that lay hidden in the most ordinary of things. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced outside her window, Willow's grandmother beckoned her closer. "My dear," she said, her eyes twinkling with mischief, "I have something special to share with you." She reached into the pocket of her well-worn shawl and produced a simple wooden comb, its surface weathered but warm to the touch. "This is no ordinary comb, Willow," her grandmother whispered. "It holds the power to untangle more than just hair. With it, you can unravel the secrets woven into the very fabric of our world." Willow's eyes widened, and she cradled the comb in her palms, marveling at its unassuming beauty. "How does it work, grandmother?" she asked, her voice trembling with wonder. Her grandmother smiled knowingly. "To unlock its magic, you must first embark on a journey of the heart. For this comb will only reveal its secrets to those who possess kindness, courage, and an open mind." From that day on, Willow carried the comb with her wherever she went, its weight a constant reminder of the adventure that awaited her. As she navigated the twists and turns of her days, she found herself drawn to those in need, her heart overflowing with compassion. One crisp morning, Willow happened upon a young fox caught in a tangle of brambles. Without hesitation, she reached for the comb and gently began to work its tines through the tangled vines, humming a soothing melody as she did so. To her amazement, the comb seemed to glow with a soft, warm light, and the brambles untangled themselves, allowing the fox to scamper free. From that moment on, Willow's journey truly began. Wherever she went, she encountered creatures and people in need of untangling. A rabbit ensnared in a thicket of thorns, a young boy trapped in the thorny vines of self-doubt, a family torn apart by misunderstandings. With each challenge she faced, the comb's magic grew stronger, revealing hidden pathways and solutions that Willow had never imagined. Along the way, she found herself accompanied by a motley crew of helpers, each with their own unique talents and personalities. There was Flitter, a mischievous sprite with a knack for untangling even the most stubborn knots, and Rumple, a wise old troll whose gruff exterior concealed a heart of gold. One day, Willow and her friends found themselves faced with a daunting challenge. A dark, twisted mass of thorns had enveloped a nearby meadow, casting a deep shadow over the once vibrant landscape. No matter how hard they tried, the thorns refused to yield, their sharp barbs drawing blood from Willow's fingers. It was then that Rumple spoke up, his voice gruff but kind. "Child, sometimes the answer lies not in force, but in patience and understanding." He gestured towards the heart of the tangle, where a single delicate rose bloomed, its petals trembling in the breeze. With newfound wisdom, Willow approached the rose, her comb held gently in her hands. She began to hum a soothing melody, weaving her voice through the tangled vines like threads of silk. Slowly, the thorns loosened their grip, and the rose unfurled its petals, bathing the meadow in a warm, golden glow. As the last of the thorns melted away, Willow realized that her journey had been one of growth and self-discovery. The comb had not only untangled the knots of the world, but had also untangled the knots within her own heart, teaching her the power of kindness, patience, and understanding. From that day on, Willow continued to wander, her comb in hand, ready to untangle the secrets of the world and share its magic with all she met. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, she would run her fingers over the worn grooves of the comb, a contented smile on her face, knowing that even the most ordinary of things could hold extraordinary wonders. Story 68. In the heart of the galaxy, on a quaint little planet named Luminara, there existed a town that sparkled like a sea of stars. The inhabitants of Luminara, known as Luminites, were bright, ethereal beings who shimmered softly like a gentle glowworm in the twilight. Their homes were nestled amidst glistening crystal trees that hummed with a soft, melodic tune, creating a symphony of light and sound that lulled the entire planet into a serene slumber each night. One such Luminite, a gentle soul named Arion, often wandered the crystal forests, captivated by the harmony that surrounded him. Arion was curious and kind-hearted, his translucent skin reflecting the warm hues of the setting sun. He loved to explore the mysteries of the forest, But most of all, he was fascinated by the stories of other worlds, dreaming of the day he might meet someone from beyond his luminous home. Meanwhile, far across the galaxy on a planet known as Varela, lived a creature named Tarka. Varela was a world of vast rolling dunes and towering sandstone cliffs, where the inhabitants, the Varelians, were sturdy beings with skin that shimmered like polished copper under the blazing sun. Tarka was adventurous and brave, her heart as bold as the desert wind that swept across her homeland. She often gazed up at the stars, wondering what lay beyond the endless sands. One fateful day, as the cosmos danced and the stars aligned, a celestial event brought Tarka's spacecraft, a simple vessel built for exploration, to the orbit of Luminara. Eager to learn, Tarka decided to land on this new, glowing planet. As her ship descended, it brushed lightly against the treetops, causing a cascade of shimmering leaves to float down like a gentle rain. Arion, who was nearby, witnessed this spectacle with wide, curious eyes. He hurried to the clearing where the vessel had landed, his heart beating with both excitement and a little trepidation. As the hatch opened, Tarka stepped out, her coppery form contrasting sharply against the soft luminescence of the forest. For a moment, both stood in silence, each marveling at the other. "Greetings," Arion finally said, his voice smooth and melodic like the wind through the crystal leaves. "Welcome to Luminara." Tarka inclined her head, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Thank you. I am Tarka, from Varela. Your world is beautiful." As the days passed, Arion and Tarka began to explore the wonders of Luminara together. They wandered through fields of glowing flowers that swayed like ocean waves, and under the canopy of the crystal forest where the light played like 1,000 rainbows. Despite their differences, they found joy in each other's company, their laughter echoing through the trees like the chimes of distant bells. However, not everything was as harmonious as it seemed. The Luminites, though peaceful, were wary of outsiders, and their gentle whispers often carried hints of caution. Arion noticed the subtle distance his people maintained, and it weighed on him like a shadow. One evening, as the two friends sat at a tranquil pond that reflected the starlit sky, Arion spoke softly, his voice tinged with concern. "Tarka, I fear my people may not be as welcoming as I hoped. They are unused to visitors from other worlds." Tarka placed a reassuring hand on Arion's shoulder, her touch warm like the desert sun. "I understand, Arion. On Varela, we too have our customs and fears. But I believe that through understanding, we can bridge any distance." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden rustle in the bushes. A young Luminite, no more than a child, stumbled into the clearing, eyes wide with wonder and fear. He had been playing too close to the edge of the forest and had become lost. Arion and Tarka exchanged a glance, their minds aligned in an instant. Together, they guided the child back to the village, their presence a comforting beacon in the night. As they approached, the villagers gathered, their cautious expressions softening as they saw the safe return of the little one. In that moment, something shifted. The Luminites began to see Tarka not as a stranger, but as a friend who had shown kindness and bravery. The whispers turned from caution to curiosity, and slowly the barriers began to fade. As the days turned to weeks, Tarka learned the ways of the Luminites, and they, in turn, learned about the vast, sweeping beauty of Varela through her stories. Misunderstandings became lessons, and differences became strengths. Together, Arion and Tarka faced small challenges that tested their friendship. A particularly stormy night that threatened to extinguish the glow of the forest, or a sudden scarcity of the shimmering leaves needed for Luminara's gentle melodies. Through each trial, they supported one another, their bond growing ever stronger. Tarka's bold spirit complemented Arion's gentle wisdom, and together they found solutions that neither could have discovered alone. In time, Tarka's spacecraft was ready to return to Varela, but her departure was no longer a farewell. It was the beginning of a new chapter, one where two worlds, once strangers, were now connected by the threads of friendship and understanding. As Tarka prepared to leave, the Luminites gathered to bid her farewell, their voices raised in a harmonious song that filled the air with warmth and gratitude. Arion stood beside her, his heart full yet content. "Thank you, Arion," Tarka said, her eyes bright with emotion, "for everything." Arion smiled, his glow reflecting the light of the stars. "And thank you, Tarka. You've shown us all the true meaning of friendship." With a final embrace, Tarka boarded her spacecraft. As it rose into the sky, the Luminites waved, their lights flickering like a sea of stars. Arion watched until the ship was a glimmer in the distance, knowing that this was not an end, but a new beginning. And so, in the vast tapestry of the cosmos, a bond was formed between Luminara and Varela, reminding all that even the most unlikely of companions can find understanding and love, if only they open their hearts to the possibilities that lie beyond the stars. Story 69. In the quiet village of Larkspool, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young girl named Anwen. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that glimmered like the morning dew. Anwen was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and curious heart. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and listening to the tales of the wind as it rustled through the leaves. But her most cherished possession was an old, tarnished locket, a gift from her grandmother. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Anwen sat beneath the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the edge of the village. She often sought solace here, where the world seemed to pause in a breath of tranquility. With a soft sigh, Anwen opened the locket, revealing a small, intricately etched mirror inside. Her grandmother had always said it held a special magic, though she never explained what kind. As Anwen gazed into the mirror, she noticed a peculiar glimmer, a shimmer that hadn't been there before. The reflection began to ripple like water, and before she knew it, the world around her began to change. The familiar landscape of Larkspool dissolved into a vibrant tapestry of color and light. Anwen found herself standing in an enchanted forest, where the trees towered like giants, their leaves shimmering in hues of emerald and gold. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle melody of a distant stream. Birds with plumage of every shade sang harmonious tunes, welcoming her to this hidden realm. A soft rustle broke the serene silence, and Anwen turned to see a small, delicate creature peering at her from behind a silver-barked tree. It was a fox, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its fur was a radiant white with eyes like twin sapphires. The fox approached with a graceful step, its gaze warm and kind. "Fear not," it spoke, its voice a gentle whisper like the rustling leaves. "I am Finn, guardian of this hidden world." Anwen, though startled, felt an inexplicable sense of calm. "Hello, Finn," she replied softly, her curiosity piqued. "How did I come to be here?" Finn smiled, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. "Your heart is pure and your spirit open. The locket you carry is a key, a bridge between worlds. It has brought you here to help us." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Anwen followed Finn as he led her deeper into the forest. The path wound through groves of luminescent flowers and beside streams that glowed with an ethereal light. As they walked, Finn explained that a shadow had fallen over their world. An ancient tree, the heart of the forest, was withering, and with it, the magic of the realm was fading. "We have tried everything to revive it," Finn continued, his voice tinged with sorrow. "But only a heart as pure as yours can awaken the magic needed to save it." Anwen felt a surge of determination. She wanted to help, to see this beautiful world flourish once more. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the enormity of the task. Finn led her to the heart of the forest, where the ancient tree stood. Its bark was cracked and dry, its branches drooping like forlorn sighs. Yet, even in its weakened state, it radiated a majestic presence. Anwen approached, her heart beating in time with the gentle pulse she felt emanating from the tree. "Place your hands upon the trunk and close your eyes," Finn instructed softly. "Let your heart guide you." Anwen did as told, feeling the rough texture of the bark beneath her fingers. She closed her eyes, allowing her thoughts to drift like leaves on the wind. She thought of her village, of the people she loved, and of the beauty she had discovered in this hidden world. As her heart swelled with warmth and hope, she felt a gentle surge of energy, a connection to something greater than herself. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble, and a brilliant light enveloped the tree. Anwen felt a rush of warmth flow through her, a sensation of love and life. When she opened her eyes, the ancient tree stood tall and proud, its leaves shimmering with renewed vitality. The air hummed with magic, and the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "You have done it!" Finn exclaimed, his voice filled with joy. You have restored the heart of our world. Anwen smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She realized that the magic within the locket and the forest was not just a mystical force, but a reflection of the love and kindness she held in her heart. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the enchanted realm, Finn led Anwen back to the place where her journey had begun. "Thank you," he said, his eyes shining with gratitude. "You have given us a future." Anwen nodded, her heart full. "It was my honor, Finn. I will never forget this place, or the magic that resides here." With a final wave, Anwen stepped through the shimmering portal, returning to the familiar embrace of the ancient oak. The village of Larkspool lay before her, unchanged, yet somehow different. She knew she carried a piece of that hidden world within her, a reminder of the magic that exists in the simplest acts of kindness and love. As she tucked the locket back beneath her collar, Anwen understood that true magic was not just in enchanted realms, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream and to care. And with that thought, she made her way home, the evening breeze weaving a lullaby through the whispering trees. Story 70. In the gentle glow of the twin moons of Velsara, a small verdant planet nestled in the heart of the Luminara galaxy, a peculiar friendship was about to unfold. It began on a misty evening, as the pale lavender sky was just starting to sprinkle stars across its vast expanse. Karis, a curious and gentle-hearted wanderer from the water-soaked world of Maraqua, had landed her modest spacecraft on Velsara. Her ship, sleek and shimmering like the scales of a glistening fish, nestled among the lush ferns and bioluminescent flora that carpeted the forest floor. Karis herself was a being of flowing grace, her skin a mosaic of iridescent blues and greens, with eyes that mirrored the depths of the sea. She had come to Velsara in search of the fabled Whispering Well, a legendary spring said to hold the secrets of ancient wisdom. Her heart was filled with a thirst for knowledge and a longing to understand the mysteries of the cosmos. As Karis set foot on the soft, mossy ground, she was not alone. Watching from afar, hidden amongst the tall, swaying fronds, was a native of Velsara. Rin, a creature of earth and light, had skin like the bark of the ancient trees and eyes that glowed with the warm amber of a setting sun. His kind were known as the Arbors, guardians of the forest who communicated through the subtle vibrations of the earth. Rin was intrigued by the newcomer, though wary. The Arbors were not accustomed to visitors, especially those from beyond their world. He decided to watch Karis from a distance, curious about her intentions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Karis made her way through the forest, guided by the soft whispers of the wind. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming night flowers, their petals unfurling like delicate stars in the darkness. She paused to admire them, her heart swelling with the beauty of this new world. However, her journey was not without challenges. The path to the Whispering Well was fraught with hidden pitfalls and tangled vines that seemed to conspire against her progress. Karis stumbled over a particularly stubborn root, letting out a cry of surprise as she fell to the ground. Hearing her distress, Rin's cautious curiosity turned to concern. He emerged from his hiding place, his presence as gentle and unthreatening as a breeze. Karis, startled at first, met his gaze with a mixture of fear and fascination. Their first encounter was marked by silence, a mutual uncertainty hanging in the air like the lingering mist. Rin, sensing her hesitance, extended a hand, a gesture of goodwill. Karis, understanding his intent, accepted it with a grateful smile. Though they spoke different languages, their hearts began to understand the universal language of kindness and trust. Rin led Karis away from the treacherous path, guiding her through the forest with an innate knowledge of its secrets. The ground seemed to respond to his touch, smoothing and clearing as they walked. As they traveled together, they faced many trials. At one point, they came across a river that flowed with the luminous waters of Velsara, its current swift and unpredictable. Karis hesitated, unsure of how to cross. Rin, with a reassuring nod, tapped into the energy of the trees, creating a bridge of intertwined branches that spanned the river. Karis marveled at his abilities, her respect for him growing with each step. In return, she shared stories of her own world, painting vivid pictures of the endless seas and colorful reefs that were her home. Rin listened intently, enchanted by her tales of adventure and discovery. Despite their differences, a bond began to form between them, woven together by shared experiences and mutual understanding. They learned to communicate through gestures and expressions, discovering that friendship transcended words. One evening, as they camped beneath the open sky, Karis noticed Rin gazing wistfully at the stars. She sensed a sadness in his heart, a longing for something just out of reach. Gently, she placed a hand on his shoulder, offering silent comfort. Rin, touched by her empathy, shared his own story of how he had once lost a dear friend to the encroaching shadows that threatened the forest. It was a rare moment of vulnerability, and Karis listened with compassion, her own heart aching for his loss. In that moment, they understood each other more deeply than ever before. They realized that true friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and supporting each other, despite their differences. As they approached the Whispering Well, the culmination of their journey, they did so not as strangers, but as true companions. The well, nestled in a grove of ancient trees that whispered secrets to the stars, glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Together, they knelt before it, their reflections mingling on the surface of the water. As they drank from the well, they felt a profound sense of peace and unity, their hearts beating in harmony with the rhythm of the universe. In the days that followed, Karis and Rin continued to explore Velsara, their bond growing stronger with each passing moment. They discovered that the true magic of the Whispering Well was not in the secrets it held, but in the friendship they had found along the way. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, their adventures continued, filled with laughter, discovery, and the quiet joy of companionship. For they had learned that the universe was vast and full of wonders, but the greatest treasure of all was the gift of friendship, a light that shone brighter than all the stars in the sky. Story 71. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowmere, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara. Willowmere was a place where the morning dew clung to cobblestones like delicate lace, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle. Clara, with her auburn hair that danced like flames in the sunlight and eyes as deep as forest pools, was known for her curiosity and kindness. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered from the trees like confetti, Clara set out on her usual walk through the village. She adored exploring the narrow lanes and hidden nooks that seemed to hold tales of their own. Today, her footsteps led her to a small, forgotten shop at the end of a winding alley. Its sign, faded and weathered, read, "Whispering Wonders." As Clara pushed open the creaky door, a bell tinkled softly above her, announcing her arrival. The shop was dimly lit, the air filled with the comforting scent of old books and polished wood. Shelves bowed under the weight of peculiar trinkets, each with its own story to tell. Clara's heart fluttered with the thrill of discovery. Her gaze was drawn to a peculiar object tucked away in a corner, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dim light. Clara felt an inexplicable pull toward it, as though it whispered her name. With gentle hands, she lifted the box and opened it. Inside, nestled in soft velvet, lay a silver key. It was no ordinary key, for as Clara held it, she felt a warmth spreading through her fingers, and a soft hum filled the air. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice like rustling leaves, approached Clara. "Ah, you've found the key of whimsy," the shopkeeper said with a knowing smile. "It holds the power to unlock the hidden magic in the world around you." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Clara thanked the shopkeeper and slipped the key into her pocket. As she stepped back into the crisp autumn air, she felt a tingling of excitement. Little did she know, her journey of discovery was just beginning. As Clara walked through the familiar streets of Willowmere, she noticed subtle changes. The leaves seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow, and the gentle breeze carried whispers of stories untold. She realized that the key had awakened something within her, a newfound ability to see the magic woven into the fabric of everyday life. Eager to explore this wondrous gift, Clara wandered into the nearby woods, her steps guided by intuition. The forest, with its tapestry of towering trees and dappled sunlight, felt alive with secrets. Clara soon met a charming squirrel named Thistle, whose bushy tail quivered with curiosity. Ah, you've found the key of whimsy, Thistle chattered, his eyes twinkling like stars. It opens the door to enchantment, but beware, for not all is as it seems. Clara and Thistle became fast friends, and together they ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered a wise old owl named Elderberry, who perched high in the branches, watching over the woods with wisdom etched into his feathers. "The key you hold is a gift," Elderberry hooted softly, "but true magic lies in seeing beyond the obvious, in understanding the heart of things." Clara pondered Elderberry's words as they continued their journey. They soon came upon a babbling brook, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds under the sun. By the brook sat a small, forlorn creature, a hedgehog named Pip, whose spines bristled with worry. "What's the matter, Pip?" Clara asked gently, kneeling beside him. "It's the brook," Pip sighed. "It no longer sings its song, and without it, the forest feels silent and sad." Clara listened to the brook's quiet murmurs and realized that it had lost its melody. Remembering Elderberry's advice, she closed her eyes and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She felt the brook's longing to sing, its desire to bring joy to the forest once more. With the key of whimsy in her hand, Clara whispered soft words of encouragement to the brook. Slowly, its waters began to shimmer with light, and a gentle melody rose from its depths, weaving through the trees like a soothing lullaby. The forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and Pip's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "You've done it, Clara!" Thistle exclaimed, his little paws clapping with glee. "You've brought back the song!" Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of friendship and the simple joy of helping others. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in its power to reveal enchantment, but in teaching her to see the beauty and wonder that existed all around. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and her newfound friends made their way back to Willowmere. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lamps glowing softly in the twilight. That night, as Clara lay in her cozy bed, she held the key of whimsy close. She knew that the world was filled with extraordinary secrets waiting to be discovered, and that she had the power to unlock them with kindness and understanding. With a heart full of wonder and a spirit aglow with magic, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new adventures and stories yet to unfold. And in the gentle embrace of dreams, she smiled, for she had found the true key to happiness, seeing the magic in the everyday and cherishing the bonds of friendship that light the way. Story 72. In a realm where the whispered secrets of nature drift through the air like strands of silver mist, there lay an ancient forest known as Eldergrove. This was no ordinary woodland. It was the heart of the world's oldest magic, where time meandered at its own pace, and the boundaries between the seen and unseen blurred like reflections on a calm pond. Eldergrove was a symphony of life and colors that changed with the seasons. During springtime, the canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines unfurled their leaves in vibrant greens that danced with the sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of fresh earth and blooming wildflowers, while birds serenaded the dawn with songs as sweet as honey. In the heart of Eldergrove, a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones, weaving a melody that echoed through the trees. In this enchanted forest, every creature, from the smallest ant to the grandest stag, played a vital role in the delicate balance of life. And among these creatures was a wise and gentle hedgehog named Bramble, whose spines were as soft as the downy underside of a leaf. Bramble was known throughout Eldergrove for his keen sense of understanding and his ability to listen to the whispers of the forest. One crisp morning, as the sun peeked through the lattice of branches, Bramble set out on his daily walk. The ground beneath him was carpeted with dew-kissed moss, and the crisp air was infused with the earthy aroma of decaying leaves. As he wandered, his little paws made soft crunching sounds, harmonizing with the rustle of the wind through the trees. Bramble had a dear friend, a gentle doe named Leora, whose eyes were as deep as the forest pools and whose grace was unmatched. Leora and Bramble often shared tales beneath the ancient willow by the brook, a place they considered sacred for its tranquility and beauty. It was a spot where the world seemed to pause, allowing them to reflect and share their thoughts. On this particular morning, as Bramble reached the willow, he found Leora waiting with a look of concern. Her delicate ears twitched nervously, and her eyes held a question unspoken. "What troubles you, Leora?" Bramble asked, his voice as soothing as the murmur of the brook. Leora sighed, a sound like the breeze through long grass. "The balance of Eldergrove feels unsettled. The rains have not come as they should, and the brook runs low. The trees whisper of change, and I fear for the harmony of our home." Bramble nodded thoughtfully, his quills rustling softly. The forest had always been a place of perfect equilibrium, where each season flowed into the next with seamless grace. Yet something was indeed amiss. The patterns of nature, once predictable and reassuring, seemed to have shifted, leaving an ache in the heart of Eldergrove. "We must seek the counsel of the great owl," Bramble suggested, his eyes bright with resolve. The great owl was the oldest and wisest creature in the forest, keeper of ancient knowledge and guardian of the seasons. With feathers as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that gleamed like amber, she was revered by all who dwelled in Eldergrove. As dusk settled over the forest, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Bramble and Leora made their way to the owl's hollow. The path was illuminated by the glow of fireflies, their tiny lanterns flickering in the twilight. The air was cool and filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, a balm to the spirit. Upon reaching the hollow, they found the great owl perched on an ancient yew, her presence commanding yet gentle. Her eyes, wise and all-seeing, regarded them with quiet understanding. "Welcome, Bramble and Leora," she hooted softly, her voice resonating like a distant echo. "What brings you to my hollow on this fine evening?" Bramble stepped forward, his heart steady but earnest. "Great Owl, the balance of Eldergrove is in peril. The rains have ceased, and the brook runs dry. We seek your wisdom to restore harmony to our home." The great owl closed her eyes, listening to the silent language of the forest that only she could hear. After a moment she spoke, her words woven with the timeless wisdom of ages past. "The seasons are governed by the dance of the elements, a delicate waltz of earth, air, fire, and water. When one falters, the others must compensate. It is a balance as fragile as a raindrop, yet as enduring as the mountains." She opened her eyes, fixing Bramble and Leora with a gaze that seemed to penetrate their very souls. "To restore balance, you must find the heart of the forest, where the elements converge. There, you will discover what ails our land." Bramble and Leora exchanged a glance, their resolve forged in the fires of friendship and duty. "We will find the heart of the forest," Leora vowed, her voice as steadfast as the roots of the mighty oak. The journey to the heart of the forest was long and fraught with challenges, yet Bramble and Leora pressed on, guided by the light of the moon and the soft call of the night creatures. They traversed meadows where the grass whispered secrets, crossed streams that sang of forgotten dreams, and navigated thickets where shadows danced in the moonlight. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other, bathed in the soft glow of starlight. In the center stood a great stone, etched with runes that pulsed with a gentle, ancient magic. This was the heart of the forest, the very essence of Eldergrove. As Bramble and Leora approached, the air around them shimmered, and they felt a warmth spreading through their bodies, a connection to the very soul of the forest. The stone seemed to breathe, inhaling deeply as if drawing in the life of the world around it. Bramble placed his paw on the stone, feeling its cool surface beneath his touch. "What must we do?" he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. In response, the runes glowed brighter, and a soft, melodious hum filled the air. Bramble and Leora understood that the answer lay within themselves, in the harmony they carried in their hearts. They closed their eyes, focusing on the love and respect they held for Eldergrove and all its inhabitants. They imagined the rains returning, the brook flowing freely, and the forest thriving in perfect balance. Their hearts beat in unison, a pulse of pure intent that resonated with the stone. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of gentle rain, a soft patter that grew into a symphony of life. The stone absorbed the music, glowing brighter until it illuminated the entire clearing. The heart of the forest had awoken, responding to their call. As the rain fell, soaking the earth and quenching the thirst of the land, Bramble and Leora felt a profound sense of peace envelop them. The forest had heard their plea and answered in kind, restoring the balance that had been lost. The journey back to Eldergrove was one of quiet reflection, the rain a gentle companion that washed away their worries. The brook sang a joyful song as it swelled with the life-giving waters, and the trees whispered their gratitude through the rustle of their leaves. Upon returning to their beloved willow, Bramble and Lyora rested beneath its sheltering branches, their hearts full and their spirits lifted. The forest, their home, was once again in harmony, a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of the ages. As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the great owl watched over them from afar, her heart swelling with pride. For in the gentle souls of Bramble and Lyora, she saw the future of Eldergrove, a future where harmony reigned and the dance of the elements continued, forever entwined in the timeless embrace of the forest. Story 73. Once upon a time, nestled in a secluded corner of a village that shimmered with the golden hues of dawn, there lay a small, tranquil forest. The forest was a place of soft whispers and gentle breezes, where the sun's rays filtered through the emerald canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was here that the villagers believed a hidden world existed, a realm where magic intertwined with the very roots of the earth. In this village, a young girl named Anya lived. Anya was known for her curiosity and her kindness, her laughter as bright as the morning sun. She had a heart as open as the sky and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Anya often wandered into the forest, her senses attuned to every rustle of leaves, every chirp of birds, and every mysterious shadow that flickered at the edge of her vision. One day, as Anya meandered deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree was an object that gleamed with a light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. It was a small, intricately carved box, adorned with symbols that twinkled like stars in the dim light. Her fingers trembled with excitement and curiosity as she reached for the box. It felt warm and alive, as if it held the essence of the forest within it. Anya carefully opened the lid, and to her amazement, a soft, ethereal glow filled the air around her. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a delicate silver feather, unlike any she had ever seen. As she touched the feather, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and she heard a whisper, as if the forest itself was speaking to her. "Seek the heart of the forest," it said, "where the hidden world waits. There, you will find what you seek." Anya's heart raced with excitement. Was this feather a key to the hidden world the villagers spoke of in hushed tones? Determined to uncover the mystery, she set out on a journey that would lead her to the heart of the forest. The path was not easy. Anya encountered thickets of brambles and streams that babbled mischievously as if they knew secrets she did not. But with each step, she felt the feather guiding her, its light growing stronger the closer she got to her destination. During her journey, Anya met a variety of creatures who inhabited the forest. There was Finn, a wise old fox with eyes as sharp as a hawk's and fur that glistened like burnished copper in the sunlight. He offered her guidance with a nod and a sly smile, sharing tales of the forest's wonders and its trials. "Remember, young one," Finn advised, "the forest is alive. It listens and it speaks. Trust your heart, and it will lead you true." Further along, Anya encountered a family of rabbits, their ears twitching inquisitively as they watched her with wide, gentle eyes. They hopped alongside her, offering companionship and laughter, their soft fur like a comforting touch against her skin. With each new friend she made, Anya felt her confidence grow. She began to understand that the forest was not just a place of mystery, but a home to those who respected its balance and cherished its beauty. As days turned into nights and nights into days, Anya's journey brought her to an enchanting glade, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, its roots deep and strong. It was here that the feather's light shone the brightest, illuminating the heart of the forest. With a mix of anticipation and reverence, Anya approached the tree. She placed the feather upon its bark, and as she did, the tree began to shimmer with a light that danced like moonbeams on water. The air around her resonated with a melody, a song of the forest that spoke of ancient magic and timeless wisdom. In that moment, the hidden world revealed itself. The air shimmered, and a portal opened, revealing a realm of breathtaking beauty. It was a world where the trees whispered their secrets, where streams sang lullabies, and where the sky was a tapestry of colors beyond imagination. Anya stepped through the portal, her heart filled with wonder. She found herself in a land where the impossible came alive, where creatures of legend roamed freely. She met beings who were as old as the stars, their eyes filled with knowledge and kindness. Among them was Luna, a graceful creature with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Luna's presence was soothing, her voice like a gentle lullaby. "Welcome, Anya," she said, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "The forest has chosen you. You possess a rare gift, the ability to see beyond the ordinary, to hear the songs of the world." Anya's heart swelled with a sense of belonging. She realized that her journey was not just about discovery, but about understanding her place in the world and the connection she shared with all living things. In the hidden world, Anya learned the ways of magic and harmony. She discovered that true power lay not in might, but in wisdom and compassion. She forged friendships that transcended differences, her heart growing ever larger with each new bond she formed. But as the days passed, Anya knew that she must return to her own world. With a promise to carry the lessons of the hidden world with her, she bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart heavy yet filled with hope. As she stepped back through the portal, the feather in her hand glowed softly, a reminder of her journey and the magic she had witnessed. The forest seemed to embrace her, its whispers a promise of guidance and protection. With the feather as her guide, Anya returned to her village, forever changed by her adventure. She shared her stories with the villagers, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and possibility. Her journey had taught her that magic was not just in the hidden world, but in the everyday moments of kindness and connection. And so Anya lived her life with an open heart, her spirit as bright as the feather she carried. She continued to explore the forest, her laughter echoing through the trees, her presence a beacon of hope and joy. In the quiet moments, when the world was still, Anya would look toward the forest, knowing that the hidden world was always there, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek it. And in those moments, she felt the warmth of the feather, a reminder of the magic that lived within her and the endless possibilities that lay ahead. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, Anya's story became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. It was a story of courage, friendship, and the boundless magic of the world. A bedtime story that wrapped around the heart like a gentle embrace, guiding dreamers to their own adventures in the realms of imagination. Story 74. Once upon a starlit night, in a cozy cottage nestled deep within an enchanted forest, a young girl named Willow lay snuggled beneath her patchwork quilt. The gentle flicker of the hearth fire cast dancing shadows across her curious face as her wide eyes sparkled with anticipation. For tonight was a most extraordinary night, a night when the veil between the everyday world and the realm of wonders grew thin. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed the midnight hour, Willow's heart raced with excitement. She clutched her beloved stuffed bear tightly and held her breath, watching in awe as the bedroom window slowly swung open. A warm breeze carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and a luminous trail of golden dust swept gracefully into the room. From within the shimmering haze emerged a tiny figure with gossamer wings and a radiant smile. "Greetings, Willow," the fairy whispered, her voice like tinkling bells. "I am Fyra, keeper of the ancient book of dreams." Willow's eyes widened in delight as Fyra produced a leather-bound tome, its pages glowing with an otherworldly light. "Tonight, you shall embark on a most extraordinary adventure," the fairy declared. "Turn the pages and let your heart guide you." With trembling hands, Willow opened the book, and the room dissolved around her, replaced by a breathtaking vista of rolling meadows and towering peaks. The air was crisp and invigorating, and the stars above twinkled like brilliant diamonds strewn across a velvet tapestry. Willow's bare feet sank into the lush grass, and she gasped in wonder as a trail of glittering dust swirled at her feet, beckoning her onward. With Fyra perched upon her shoulder, she followed the shimmering path, her heart brimming with curiosity. The winding trail led them into a dense thicket where ancient trees arched overhead, their gnarled branches forming a cathedral of leaves. Willow marveled at the vibrant colors and intricate patterns adorning the foliage, each leaf a masterpiece of nature's artistry. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the sounds of trickling water grew louder, until at last they emerged into a clearing where a crystal-clear stream babbled merrily over smooth stones. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she beheld a sight unlike any she had ever seen before. Nestled amid the lush greenery was a hidden village, its tiny houses crafted from intricately woven branches and adorned with blooms of every hue imaginable. Whimsical lanterns cast a warm, inviting glow, and the air was alive with the melodies of chirping crickets and rustling leaves. "Welcome to Greenwood Grove," Farah announced, her voice filled with pride. "This is the secret realm of the forest sprites, a place where magic and nature intertwine in perfect harmony." As if on cue, a flurry of tiny figures emerged from the dwellings, their luminous wings fluttering with excitement. They gathered around Willow, chattering in a melodious language that sounded like the tinkling of wind chimes. One sprite, with eyes as green as emeralds and hair woven with wildflowers, stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I am Oakleaf, protector of these ancient woods," he said in a rich, resonant voice. "We bid you welcome, Willow, and thank you for honoring our humble home with your presence." Willow could scarcely find the words to express her wonder and delight. As she gazed around the enchanting village, she felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if she had stumbled upon a long-lost part of herself. Oakleaf gestured towards a nearby dwelling, its door crafted from intricately carved bark. "Come, Willow," he beckoned. "There is much to learn, and the night grows short." With Farah nestled in her hair, Willow followed Oakleaf into the cozy abode, where a fire crackled invitingly in the hearth. The sprite motioned for her to sit upon a cushion woven from fragrant pine needles, and he settled across from her, his eyes shining with ancient wisdom. "The forest is a living, breathing entity," Oakleaf began, his voice low and reverent. "Every tree, every plant, every creature plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. We sprites are the guardians of this sacred realm, tasked with nurturing and protecting the woodlands from harm." As Oakleaf spoke, the very air seemed to vibrate with energy, and Willow found herself drawn deeper into the rhythm of the forest. She could sense the life force pulsing through the roots and branches, could hear the whispers of the wind as it danced among the leaves. "But our role extends beyond mere preservation," Oakleaf continued. "We are the keepers of ancient knowledge, the custodians of the secrets that lie hidden within the heart of the woods." With a wave of his hand, Oakleaf conjured a shimmering orb of light that hovered between them. Within its depths, Willow could make out shifting images, towering redwoods, pristine streams, and creatures both familiar and fantastical. "The forest holds the power to heal and rejuvenate," Oakleaf murmured. "It is a sanctuary for the weary soul, a place where one can find solace and renewal amidst the beauty of nature." As Willow gazed into the orb, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The cares and worries of her everyday life seemed to melt away, replaced by a deep connection to the living tapestry that surrounded her. Oakleaf's voice grew softer, his words carrying the weight of ages. "There is an ancient magic woven into the very fabric of these woods, a force that transcends the boundaries of time and space. It is a power that can transform the most ordinary of lives into something extraordinary." The sprite reached out and gently touched Willow's forehead with his fingertip. Instantly, a warmth blossomed within her, spreading through her veins like liquid starlight. She gasped as images flickered before her mind's eye, visions of herself soaring among the treetops, communing with the creatures of the forest, and unlocking the hidden mysteries of the natural world. "The magic lies within you, Willow," Oakleaf whispered. "It has always been there, waiting to be awakened. Tonight, you have taken the first step on a journey that will forever change the course of your life." As the night wore on, Willow listened with rapt attention as Oakleaf shared the ancient lore of the forest, revealing secrets that had been passed down through countless generations of sprites. She learned of the healing properties of various plants and herbs, of the intricate dance of the seasons, and of the unseen forces that governed the ebb and flow of life itself. With each passing moment, Willow felt herself becoming more attuned to the rhythms of the natural world, her senses sharpening, her connection to the forest deepening. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing a hidden dimension of beauty and wonder that had always been there, just beyond her perception. As the first pale rays of dawn began to filter through the canopy, Oakleaf rose gracefully to his feet. "The night draws to a close, dear Willow," he said, his voice tinged with sadness. "But fear not, for this is merely the beginning of your journey." Willow felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of leaving this enchanting realm, but she knew in her heart that the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever. Oakleaf pressed a small pouch into her hand, its contents rustling softly. "These are seeds of the ancient oakwood tree," he explained. "Plant them with care and nurture them with love, and they will grow into a living reminder of your connection to the forest." With a grateful embrace, Willow bid farewell to the sprite and his wondrous village, her heart overflowing with gratitude and a newfound sense of purpose. As she emerged from the thicket, Fira fluttered before her, the fairy's eyes shining with pride. "You have taken the first steps on a path that will lead you to greatness, Willow," she said. "The magic of the forest now flows through your veins, and you will carry its lessons with you always." With a wave of her delicate hand, Fira summoned the shimmering trail of golden dust, and Willow found herself once more in her cozy bedroom, the first rays of dawn peeking through the window. As she clutched the pouch of oakwood seeds to her heart, Willow knew that her life had been forever changed. She had glimpsed a world of magic and wonder, and within her burned a fierce determination to protect and nurture the natural realm that had opened its secrets to her. From that day forward, Willow became a champion of the forest, sharing the ancient knowledge she had gained and inspiring others to embrace the beauty and power of nature. And whenever she felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she would seek solace beneath the sheltering boughs of the ancient oaks, their branches whispering reassurances and reminding her of the magic that lived within her heart. For Willow had learned that true transformation begins with a single step, a willingness to open one's eyes to the wonders that lie just beyond the veil of the everyday. And as she tended to the sapling that grew from the oakwood seeds, she knew that her journey had only just begun, a journey that would lead her deeper into the heart of the enchanted forest and into the very depths of her own soul. Story 75, title, The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, cascaded down her back in soft curls, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila lived with her grandmother, an elder with silvery hair and a heart full of stories from times long past. Their cottage, a charming little abode with ivy creeping up its stone walls, stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a forest both feared and revered by the villagers for its mysterious happenings. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila would sit by the fireplace, her head nestled in her grandmother's lap, eager for a story. The crackling of the fire mixed with the soothing hum of her grandmother's voice was a lullaby that promised dreams of wonder and adventure. One such evening, as the chill of early autumn crept into their cozy cottage, Lila's grandmother began a tale Lila had never heard before. "Long ago," she began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "there was a time when the Whispering Woods were not shrouded in mystery, but filled with laughter and light. The trees whispered secrets of joy, and the streams sang songs of old. At the heart of this forest lay a magical object, a mirror that showed not what was, but what could be. It was known as the Mirror of Possibilities." Lila's eyes widened, her imagination already painting pictures of this enchanted mirror. "What happened to it, grandmother?" she asked, her voice a mixture of wonder and concern. "The mirror was guarded by a gentle spirit named Nyla," her grandmother continued, "who ensured it was used wisely. But as time passed, the mirror was forgotten, buried beneath the weight of years. The spirit, too, faded from memory, and the woods grew silent, save for the whispers that gave them their name." That night, as Lila drifted into slumber, the story lingered in her mind, weaving itself into her dreams. She saw herself walking through the forest, the trees parting to reveal a hidden world of light and laughter. And at its center, the Mirror of Possibilities, shimmered with a promise of adventure. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the village awake, Lila decided to venture into the Whispering Woods. The decision was not born of recklessness, but of a gentle curiosity and a sense of destiny she couldn't quite explain. Her grandmother, sensing the call of something greater than either of them, offered her blessing and a woven satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a small flask of sweet berry juice. With a heart full of anticipation, Lila stepped into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, creating patterns that danced with every breeze. Birds sang their morning songs, and the trees seemed to lean closer, as if eager to share their secrets. As she walked, Lila felt a peculiar sensation, as though the forest was watching her, guiding her steps. She followed a narrow path lined with wildflowers, their colors vibrant against the rich greens and browns of the forest. The path twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the woods, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches wide and welcoming. Beneath its boughs lay the mirror of possibilities, just as her grandmother had described. The mirror's surface was smooth and clear, reflecting the world not as it was, but as it could be, a place of endless possibilities and dreams waiting to be realized. Lila approached the mirror, her reflection shimmering along with the visions it held. As she gazed into its depths, she saw herself not as she was, but as the person she could become, brave, wise, and filled with a light that could brighten even the darkest of nights. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the silence. "Welcome, young seeker," it said, as soft as a breeze through the leaves. Startled, Lila turned to see Nyla, the spirit of the woods, standing before her. Nyla was a vision of ethereal beauty, her form shimmering like sunlight on water, her eyes deep with understanding and kindness. "Do not be afraid," Nyla reassured, her voice a melody of warmth. "You have been chosen to awaken the mirror of possibilities, to bring light back to the Whispering Woods." Lila felt a surge of excitement mixed with trepidation. "But how?" she asked. "I'm just a girl from the village." Nyla smiled, a gesture that filled Lila with comfort. "Even the smallest of us can bring about great change. Within you lies the power to inspire, to dream, and to transform. The mirror is only a guide, a reflection of what you can achieve." Encouraged by Nyla's words, Lila took a deep breath and looked once more into the mirror. She saw visions of the village, its people living in harmony with the forest, their laughter echoing through the trees. She saw herself leading them, her heart open to the possibilities that lay ahead. With newfound determination, Lila knew what she had to do. She would return to the village and share the mirror's message of hope and transformation. But before she could leave, Nyla offered her a gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, imbued with the spirit of the woods. "This will remind you of your journey and the wisdom you have gained," Nyla explained. "Whenever you feel lost, it will guide you back to your true path." With the pendant around her neck, Lila made her way back to the village, the path seeming shorter and more familiar. The forest, once silent, now hummed with life and possibility, as if awakened by Lila's discovery. Upon her return, Lila gathered the villagers at the edge of the woods, her heart full of the story she was about to share. She spoke of the Whispering Woods, of the mirror of possibilities, and the vision of a brighter future. Her words, infused with the magic of the forest and the wisdom of her journey, resonated with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond their fears and embrace the unknown. Together they ventured into the woods, led by Lila and the light of the mirror. As they walked, the forest came alive with the sounds of joy and laughter, the trees whispering secrets of hope and renewal. The villagers began to see the forest not as a place of mystery and fear, but as a sanctuary of dreams, where anything was possible. Weeks turned into months, and the village thrived as it embraced the lessons of the Whispering Woods. Lila, now a young woman wise beyond her years, continued to lead with kindness and courage, her heart forever connected to the magic of the forest. And so the Whispering Woods were no longer just a place of whispers and shadows, but a vibrant world of light and laughter, where the mirror of possibilities reflected the dreams of all who dared to look within. As for Lila, she never forgot the journey that changed her life. The pendant around her neck remained a constant reminder of the spirit of the woods and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. And on quiet evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Leela would sit by the fireplace, sharing her own stories with the next generation, tales of adventure, friendship, and the magic that lay within each of them, waiting to be discovered. The end. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense whispering woods, there was a little girl named Lila. She lived in a cottage covered with ivy, its walls fragrant with the scent of wild roses and honeysuckle. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious nature and the gentle kindness she extended to all living creatures. Her eyes sparkled with the hues of the forest, a deep green that seemed to hold a piece of the woods within them. One particularly crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila decided to take a walk through the woods that bordered the village. She loved the feel of the soft earth beneath her feet and the sound of leaves crunching gently with each step. The woods were her sanctuary, a place where the air was always fresh, and the trees whispered secrets that only she seemed to understand. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed something peculiar. A path she had never seen before lay ahead, winding like a ribbon through the trees. Intrigued by this discovery, she stepped onto it, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and wonder. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, forming a natural cathedral that filtered the sunlight into a mosaic of warmth and shadow. Lila walked on, the air growing cooler and carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a small, glimmering object partially buried in the forest floor. Kneeling down, she gently unearthed it, revealing a delicate compass. It was unlike any she had ever seen, crafted from a metal that shimmered with a rainbow of colors. The needle spun lazily at first, then pointed decisively towards a small clearing further down the path. With the compass cradled in her hand, Lila followed its guidance, each step bringing her closer to a hidden world she could never have imagined. As she reached the clearing, she was met with a sight so breathtaking it seemed to belong to a dream. Before her lay a shimmering lake, its waters as clear as crystal and reflecting the sky like a mirror. Surrounding the lake were willow trees, their branches dipping gracefully into the water, creating gentle ripples that danced across the surface. In the center of the lake, a small island rose, crowned with a single magnificent tree. Its leaves were silver, catching the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila felt an inexplicable pull towards the island, a quiet whisper in her heart urging her to discover its secrets. She found a small rowboat moored at the edge of the lake, its wood smooth and inviting. Without hesitation, she climbed in and began to row towards the island, her movements instinctive and sure. As she neared the island, Lila noticed a figure waiting beneath the silver-leafed tree. It was an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of silver that matched the leaves above. Her eyes were warm and kind, and as Lila stepped onto the island, the woman greeted her with a gentle smile. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am the guardian of the silver tree, and I have been waiting for you." Lila felt a sense of familiarity wash over her, as if she had known this guardian her entire life. "Why have you been waiting for me?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. The guardian beckoned Lila to sit beside her on a stone bench that curved around the tree's trunk. "This tree holds the heart of the forest," she explained. "It is connected to all living things, and it shares its wisdom with those who seek it with a pure heart. The compass you found has chosen you to undertake a journey, one that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." Lila listened intently, her heart open to the possibilities before her. "What must I do?" she asked, eager to begin. The guardian placed a gentle hand on Lila's shoulder. "This journey will lead you to discover the hidden wonders of the world, both within and around you. You will find friends in unexpected places and learn truths that will guide you throughout your life. But remember, it is your kindness and courage that will light your path." With those words, the guardian handed Lila a small, intricately carved box. "This contains the magic of the silver tree," she said. "Open it only when you feel truly lost, and it will guide you back to where you need to be." Lila accepted the box with reverence, feeling its weight and warmth in her hands. She thanked the guardian, promising to cherish the journey ahead. As she returned to the rowboat and began her journey back to the shore, she felt a sense of peace and purpose settle within her. The path through the woods was the same as before, yet Lila's heart was different. The compass in her pocket no longer pointed to the clearing, but she knew it would guide her to wherever she needed to go next. Each day, she ventured further into the woods, discovering hidden groves and secret streams, each one a testament to the magic that lay just beyond the ordinary. One day, as she wandered deeper than ever before, she encountered a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sun. It seemed to be waiting for her, its tail flicking playfully as if to say, "Follow me." Intrigued, Lila did just that, keeping pace with the nimble creature as it led her through a maze of trees and ferns. The fox brought her to a clearing where a group of animals had gathered, a wise old owl, a gentle deer, and a mischievous squirrel among them. They welcomed Lila with warmth and curiosity, and she soon found herself sitting among them, sharing stories and laughter. It was here that she learned the true magic of the forest, the bond of friendship that transcended words, and the unspoken understanding that connected all living things. As the days turned to weeks, Lila's bond with her new friends grew stronger. Together, they explored the hidden wonders of the woods, discovering enchanted mushrooms that glowed under the moonlight and streams that sang sweet melodies. With each adventure, Lila felt herself changing, growing more attuned to the rhythms of the world around her. But it was not just the forest that changed her. Her encounters with the guardian and the animals taught her the importance of listening to her heart and trusting in the kindness of others. She learned that true strength lay not in standing alone, but in the connections she forged with those around her. One crisp winter's day, as snowflakes danced in the air like tiny stars, Lila found herself at the heart of the forest once more. She stood before the silver tree, its branches dusted with snow, and felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken. The guardian appeared beside her, her presence a comforting warmth in the winter chill. "You have grown, dear child," she said, her voice filled with pride. "Your journey is not yet over, but you have learned much." Lila nodded, her heart full of the wisdom and love she had gained. "I feel as if the forest is a part of me now," she said softly. The guardian smiled, her eyes shining with gentle warmth. "It always has been and always will be. Remember, wherever your journey takes you, you carry the magic of the silver tree within you." As Lila made her way back to the village, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. The forest had changed her, taught her the true meaning of friendship and the power of kindness. And though her journey was far from over, she knew she was ready to face whatever lay ahead. The compass in her pocket no longer spun aimlessly, but pointed steadily towards the horizon, guiding her to new adventures and discoveries. And as she walked, the forest whispered its secrets to her, a gentle reminder that she was never truly alone. And so, under the watchful gaze of the silver tree and the wisdom of the guardian, Lila set forth on her journey, her heart alight with hope and wonder, ready to embrace whatever the world had to offer. For she knew that as long as she carried the magic of the forest within her, she would always find her way home. Story 77. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there was a gentle hum of magic in the air. The villagers often spoke of the forest's enchantments, and it was not uncommon for the scent of blooming night violets to drift through the cobbled streets, even in the depth of winter. One crisp autumn evening, as a gentle fog rolled over the fields, something peculiar began to unfold. The village's beloved bell tower, which had reliably chimed every hour for as long as anyone could remember, suddenly went silent. The villagers, accustomed to its comforting peal marking the passage of time, found themselves bewildered and a tad uneasy. The next morning, a young and curious girl named Lila set out to unravel the mystery. With her bright hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, she was known for her keen observation and kind spirit. Lila loved the bell tower. Its music was like a friend that accompanied her through her daydreams. Determined to solve the enigma, she packed a small satchel with freshly baked honey bread and set off, towards the village square. As she approached the bell tower, she noticed something unusual. A trail of silvery footprints shimmered faintly on the cobblestones, leading away from the tower and towards the edge of the forest. The footprints were delicate, almost like those of a small creature, but they glistened with an ethereal light. Lila decided to follow them, her heart thrumming with anticipation. The path wound through the village, past the bakery, where the scent of warm cinnamon buns lingered in the air, and towards the forest's edge where the trees whispered secrets to the wind. The footprints seemed to lead her deeper, into the heart of the enchanted woods. There, in a glade where sunlight dappled the ground in golden patches, Lila met a peculiar sight. A tiny creature, no taller than a rabbit, was perched on a mossy rock, staring intently at a small tarnished bell. It was a sprite, one of the forest's magical inhabitants, with wings that sparkled like dew-kissed cobwebs. "Hello," Lila called softly, not wanting to startle the little being. "I am Lila from the village. Have you seen anything strange around the bell tower?" The sprite looked up, its eyes a deep, twinkling blue. "Ah, the bell tower. I've been meaning to fix this." It chirped in a voice that sounded like wind chimes. "I am Brindle, the keeper of echoes. The bell's voice has been tangled in my forest, and I was trying to return it." Lila was intrigued. "How does a bell's voice get tangled?" Brindle fluttered its wings thoughtfully. "The forest is alive with magic, and sometimes echoes get caught in its branches. Usually I untangle them before anyone notices, but last night's storm was particularly playful." Lila thought for a moment. "Perhaps I can help," she offered. "Two pairs of hands, or wings, are better than one." With a grateful nod, Brindle agreed, and together they began their work. Lila listened carefully as Brindle explained that the echoes were like threads of sound woven into the air. She watched as the sprite delicately plucked invisible strings from the branches, each one vibrating softly with the bell's familiar chime. Lila closed her eyes, focusing on the faint sounds, and used her fingers to gently guide the echoes back towards the village. It was as if she were playing an unseen harp, each note resonating with the warmth of a dream. As the last thread was untangled, the bell tower's chime rang out once more, clear and true, echoing through the forest and back to the village. Lila and Brindle exchanged a joyful glance, their task complete. "Thank you, Lila," Brindle said, its wings flickering with delight. "You've helped restore the balance." Lila smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within her. "I think we make a good team," she replied, offering the sprite a piece of honey bread from her satchel. Before parting ways, Brindle gifted Lila a small, polished stone that gleamed with the colors of the forest. "Keep this," it said, "as a token of our friendship and a reminder that even the smallest voices matter." With the mystery solved and the bell tower's melody restored, Lila returned to Willowbrook, feeling the gentle pull of the village's rhythm in harmony once more. As she walked home, she marveled at how a simple act of observation and kindness had brought about such a satisfying resolution. That night, as Lila snuggled under her quilt, the sound of the bell tower's chime lulled her to sleep, a comforting lullaby that echoed with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. In her dreams, the forest whispered tales of magic and friendship, reminding her that every challenge could be overcome with a little wisdom and a lot of heart. Story 79. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering pines, there was a cobblestone path that led to an old, ivy-covered cottage. In this cottage lived a young girl named Clara, known for her bright eyes and a curious heart. Clara often wandered the village, her pockets filled with pebbles and her head filled with dreams. One crisp autumn afternoon, with leaves swirling in the gentle breeze like golden butterflies, Clara found herself drawn towards the village's forgotten corner, a small, dusty shop tucked away between two towering oak trees. Its sign, faded with time, read "Curiosities and Whimsies." Intrigued, Clara pushed open the creaky door, and a chime of bells announced her arrival. Inside, the shop was a treasure trove of wonders. Shelves overflowed with peculiar items, glass jars filled with shimmering powders, clocks ticking backward, and books that whispered their stories. As Clara's eyes roamed the room, they fell upon a small, unassuming music box sitting alone on a wooden shelf. Its surface was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light. Drawn to its quiet allure, Clara gently picked up the music box and gave the tiny handle a turn. Instead of music, a soft, warm glow emanated from inside, casting a gentle light that painted the shop in hues of amber and gold. Clara, entranced, watched as the light formed words that floated like dandelion seeds in the air. Find the song within your heart. With those words, a strange, tingling sensation spread through Clara's fingertips, and she suddenly felt connected to every sound around her. The rustling leaves, the distant laughter of children, even the soft hum of the shop itself. She realized she could hear the world in a way she never had before. The shopkeeper, a kindly old man with spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, appeared from behind a curtain. "Ah, you've found it," he said with a knowing smile. "That music box chooses its listener. It reveals the hidden melodies of the world. A rare gift indeed." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. "What should I do with it?" she asked. The shopkeeper chuckled softly. "Listen, my dear, listen closely. The world has much to say, and sometimes it needs a gentle heart to hear it." With the music box tucked safely in her satchel, Clara began her journey home. As she walked, she attuned herself to the subtle symphony of the world, the whispers of the wind, the chatter of the brook, and even the rhythm of her own footsteps blending into a harmonious cadence. Each sound told a story, and Clara felt them weaving into her heart. Along the path, Clara encountered a group of woodland creatures, a wise old owl, a playful squirrel, and a gentle deer. They greeted her warmly, for they too sensed the magic that Clara now carried. The owl, perched on a low branch, offered a piece of wisdom. In every sound, a lesson hides. Listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. The squirrel, with a twinkle in its eye, added, "Every challenge is a melody waiting to be heard. Find its rhythm, and you'll discover its solution." The deer, with a serene nod, said, "The world is a song, and you are part of its harmony. Trust in it, and it will guide you." Buoyed by their words, Clara continued her journey, her heart as light as the autumn breeze. She soon came across a clearing where the villagers had gathered, troubled by a problem that had left them perplexed. A river that once flowed serenely had become turbulent and wild, threatening to overflow its banks. Clara paused at the river's edge and closed her eyes, letting the music box's magic guide her. She listened deeply, not just to the roar of the water, but to the hidden notes beneath. She heard the river's true song, its longing to be understood, and its plea for gentle guidance. With newfound wisdom, Clara approached the villagers. "The river is not angry," she explained softly. "It seeks balance, for its path has been blocked by fallen branches upstream." The villagers, initially skeptical, followed Clara's lead. Together they cleared the debris, and as they did, the river's song shifted to one of gratitude and peace, its waters calming and settling back into their gentle course. The village erupted in cheers, and Clara was hailed as a hero, though she simply smiled and said, "I merely listened." That night, as Clara lay in bed, the music box resting on her bedside table, she felt a deep sense of contentment. She had learned that the world was filled with music, each note carrying a story, a lesson, or a truth. And she had discovered that by listening with her heart, she could find harmony in even the most discordant of times. As the moon cast its silvery glow over Willowbrook, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that she had found a song within herself, one that would guide her through all the days to come. And somewhere in the distance, the soft strains of a music box played a lullaby, a gentle reminder that magic was always nearby, waiting to be heard. Once, in a corner of the universe where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, there existed a peculiar planet named Lyriel, known for its vast, shimmering crystal forests. Creatures from all around the galaxy marveled at its beauty, drawn by tales of the iridescent flora that sang hushed melodies when the gentle breezes wove through them. Among these travelers was a young being named Kale, hailing from the water-rich planet of Oshiara. Kale, a curious and sensitive soul, had scales that glistened like polished turquoise, and eyes that reflected the deep, serene blues of his homeland seas. As Kale meandered through the forest, his heart resonated with the harmonious hum of the crystals. He was joined by an unexpected companion, a creature named Mira from the desert world of Solara. Mira was a being of light, her form constantly shifting in hues of amber and gold, with eyes that held the warmth of the sun. She was as radiant as she was daring, always seeking new adventures that quenched her thirst for discovery. Initially, Kale and Mira found themselves at odds. Kale preferred the tranquility of the crystal woods, where he could lose himself in thought, while Mira was invigorated by the challenge of scaling the tallest crystal trees, her laughter echoing like tinkling bells. They often misunderstood each other's intentions. Kale saw Mira's energy as disruptive, while Mira found Kale's quietude puzzling. One afternoon, as Lyriel's twin suns dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach, Kale found himself lost in the depths of the forest. The familiar paths had vanished, replaced by an endless maze of glowing crystal trunks. Panic began to lace his thoughts, his calm demeanor unraveling like threads in the wind. Mira, who had been darting between the trees, noticed Kale's distress. Without hesitation, she descended from her perch atop a high crystal branch, her light casting comforting shadows around them. "Kale," she said softly, her voice a gentle melody, "let me guide you." Though hesitant at first, Kale nodded, allowing Mira to take the lead. Her radiant form illuminated their path as they navigated through the forest's labyrinthine corridors. Along the way, Mira shared tales of her desert home, where the sands shifted like ocean waves under the sun's embrace, and Kale, in turn, spoke of Oshiara's tranquil seas, where the waters sang of ancient wisdom. As the duo journeyed, they encountered a challenge that tested their burgeoning friendship. A sudden storm, rare on Lyriel, swept through the forest, its winds howling like a chorus of lost spirits. The crystal trees moaned and swayed, threatening to topple under the storm's fierce breath. In this moment of crisis, Mira's courage shone brightly. Using her innate ability to absorb and reflect light, she created a shield around them, her golden glow a beacon of hope amidst the storm's fury. Kale, drawing upon the calming presence of the waters from his home, whispered soothing words that carried the essence of tranquility, helping to stabilize the swaying crystal trees around them. Together they stood firm, a harmonious blend of light and water, until the storm's rage subsided, leaving the forest in a serene hush. In the aftermath, Kale and Mira shared a moment of profound understanding. They realized that it was their differences that made them strong, their unique strengths weaving together like the melodies of the crystal woods. From that day forward, Kale and Mira explored Lyriel's wonders side by side, their friendship deepened by the challenges they had overcome. They learned to appreciate their distinct perspectives, finding joy in each other's company. Mira taught Kale the thrill of adventure, while Kale showed Mira the beauty of stillness. As the days passed, they discovered that true friendship was like the crystal trees of Lyriel, resilient and beautiful, thriving through the harmony of its diverse elements. And as they sat together under the starlit sky, with the soft hum of the crystals enveloping them, they knew that they were no longer just travelers from distant worlds, but companions united by a bond as enduring as the universe itself. And so in the gentle embrace of Lyriel's enchanted forest, the unlikely companions found their true home, not in a place, but in each other. As they gazed at the twinkling stars above, their hearts were filled with warmth, for they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a treasure that would guide them on countless adventures yet to come. Story 81. In the serene village of Elderglen, nestled within an embrace of ancient whispering woods, there lay a secret known only to the very old and the very wise. This secret was not a matter of simple gossip or lore, but a profound truth that shimmered silently beneath the surface of everyday life. For in Elderglen, there was a hidden world, a tapestry woven from threads of magic and nature, existing just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The village itself was a picture of quaint charm, with cobblestone paths winding through rows of thatched-roof cottages. The air was perpetually scented with the earthy aroma of moss and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. It was a place where time seemed to stretch languidly, each moment unfolding with gentle grace. Within this village dwelled a young girl named Leora. She was known for her bright, curious eyes that seemed to capture the very essence of the forest, and for her insatiable thirst for the stories told by the elders around the village bonfire. Leora's heart was woven with dreams of adventure, tales of hidden worlds, and the subtle magic that whispered to her on the breeze. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora sat at the feet of her grandmother, the wisest of Elderglen's storytellers. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow upon the faces gathered around. "Tell us the story of the wishing tree, grandmother," Leora begged, her voice a melody of eagerness and wonder. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a light that seemed to come from the stars themselves. "Ah, the wishing tree," she began, her voice as soft and soothing as the rustle of leaves. "It stands deep within the heart of the forest, where the world of men and the world of magic meet. They say that its trunk is etched with ancient runes, and its boughs reach up to kiss the heavens. Those who find it and listen closely may hear it speak, for it grants a single wish to the pure of heart." Leora's heart beat with the rhythm of 1,000 possibilities. She longed to see this mythical tree, to stand beneath its mighty branches and hear the secrets it whispered. But the path to the wishing tree was said to be treacherous, guarded by the mysteries of the forest itself. As the embers of the fire began to glow dimly, Leora's mind was made. She would seek the wishing tree, not for a wish of grandeur, but to understand the magic that danced around her, just out of reach. The next morning, with the first light of dawn peeking over the horizon, Leora set out on her journey. Her grandmother's words were a gentle echo in her mind, a guiding light as she stepped into the embrace of the forest. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the songs of birds and the gentle hum of life awakening. Leora walked with a purposeful stride, her senses alive to the beauty around her. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. The path beneath her feet was soft and yielding, carpeted with a tapestry of fallen leaves. She felt the warmth of the sun on her skin, and the gentle caress of the breeze as it played with her hair. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Leora encountered creatures both familiar and strange. A family of deer watched her from the shadows, their eyes gentle and curious. A squirrel chattered noisily as it darted through the branches, pausing only to regard her with a knowing glance. But it was not long before the forest began to change. The path grew narrower and more tangled, the light dimming as the canopy thickened overhead. A sense of mystery hung in the air, a feeling that she was stepping into a world that existed just beyond the reach of human understanding. It was then that Leora met him, a creature unlike any she had ever imagined. He was a fox, but more than a fox. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, a rich tapestry of russet and gold. His eyes were bright and intelligent, filled with a depth that seemed to hold the wisdom of the forest itself. "Greetings, young traveler," he said, his voice a gentle rumble that resonated through the air. "I am Thorn, guardian of these woods. What brings you to this sacred place?" Leora paused, her heart steady and calm despite the enchantment of the moment. "I seek the wishing tree," she replied, her voice clear and unwavering. Thorn regarded her with a thoughtful gaze, his eyes searching her soul. "The path to the wishing tree is not easily trodden," he warned. "It is a journey of the heart, where courage and kindness are tested." Leora nodded, understanding the weight of his words. "I know," she said softly, "but I wish to see it, to hear its stories and learn from its wisdom." The fox tilted his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Very well, Leora of Elderglen. I shall guide you, but remember, the forest holds many truths. Listen well, and you may find more than you seek." With Thorn as her guide, Leora continued her journey. The forest seemed to open up before them, revealing hidden paths and secret glades. They spoke little, but the silence between them was comfortable, filled with the symphony of nature. As they walked, Thorn shared stories of the forest, the ancient trees that had stood for centuries, the streams that sang with the voices of the earth, and the creatures that danced in the moonlight. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with an appreciation for the interconnectedness of all life. They walked for what seemed like hours, the forest changing around them in subtle ways. Eventually, they reached a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal light. At its center stood the wishing tree, just as her grandmother had described, tall and majestic, its branches reaching for the sky. Leora approached it with reverence, her eyes tracing the intricate runes that adorned its trunk. She could feel the magic in the air, a living, breathing presence that filled her with awe. "Speak your wish, Leora," Thorn encouraged gently. But Leora hesitated. For in that moment, standing before the wishing tree, she realized that what she truly sought was not a wish granted, but an understanding of the magic that lay within herself and the world around her. "I wish to know the stories of the forest," she said finally, her voice filled with quiet conviction. "To learn from its wisdom and carry it with me always." The wishing tree seemed to shimmer with approval, its leaves rustling softly in response. And in that moment, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the world that was profound and eternal. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of gold and amber, Leora and Thorn made their way back to Elderglen. The journey had changed her, opening her heart and mind to the wonders that lay hidden in plain sight. When they reached the edge of the village, Thorn paused, his eyes meeting hers with a gentle understanding. "The forest will always be with you, Leora," he said softly. "Its stories are your stories now." With a nod of gratitude, Leora turned towards home, her heart light and her spirit alight with the magic of the forest. She knew that she would carry this journey with her always, a reminder of the wisdom and beauty that surrounded her. And as she lay in bed that night, listening to the gentle sigh of the wind through the trees, Leora understood that the true magic lay not in wishes granted, but in the friendships forged, the wisdom gained, and the journey itself. In Elderglen, the wishing tree stood silent and serene, its stories unfolding in the hearts of those who dared to seek them. And for Leora, the world was forever changed, filled with the promise of adventure, the beauty of nature, and the unending wonder of life's mysteries. Story 82. In the heart of an ancient forest where sunlight trickled like golden syrup through the canopy, there existed a world unseen by most. This was the realm of the Sylvan Dwellers, a community of gentle creatures who lived in perfect harmony with their surroundings. Their homes were nestled within the towering oaks and beneath the soft, mossy blankets that covered the forest floor. It was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and rich, damp earth, and where the songs of birds wove through the trees like a melodic tapestry. Among the Sylvan Dwellers was a wise old tortoise named Brindle. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns, each marking a story from his long life. Brindle's eyes, though aged, sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 campfire tales. He was the keeper of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through generations, and his gentle presence was a comfort to all who knew him. Brindle lived beside a crystal-clear brook that whispered secrets as it meandered through the ferns. His closest companion was a young squirrel named Willow, whose fur was as soft as autumn leaves. Willow possessed a curious spirit and an unyielding heart, often bounding from tree to tree, eager to learn about the world around her. One day, as the first hints of spring painted the forest in shades of green, an unusual phenomenon began to unfold. Tiny, iridescent lights flickered between the branches, as if the stars had descended to dance among the trees. These were the luminescent moths, a rare sight said to bring messages from the changing seasons. The forest buzzed with excitement, and creatures gathered to witness the spectacle. The luminescent moths were known to appear only when the balance of the forest was at its most delicate, serving as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. Their appearance signified a time of transition, when the wisdom of the past would guide the future. Brindle, sensing the importance of this event, called the Sylvan Dwellers together beneath the grand oak, a tree so ancient its roots seemed to cradle the very earth. As the moths twinkled overhead, he shared a story from the days of his youth, a tale of the 4 seasons and their guardians. Long ago, the 4 seasons were not just markers of time, but were embodied by powerful beings who nurtured the forest. Spring, the gentle maiden, brought life with her touch, awakening the slumbering seeds. Summer, the vibrant youth, filled the world with warmth and vitality. Autumn, the wise elder, painted the leaves in hues of gold and taught the lesson of letting go. Winter, the quiet sage, wrapped the forest in a blanket of peace, offering rest and reflection. Each season had its own challenges and gifts, and together they maintained the balance of nature. However, as time passed, the guardians grew weary, and their influence began to wane. It was then that they entrusted their wisdom to the creatures of the forest, believing that harmony would be preserved through unity and understanding. As Brindle's tale unfolded, The luminescent moth seemed to pulse in rhythm with his words, casting a magical glow upon the gathering. Willow listened intently, her eyes wide with wonder. She realized that the story was not just about the past, but a lesson for the present, a reminder that every creature, no matter how small, played a role in the tapestry of life. The following morning, as the forest awoke to the gentle murmur of the brook and the rustle of leaves in the breeze, Willow set out on a journey. Her heart was full of determination to discover her place in the balance of the forest. She visited the wise owls who nested high in the ancient trees, seeking their counsel on how to preserve the harmony Brindle spoke of. The owls, with their deep, knowing eyes, told her of the importance of listening to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. They explained how the forest spoke in its own language, one that could be understood only through patience and attentiveness. Inspired by their wisdom, Willow began to notice the subtle signs around her, the way the flowers turned their faces to the sun, how the brook sang a little louder after a rain, and the way the trees swayed in conversation with the wind. She learned to move with the rhythm of the forest, becoming one with its ebb and flow. In time, Willow's efforts bore fruit. She shared her newfound knowledge with others, teaching them to see the beauty in the small, ordinary wonders of the forest. Under her guidance, the Sylvan dwellers planted new seeds, nurtured the old, and celebrated each season with gratitude and joy. As the years passed, the luminescent moths continued to visit the forest, but their appearances became less a sign of imbalance and more a celebration of the unity and peace that had been achieved. The Sylvan dwellers, led by Willow and guided by Brindle's wisdom, had created a sanctuary where nature thrived in harmony, a testament to the power of friendship, understanding, and respect for the natural world. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the story of the Sylvan dwellers lived on, a gentle reminder that the world is woven from the threads of countless lives, each one contributing to the harmony of the whole. As the sun set, casting a warm, golden glow over the forest, the creatures settled into their homes, comforted by the knowledge that they were part of something beautiful and eternal. Story 83. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, there lived a young girl named Lily. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle hum of bees echoed through the fields. Each house in the village was unique, painted in soft pastel hues, and adorned with gardens that burst into a riot of colors with each passing season. Lily was known throughout the village for her curiosity and kindness. She had a mop of curly auburn hair that caught the sunlight like a halo, and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. She lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman who often told tales of the magical world hidden within the very heart of the forest that bordered their village. The forest, with its towering trees and whispering leaves, held a mystery that had fascinated Lily since she was a child. Grandmother's stories spoke of a hidden world, a place where creatures of legend dwelled and ancient secrets lay buried beneath the moss and loam. It was said that only those with pure hearts and a thirst for discovery could find their way there. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced and swirled in shades of amber and gold, Lily set off into the forest. She wore a cloak of deep green that matched the forest's hues, and around her neck hung a small pendant, a gift from her grandmother, said to hold the power to reveal the unseen. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the sun filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns on the forest floor. The symphony of birds and the rustle of leaves accompanied Lily as she walked, each step taking her further into the unknown. After hours of wandering, Lily stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and turned like the fingers of an old hand. The air around the tree shimmered with a peculiar energy, and as Lily approached, she noticed something glistening at its base. Beneath the oak, half buried in the earth, was a stone unlike any other. It was smooth and warm to the touch, emanating a gentle light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Entranced, Lily reached out and lifted the stone, feeling a surge of warmth spread through her fingers and into her heart. The moment she held the stone, the world around her seemed to blur, and Lily found herself standing in a realm of wonder. The forest had transformed. Colors were more vibrant. The air was filled with the fragrance of honey and wildflowers, and the gentle sounds of a hidden world enveloped her. Creatures of legend, those she had only heard of in her grandmother's tales, roamed the land. A gentle breeze carried the laughter of fairies flitting among the flowers, their wings casting rainbows in the sunlight. A majestic stag, with antlers adorned with ivy and blossoms, watched her with wise eyes, a silent guardian of this magical realm. As Lily marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed a path leading deeper into the forest, beckoning her to follow. With the stone held tightly in her hand, she walked the path, feeling as though she was being drawn to something important. The path led her to a glen where a serene pond lay nestled among the trees. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and the surrounding foliage. Sitting by the pond was a creature unlike any she had ever imagined, a fox, with fur that glimmered like silver and eyes that shone with the light of 1,000 stars. "Welcome, young traveler," the fox spoke, its voice soft and soothing. "You have found your way to the Heartwood, a place hidden from those who do not seek with their hearts." Lily was awestruck, but managed to ask, "Why have I been brought here?" The fox smiled, a gentle curve of its lips. "You hold in your hand the stone of seeing. It has chosen you to uncover the mysteries of this realm and to learn the wisdom it holds. But remember, the greatest magic lies not in what is seen, but in what is felt and understood." With those words, the fox began to tell Lily of the Heartwood's history, of how it was a sanctuary for creatures and spirits who lived in harmony with nature. It spoke of the balance that maintained the world and the importance of preserving it. As Lily listened, she felt a deep connection to the Heartwood and its inhabitants. She realized that the stone had not only revealed this hidden world, but had also opened her heart to the beauty and fragility of the world around her. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, as Lily learned from the fox and explored the Heartwood. She met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with a story to tell and a lesson to impart. She discovered that the forest was not just a collection of trees and wildlife, but a living, breathing entity with its own soul. Through her journey, Lily grew in wisdom and understanding. She learned the importance of friendship, of caring for the world and its creatures, and of listening to the quiet whispers of nature. And with each lesson, the stone in her hand glowed brighter, reflecting the light that grew within her. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the fox approached Lily once more. "It is time for you to return to your world," it said gently. "But remember, the Heartwood will always be a part of you. Carry its lessons with you, and share them with those who have yet to see." Lily nodded, her heart full of gratitude and love for the fox and the magical realm. With a final farewell, she closed her eyes, clutching the stone to her chest. When she opened them again, she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing sentinel above her. The stone in her hand had lost its glow, but the warmth remained, a reminder of the journey she had taken and the world she had discovered. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lily made her way back to the village, her heart alight with the wisdom of the Heartwood. She shared her stories and lessons with anyone who would listen, spreading the magic of the hidden world and reminding her village of the beauty that lay within and around them. And so, Lily lived her life as a guardian of the balance between worlds, her heart forever open to the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The Heartwood remained a secret to most, but to those who listened with their hearts, its magic was always near, whispering of friendship, wisdom, and the eternal dance of life. And as the stars twinkled above, the village slept soundly, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest, its dreams filled with the promise of the Heartwood and the kindness of a young girl named Lily. Story 84. In a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle bend of a crystal-clear river, there lived a young woman named Marin. The village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden cottages, was a place where time seemed to move a little slower. where the air was always perfumed with the scent of lavender and freshly baked bread. Marin was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, but she carried with her a quiet fear of change. She loved the village, with its familiar faces and comforting routines, and the thought of anything altering this delicate balance made her uneasy. She often found solace at the riverbank, where she could lose herself in the lullaby of water gently caressing the stones. One golden autumn afternoon, while Marin sat under an ancient willow tree, she noticed something unusual. A shimmering light danced across the river's surface, sparkling like 1,000 tiny stars. As she watched, entranced, a small, luminescent creature emerged from the water. A water sprite, no larger than a hummingbird, with iridescent wings that glistened in the sun. "Greetings, Marin," the sprite chimed, its voice like tinkling bells. "I am Lyra, guardian of this river. I sense your heart is burdened by fear of change." Marin was taken aback, her cheeks flushing as if the sprite had peeked into her very soul. I suppose I am," she admitted, her voice barely a whisper. Lyra fluttered closer, a trail of sparkling mist following in her wake. "Change, dear Marin, is as inevitable as the river's flow. It can be daunting, but it also brings growth and beauty." Marin listened, captivated by Lyra's gentle wisdom. "But how do I embrace it without fear?" she asked, her fingers nervously tracing patterns in the soft earth. "Let me show you," Lyra said, her eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. With a graceful flick of her wings, she cast a spell that enveloped Marin in a warm golden glow. As the light faded, Marin found herself transformed. Her senses were heightened. She could hear the whispers of the leaves, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, and see the hidden magic in the world around her. "The world is full of wonders," Lyra explained, "but to see them, you must open your heart to change." With her newfound perception, Marin began to explore the village and its surroundings with fresh eyes. She discovered the hidden beauty in the cracks of the cobblestones, where tiny flowers dared to bloom, and the symphony of life in the forest, where each rustle and chirp was part of a grand orchestration. As she journeyed, Marin encountered a diverse array of creatures. Wise owls who shared stories of ancient times, playful squirrels who taught her the joy of spontaneity, and even a gentle fox who, with a soft nudge, encouraged her to trust her instincts. Through these encounters, Marin learned valuable lessons. From the owls, she understood the importance of embracing the past while remaining open to the future. The squirrels showed her the beauty of living in the moment, and the fox demonstrated the power of intuition and courage. Slowly, Marin's fear began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation for the changes that lay ahead. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but rather a natural part of life, much like the seasons shifting from one to the next. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marin returned to the riverbank. Lyra awaited her there, her wings catching the last light of day. "Thank you, Lyra," Marin said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've helped me see the world anew." "You did it yourself, Marin," Lyra replied, her smile as radiant as the moonrise. "You embraced change with an open heart and found your own path." With those words, Lyra gifted Marin a small, iridescent feather, a token of their journey and a reminder of the magic within. As Marin tucked the feather into her pocket, she felt a deep sense of peace. She knew that while the path ahead was ever-changing, she was ready to face it with wisdom, curiosity, and an open heart. And as she walked back to the village, the stars began to twinkle above, guiding her home with a gentle, reassuring light. Story 85. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary on the surface, she harbored a secret that would change the course of her destiny forever. Willow had discovered an enchanted acorn, a relic from the old ways when magic still flowed freely through the land. At first, she thought nothing of it, until one night, as she drifted off to sleep, cradling the acorn in her palm, she was transported into a wondrous dream realm. In this ethereal world, towering trees with golden leaves swayed in a gentle breeze, their branches reaching towards a sky painted in hues of lavender and amber. Willow found herself standing before a majestic oak, its trunk adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and dance before her eyes. "Welcome, young one," A deep, resonant voice echoed from the tree itself. "You have awakened the ancient magic that slumbers within the heart of this forest." Willow's eyes widened with awe and trepidation. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. The oak spirit chuckled, its branches rustling like the laughter of 1,000 leaves. "I am the guardian of these woodlands, and you, my dear, have been chosen to embark on a sacred journey." Thus began Willow's extraordinary adventure, guided by the wise oak spirit and the mystical acorn that served as her talisman. Each night, as she drifted into slumber, she found herself transported into the dream realm, her path unfolding like a tapestry woven with magic and wonder. In her travels, Willow encountered wondrous creatures and hidden realms that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. She befriended a mischievous fairy named Zephyr, who taught her the secrets of the wind and how to soar among the treetops. She ventured into the underground kingdom of the earthen folk, where she learned to commune with the roots and stones that formed the bones of the land. Yet, with each new discovery, Willow also faced daunting challenges that tested her courage and resilience. A shadowy force threatened to extinguish the magic that flowed through the dream realm, and it fell upon Willow's shoulders to unravel the mystery and restore the balance. Along the way, she forged unbreakable bonds of friendship with her newfound companions, each offering their unique strengths and perspectives. Together, they embarked on a quest that took them across mystical landscapes, facing treacherous obstacles and cunning adversaries who sought to thwart their mission. Through it all, Willow's unwavering determination and the power of the enchanted acorn guided her path. With each obstacle overcome, she grew wiser and more attuned to the ancient magic that pulsed through the veins of the forest. As her journey neared its climax, Willow found herself standing before the ancient oak once more, its branches heavy with the weight of centuries. The shadowy force had been revealed as a dark spirit, born from the greed and neglect of those who had forgotten the ways of the old world. In a final, desperate battle, Willow called upon the combined strength of her allies and the power of the enchanted acorn. With a blinding flash of light, she shattered the dark spirit's hold, restoring the flow of magic to the dream realm and awakening the slumbering spirits of the forest. When Willow opened her eyes, she found herself back in her bed, the enchanted acorn cradled in her palm. But she knew that her journey had forever altered the course of her life. The magic she had witnessed, the friendships she had forged, and the lessons she had learned would forever be a part of her. From that day forward, Willow walked with a newfound sense of wonder and reverence for the natural world. She shared her experiences with others, inspiring them to appreciate the hidden marvels that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And deep within the forest, the ancient oak stood tall and proud, its branches swaying in the breeze, whispering tales of a young girl's extraordinary journey and the enduring power of magic, friendship, and the resilience of the human spirit. Story 86. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same twinkle as the evening stars, and her heart was as vast as the sky itself. Lila loved nothing more than to explore the meadows and woods surrounding her home, but it was the mysterious enchanted glade that captured her imagination the most, a place spoken of in hushed tones and whispered tales. One soft summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila decided it was time to discover the secrets of the enchanted glade. With a gentle breeze caressing her face, she set off down the winding path that led beyond the edge of the village, her feet dancing over the mossy ground, as if guided by some unseen force. The path soon led her into a forest where the trees stood tall and ancient, their leaves whispering stories of old. Fireflies flickered like tiny lanterns, casting a warm amber glow that lit her way. As Lila ventured deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, creating a symphony of aromas that mingled with the sweet notes of a distant brook. Suddenly the trees parted, revealing the enchanted glade. It was a sight of breathtaking wonder, a circular meadow blanketed in soft, velvety grass, with wildflowers in every imaginable color nodding in the gentle breeze. In the center stood a magnificent willow tree, its its branches cascading down like a curtain, shimmering with dew that glistened like diamonds in the moonlight. As Lila approached, she noticed the glade was teeming with whimsical creatures. Tiny, delicate fairies flitted about, their wings iridescent rainbows in the moonlight. A family of fluffy, moon-white rabbits played near the willow's roots, their eyes reflecting the gentle light, while a curious hedgehog ambled through the flowers, snuffling contentedly. Lila felt a flutter of excitement mixed with a hint of apprehension. She had never seen anything quite like this before, yet the glade exuded an air of welcome and warmth. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward and was greeted by a soft, melodious voice. "Welcome, dear Lila," chimed a fairy, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "We have been waiting for someone as brave and kind-hearted as you." Lila smiled, her nervousness melting away like morning mist. "Thank you," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've always dreamed of visiting this place." The fairies led her to a circle of soft, glowing mushrooms, where the air was filled with the soothing hum of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves. There, they introduced her to an array of enchanting creatures. A wise old owl whose eyes seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages, a family of squirrels who loved to chatter and play, and a mischievous fox who was known for his clever tricks. As the night wore on, Lila listened to stories of courage and friendship, of challenges met with kindness and wisdom. Each tale was a gentle reminder that the world was filled with wonders, waiting to be discovered by those with an open heart and a curious spirit. In the glow of the moonlight, Lila faced her own gentle challenge. The fairies asked her to help them weave a tapestry of dreams, a task that required patience, creativity, and a touch of magic. As she worked, Lila realized that the threads of the tapestry were much like the threads of life, each one unique and beautiful, yet all coming together to create something extraordinary. With the tapestry complete, the creatures of the glade gathered around to admire their masterpiece, and Lila felt a sense of accomplishment and belonging that warmed her heart like the first rays of dawn. As the first light of morning crept over the horizon, Lila knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, promising to visit again. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed brighter, the world more vibrant, as if the glade had shared a part of its enchantment with her. Lila arrived home just as the village awoke, her heart full of the night's adventures. She knew that courage and exploration often led to the most wondrous places, and that true magic lay not just in the places she discovered, but in the friendships she forged and the wisdom she gained. From that day on, Lila carried the spirit of the enchanted glade with her, a reminder that the world was full of mysteries and marvels, waiting for those who dared to explore them with an open heart. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, she dreamed of new adventures and the gentle, welcoming glade that had become her secret haven. And so, in the quiet of the night, with stars twinkling above and a soft breeze whispering through the trees, Lila's story became a lullaby. A gentle reminder that courage and curiosity could lead to the most magical of places, and that every journey, no matter how small, was a step towards something truly extraordinary. The end. Story 87. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowwood, where cobblestone paths wound through lush gardens and cottages with thatched roofs, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curious heart and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she saw the world a little differently than others. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and forests that surrounded her home, always on the lookout for something new and wondrous. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila wandered into the heart of the ancient forest that bordered Willowwood. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. As she walked, Lila's foot struck something hard, hidden beneath a layer of fallen leaves. Curious, she knelt down to uncover a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled light. Gently, she opened the box and found inside a delicate silver ring, its band twisted into the shape of a vine with tiny leaves. As she slipped it onto her finger, Lila felt a curious warmth spread through her hand. The ring, it seemed, was no ordinary trinket. With each step she took, Lila now found herself moving faster, as if the very wind carried her forward. Excited and a bit bewildered, Lila rushed home to the cozy cottage where she lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who always had a comforting story or a cup of chamomile tea at the ready. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Leela shared her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with a wisdom that seemed as ancient as the forest itself. "Ah, the ring of echoing winds," she said softly. "It is said to be a gift from the spirits of the forest, granting the wearer the ability to travel as swiftly as the breeze." Lila's heart swelled with wonder and a small flicker of apprehension. "But why was it given to me, grandmother?" Her grandmother took Leela's hand, her touch warm and reassuring. "Perhaps it is because you have a journey of your own to undertake, my dear. A journey where you will need the wisdom of the winds and the strength of your heart." And so, with her grandmother's blessing and the ring snug on her finger, Lila set out the next morning, her heart a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Her path led her deeper into the forest, where the trees whispered secrets and the streams sang songs only the heart could hear. Along the way, she met a peculiar pair of friends, a fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose eyes sparkled with mischief, and a wise old crow called Corvin, whose feathers gleamed like polished ebony. Pip was full of energy and chatter, always leaping from branch to branch, while Corvin spoke in slow, thoughtful cadences, his keen eyes noticing even the smallest details. Together they followed ancient trails and hidden paths, guided by the ring's gentle pull and the forest's murmured directions. As they journeyed, Lila learned to listen with more than just her ears, to the rhythms of the earth and the melodies of the wind. Their path eventually led them to the Forest of Whispers, a place shrouded in mist and mystery. It was here, Lila knew, that her challenge awaited. A great oak, older than time itself, stood at the heart of the forest. Its branches stretched wide, and its bark was carved with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The Oak of Whispers, as Corvin called it, held the answers to the mysteries of the forest, but it would only speak to those who asked the right questions. Lila approached the tree with a quiet confidence, the ring humming softly on her finger. Remembering her grandmother's words, Lila realized that the challenge before her was not one of strength or speed, but of understanding. Closing her eyes, she listened closely, letting the whispers of the forest guide her heart. "What is it you seek, child of the forest?" The oak's deep voice rumbled, like the echo of distant thunder. Lila took a deep breath, feeling the presence of her friends close by, their quiet support lending her strength. "I seek to know how to protect the beauty and balance of this forest, to understand the secrets that will help it thrive." The oak's leaves rustled, a gentle laughter in the wind. "Then you must learn the language of the heart, for it is within kindness and wisdom that true strength lies. Go forth with love and respect, and the forest will reveal its secrets to you." With those words, the oak's glow brightened, and the mist began to lift, revealing a path that wound its way back through the forest, lined with flowers and vibrant life. Lila, Pip, and Corvin returned to Willowwood, their hearts lighter and their bond stronger. As they walked, Lila felt a profound change within her, a deeper understanding of the world, and a commitment to nurture and protect the wonders she had discovered. Back at her grandmother's cottage, the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting a golden glow around the room. Lila shared her tale, her eyes alight with the joy of discovery and the peace that came from knowing her place in the world. As the night settled in, Lila lay in her bed, the ring resting on her bedside table, its soft glow a reminder of the magic that lay within and around her. She drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the whisper of leaves and the song of the wind, content in the knowledge that she was exactly where she needed to be, part of a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the heart's wisdom was the greatest magic of all. And so the village of Willowwood continued to thrive, watched over by a girl who had learned the language of the heart, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest, and the promise of new wonders yet to be discovered. Story 88. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. She had always been a cautious soul, content to stay within the safety of her cozy burrow and familiar routines. Yet, deep down, she sensed a stirring, a yearning for something more, like a seed waiting to bloom. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow munched on her breakfast of tender greens, a shimmering light danced across her den. Curious, she followed the radiant beam outside, where it led her to a towering oak tree. At its base sat a wizened old owl, his feathers glowing with an ethereal shimmer. "Greetings, Willow," the owl spoke in a gentle yet resonant voice. "I am Sage, keeper of the ancient wisdom. I've come to guide you on a journey of transformation." Willow's heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "But I've never ventured far from home," she admitted, her paws fidgeting against the soft earth. Sage gave her a warm, reassuring look. "Change can be daunting, my dear, but within you lies a hidden potential, waiting to unfurl like a delicate blossom." With a sweep of his wing, Sage revealed a magnificent trail of shimmering dust, winding through the forest. "Follow this path, and you'll discover the magic within yourself," he said before taking flight, his words lingering like a whispered promise. Mustering her courage, Willow set forth, her paws treading cautiously upon the luminous trail. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with every tree and flower pulsing with a gentle radiance. As she journeyed deeper, Willow encountered a series of challenges, each one mirroring the growth she needed to undertake. A tangled thicket of thorns blocked her path, but as she bravely pushed through, the scratches on her fur healed, leaving behind a shimmering coat. A raging river threatened to sweep her away, but as she surrendered to its current, she found herself gliding effortlessly upon its surface. Throughout her trials, Willow was accompanied by a kind-hearted deer named Aspen and a wise old tortoise, Sage. Aspen's gentle encouragement reminded Willow of her inner strength, while Sage offered ancient wisdom to guide her way. With each obstacle overcome, Willow felt a transformation taking place within her. The fears and doubts that had once held her back melted away, replaced by a newfound confidence and a deeper understanding of herself. Finally, Willow arrived at a tranquil glade, where a shimmering pool reflected the golden hues of the setting sun. As she gazed into its depths, she saw her reflection transformed, a radiant, glowing rabbit with a serene yet powerful presence. Sage and Aspen appeared beside her, their forms now glowing with the same ethereal light. "Do you see now, Willow?" Sage asked, his voice filled with pride. "The magic you sought was within you all along." Willow nodded, her eyes shining with wonder and gratitude. "I understand now. The journey wasn't about changing who I am, but about embracing my true self." Aspen nuzzled her gently. "And will always be here to remind you of that magic, dear friend." As the three friends basked in the warm glow of the glade, Willow felt a profound sense of peace and contentment. She had faced her fears, discovered her inner strength, and emerged transformed, not just on the outside, but deep within her very soul. From that day forward, Willow carried the radiance of her journey wherever she went, inspiring others with her courage and wisdom. For she had learned that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the beauty of personal growth and the power of embracing one's authentic self. Story 89. In the quaint village of Everwood, nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a girl named Marin. Her home was a small, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the woods, where the scent of pine and fresh earth was as familiar as the warmth of her grandmother's knitted blankets. Marin was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and the way she listened to the forest, as if it spoke only to her. Every evening, as the sun cast a golden glow over the treetops, Marin would wander into the woods, her footsteps soft and careful, her heart open to the whispers of the wind. She believed there was magic in the forest, hidden in the rustling leaves and the murmurs of the brook that wound its way through the trees. And indeed, it was on one such evening that Marin discovered something extraordinary. As she meandered along her favorite path, a glint of light caught her eye. Beneath the roots of an ancient oak, she found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the fading light. Marin picked it up, feeling a warmth emanate from the box that pulsed gently against her palms. Curiosity piqued. She carefully opened the lid, revealing a delicate, shimmering key. The key was unlike any she had seen before, fashioned from a metal that seemed to shift between silver and gold, depending on how the light struck it. As she held it, a soft melody filled the air, notes that sang of distant places and untold stories. Marin felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging to uncover the secrets this key held. That night, as she lay tucked beneath her quilt, the key resting on her bedside table, Marin dreamed of a world bathed in moonlight, where trees towered like giants and rivers sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. In this dream she wandered freely, guided by the melody that had first enchanted her. When she awoke, the song lingered in her mind, and she knew she had to find the door that this key would unlock. Determined to solve the mystery, Marin set out the next morning with her key tucked safely in her pocket. She visited the village library, a quiet haven filled with the scent of old paper and the soft glow of oil lamps. The librarian, Mr. Alden, a kindly man with spectacles perched on his nose, greeted her with a warm smile. "What brings you here today, Marin?" he asked, his voice as gentle as the rustling pages of a book. Marin showed him the key and shared her dream, her eyes alight with wonder. Mr. Alden listened intently, nodding as she spoke. "Ah, I see," he said thoughtfully. "This key might be the answer to an old legend I once read about. It said that deep within the forest lies a hidden realm, the enchanted glade, accessible only to those with a heart pure enough to hear its call." Intrigued and encouraged by Mr. Alden's words, Marin spent the afternoon poring over books, searching for any mention of the enchanted glade. She read about the ancient beings who once guarded it, protectors of nature who could shape the world with their songs. As the afternoon sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the pages, Marin felt a deep connection to the tales, as if they were speaking directly to her. With newfound resolve, Marin decided to set out on a journey to find this hidden world. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her grandmother's compass, which always pointed true. As she prepared to leave, a soft, insistent meow caught her attention. There at the door sat Whiskers, her loyal feline companion, his green eyes watching her with an unspoken understanding. "You want to come too, don't you?" Marin smiled, scooping him up. Together, they set off into the forest, the key's melody guiding their path. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the gentle rush of the brook. Marin followed the melody, her steps confident, her heart buoyed by the promise of discovery. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. Whiskers padded alongside her, occasionally darting off to chase a falling leaf or a scurrying insect. His presence was a comfort, a reminder that she was not alone in this quest. The path wound on, twisting and turning, until they reached a clearing where the air felt different, charged with a subtle energy, a hint of magic that made the hairs on Marin's arms stand on end. In the center of the clearing stood a door, seemingly carved from the very heart of the forest. Vines and flowers adorned its frame, and at its center was a lock that perfectly matched the key Marin carried. Her heart pounded with anticipation as she approached, her fingers trembling slightly as she inserted the key into the lock. With a gentle turn, the door swung open, revealing a world that took Marin's breath away. The enchanted glade was like nothing she had ever imagined, a place where the sky was a deep, rich indigo, and the air shimmered with the light of countless fireflies. Trees that seemed to touch the heavens surrounded a meadow carpeted with flowers that glowed with a soft luminescence, their colors shifting with the breeze. As Marin stepped through the door, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The melody that had guided her here was now part of the very air she breathed, a symphony of nature that resonated deep within her soul. Whiskers bounded ahead, his tail high, his movements as light as a feather. In the center of the glade stood a figure, tall and graceful, with hair that flowed like liquid silver and eyes that shone with the wisdom of ages. The figure smiled warmly at Marin, and though they had never met, Marin felt an immediate kinship, as if this being had known her all her life. "Welcome, Marin," the figure spoke, their voice a soft melody. "I am Alindra, guardian of the enchanted glade. You have found your way here because your heart is in tune with the music of the world, and that is a rare and precious gift." Marin felt a swell of emotion at Alindra's words, a sense of belonging that she had never quite felt before. "Thank you," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've always felt the forest calling to me, but I never knew why." Alindra nodded, their expression gentle. "The forest has always been your friend, Marin. It has watched over you, just as you have cared for it, and now it calls upon you to help maintain the balance of our world." Marin listened intently as Alindra explained the delicate harmony that sustained the enchanted glade. The natural world and this hidden realm were interconnected, and it was the role of the guardians to ensure that balance was preserved. But recently, an imbalance had begun to take hold, threatening to unravel the fabric of both worlds. "Something has disturbed the harmony," Alindra continued, a note of concern in their voice. "A shadow has crept into the heart of the forest, and it seeks to spread its influence. We need your help to restore the balance." Marin felt a flutter of apprehension, but it was swiftly replaced by determination. She had always felt a connection to the forest, and now she understood why. "What must I do?" she asked, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Alindra smiled, their eyes filled with gratitude. "You must journey to the heart of the forest, where the shadow has taken root. There, you will find a sacred tree, the source of our world's magic. With your heart and the melody that guides you, you can dispel the darkness and restore the light." With a sense of purpose, Marin set off once more, guided by the melody that now felt like a part of her very being. Whiskers trotted alongside her, his presence a constant source of comfort and courage. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the trees loomed larger, their branches casting intricate patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The path was not always easy, but Marin's spirit remained steadfast. She encountered streams that babbled with ancient secrets, and glens where deer grazed peacefully, their eyes reflecting a trust that bolstered her resolve. At times, the shadow made its presence known, a chill that seeped into the air, but Marin held firm, her heart guided by the song that had led her to this journey. After what felt like days, they arrived at a clearing where the light barely penetrated. At its center stood the sacred tree, its trunk broad and ancient, its branches stretching skyward like the arms of a guardian. But now the tree was shrouded in a dark mist, its vibrant leaves dulled and withered. Marin approached the tree, the melody within her rising to a crescendo. She placed her hand on its bark, feeling a pulse of life beneath her fingers, a heartbeat that matched her own. Closing her eyes, she let the song flow through her, a harmony that resonated with the very essence of the forest. As the melody reached its peak, the shadow began to retreat, its tendrils unwinding from the tree, dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Light returned to the glade, the leaves regaining their lush green hue, the air once again filled with the gentle hum of life. Alindra appeared beside her, their expression one of deep gratitude. "You have restored the balance, Marin. The forest and the enchanted glade are forever in your debt." Marin smiled, her heart full of joy and contentment. She had found her place in the world, a calling that resonated with the deepest part of her soul. As she prepared to return to her village, Alindra bestowed upon her a small, glowing pendant, a token of the forest's gratitude. "Whenever you wear this, you will always be able to hear the song of the forest, and its magic will be with you." Marin accepted the gift with a grateful heart, knowing that her bond with the forest would never fade. As she and Whiskers made their way back through the woods, the trees seemed to whisper their thanks, the melody now a gentle, ever-present companion. Back in Everwood, life continued with its simple, comforting rhythm. But for Marin, everything had changed. She carried the magic of the enchanted glade within her, a connection that would guide her for all her days. Her journey had shown her the power of friendship, wisdom, and a heart in tune with nature's song. And so, each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Marin would wander into the woods, the melody of the forest her constant guide. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, her heart and the magic of the forest would always light her way. As the gentle glow of the moon bathed the village, Marin sat by her window, the pendant glowing softly against her skin. Whiskers curled up beside her, purring contentedly, his presence a warm reminder of the journey they had shared. And as she drifted into sleep, the forest sang her a lullaby, a promise of peace, a testament to the power of a heart in harmony with the world. Story 90. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a peaceful village, there was a small, cozy cottage with ivy trailing over its stone walls. Inside lived a young girl named Miriam, whose heart was as curious as it was kind. Miriam loved nothing more than exploring the meadow that stretched beyond her home, where the grass was as soft as a whisper and wildflowers danced in the breeze. One sunny morning, as golden rays spilled through her window, Miriam felt an irresistible pull to wander farther than she had ever gone before. She tied a ribbon around her sun hat, slipped on her well-worn boots, and set off with a skip in her step and a song in her heart. The meadow soon gave way to a forest, its canopy woven with leaves that shimmered like emeralds. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of branches swaying in the wind. As Miriam ventured deeper, she encountered a path lined with tiny twinkling lights that seemed to hover just above the ground. They flickered like stars fallen from the sky, leading her onward into the heart of the woods. Following the lights, Miriam found herself in a glen where the trees opened up to reveal a pond so clear it mirrored the sky. Dragonflies with wings like stained glass flitted above the water, casting colorful reflections that danced on the surface. As Miriam knelt by the pond, she noticed a peculiar creature peering back at her from beneath the lily pads. It was a small, round turtle with a shell that sparkled like polished jewels. "Hello there," Miriam said softly, her voice gentle as a lullaby. The turtle blinked its wise eyes and spoke in a voice that sounded like the rustling leaves. "Greetings, young traveler. I am Tully, guardian of this enchanted glen. What brings you to our hidden haven?" Miriam shared her tale of wanderlust and the desire to see the world beyond her village. Tully nodded, sensing the spark of courage within her. "You have a brave heart," Tully said, "and this is a place where courage is rewarded. But remember, true exploration is not just about seeing new sights, but understanding the world and oneself." With that, Tully beckoned her to follow. Together they journeyed through the glen, where Miriam marveled at wonders she had never imagined. She met a family of cloud-like creatures called pufflings, who floated above the ground and sang in harmonious tones that could soothe any soul. They taught her a song of the forest, which she hummed to herself as she walked. Further along their path, they came upon a grove of ancient trees with bark that glimmered like silver under the midday sun. Here, a gentle breeze carried the scent of honey and fresh rain. From the branches, a pair of owls with feathers flecked with moonlight watched over them, their eyes filled with wisdom. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Tully led Miriam to a small hill that overlooked the entire glen. She sat down, feeling the earth cool beneath her, and watched as the first stars began to twinkle above. "You've journeyed far today," Tully said, settling beside her. "What have you learned?" Miriam thought for a moment, her heart full of the day's wonders. "I've discovered that the world is filled with magic, and that every place, no matter how small, has its own story to tell. I've learned that courage is not just in the daring to explore, but in the kindness shared with those we meet along the way." Tully smiled, a warm and knowing smile that reached his eyes. "You've learned well, young one. Remember, the spirit of exploration resides not just in the places you go, but in the friendships you make and the wisdom you gain." Miriam nodded, feeling a gentle peace settle over her. As the stars grew brighter, she knew it was time to return home. She thanked Tully and the creatures of the glen for their kindness and promised to visit again. With her heart full of gratitude and contentment, Miriam made her way back through the forest, the twinkling lights now guiding her home. As she stepped through the meadow, the moon cast a silver glow, and the world seemed to hum with a quiet, joyous song. That night, as Miriam tucked herself into bed, she closed her eyes and let the memories of the day wrap around her like a warm blanket. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the wonders that awaited her in the world beyond her cottage door. And so, with the spirit of courage and exploration kindled in her heart, Miriam's journey became a cherished tale, whispered softly in the village as a reminder that the world is vast and full of magic, waiting to be discovered by those with an open heart and a brave spirit. The end. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees leaned close to share secrets only the wind could carry, there nestled the quaint village of Amberglow. This village was known for its cobblestone streets that glistened like hidden gems under the moonlight, and its cozy cottages with chimneys that puffed out sweetly scented smoke. The air was always filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the soft trill of crickets serenading the night. Amberglow was a place of gentle magic, where the townsfolk lived in harmony with the enchanting creatures that called the woods their home. Among these creatures were the lumen fairies, whose wings shimmered like sunlight dancing on a still pond, and the wise old whispering owls, whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. On the outskirts of the village stood the cottage of young Rowan, a thoughtful and inquisitive soul with a heart as warm as the sun-dappled meadows. Rowan was known for her gentle nature and her knack for noticing the smallest of details, a skill she often used when helping the villagers solve their everyday puzzles. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle above, Rowan sat by the fireplace, sipping on a steaming cup of spice cider. The flames crackled softly, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Suddenly, there was a tapping at her window. She opened it to find a lumen fairy named Nissa, her wings glistening with urgency. "Rowan," Nissa whispered, her voice as light as a breeze through the leaves. "Strange things are afoot in the whispering woods. The fireflies have been dancing in peculiar patterns, and the mushrooms are glowing brighter than usual. The villagers are puzzled, and some are even a bit worried." Rowan, intrigued but calm, nodded thoughtfully. "Let's take a walk and see what we can find," she suggested, slipping on her cloak and stepping into the cool night air. As they wandered into the woods, the path was bathed in a silvery light, and the trees swayed gently as if in greeting. Nissa led the way, her wings lighting their path like tiny lanterns. Rowan noticed the fireflies indeed moving in curious spirals, and the mushrooms glowed with an unusual luminescence, casting an ethereal glow that painted the forest floor in shades of blue and green. Along their walk, they encountered Fen, the wise old whispering owl, perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were as soft as velvet, and his eyes twinkled with curiosity. What brings you here at this hour?" Fen inquired, tilting his head thoughtfully. Rowan explained the strange occurrences, and Fen listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "The woods have their own way of speaking," Fen mused. "Perhaps there is a message hidden within these patterns." Rowan paused, considering his words. What if the fireflies and mushrooms are trying to tell us something? Maybe it's a puzzle waiting to be solved. With Nissa fluttering beside her and Fen gliding silently overhead, Rowan continued deeper into the woods. She watched the fireflies more closely, noting how their dance seemed to form shapes and symbols. The mushrooms, too, seemed to pulse in a rhythm that was almost musical. Suddenly, a soft rustling in the underbrush caught Rowan's attention. From the shadows emerged a small creature, its fur as white as snow and eyes like sapphires. It was a moonhare, a rare and magical creature known for its gentle nature and mysterious wisdom. The moonhare approached cautiously, its nose twitching with curiosity. Rowan knelt down, extending a hand in welcome. The hare nuzzled her palm, leaving a faint shimmering trail of stardust behind. "It seems the woods want to guide us," Rowan whispered to Nissa and Fen. "Let's follow this moonhare." The moonhare led them to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a small circle of stones stood. At the center of this circle was a pool of water, clear as crystal and reflecting the night sky above. As they approached, Rowan noticed the fireflies converging above the pool, their lights flickering in a pattern that mirrored the constellations. Understanding dawned on Rowan like the first light of dawn. "It's a map," she said softly, tracing the pattern with her finger in the air. "The fireflies are showing us the way, and the mushrooms are marking the path." Fen hooted with approval, and Nissa danced with delight. The moonhare, content with its work, sat by the edge of the pool, watching with a serene gaze. With this newfound understanding, Rowan and her companions followed the map illuminated by the fireflies. They wound their way through the woods, each step guided by the gentle glow of the mushrooms. The path led them to a hidden grove, where a large, ancient tree stood at the center. The tree was unlike any Rowan had seen before. Its bark was silver, and its leaves shimmered like diamonds in the moonlight. As they drew closer, Rowan could hear a soft humming, a melody that seemed to resonate from the very heart of the tree. "This must be the source," Nissa whispered, her voice filled with awe. Rowan approached the tree and placed her hand upon its trunk. A warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a connection, as if the tree was sharing its wisdom with her. "The tree is singing," Rowan said softly. "It's a song of harmony, calling for balance between the magic of the woods and the village." With this revelation, Rowan understood the message of the strange occurrences. The fireflies and mushrooms were not causing mischief, but rather communicating the tree's desire for attention and care. Returning to the village, Rowan shared her discovery with the townsfolk. They listened with open hearts, grateful for the insight. The villagers agreed to take special care of the Whispering Woods, ensuring that the balance between magic and everyday life was maintained. In the nights that followed, the fireflies danced more joyfully, and the mushrooms glowed with a gentle, contented light. The moon hare visited Rowan often, bringing with it the peace of the woods, and the ancient tree, now cherished by the villagers, continued its song, a melody of unity that echoed through the Whispering Woods. As Rowan sat by her fireplace, sipping cider and watching the flames flicker, she felt a deep sense of warmth and contentment. The mystery had been solved, not through force or conflict, but through understanding and friendship, a comforting reminder that even the most curious puzzles could be unraveled with patience and a caring heart. And with that, Amberglow continued to thrive, its magic dancing softly in harmony with the lives of those who called it home, a gentle mystery woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. Story 92. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun's rays danced through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a glen known as Whispering Hollow. It was a place where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a meandering brook sang a soothing lullaby. Here, in this enchanted realm, the boundary between reality and magic swayed like the willow branches in the breeze. Whispering Hollow was home to a myriad of creatures, each with a story as old as the forest itself. There were the wise old owls, their feathers dappled with moonlight, who watched over the woodland like vigilant guardians. The rabbits, with their soft fur and twitching noses, bounded through the underbrush, leaving delicate trails behind them. And the deer, graceful and serene, moved silently, as though their hooves barely touched the earth. Among these creatures was a small hedgehog named Thistle. Thistle was known for his gentle nature and curious heart. His quills, though sharp to the touch, were soft and warm, and he carried himself with a sense of quiet confidence. Unlike other hedgehogs who preferred solitude, Thistle was often seen conversing with the forest's inhabitants, his keen eyes always observing, always learning. As the seasons began to change, Whispering Hollow transformed. The vibrant greens of summer faded into the golden hues of autumn, painting the forest in a tapestry of amber and crimson. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and fallen leaves became more pronounced, signaling the arrival of autumn's embrace. With this change came the annual gathering of the woodland creatures, a time to celebrate the harmony of their lives and prepare for the colder months ahead. This particular year, as the creatures gathered beneath the great oak tree, the air was filled with anticipation. They had sensed a shift, a subtle imbalance that whispered through the rustling leaves and echoed in the call of the wind. Thistle, with his bright eyes and open heart, was chosen to seek the wisdom of Eldon, the ancient tortoise revered for his knowledge of the forest's secrets. Eldon lived at the edge of the glen, where the sunlight danced upon the moss-covered stones, and the air was thick with the scent of sage and cedar. As Thistle approached, he felt the cool, damp earth beneath his paws, and heard the distant song of a thrush, its melody weaving through the trees like a gentle breeze. "Ah, young Thistle," Eldon greeted, his voice like the soft rumble of distant thunder. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Thistle bowed his head respectfully. "Eldon, the forest feels different this year. We sense an imbalance, a discord in the harmony of our home. I seek your wisdom to understand what we must do." Eldon closed his eyes, the lines of his ancient shell etched with the stories of countless seasons. The balance of our forest, dear Thistle, is a delicate tapestry woven from the threads of all who dwell here. Each creature, each tree, each whisper of wind plays a part. But sometimes the threads become tangled, and we must work together to restore the weave. Thistle listened intently, the rustle of leaves and the gentle babble of the brook filling the spaces between Eldon's words. "How do we untangle these threads?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. "The answer lies in the heart of the forest," Eldon replied, his eyes sparkling with the wisdom of ages. "Seek the guidance of the north wind, for it carries the stories of the world and knows the song that binds us all." With Eldon's words echoing in his mind, Thistle set off on his journey, the forest unfolding before him like a living tapestry. The path was lined with ferns that brushed against his sides, their fronds cool and damp with morning dew. Overhead, the trees whispered secrets to one another, their branches swaying gently in the rhythm of the wind. As Thistle ventured deeper into the forest, he felt the presence of the north wind, a soft, ethereal caress that stirred the leaves and carried the scent of distant lands. It was a wind that sang of mountains and valleys, of rivers and seas, and as it swept through the forest, it brought with it a sense of purpose and direction. "North wind," Thistle called, his voice barely a whisper above the rustling leaves. "I seek your guidance to restore harmony to our forest." The north wind paused, its presence palpable and comforting. "Little hedgehog," it replied, its voice a gentle sigh, "the harmony of your forest is a reflection of the balance within each of you. To restore it, you must embrace the wisdom of the seasons and the unity of all creatures." Thistle pondered this, feeling the cool breath of the wind upon his face. "But how do we achieve this unity?" he asked, seeking clarity. "Listen to the stories of your fellow creatures," the north wind advised. "In their tales, you will find the keys to understanding and the strength to weave your lives into a harmonious whole." With newfound resolve, Thistle returned to Whispering Hollow, where the creatures awaited his return. As they gathered beneath the great oak, the air was alive with expectation, the golden leaves rustling in eager anticipation. Thistle shared the north wind's message, his voice steady and filled with hope. "We must listen to one another," he urged, "and find the common threads that bind us. In our stories and our dreams, we will discover the harmony we seek." The creatures nodded, their hearts open to the wisdom in Thistle's words. One by one, they began to share their tales. The rabbits spoke of their journeys through the underbrush, the owls of their nocturnal watch over the forest, and the deer of their graceful dances through the moonlit glades. As each creature spoke, a tapestry of understanding emerged, weaving their lives into a vibrant mosaic of shared experiences and dreams. With every story, every whispered hope, the forest itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the balance slowly restoring itself. In the days that followed, Whispering Hollow flourished with a renewed sense of harmony. The creatures worked together to prepare for the coming winter, their efforts guided by the wisdom they had shared. The owls watched over the forest with a vigilant eye, the rabbits gathered food with nimble paws, and the deer cleared paths through the snow with their gentle strength. Thistle, with his gentle heart and curious spirit, watched over them all, his quills bristling with pride and contentment. He had learned that the true magic of the forest lay not in the enchantments of the north wind or the secrets of Eldon, but in the unity of its inhabitants and the wisdom passed down through generations. As the first snowflakes began to fall, blanketing Whispering Hollow in a soft silvery embrace, the creatures gathered once more beneath the great oak. They huddled together, their breaths mingling in the crisp air, and listened as the north wind sang a lullaby of peace and tranquility. And so, as night descended upon the forest, the creatures of Whispering Hollow nestled close, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they had overcome the challenges of discord through the bonds of friendship and the strength of unity. The forest, alive with the timeless magic of the seasons, cradled them in its gentle embrace, whispering promises of new beginnings and the eternal balance of nature. Story 93. Once upon a time, nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths twisted through a tapestry of ivy-clad cottages, each with a garden teeming with wildflowers, their colors a vivid dance beneath the golden sun. Willowbrook was known for its tranquility, where the laughter of children mingled with the chirping of crickets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every home. In this serene village lived a young girl named Leela. She was a curious soul, her heart as bright as the morning sun. Lila had a penchant for collecting the unusual, stones shaped like hearts, twigs that resembled letters, and leaves with intricate patterns. Her most treasured possession, however, was an ancient, leather-bound journal her grandmother had gifted her. It was said to hold the secrets of the world, though its pages appeared blank. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Lila ventured to the village market. She loved the market's bustle, the vibrant stalls, the chatter of merchants, and the aroma of spices and sweets. As she wandered, a small stall caught her eye. It was tucked between a spice merchant and a flower seller, almost invisible to the hurried passers-by. The stall was manned by an elderly woman with eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Her voice was a gentle melody as she greeted Lila. "Welcome, dear one. I see you're drawn to the wonders of the world." Lila smiled and nodded, her attention captured by a peculiar object on the stall. It was a quill, feathered in hues of twilight, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "What is this?" Lila asked, her fingers hovering over the quill. The woman leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper. "This is the quill of imagination. It has the power to unveil hidden stories and secrets, but only to those who truly believe in the magic of their own dreams." Intrigued, Lila traded a handful of silver coins for the quill and tucked it carefully into her satchel. As she walked home, the clouds above danced in shapes of dragons and ships, and the wind seemed to hum an ancient lullaby. That evening, with the moon casting a silver veil over Willowbrook, Lila sat by her window, the journal open on her lap. She hesitated, then dipped the quill into an inkwell. As the quill's tip touched the page, words flowed like a river, shimmering and alive, as if the paper itself breathed. The journal revealed a tale of a hidden garden, a place where time stood still and the world was painted in hues unseen by ordinary eyes. It was said that those who found the garden would discover the wisdom of their own hearts. The next day, with the sun painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Lila set out on a journey to find the hidden garden. Her path led her through the whispering woods, where each tree seemed to hold a memory of ancient times. The woods were a symphony of rustling leaves and bird song, and the air was sweet with the scent of moss and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she encountered a fox with fur like burnished copper. His eyes were wise, and his voice danced with mischief. "Are you lost, or are you found?" he asked, circling her playfully. "I'm searching for the hidden garden," Lila replied, showing him the journal. The fox nodded sagely. "Ah, the garden of wisdom. It lies beyond the river of dreams, where the past and future meet. But beware, for the path is not what it seems." With the fox as her guide, Lila crossed the river of dreams, its waters sparkling with the light of 1,000 stars. On the other side, they met a turtle whose shell was adorned with symbols of the sun and moon. The turtle spoke slowly and thoughtfully. "To find the garden, you must listen, not with your ears, but with your heart. Only then will you hear the song of the world." Lila closed her eyes, letting the melody of the forest envelop her. She heard the rustling leaves speak of time, the river's flow of endless journeys, and the wind's whisper of dreams yet to be. As she opened her eyes, the hidden garden revealed itself, a place of ethereal beauty, where flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and the air was filled with the fragrance of hope. In the center of the garden stood a tree, ancient and wise, its branches reaching for the heavens. Lila approached the tree, and as she did, the journal in her hands began to glow. The tree spoke, its voice a gentle breeze. "You have found your way, Leela. The wisdom you seek lies within you, as it lies within all who dare to dream." With newfound understanding, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of the stories and wisdom she had gathered. She shared her tales with the villagers, who listened in awe and wonder, their hearts open to the magic of the world around them. And so, in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Lila's stories became a beacon of hope and imagination, reminding all who listened that the greatest journeys are those that lead us to discover the wonders within ourselves. And with that, the village, nestled between its emerald hills and sapphire streams, continued to thrive in the gentle embrace of dreams and stories, forever touched by the magic of a young girl's journey.